Inside an internet cafe thick with stale murky air, the atmosphere is choked by layers of smoke and unidentifiable odors. At one of the computers sits a teenage boy, eye sockets sunken sallow and haggard, his face slick with a greasy sheen. His hair clumps together as if drenched in styling gel, and a strange smell seems to cling to his entire body. He is absorbed in playing a game, League of Legends, long past its prime. As he plays, the boy curses under his breath, and then out loud roaring at the screen. "Timo, you idiot, we're already team fighting. What on earth are you doing in the dragon pit?" On screen, Timo replies, "I'm being your vision ward, keeping them from taking Baron." Staring at the grayscale death screen, Wang Yingxiong almost coughs up blood, seething, inwardly raging at how useless that vision is. He continues to bellow at his teammates. "You just cut them down. Vain, do you think you're a frontline warrior face-tanking Fiora like that? Lutz, can you please land a single Q?" All the while, Wang Yingxiong frantically controls Vagar, smashing at the keyboard, as though rolling across it, unleashing skills in a frenzy. At the same time, he types furiously in chat, flaming his teammates, his typing speed astonishingly faster than the pace at which his team gets wiped. At last, after a grueling 20-minute struggle, the game ends in defeat. Watching his rank drop yet again, Wang Yingxiong slams the keyboard in fury. "Damn it, I've fallen back to Iron 4 again. What a bunch of useless feeders. This is going to kill me," he rants. The people nearby fall into awkward silence. "Screw it, I'm done playing," he snaps. Logging off, Wang Yingxiong abruptly springs to his feet. A sudden rush fills his head, his vision goes dark, and he collapses forward, his forehead crashing heavily onto the keyboard. Someone nearby shouts in panic, "Manager, something's wrong. Someone just passed out." A chubby network administrator waddles over in a trembling hurry. The moment he sees that it is Wang Yingxiong, his face drains of color, and he mutters, "This is bad, this is really bad. Don't tell me he's dead." His hands quiver as he places his fingers under Wang Yingxiong's nose to feel for breath. The next instant, the fat manager collapses onto the floor, himself wailing, "It's over, I'm in serious trouble. I should have called the police and had him taken away. He's been online 4 days and 4 nights straight. Now there's no breath left. How can I be this unlucky?" The surrounding patrons immediately call the police and emergency services. In the end, what is carried away is a cold, lifeless corpse. On the deep blue continent, inside a crude wooden shack, a dozen plank beds are crammed tightly together, filling the small room to capacity. On each rough bed lies a person, children, youths, and elders alike, all lined up in crowded rows. On one of the beds, a teenage boy whose entire body has been bound up like a mummy slowly opens his eyes, gazing around in dazed confusion. Realizing that he cannot move at all, Wang Yingxiong frowns in bewilderment. "I remember finishing my game and wanted to go home to get money. How did I end up tied up like this, eh?" In an instant, he forces his barely movable mouth open and cries out, "Help. Why did someone tie me up?" No sooner does his voice ring out than 2 middle-aged men step into the room. Their armor resembles that worn by soldiers in ancient dramas, leaving Wang Yingxiong completely dumbfounded. Do these kidnappers really have to cosplay too, he thinks. But the next second, he is even more confused. The 2 men chatter away in a language he cannot understand, speaking at length, while he fails to catch a single word. Seeing that Wang Yingxiong has stopped shouting, they nod in satisfaction, glance over the other bound people, and then leave apparently content. At that moment, a clear chime echoes in his mind. "Hello, your system has now been delivered. Please check and receive it. Since you do not understand this world's human language or script, the system is currently importing them for you. Ding, import complete. System, I've transmigrated." Wang Yingxiong feels no fear whatsoever. In fact, a flicker of delight rises in his heart. In his previous life, he grew up in a single-parent household with his mother. After she remarried, he never managed to fit into the new family. Resentful of his parents' divorce and isolated in front of others, he became deeply self-conscious and gradually degenerated, spending his days in internet cafes gaming to escape the real world. Now he finds himself like the protagonist of a novel, endowed with a system and given the chance to become an unbeatable legend. How could he not feel elated? "System, are you an old grandpa? A young lady? Big brother? Are you there? Give me an introduction, please." After calling out for a long time with no reply, Wang Yingxiong is left speechless. "What, no cute system sprite, no sweet-voiced little lowly to guide me," he complains inwardly. "Open system." With a tentative thought, Wang Yingxiong speaks inwardly. Instantly, a virtual panel materializes before his eyes. "Welcome to this system. You do not need to ponder the meaning of its existence, for existence itself is proof of its necessity," the interface proclaims. After that follows simple instructions on how to use the system and an outline of the rules of the world he has transmigrated into. As he reads, Wang Yingxiong's eyes practically shine, and in his heart, he can only exclaim in amazement. Though Wang Yingxiong did not inherit the original body's memories after transmigrating, the system has already provided him with basic knowledge to understand this world. This is a world of cultivators where martial practice is universal. Beyond humans who can cultivate to soar into the heavens and delve into the earth, countless dangerous and bizarre ferocious beasts and alien races constantly threaten human existence. Human cultivation is determined by each person's innate talent, and before the age of 6, everyone will awaken both a destiny talent and a cultivation talent. Cultivation talent dictates one's speed of training, while destiny talent manifests as various abilities that determine a human's upper limit in combat and personal growth. A destiny talent might enhance physical strength summon creatures, or take the form of strange and uncanny martial skills. Whatever destiny talent one awakens, it will never be insignificant. For while every person can awaken cultivation talent, only about 30% can awaken a destiny talent. Each such individual becomes a pillar of humanity in the war against external threats. In the League of Legends that Wang Yingxiong played in his previous life, each hero possessed 4 skills and a passive ability. The system's function is to allow its host to choose one hero's passive as his own destiny talent. Wang Yingxiong. Soul points 0. Rank 0. Destiny talent none. Cultivation talent chi. Skills none. Attack 0. 2. Defense 0. 1. Speed 0. 1. Looking at his own attribute panel, Wang Yingxiong cannot help feeling that his situation is rather miserable. Beyond the attribute panel, the system contains several functions: lottery, daily sign-in, talents, investigation, and opening the lottery function, he sees that it requires 300 soul points, and can yield hero skills, equipment, soul points, pills, miscellaneous items, and all kinds of treasures. However, with his soul points sitting at 0, he inwardly grumbles that this system is far from perfect, not even a single cute system sprite to accompany him. Fortunately, it grants 1 free lottery draw, and each month, he will receive another free attempt. Opening the sign-in function, he sees that the first day's reward is 1 soul point, and without hesitation he signs in. His soul points immediately increase to 1, and the sign-in button dims, displaying a small 2, to show that tomorrow he can obtain 2 soul points. The talent section is completely empty, presumably because Wang Yingxiong currently possesses no destiny talent at all. The investigation function is extraordinarily powerful. It can reveal every attribute of any object with perfect clarity. In front of it, all things are laid bare like a stripped maiden, holding no secrets whatsoever. The storage function works much like the legendary space ring, yet the system's storage is limitless, though it cannot hold living creatures. After browsing through the system's basic functions, Wang Yingxiong could no longer contain his excitement and hurriedly opened the lottery interface. At the center of the lottery page lay a circular roulette wheel. It was divided into 5 equal sectors: talent, elixirs, equipment, soul points, and miscellaneous items. Each sector occupied the same area of the disc, leaving the actual probabilities a complete mystery. When his consciousness brushed over the talent sector, a new page instantly popped up, filled with heroes' passives and skills. Evil Little Sorcerer Wagia Equilibrium. Upon killing a life form of the same tier, gains 0. 1 attack power. Killing a target of a lower tier grants 0. 1 attack power, while killing a target of a higher tier grants 1 the number of tiers above. Void Terror Kaga's Carnivore. With each enemy slain, injuries and spiritual energy are restored. Lava Colossus Mophiite. Unstoppable force charge toward a target area within 100 meters, dealing damage equal to attack power 1. 5 and hurling enemies into the air for 1. 5 seconds. Chitian Great Sage Sun Wukong True and False Monkey King enter an invisible state for 1. 5 seconds, leaving behind an uncontrollable decoy. Staring at these talents, Wang Yingxiong could only swallow his drool and reluctantly exit the page. The elixir interface was filled with all kinds of medicines that either enhanced cultivation or restored injuries. The equipment interface was even more fantastical, displaying an array of weapons and armor, and even hero skins. However, those hero skins were merely brightly colored outfits with a bit of defensive power, lacking any special attribute enhancements. Soul points were divided into 4 denominations: 100, 300, 500, and 1000. The miscellaneous section contained all sorts of daily necessities: oil, salt, sauces, tea, clothing, shoes, and the like, which made Wang Yingxiong feel as if he were about to spit blood. A single draw costs 300 soul points, and you're telling me I might end up with this kind of stuff? Who could possibly bear that? He fumed inwardly. Exiting the introduction page, he fixed his gaze on the central Start Lottery button. As Wang Yingxiong's will move to activate it, a sudden prompt appeared: because you possess no destiny talent, and your innate talent is too poor, your first draw is guaranteed to yield a talent. Seeing this, Wang Yingxiong let out a heavy sigh of relief, and with a flourish that he felt was quite dashing, tapped the roulette wheel. Instantly spun into motion. Moments later, under Wang Yingxiong's intensely focused gaze, the pointer came to a steady halt on the talent sector and revealed a talent 1000 use mark. Eternal Hunt Twins, Qinyu 1000 use mark an enemy, displaying the foe's image. Upon killing the marked enemy, gain 1 of all of the enemy's attributes. This benefit can be obtained only once per day. Looking at Qinyu's passive, Wang Yingxiong actually preferred the Little Sorcerer's passive and the Doghead's Q skill, where killing someone increased his strength every time, instead of a talent like this that only granted a single benefit per day. Though 1% sounded impressive at the moment, his attack power was only 0. 1. What did 1% amount to? Merely 0. 001. This talent's real value would only manifest in the future when his attributes grew higher. Still, having something was better than having nothing at all. Half a month passed. Wang Yingxiong removed the gauze and shed his mummy-like wrappings, only to discover that he had actually become a 6-year-old child. He also finally understood why he had been wrapped like a mummy. Their village had suffered a sudden assault by vicious beasts. Aside from the children hiding in the cellar and holding out until the troops from Nangguan town arrived, the entire village had been annihilated. Dozens of villages had been struck in this wave of attacks. In Wang Yingxiong's village, only 2 children survived. If he had not crossed over into this world, the village would have been left with just a single bloodline heir. Xiongga, I feel like I've become different. My strength has surged, my whole body feels powerful, and I think I can freely absorb spiritual energy now. Have I awakened? Can I become strong and avenge our villagers? The little chubby boy looked at Wang Yingxiong with a face full of excitement. Wang Yingxiong cast him a sidelong glance. Wang Shua's attributes were laid bare before his eyes. Wang Shua Tier 0. Destiny talent defense increased by 30. Cultivation talent orange. Martial skills none. Attack power 0. 3. Defense 0. 6. Speed 0. 13. Wang Yingxiong was immediately taken aback. Just yesterday this little fatty had possessed no talent and attack power of only 0. 2 defense at 0. 3. And speed of merely 0. 09. In just one night he had awakened. Why had Wang Yingxiong himself been forced to rely on the lottery to obtain a talent? It felt utterly unfair. Putting on an air of profound wisdom, Wang Yingxiong said, not bad. I observe that your bones are extraordinary. You're a fine seedling indeed. You've definitely awakened. Before he could finish, 2 soldiers entered the room and announced, any child 6 years old or above who has not yet used the fate testing stone to examine their talent, come with us. Wang Shua shot to his feet in an instant, startling Wang Yingxiong. Face flushed, he exclaimed, Xiongga, let's go. Since I've awakened, I'll definitely be able to join the town guardian office. Then I can avenge our villagers. Nor was Wang Shua the only one. Many of the other children were visibly excited as well. Following the soldiers, Wang Yingxiong stepped outside into a spacious courtyard. By now 20 to 30 children had already gathered there, all of them survivors rescued from various villages struck by the beast attack. In the center of the courtyard stood a table behind which sat 2 soldiers who seemed to hold minor official ranks. Upon the table rested a piece of pitch-black stone. One of the soldiers said, have them line up properly one at a time. In just a short while, with the soldiers' guidance, the children had formed an orderly queue. Wang Yingxiong and Wang Shua stood roughly in the middle. Name. Age. Li was 6.5. Place your hand on this stone. The child laid his hand upon it, and the stone instantly turned scarlet red. The soldier then dictated for the record, Li Hua destiny talent none, cultivation talent red grade. Next. Hearing this, Li Hua's small face crumpled. He was on the verge of tears, but a soldier immediately led him away. Ding. A crisp chime rang out as another child placed his hand on the fate testing stone. It turned orange, and a single point of light shot out from within, piercing into the child's mind. The soldier's expressions brightened at once. After 8 consecutive children had shown no destiny talent, one finally appeared. How could they not be delighted? What do you feel? One soldier could not help asking. The child, somewhat nervous, replied, I think I can control a bit of strength. The soldier said, first punch me without using your talent, then use your talent, and punch me again. The child threw 2 punches in succession, and the soldier recorded Lu Shui, destiny talent strength increased by 10, cultivation talent orange grade. Yet in Wang Yingxiong's eyes, Lu Shui's destiny talent enhanced strength by only 9. From this, he realized that the fate testing stone could accurately probe cultivation talent, and merely provide a method to trigger and control destiny talents. From then until Wang Shua's turn, no other child awakened a destiny talent. Their cultivation talents were all either red or orange grade, and the soldiers estimated Wang Shua's destiny talent as only a 25 increase in defense. When it was Wang Yingxiong's turn, his talent was finally tested with honors. A black wolf spirit appeared above his head. His cultivation talent, however, was only red grade. The soldier, pleased, asked about the function of his destiny talent. Wang Yingxiong merely replied that the wolf spirit could scout the way, mark enemies, and track them down. The soldier said happily, you're well suited to become a scout. In time you'll be a formidable scout. Outwardly Wang Yingxiong displayed excitement, but inwardly he scoffed, thinking, I will never be just a scout. The wolf spirit exists for slaughter. The chubby Wang Shua said joyfully, Xiongga, this is great. We've both awakened destiny talents. We'll definitely be able to avenge our village, and our village will be proud of us. That's right. We will. At this moment Wang Yingxiong acted like a genuine child who had just obtained something wonderful. After all the tests were completed, out of the 26 children, only 3 awakened their fateful talents, resulting in a low ratio of 11. However, the soldiers showed no surprise. Instead, Wang Yingxiong felt a bit puzzled. The chubby boy had told him that the awakening rate was over 30. Finally, the soldier said, do not worry about the remaining children who have not awakened their fateful talents. You will be tested again when you turn 7. If you have not awakened by then, it means you truly cannot awaken. After the talent test, the next day a group of children was sent to the Nangguan Town Academy, where they would be taught the cultural and cultivation knowledge of the Deep Blue Continent until the age of 12. Those who awakened their fateful talents would be granted official positions or continue their studies, while the rest could choose to become soldiers or be assigned to newly established villages, becoming the first line of defense against ferocious beasts. At the Nangguan Town Academy, Wang Yingxiong and the others began attending classes, learning the fundamental knowledge of the continent and cultivation techniques each day. Human cultivation is divided into 9 levels, and only those who awakened their fateful talents at the age of 6 can truly cultivate. Those with cultivation talents can only reach a maximum of the 3rd level. Having a fateful talent does not guarantee that one can cultivate up to the 9th level. Each level attained must break through the current enhancement of the fateful talent to strengthen it further, or else their power will stagnate. However, according to the history of the continent, no one with a fateful talent has ever been stuck at the 4th level. After awakening their fateful talents, everyone, regardless of whether they have a fateful talent, can cultivate. The key lies in cultivation talent. The higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed. However, those without awakened fateful talents, no matter how fast they cultivate, find it very difficult to advance, and their power gains are minimal. They may possess abundant spiritual energy within, but cannot fully utilize it due to the lack of a fateful talent. After all, with an attack power of 0.5, a person whose strength is enhanced by 20 can achieve an attack power of 0.556, while someone without a fateful talent cannot exceed an attack power of 0.45. This is the gap. After the test, Wang Yingxiong and the others were assigned to study at the academy. However, since Wang Yingxiong, Wang Shua, and Lu Shui awakened their fateful talents, the 3 of them were placed in a separate class, taught by a 3rd-level divine, gifted individual, about the continent's fundamental knowledge and cultivation methods. The remaining children were trained by ordinary soldiers to strengthen their bodies and absorb spiritual energy. If they awakened their fateful talents before the age of 7, they would be assigned to the same class as Wang Yingxiong. If not, they would join the majority in establishing villages and expanding territories. At the academy, Wang Yingxiong learned that on the deep blue continent, not only humans possess fateful talents, other beings do as well. Among beasts, those without talent skills are called ferocious beasts, mostly lacking intelligence and only knowing slaughter, while those with talent skills are referred to as magical beasts who possess intelligence and are the wise leaders among their kind. Moreover, there are many other races. Some are composed of elements wielding the power of elemental spiritual energy. Others have strange forms, but possess various bizarre abilities. Thus, this world is vast yet perilous. Humans are no longer at the top of the food chain as they were on Mercury, but have now fallen to the bottom with only a chance to rise to the top. Dai Chao level 3. Age 40. Fateful talent long blade, 20 attack, increase 15 sharpness increase. Cultivation talent, orange level. Cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique, 5 cultivation speed, increase. Skill combat technique, an ordinary combat technique that through years of practice provides a certain enhancement to strength, making it a powerful offensive skill. Attack power 130. 50. Defense power 70. Speed 32. Dai Chao is their instructor, or one could say their teacher. Upon seeing his attributes for the first time, Wang Yingxiong thought, if he could kill him in one strike, wouldn't his own attributes double? However, that was just a thought. Given his current attack power, even if Dai Chao lay there for him to strike, he couldn't break through. Dai Chao also taught them the spirit summoning technique and combat technique, but only after Wang Yingxiong and the others signed an agreement to join the Nangguan Town Guard Army. No orphan aged 6 or 7 would refuse this exchange, so Wang Yingxiong and the others would continue cultivating at the Nangguan Town Academy until the age of 12, at which point they would be drafted into the army to fight against foreign races and beasts. Time flew by. At the Nangguan Town Academy, Dai Chao sat quietly at the lectern with 3 11 or 12-year-old youths sitting upright below him, namely Wang Yingxiong, Wang Shua, and Lu Shui. Dai Chao spoke. Today, as you sit here, it marks your last class. Tomorrow you will join the guard army and be stationed at Wolffang Ridge for a year. There you will truly face magical beasts and ferocious beasts which are unlike the specimens you have encountered in the academy. You must fight them. It is either them dying or you. But will you fear them? Perhaps, but you must not. Think of your loved ones slaughtered by them. You should not fear them. You can only harbor boundless hatred and a fierce killing intent towards them. Although Wang Yingxiong was not stirred by Dai Chaos brainwashing, he still displayed the same fervor as Wang Shua and the others. At the same time, he was quite eager, for in the academy his talent was of no use, and with such low cultivation talent, he could never break through to the 9th level. How could he then become a deity and showcase the system's might? Dai Chao continued, you 3 will form a team in the guard army. Although our enmity with the foreign races is irreconcilable, only by surviving can we seek revenge. Class dismissed. Goodbye, instructor. Everything for humanity. Dai Chao left without looking back, leaving only the 3 in the classroom. Wang Shua was still a chubby boy standing at 1.70 meters and weighing over 230 pounds. Wang Shua said, Brother Xiong, tomorrow we can take revenge for the village. Lu Shui replied, Fatty, we are still very weak. We shouldn't always think about fighting. We need to be cautious and develop quietly. Lu Shui stood at 1.65 meters, but his figure was frail, resembling a skeleton. His beady eyes darted around mischievously, making him appear quite sneaky. Wang Yingxiong sighed, how did I end up with these 2 clowns? This is too difficult. Fatty the mouse is right this time. We cannot act recklessly, we need to develop first. If we can sneak attack, we should never confront them hidden. Otherwise, no matter how thick your skin is, you cannot withstand the claws of a ferocious wolf. Let's go, we need to pack up. We leave tomorrow. Early the next morning Dai Chao brought Wang Yingxiong and the others to the city gate, where other young people were also. Like Wang Yingxiong and his companions, these young people were also to join the city guard assigned to various borders around Nangguan Town. However, they were luckier than Wang Yingxiong and his group. They were either locals of Nangguan Town or talented individuals awakened with destiny gifts from various villages, while Wang Yingxiong and the others were orphans. Dai Chao said this time, there are a total of 21 people going to Wolfang Ridge, with 3 people forming a small team, and 21 is just enough for a medium-sized squad. You 3 are a team, I've already mentioned this. There are many dangers there, and you do not have any resources supporting you. I was once like you 3, who take care of each other, and don't lose your lives carelessly. Usually carefree Wang Shuo also sensed a different atmosphere. On the deep blue continent 12 is considered adulthood, and everyone is aware of the various dangers they will face ahead. After half a stick of incense the personnel gathered together. Following a solemn oath they headed to their respective battlefields. Along the way everyone was somewhat silent, quietly making their way. Meanwhile Wang Yingxiong was immersed in his own system. Wang Yingxiong. Soul points 15,330. Rank 1st stage. Talent Qin Yu Seal. Cultivation technique Spirit summoning technique. Cultivation speed increased by 5. Skill combat technique merely improves your physical coordination and combat skills without substantial bonuses. Attack power 7. 8. Defense power 3. 6. Speed 2. 2. Over the past 6 years the daily sign-in reward of 7 soul points has brought his total to 15,330 points, and he has used his monthly free lottery chances, but the results were dismal, as he kept drawing various snacks or clothing that he couldn't use at all. Then he obediently refrained from drawing further, planning to accumulate a few more times for a big chance. Moreover, Wang Yingxiong discovered that soul points could not only be used for lotteries, but also had even more powerful functions. In the system's talent list, it was no longer bare, but instead had 4 options: Qin Yu Seal, Cultivation Talent, Red Spirit Summoning Technique, and Combat Technique, each followed by a plus sign. Clicking the plus sign would pop up a message: use soul points to enhance talent. Qin Yu Seal requires 1/0 soul points. Attributes do not meet standards, cannot be enhanced for now. Cultivation Talent Red requires 1/0 soul points. Spirit Summoning Technique requires 5/0 soul points, while Combat Technique only requires 1/0 soul points. While at the Nangguan Town Academy, Wang Yingxiong hardly encountered any danger, as he seldom left the academy's gates. Each day was spent absorbing spiritual energy to enhance physical attributes, followed by rough combat practice with his friends Fat Mouse and the like, and after enduring the torment of lotteries and mindless sign-ins, he completely forgot to use soul points to enhance his talents. Now that danger was imminent, he needed to find a way to enhance his talents. Qin Yu Seal was Wang Yingxiong's destiny talent, which was related to his rank. He could not enhance it unless his attributes reached the 1st stage limit. Thus the only enhancements left were Cultivation Talent, Combat Technique, and Spirit Summoning Technique. After some contemplation, Wang Yingxiong decided to enhance his Cultivation Talent and Spirit Summoning Technique. This was because during the same period Wang Shuo and Lu Shu's attributes had already changed significantly. Wang Shuo 1st stage. Destiny Talent Defense increased by 30. Cultivation Talent Orange level. Cultivation Technique Spirit Summoning Technique. Cultivation Speed increased by 5. Skill Combat Technique merely improves your physical coordination and combat skills without substantial bonuses. Attack power 7. 90. Defense power 9. 99. Speed 1. 80. Lu Shui 1st stage. Destiny Talent Strength increased by 10. Cultivation Talent Orange level. Cultivation Technique Spirit Summoning Technique. Cultivation Speed increased by 5. Skill Combat Technique merely improves your physical coordination and combat skills without substantial bonuses. Attack power 9. 99. Defense power 5. 70. Speed 2. 20. In the same amount of time their attributes left Wang Yingxiong behind in the dust, highlighting the importance of cultivation talent. Moreover, the Spirit Summoning Technique not only enhances cultivation speed, but is also crucial for recovering spiritual energy after battles, while the Combat Technique provides no bonuses at all. He was uncertain if improvements would yield any benefits, so he decided not to enhance it for now. However, on the way Wang Yingxiong did not immediately enhance his abilities. He was unsure if hasty enhancements might lead to other issues. After spending half a day they left the vast fields of wheat and grain stretching for miles outside Nangguan Town, and began to see sparse woods with traces of villages still visible within the trees. Wang Yingxiong knew they had reached the edge of Nangguan Town. This was the outermost part of the Beast Plains, where wild beasts had been cleared out by humans repeatedly and villages had been established. Once this area was devoid of wild beasts, it would be cultivated into farmland, further expanding Nangguan Town's territory, with villages continuing to encroach upon the Beast Plains, devouring it bit by bit. The guard was the vanguard, delving deeper than the border villages. Such a slow advance allowed humanity to establish its own nation, giving them a foothold and the capital to compete with other races. Passing through a village, Wang Yingxiong noticed that the houses were all made of wood, mostly occupied by young adults, with very few elderly people and even fewer children. When they saw Wang Yingxiong and his group, they all showed envious looks, wishing they too could awaken their destiny talents, join the guard, and become stronger. Continuing forward, there were quite a few wild beasts appearing along the way, but sensing the powerful aura of the guard in the lead, they dared not approach, and immediately ran away. Before long they arrived at their destination, Wolffang Ridge. Wolffang Ridge is a small mountain range within the Beast Plains, home to various wolf clans, hence the name. Wolffang Ridge is expansive, spanning several dozen miles, but the guard only occupies a small corner of it. Looking ahead, several watchtowers have been built atop a small mountain 30 meters high, likely for lookout purposes, with a few sparse wooden houses also constructed atop. At the foot of the mountain, two people appeared to be patrolling. Upon seeing the person leading Wang Yingxiong and the others, they immediately called out, "Deputy Leader, hello. These must be the new brothers. Welcome to your joining." They greeted everyone warmly. Zhong Ming nodded. "Patrol carefully. I'll let a large team come over tonight to assign tasks to the new recruits." Upon reaching the mountain, Wang Yingxiong discovered that the mountain held more than meets the eye. The houses outside were merely to cover the cave. The mountain had been nearly hollowed out, filled with numerous caves, all intended for their habitation. At that moment, people were moving about within the caves, and Wang Yingxiong casually explored, finding that none of them were below the second stage. After Zhong Ming assigned them their caves, he said, "It's getting late today. After dinner, rest early. Tomorrow you will officially engage in battle. Good luck to you." After dinner, having consumed dried meat and rations, Wang Yingxiong hurried back to his cave, which only contained a wooden bed, and closed the wooden door, plunging the room into darkness. Wang Yingxiong did not light a lamp, and directly opened the system talent list. He clicked on the cultivation talent red, and began to enhance it. Immediately 1 of his 0 soul points vanished, and he saw the cultivation talent upgrade to cultivation talent orange. However, there was no change in his body at all. If it weren't for the pitch black room, one would definitely see the darkened expression on Wang Yingxiong's face. This damned system offered no introduction, forcing him to figure everything out by himself. In the novels he had read before, whenever the protagonists broke through their powers, it was always earth-shattering. He thought he would experience the same, but after worrying for so long, nothing significant happened. Without hesitation, he decided to directly enhance the spirit summoning technique. Wang Yingxiong. Soul points, 330. Rank first rank. Fate talent seal of Qinyu. Cultivation talent, orange level. Cultivation method, spirit summoning technique, increases cultivation speed by 10. Skill, combat technique, can only improve your physical coordination and combat skills with no substantial bonuses. Attack power 7. 8. Defense power 3. 6. Speed 2. 2. Lottery attempts 12. However, to further enhance the cultivation talent, it would require 2 of 0 soul points, and the spirit summoning technique also required 1 points. For the time being, Wang Yingxiong didn't have the capital for that. He had signed up for 6 years of soul points, and just like that they were nearly gone. It was truly difficult. However, the benefits of the enhancement were also apparent. Just at the beginning of his cultivation, Wang Yingxiong noticed that his absorption of spiritual energy had significantly increased, and his body could digest more spiritual energy. This speed of absorption was boosted by the enhancement of the spirit summoning technique, and the increase in cultivation talent allowed for more spiritual energy to be absorbed into his cells during cultivation. This enhancement was all based on the foundation. A solid foundation determines the upper structure. Only with a strong foundation can a building rise high. He decided to set aside the consumption of soul points for a while and focus on the remaining 12 lottery attempts. Looking at the plain lottery interface, especially seeing the miscellaneous items section, Wang Yingxiong gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing to remove it. It had been 6 years. In those 6 years, he had lost every single lottery to that. Eating the beef jerky in his hand, although it tasted good, like water balls, he still wanted to become stronger. He wanted hero skills and weapons. He put the plastic bag containing the beef jerky into his storage, gritted his teeth, and focused his thoughts as the spinning wheel began to whirl rapidly. Congratulations, you have drawn genuine beef jerky. Congratulations, you have drawn a trendy shirt. Congratulations, you have drawn a bottle of rage potion. Wang Yingxiong, who had already lost hope, suddenly saw that he seemed to have drawn something good. Rage potion first rank provides 10 attack power and bloodthirst for 3 minutes. Bloodthirst, 15 of the damage dealt to enemies is used to heal yourself. The effects of this rage potion were terrifyingly powerful. Not to mention the bloodthirst trait, just the increase of 10 attack power could more than double Wang Yingxiong's combat effectiveness. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong was almost moved to tears. It was so hard. Could this be the rhythm of a transformation from adversity to fortune? The next day, early in the morning, Wang Yingxiong and the others gathered outside the mountains, where each person was issued a weapon they had reported earlier, an armor made from some unknown beast skin. Wang Yingxiong chose a large knife, Wang Shuo picked an iron rod, and Lu Shui opted for a long sword. At this moment, over 300 divinely bestowed warriors of Wolffang Ridge were gathered, except for the 20 led by their leader, who had gone deep into the ridge and had not returned. Zhong Ming said, "Young men, today marks the beginning of your formal combat. I believe you have been looking forward to this day for a long time. I won't say much. Before you came, you were already assigned to teams. At this moment, a squad leader from the Wolfang army will lead you for a week to adapt, after which you will need to execute missions independently. Next, let's set off. A middle-aged man carrying a large knife approached Wang Yingxiong and the others, saying, "I am Zhang Meng, 3rd rank, and my fate talent is Blade Mastery. Please introduce yourselves briefly." "I am Wang Yingxiong, 1st rank, and my fate talent is Tracking." "I am Wang Shuo, 1st rank, and my fate talent is Defense Enhancement." "I am Lu Shui, 1st rank, and my fate talent is Strength Enhancement." Zhang Meng continued, "Your fate talents are quite good. One for scouting, one for attack, and one for defense. A very nice combination. Wolfang Ridge is considered a relatively safe area. The wild beasts within a few miles are all 1st rank, and most of them are wolves. I will leave one behind for you 3 to practice on. Remember, you only have 1 week to adapt to this type of combat." Wang Shuo asked nervously, "Are the wild wolves fierce? Are we in danger?" Although Wang Shuo was eager to avenge his village, he also understood that the strength of wild beasts was not something to be taken lightly. After all, with Dai Chaos' formidable 3rd rank strength, both of his teammates had sacrificed, and their current level of strength was barely enough for self-preservation. Zhang Meng said, "You will need to go out each day to explore Wolfang Ridge and hunt wild beasts. But don't worry, this area has been cleared multiple times by us, and there are rarely groups of more than 5. Also, they are all 1st rank, so there shouldn't be too much danger." In fact, Zhang Meng had one more thing he did not say. Once you step into the beast plains, there is no safe place. After leaving the mountains where the Wolfang army resided, the teams dispersed in different directions. As they ventured deeper into the beast plains, everything around them grew quiet, and the occasional roars of wild beasts heightened their anxiety and vigilance. Howl! Suddenly a wolf's howl came from ahead. Zhang Meng's eyes brightened as he charged forward, saying, "Keep up. Today, if you can kill this one ground wolf, consider the mission complete, and you can go back." The crowd's eyes lit up, and they immediately followed. In the next moment, Wang Yingxiong and his 2 companions saw Zhang Meng standing aside, exuding a dangerous aura as he fixed his gaze on a ground wolf ahead. The ground wolf was gray all over, as large as a bear, its body low to the ground, and its fur bristling. It sensed the danger Zhang Meng posed. Ground wolf, 1st rank. Attack power 11. 50. Defense power 13. 25. Speed 5. 00. Note the ground wolf possesses decent attack and defense. Handle it with care. Its weaknesses are its eyes and abdomen, and its claws and fangs are its weapons. Looking at the large knife in his hand. Large knife, attack 1, a sharpness 1. An ordinary iron item, I don't expect it to have strong attributes. Wang Yingxiong thought to himself, it seems like this won't be able to break through its defenses. However, before Wang Yingxiong had time to ponder, Zhang Meng said, "This ground wolf won't escape. You all take it down." The 3 exchanged glances. This ground wolf was nearly as big as Wang Shuo, and it was a good thing it didn't run. Yet Zhang Meng was adamant that it wouldn't escape. Was he sure it wouldn't tear them apart? At this moment, the 3 of them dared not hesitate. Wang Yingxiong immediately marked the earth wolf with the Qinyu. Qinyu mark marks an enemy displaying their image. After killing the enemy, gains one of all attributes usable. Suddenly, the 3-dimensional image of the earth wolf appeared in their minds, and various data about the wolf's body were displayed on this image. Its claws had sharpness of 7 and attack power of 11. 5, a defense of 13. 25 on its back and head, while its abdomen and neck had a defense of only 7. And the most terrifying part was its rear, which had a defense of only 2. 5. Truly frightening. The 3 formed a triangle to surround it, and Zhang Meng also lifted the pressure on the earth wolf. Feeling the threat disappear, the wolf stared intensely at the 3 food sources. Attack! Wang Shuo shouted loudly, charging forward with an iron rod that had an attack bonus of 1. 5A and struck directly at the earth wolf. The earth wolf let out a disdainful low growl, pushed off with its hind legs, transforming into an afterimage as it dodged the iron rod and lunged at Wang Shuo's back with its sharp claws. "Wang Shuo, watch your back." Wang Yingxiong urgently called out, rushing forward with a large knife alongside Lu Shui. Zhang Meng stood alert, knowing this week was for training and adaptation, not for them to meet their demise. At this moment, Wang Shuo felt the prickling sensation at his back, but it was too late to turn around for defense. He could only surge his spiritual energy to activate his fate talent. Defense increased by 30. In an instant, a layer of iron-gray light enveloped Wang Shuo, raising his defense to 12.99. Meanwhile, the earth wolf's attack power was only 11.50. Wang Shuo was knocked away by a single strike, and the beast skin armor he wore was instantly torn apart. Although his internal organs trembled, he did not sustain serious injuries. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong and Lu Shui also approached. Wang Yingxiong said, "Attack its abdomen, eyes, and neck. Those are its weakest defense points." The 3 of them immediately had a direction for their attacks, and a hint of appreciation flashed in Zhang Meng's eyes. It is important to know that theory and practice are significantly different. They had studied every beast that appeared in the Wolfang Ridge at the academy, yet there were very few who could remain calm and clear-headed in their first battle to know how to respond. Zhang Meng, for instance, was overwhelmed with blood and excitement during his first battle. "Fatty, be careful, it's going to attack you." Lu Shui attack. With Wang Yingxiong's warning, Wang Shuo quickly retreated, raising his iron rod in front of him. Ding! The wolf's claw struck the iron rod precisely. At that moment Lu Shui also lunged in from the side, and with a 10 increase in strength his long sword left a small wound on the earth wolf. Roar! The injured earth wolf became even more frenzied, turning to tear Lu Shui apart, but Wang Yingxiang's attack arrived, as well striking down though, it was blocked by the wolf's claws. But at the same time Wang Shuo swung his rod down. Thud! The earth wolf stumbled, clearly affected by the impact of the blow. After a round of attacks the three retreated simultaneously, wary of the wolf's counterattack. Thus with the three-dimensional image of the earth wolf in his mind, Wang Yingxiong clearly understood each of its movements, and directed the attacks of the two others. In no time the three easily cornered the earth wolf, inflicting numerous wounds, and significantly reducing its defenses. Observing the trio's combat, Zhang Meng couldn't help but feel admiration. He had never seen a team with such good, especially Wang Yingxiong. Although his talent seemed rather mediocre, he could always spot new attacks from the earth wolf in time. It is worth noting that after years of combat, he could only manage such reflexes. Oh woo! The earth wolf felt its dignity was insulted. It now focused on Lu Shui, and charged fiercely, ignoring Wang Yingxiong, and Wang Shuo determined to break through. Wang Yingxiong was startled. He had clearly not expected the earth wolf to be so clever, quickly warning. Lu Shui, be careful, it's going to go wild. With a speed of 5 it was indeed very quick. After Wang Yingxiang's warning, Lu Shui held his long sword horizontally across his chest, watching as the earth wolf approached rapidly, then swung the longsword out. Ding! The wolf's claw swiped at the longsword, and inexperienced Lu Shui staggered, about to fall to the side. Meanwhile Wang Shuo's iron rod swung down forcefully, but the earth wolf remained unfazed, its claw extending again, aiming directly for Lu Shu's heart. Splat! Splat! Two tearing sounds resonated, shocking everyone present. Wang Yingxiong had plunged his large knife straight into the earth wolf's rear. The 35-centimeter-long large knife remained with only the handle sticking out. At that moment the earth wolf's claws had just grazed Lu Shu's chest, merely tearing a layer of flesh. Oh woo! The earth wolf let out a piercing cry, but Wang Yingxiong reacted quickly, twisting his wrist, causing the large knife to spin, then yanked it out. Blood gushed forth from its rear like a fountain, and the earth wolf collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, and emitting weak, painful whimpers. We won, we killed the beast. Wang Shuo exclaimed in joy. You scared me half to death, thankfully. Lu Shui expressed his lingering fear. Originally very pleased, Wang Yingxiong noticed Zhang Meng's strange gaze at the earth wolf's rear, feeling embarrassed, and thinking, the rear was not my intention, who made it so vulnerable. However, at this moment Wang Yingxiong was most delighted with the rewards brought by the Qinyu mark. After convulsing for a few minutes the earth wolf finally passed away, and its wolf spirit floated out, granting 0.11 attack power, 0.13 defense, and 0.05 speed, which then merged into Wang Ying. This slight increase in attributes had hardly any significant change. Wang Yingxiong wished that every beast could grant him one of its attributes that would be truly satisfying. Wang Yingxiong also discovered that killing an earth wolf actually granted him 10 soul points. This led him to find another way to gain soul points. Zhang Meng remarked, your performance today was outstanding. Though your combat skills are still immature, your teamwork was excellent. I believe that after a week you will become even stronger in battle. However, the end of the battle is not the true end. Wang Yingxiong, can you tell me why? Wang Yingxiong replied, because as long as we are in the beast plains, danger is everywhere. Moreover, the corpses of slain beasts carry a bloody scent, which is highly enticing to other beasts in the plains. After each battle, we must quickly clean the battlefield, collect useful items from the beast's body, and leave quickly to avoid being surrounded by a pack of beasts. Good, Wang Yingxiong answered. Well, with you here I have high hopes for your team's future achievements. Some believe that the knowledge from books is of no help in real combat, but I can only say that such a notion is laughable. The knowledge you learn at the academy is distilled from the blood of our predecessors, so never forget it. Now this prey belongs to you for 1/3, so hurry and collect it. The morning sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting beams of light on the ground where dust and mosquitoes danced freely. Wang Yingxiong, Wang Shuo, and Lu Shui were cautiously advancing in front of the Wolfang Ridge in the Beast Plain. Brother Xiong, we won't get lost, will we? Wang Shuo glanced warily around his tightly gripped iron rod, causing the veins in his hand to bulge, revealing his tension. Lu Shui nodded in agreement. Yeah, Brother Xiong, let's not go too deep. Wang Yingxiong rolled his eyes. We've only walked 500 meters, and besides we've been familiar with the surroundings for a while. Today was the first time Wang Yingxiong and the others had ventured out alone from Zhangmeng to search for beasts. From today onward their small team officially became independent, named the Coyote Squad, to commemorate their first beast kill. It's not the first time, just a little nervous. Wang Shuo said softly. Lu Shui flashed a cheeky smile. Right, after all it's our first time, and we have no experience, we're just exploring, aren't we? Let's go. Today we will stay within our familiar range, not going far. Besides, both of you have advanced to the second tier, so what are you afraid of? Wang Shuo, second tier. Fate talent defense increased by 40. Cultivation talent, orange level. Cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique. Skill combat technique. Attack power 8. 11. Defense 10. 86. Speed 2. 00. Lu Shui, second tier. Fate talent strength increased by 15. Cultivation talent, orange level. Cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique. Skill combat technique. Attack power 11. 23. Defense 6. 30. Speed 2. 52. After advancing to the second tier, Wang Shua's defense increased by 10 and Lu Shu's strength enhancement rose by 5. With their combat power, it could be said that there was little danger within a 3-mile radius of the Wolfang Ridge. In reality, the two were just saying that. After all, during this week, they had already fought in no less than 20 battles and had moved beyond the novice realm. If they encountered the first coyote again, they believed they could quickly take it down. However, it was evident that the surrounding area near the Wolfang Ridge had seen a significant reduction in beasts due to the new military's relentless hunting over the past week. After searching for over an hour, the three had not encountered a single beast. Looking into the 3-mile area, the trees were noticeably denser and taller, casting a gloomier shadow over the vision, resembling a monstrous devouring mouth. Lu Shui swallowed hard. Brother Xiong, should we look for a bit longer? Wang Shua chimed in. Yeah, Brother Xiong, revenge isn't urgent, we need to develop cautiously. Fatty, you didn't used to say that. Wang Yingxiong shot a sidelong glance at Wang Shua. Wang Shua chuckled awkwardly. I'm just considering your lack of strength. If danger arises, I might not be able to protect you. Exactly, we're thinking of you. Lu Shui echoed Wang Shua's words. Wang Yingxiong cast a cold gaze and stepped forward, venturing into the depths of the Wolfang Ridge, a territory popularized by the second-tier battlefield rumors among the Wolfang army. Though Wang Shua and Lu Shui felt a bit scared and anxious inside, the desire for excitement in a man's heart drove them to follow Wang Yingxiong's lead. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere around them changed instantly, becoming darker and more humid, permeated by a strong odor of decay, and the temperature dropped significantly. Hiss! A chilling wind blew through, and the three collectively shivered. Wang Shua hid behind Wang Yingxiong. Brother Xiong, I feel something's off. Before he could finish speaking, 5 wolves appeared before them. Wind Wolf, first tier. Attack power 9. 80. Defense 7. 68. Speed 5. 60. Note they are only vulnerable aside from their speed. The 5 wind wolves closed in, and Wang Yingxiong said they're all first tier. Besides their speed, there's nothing to fear. Wang Shua and Lu Shui each picked up their weapons, their demeanor transforming as they became filled with fighting spirit. The wind wolves wasted no words and charged forward. Wang Shua stood his ground, responding to change with stability, swinging his long rod to seal off the surroundings. No matter how fast the wind wolves were, they couldn't reach him. Once he found an opportunity, he would unleash a brutal assault on any wind wolf that came close. Lu Shui played it more cautiously, holding a long sword and standing behind Wang Shua. With Wang Shua guarding against one side's attacks, he only needed to deal with the threats in front of him. The wind wolves had speed but lacked strong attacks, allowing their assaults to be repelled wave after wave, leaving them with numerous injuries. Wang Yingxiong, possessing the advantage of the 1,000 Jade Seal, could perceive the movements of each wind wolf. Thus he faced 2 at once. Though somewhat overwhelmed, he managed to hold his ground. A woo! As the piercing howl of the wind wolves echoed, Lu Shui had already taken down 1 wind wolf. The situation turned drastically. Wang Shua stepped forward, bracing himself against the claws of 1 wind wolf. The wolf's claws left no marks on him, but when Wang Shua struck with his iron rod, a cracking sound echoed as the wind wolf's bones shattered. The remaining wind wolf was sandwiched between the two, quickly meeting its end. Brother Xiong, we're coming. Lu Shui shouted as he rushed in with his long sword. These 2 wind wolves only let out a few frantic howls, but did not attempt to flee. By the time the 3 surrounded them, the outcome was already sealed. Looking at the carcasses of the 5 wind wolves on the ground, Lu Shui cheerfully skinned them alongside Wang Shua, extracting their teeth. The wolf pelts could be made into armor and clothing, while the wolf fangs were incredibly hard and sharp, suitable for crafting arrows. Valuable materials indeed. Wang Shua wondered, Brother Xiong, why were these wolves so foolish this time? They didn't even try to run. Perhaps seeing their companions dead, they didn't want to cling to life. Lu Shui joked from the side. Although Wang Yingxiong was also somewhat puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. After all, beasts rarely attempted to escape when they wanted to, usually being driven back by Zhang Meng. Whoosh! Suddenly a blade of spiritual energy shot toward Wang Shua, and Wang Yingxiong realized it too late to warn him. Oh! Blood gushed forth as the blade cleaved through Wang Shua's back, exposing his stark, white bones. Wang Shua. The two quickly shielded Wang Shua, and Lu Shui hurriedly took out a hemostatic powder from his backpack and sprinkled it over Wang Shua's back. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiong saw a large blue wolf approaching slowly. Wind Wolf, first tier. Fate talent, Wind Blade, formed from condensed wind, attribute spiritual energy, extremely fast and powerful. Attack power 14. 00. Defense 9. 80. Speed 7. 00. This was actually a beast with fate talent. Wang Yingxiong quickly warned, be careful, this is a magical beast. Can Wang Shua still fight? Brother Xiong, Wang Shua has already fainted from the pain. Lu Shu's voice came out filled with despair. Wang Yingxiong turned back to see that Wang Shua's back wound was already covered with hemostatic powder, but Wang Shua's chubby, flushed face was now as pale as snow, lying on the ground, as if he had died. Wang Yingxiong fell into a moment of silence, gazing at a bottle of potion in the system's backpack, and an idea began to form in his mind. Rage Potion First Stage provides 10 attack power, along with lifesteal lasting for 3 minutes. Lifesteal 15 of the damage dealt to enemies is used to heal oneself. You take care of Wang Shua, he'll handle the Wind Wolf. Wang Yingxiong immediately took the Rage Potion and downed it in one gulp. It was as fiery as chilly water exploding in his mouth, but it also granted him doubled strength. Attack power 19. 33. The sudden surge of 10 attack power gave Wang Yingxiong the illusion that he was invincible now. Lu Shui was about to say something, but Wang Yingxiong had already stepped forward. Wang Yingxiong looked at the Wind Wolf, and the Wind Wolf gazed back at him. The Wind Wolf raised its head slightly like a king looking down upon a weakling. Although it seemed impractical, magical beasts possess intelligence not inferior to that of humans regardless of their rank. It was the same beast that had sent 5 Wind Wolves to deplete their combat power earlier. Although it had failed, it cunningly inflicted heavy damage on Wang Shua, allowing it to conceal its treacherous nature and feign nobility. However, Wang Yingxiong had no time to gaze into its eyes. The Rage Potion only lasted for 3 minutes. He stepped forward, and the blade flashed. Swish! In an instant, the Wind Wolf had crossed past the large blade and was closing in on Wang Yingxiong. Ding! He swiftly positioned his long knife in front of him to block the Wind Wolf's claws. The Wind Wolf did not linger. Missing its attack, it vanished and launched another assault from the other side. But with the advantage of the Qinyu mark, every move of the Wind Wolf was under Wang Yingxiong's control. Even though the Wind Wolf was fast, it couldn't do anything to Wang Yingxiong for the time being. Moreover, at this moment, Wang Yingxiong's attack power was stronger than that of the Wind Wolf. He was not afraid of a direct confrontation. At this moment, Lu Shui was already bewildered. Although he knew Wang Yingxiong's destiny talent could assist him in battle, he had never seen Wang Yingxiong unleash such formidable combat power before. Though curious in his heart, Lu Shui also understood that the stronger Wang Yingxiong was, the better. They could only survive by killing the Wind Wolf. Swish! The Wind Wolf, angered after continuous attacks that had yielded no results, unleashed a wind blade from its mouth. The speed of the wind blade was so fast that Wang Yingxiong could only twist his body, sacrificing his left arm to protect his chest. However, after unleashing this strike, the Wind Wolf appeared visibly weakened. Wang Yingxiong's eyes brightened. It seemed that its destiny talent could not be used recklessly. Ignoring the pain, Wang Yingxiong charged forward with his large knife. The Wind Wolf, undeterred, came rushing at him. Swish! The wolf's claw plunged deep into Wang Yingxiong's abdomen. The Wind Wolf, which should have been delighted, looked shocked instead, as it had grown accustomed to Wang Yingxiong blocking its attacks. It had already prepared for a follow-up strike with its hind legs pivoting midair, but unexpectedly Wang Yingxiong did not defend. Its body twisted into an odd 90-degree angle, exposing its bright abdomen. The astonished wolf eyes met Wang Yingxiong's brutal gaze, and before it could react, Wang Yingxiong's large knife had already come crashing down. Swish! The Wind Wolf's frail abdomen was cleaved open by Wang Yingxiong, and its entrails spilled out onto the ground. In its last moments, the Wind Wolf clawed out directly, tearing open Wang Yingxiong's abdomen. Then it fell backward. At this moment, a disdainful voice echoed in the Wind Wolf's mind. If I die, you won't survive either. Yet the last thing the Wind Wolf saw was Wang Yingxiong, who, though pale, was still smiling. The Wind Wolf's gaze fell lower, and the abdomen that had been torn open as if it had shattered like its own was now recovered. Although in the last moment before the Wind Wolf closed its eyes, Wang Yingxiong's abdomen had not fully healed, merely repairing the internal organs, it still left the Wind Wolf unwilling to close its eyes. Brother Xiong, are you okay? Lu Shui hurried over as he watched the magical beast Wind Wolf take its last breath. Looking at Wang Yingxiong's bloodied abdomen and the exposed bone of his arm, he felt a bit flustered. Wang Yingxiong said, I'm fine, you carry the Wind Wolf, and he'll wake up Wang Shua. Hurry back. Okay. Wang Shua, kicked awake, looked dazedly at Wang Yingxiong, then suddenly stood up. He was about to speak, but felt a sharp pain from his back wound, causing cold sweat to break out. Wang Yingxiong coldly said, if you don't want to die, hurry up. Wang Shua wanted to say something, but at this moment he couldn't find the words. Normally he shouted every day about killing beasts to avenge his fellow villagers, but now he had just been attacked and fainted from the pain. How could he still have the face to speak of revenge? He knew that not every attack could be resisted by the destiny talent. After all, spiritual power has its limits, and there are times when one is ambushed like today. Wang Yingxiong walked ahead while Lu Shui carried the Wind Wolf, and Wang Shua followed behind. Lu Shui patted Wang Shua's shoulder. Although our destiny talent seems stronger than Brother Xiong's, our performance today was too poor. If it weren't for Brother Xiong, we would have already died. Wang Shua nodded heavily, though the wound on his back caused. In this battle, Wang Yingxiong personally killed 2 first-stage wild Wind Wolves, earning 35 soul points, and the daily benefit from the Qinyu mark was also used on one of the Wind Wolves, granting him 0. 10 attack power 0. 0.7 defense 0. 0.6 speed. Additionally, killing the magical beast Wind Wolf granted him 100 soul points. At this moment Wang Yingxiang's attribute panel had changed to Soul Points 691, rank First Stage, Destiny Talent Qinyu Mark, Cultivation Talent Orange, Level Cultivation Technique, Spirit Guiding Technique. 10 Faster Cultivation Speed Skills. Combat Technique merely enhances physical coordination and combat skills. Attack Power 9. 33, a Defense 5. 93, Speed 3. 42, Lottery Chances 0. If it weren't for the lifesteal of 15 from the Rage Potion, Wang Yingxiong would have already been done for. However, despite the favorable outcome, Wang Yingxiong felt a sense of uncertainty within. He was unsure about his secret as he had always been the weakest, yet now he had killed a magical beast with such minor injuries, and his combat power had surged too much for anyone to believe. After thinking for a while, Wang Yingxiong said, "Today this magical beast was killed by the three of us together." Wang Shuo and Lu Shui were taken aback. Wang Shuo was about to say it wasn't them, but rather him alone, but Lu Shui interjected, "It was the three of us." Then Lu Shui set down the corpse of the Wind Wolf, drew his sword, and added many ghastly sword wounds to the... Though Wang Shuo was simple-minded, he was not foolish at this moment. Shaking his head, he grinned, and said, "It's just a shame about the wolf pelt." The three exchanged hearty laughs. Fortunately, their return journey was uneventful, just like, when they came, the three returned safely to Wolf. When the three carried the corpse of the Wind Wolf back to Wolfang Ridge, it caused quite a stir, as no new military squad had been able to hunt magical beasts, and even the old military rarely encountered and successfully hunted magical beasts. A single magical beast could offset a month's worth of hunting needs for Wang Yingxiong and his companions, and it could also be exchanged for a large amount of equipment and potions, making other squads envious. Although the other teams were very envious of Wang Yingxiong and his companions upon seeing the injuries on Wang Yingxiong and Wang Shuo, they all set aside their thoughts of hunting magical beasts. For the next week, the Earth Wolf squad focused on recuperation. During this time, they brought a different flair to the wolf. During the day, Wang Shuo actively requested Wang Yingxiong and Lu Shui to practice martial arts with him, insisting that he would not use his fate talent, claiming it was to train his will and enhance his defense. Whenever they grew tired from training, the three would sit down to cultivate their spiritual energy. At night, Wang Yingxiong and Wang Shuo practiced martial arts, while Lu Shui explored sword techniques on his own. That night, after finishing his training, Wang Yingxiang's attack power finally reached 9. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification: due to your attack power reaching the first tier limit, the host is granted an opportunity to upgrade their fate talent, which will advance to the second tier upon use. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong was almost moved to tears. It was truly hard-earned. Without further ado, he opened the talent page and upgraded his Qinyu seal. Qinyu seal mark an enemy displaying their image. After defeating the enemy, gain 2 of all their attributes. This benefit can only be obtained once per day. Moreover, after the upgrade, the Qinyu seal can further be upgraded using soul points, requiring only 100 soul points. Unfortunately, Wang Yingxiong currently only had 740 soul points, making the upgrade seem a distant dream. However, for him, the best news was that today marked the beginning of a new month, and the system's bonus lottery chances had arrived. Looking at the lottery wheel, Wang Yingxiong closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Draw. The wheel spun rapidly before finally stopping. Congratulations. You've won 100,000 soul points. Wang Yingxiong slapped his face to confirm he wasn't seeing things. His flushed cheeks seemed to say, "Am I finally truly lucky?" With a wave of his hand, he drew again. Congratulations. You've won a set of XX brand night gear. Congratulations. You've won a box of XX brand pine nut snacks. Wang Yingxiang's expression gradually became serious as he realized things were not so simple. Wasn't it good to just upgrade his fate talent honestly? Why did it have to be a gamble? Still, he reluctantly went for one last draw. Congratulations. You've drawn the skill Lone Wolf Stab Akali's skill, My Flow's Essence. My Flow's Essence. My Flow's Essence consumes spiritual energy to create a smoke screen that slowly expands to cover a circular area. Within the smoke screen, visibility is obscured and speed is enhanced. When actively attacking, visibility is restored, but will be obscured again after 1 second. The smoke screen lasts for 6 seconds. At this moment, Wang Yingxiang's face blossomed with joy, his smile radiant. I am indeed lucky now. Wang Yingxiong was filled with confidence, having completely forgotten his earlier gloomy expression when he drew snacks and clothes. Although this smoke screen did not significantly enhance his strength, it was extraordinarily useful in combat. How could one fight against an enemy that could disappear at will? If he were to face the magical beast Wind Wolf, now Wang Yingxiong only needed to activate the smoke screen the moment it approached, dodging its attack, and then deliver a decisive blow. Seeing that he still had plenty of soul points, he directly upgraded his martial arts. Martial arts significantly enhances combat skills. After the upgrade, martial arts brought forth a multitude of combat techniques and attack styles. In an instant, Wang Yingxiong mastered how to utilize them, although integrating them into his own style would still require some practice and familiarity. The next upgrade for martial arts would require 300 soul points. Wang Yingxiang's attributes had now changed to Wang Yingxiong, age 12 soul points, 740 tier, second fate talent Qinyu seal, My Flow's Essence. Smoke screen cultivation talent orange level cultivation technique spirit summoning technique cultivation speed increased by 10 skills martial arts significantly enhances combat skills. Attack power 10. 0 defense power 6. 3 speed 3. 45 stepping out of the cave and into the open the wolf tooth army inspired by Wang Yingxiong and his group practiced martial arts whenever they had time. Initially they had thought martial arts were useless as real combat relied on spontaneous reactions. However, after a few days of persistent practice, they found their reactions in battle had indeed improved significantly. Word spread quickly, and everyone felt as if they had returned to the academy, but now they were serious unlike before when they were just going through the motions. Wang Yingxiong shouted, "Wang Shua Lu Shui, let's go out hunting." The two hurriedly jogged over. "We haven't been out for a few days or we're a bit out of practice. Let's go." Wang Shua shouldered an iron rod radiating confidence. Just as the three reached the foot of the mountain, a young man suddenly blocked their path. "Wang Yingxiong, are you going out hunting again? Tell me where I can find magical beasts." Wang Yingxiong sized up the young man. Hu Fanchao age 12 level second fate talent charge becomes a sword and charges forward fiercely increasing defense by 5 and attack by 15, potentially knocking back enemies. Cultivation talent yellow level cultivation technique spirit summoning technique cultivation speed increased by 5. Martial skills martial arts slightly enhances combat skills sword dance dances with a sword performing 3 slashes increasing attack by 7. Attack power 23. 31 defense power 11. 32 speed 8. 23 Wang Yingxiong was taken aback. This boy was too strong. Lu Shui leaned close to Wang Yingxiong's ear and said, "Xionggu, I know this guy. He is Hu Fanchao, the son of the mayor of Southgate Town. You must not offend him." Hu Fanchao was quite handsome adorned in exquisite armor made from unknown beast hide that shimmered with silver indicating excellent defense and considerable value. He carried a long sword on his back, sheathed which undoubtedly was of high quality. Wang Yingxiong smiled. "So it's brother Hu. As for magical beasts, we stumbled upon them by chance. We don't know where to find them, but there are definitely some within the second-tier battlefield." Hu Fanchao looked at Wang Yingxiong disdainfully. "You dare to go there? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Wang Yingxiong laughed. "Haha, brother Hu has a point, but without taking risks how can one reap great rewards? Let's cut the small talk. I know that all three of you have quite good talents. Although you are just orphans from the countryside, I am giving you a chance to soar. As long as you join my team and help me hunt a few magical beasts to earn sufficient military merits, I will allow you to join the city guards." Hu Fanchao stepped forward with an undeniable aura. Wang Yingxiong felt indifferent, but Wang Shua and Lu Shui hesitated. Although they were now part of the Southgate Town's army, they were merely the guard troops, what could be considered ordinary soldiers. The city guards were akin to special forces. They required not only talent, but primarily connections. Typically the city guards were the mayor's private army facing less danger, while enjoying ample resources allowing for plenty of time to cultivate, without having to fight against foreign races daily. There's no need to rush your refusal. I will give you 3 days to consider. As long as you join my team, your equipment will be upgraded by 1 level and various medicines and cultivation resources will be abundant. I am very generous to my own people. After speaking, Hu Fanchao left with a smile. What do you think? Wang Yingxiong looked at the two, having already sent. Wang Shua said excitedly, "Brother Xiong agreed to him. If we join the city guard, we can settle down in Nongguan Town and no longer have to fight for our lives in this beast plains." Wang Yingxiong stared directly at Wang Shua. "Aren't you thinking about avenging the village?" Wang Shua lowered his head and said, "I thought so before coming to the beast plains, and I still think so now. However, there are too many powerful beasts. We can't kill them all by ourselves, and last time we almost died. We should wait until we become stronger before hunting. Isn't that much better than acting as cannon fodder now?" Wang Yingxiong did not respond, but looked at Lu Shui and asked, "What about you?" Lu Shui smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xiong, what the fatty said is correct. Although we won this time, it is uncertain what will happen when we encounter magical beasts next time. Although we are living under someone else's roof and our freedom is restricted, at least our chances of survival are much greater. Brother Xiong, what do you think?" The two looked at Wang Yingxiong with hope. Wang Yingxiong smiled. "I also hope you agree to him. After you go back today, go find him." Wang Shua's expression changed. "Brother Xiong, what about you? Aren't you coming with us? I've become accustomed to freedom. I plan to complete this year's military service and repay the costs incurred by Nongguan Town in raising me. Then I intend to leave here and see the outside world, so I sincerely hope you can find a good place to settle." Seeing Wang Shua open his mouth to say something, Wang Yingxiong interrupted, "Don't say anything. Let's quickly start." Having the system, Wang Yingxiong had anticipated this day would come, but he didn't expect it would be so soon. After all, the system would bring him immense talents and items. Though he could not showcase his strength now, when he activated his second talent, or used the anger potion, like last time, how would he explain it to his teammates? It would be impossible to explain. Even if he did, wouldn't it spark greed among his teammates? After all, Wang Yingxiong's growth would accelerate, and one day his teammates would struggle to keep up with his pace. Human hearts are unpredictable, and one should never blindly trust or predict them. Thus Wang Yingxiong is more suited to be a solitary swordsman. The day's hunt passed quickly. This time Wang Yingxiong and his companions did not venture deep, but simply hunted a few beasts before returning. Upon returning to Wolf-Tooth Ridge, Wang Yingxiong went to find Zhong Ming. After understanding the purpose of his visit, Zhong Ming looked at Wang Yingxiong deeply and asked, "Are you really planning to form your own team? You need to know that this is very dangerous. Even if you don't intend to join Hu Fanxiao, I can still get you into other established teams as your talents are quite useful. Thank you for your kindness, Deputy Leader Zhong. I want to train myself because I plan to travel across the continent in the future." Zhong Ming nodded. "I appreciate your thinking. Since you've made your decision, I won't force you. However, as a small team, you must complete tasks assigned to a small team, which includes hunting 3 first-tier beasts each week. Last time, each of you earned 30 military merits from the magical beasts you hunted. However, you probably don't need military merits to upgrade your rank, so you can exchange them for items." Looking at the military merit exchange list handed over by Zhong Ming, 1 military merit for 10 packs of hemostatic powder, 10 military merits for a set of second-tier armor, and a wolf-tooth dagger. Zhong Ming smiled. Military merit is a valuable resource that everyone hopes to use for promotion, so almost no one exchanges it for items. You're quite unique. Thank you for the compliment, Deputy Leader Zhong. I want this wolf dagger. Zhong Ming's expression changed. This wolf dagger is no ordinary item. It was used by a third-tier powerhouse and has achieved numerous military exploits. It was forged by a master blacksmith using the fangs of dozens of gold wolves. Its material is excellent, hard, and sharp. It's a good item. They'll go get it for you. After Zhong Ming returned with the wolf dagger, Wang Yingxiong noticed its uniqueness. Although it was crafted from wolf teeth, the entire body had a metallic sheen, the blade shimmering with a cold light, and the back was lined with a row of wolf teeth forming a serrated edge that sent chills down one's spine. However, this wolf dagger had several shallow cracks on its blade. As if perceiving Wang Yingxiong's doubts, Zhong Ming said, "If it weren't for its damage, this dagger would be worth at least 100 military merits, as it contains the fangs of 2 second-tier magical beasts, the golden wolves." Thank you, Deputy Leader Zhong. I am very satisfied. Upon returning to his cave, Wang Yingxiong suddenly found someone inside. Hu Fanxiao? Wang Yingxiong instinctively held the wolf dagger in front of him, looking wary. "What are you doing here?" Hu Fanxiao looked at the wolf dagger and revealed a look of realization. "So you went to exchange for it? You must have exhausted all your military merit. Why did you refuse me?" Retracting the wolf tooth, Wang Yingxiong countered, "I am the weakest among the 3 of us, and while my talent is suited for tracking, I can only catch beasts that escape from my sight. This wouldn't help you in hunting magical beasts, would it?" Hu Fanxiao smiled mysteriously, stepping closer to Wang Yingxiong and lowering his voice slightly. "Do you know what my uncle Huang was said when he saw the magical beast you killed? He said this wind wolf was killed by a person using a knife." Wang Yingxiong's eyes widened and his body tensed. Hu Fanxiao smiled, patting Wang Yingxiong's shoulder. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I know your goal. You are stronger than others because you look beyond Nangguan Town, which is the same as me. I don't mean to pry into your secret, perhaps this is your second talent. If you join me, I can take you with me when I go to Battle Dragon Academy, which is much better than wandering alone. Think about it." Without saying more, Hu Fanxiao left again. However, Wang Yingxiong felt completely drained on the bed. Hu Fanxiao revealed some very important information to him. He knew that Wang Yingxiong could hunt first-tier magical beasts alone, and might even have a hidden talent or an additional effect with his current talent. This means that in Hu Fanxiao's eyes, Wang Yingxiong had no secrets, and he was firmly in Hu Fanxiao's grasp. Would he willingly submit and be his subordinate, or would he be suppressed and become his servant? The choice was his own. After thinking for a long time, Wang Yingxiong self-mockingly smiled. "I wasted my last life dying suddenly in the end. Now I possess a system and live in this wonderful world. How can I still bow down? Once I draw useful skills, you all will kneel." Having thought this through, Wang Yingxiong felt no more worries and fell asleep. He did not believe that Hu Fanxiao would dare to confront him openly in Wolf-Tooth Ridge. As long as he seizes this year, Wang Yingxiong would grow to an extraordinary level. The next 2 months were calm and uneventful. Wang Yingxiong hunted daily in the areas surrounding and within the Wolf-Tooth Ridge, and his daily harvests were quite satisfactory. During this time, Hu Fanxiao did not come looking for Wang Yingxiong again, as if he had given up on him. However, Wang Yingxiong was well aware that Hu Fanxiao had not truly given up, for every day he could sense Hu Fanxiao's subordinates monitoring him. The first thing he did upon entering the Wolf-Tooth Ridge each day was to shake off his pursuers. In these 2 months, Wang Yingxiong's progress was astonishing. Wang Yingxiong, age 12, soul points 2640, ranked 2nd level, Fate Talent Seal of Qianyu, My Own Mystical Arts. Xia Formation Cultivation Talent, Orange Level Cultivation Technique, Spirit Summoning Technique, Cultivation Speed increased by 10. Skills Combat Technique significantly enhances combat skills. Attack Power 22. 96, a Defense Power 17. 73, Speed 9. 95, a Lottery Chances 2. Wang Yingxiong's attribute enhancements were truly terrifying. This was the effect of the Seal of Qianyu. Bang! Wang Yingxiong clapped his hands in the air, creating a smoke screen with a diameter of half a meter. He vanished within the smoke, leaving a clear line of sight of 10 centimeters in radius at its center. A newly entered second-level golden wolf was anxiously circling, confused about where the human that had just been in front of it had gone. Swish! At that moment, Wang Yingxiong revealed himself behind the golden wolf, which sensed something and turned to face him. But Wang Yingxiong's attack had already come. The formidable wolf blade plunged directly into the golden wolf's rear. A chilling howl echoed as Wang Yingxiong withdrew his blade and vanished once more into the smoke. Poochie! In the next moment, he reappeared, this time breaking through the defenseless abdomen. With the final lamenting cry, the golden wolf met its humiliating end. Taking advantage of the still dissipating smoke, Wang Yingxiong directly dealt with the golden wolf's corpse. As the smoke cleared, Wang Yingxiong had already departed. With the help of the Xia formation, his combat power had risen. Moreover, with the spiritual power within Wang Yingxiong's body, he had enough to support at least 3 uses. This was not just a combat secret technique. In critical moments, it could also turn the tide. When Wang Yingxiong left, a young man arrived here a few minutes later. Upon seeing the remnants of the golden wolf, he frowned, checked around, glanced at the direction Wang Yingxiong had left, and then returned. If Wang Yingxiong saw this person, he would surely recognize him, for this was Hu Fan Chaos Scout, who had been tracking him for over a month. By evening, when Wang Yingxiong returned to the cave, he immediately sensed the tense atmosphere and saw many unfamiliar faces. Seeing Wang Shuo practicing combat techniques outside, Wang Yingxiong approached him. "Fatty, how have you been lately? Is something happening today?" Upon seeing Wang Yingxiong, Wang Shuo quickly stopped and scratched his head. "Brother Xiong, I'm fine. I heard the leader has returned. Oh, we didn't go out hunting this afternoon. Did you hear? At noon today, a small team encountered a pack of wolves, and by the time help arrived, only the bones were left. You should be careful." Wang Shuo's expression turned serious. "Brother Xiong, why not join Hu Fan Chaos team? With him you won't encounter much danger, and we have many people whose small packs of wolves are nothing to fear. Plus we are allocated a lot of cultivation resources. Look at how quickly my strength has improved." Wang Shuo, second level, age 12, Fate talent, defense increased by 40, cultivation talent, orange level, cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique, cultivation speed increased by 5, skill combat technique, attack power 13. 16, a defense power 17. 96, speed 5. 50. His strength enhancement was indeed impressive, but Wang Yingxiong didn't mention that his brother was a burden. They would never catch up. As long as they killed beasts, their attributes would at least increase by 1 each day. This required them to cultivate for several days. Wang Yingxiong smiled and said, "It seems the task of avenging the village will have to wait for you all. I'm going back to rest now." Back in the cave, the darkness left him with nothing to do, so he could only immerse himself in cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth to nourish his flesh and relieve the cell pressure brought on by the attribute enhancements from the seal of Qinyu. Wang Yingxiong had only recently discovered that the attribute increases from the seal of Qinyu were not achieved through his own cultivation, but were an instantaneous enhancement to his cells, akin to inflating the cells directly. Sometimes this made it impossible to fully utilize the enhanced attributes, and his body would feel quite fatigued. However, after each cultivation session, once the cells were filled with spiritual energy, they would gradually be tempered, increasing their resilience and truly integrating the enhanced attributes into the cells. Understanding this, Wang Yingxiong diligently cultivated every day, absorbing spiritual energy, especially after gaining attributes from the seal of Qinyu. But now with Wang Yingxiong's physique, after cultivating for half an hour to an hour, the spiritual energy within his cells would reach saturation, at which point he could stop absorbing spiritual energy, allowing the cells to slowly convert the spiritual energy into spiritual power, facilitating metabolism and enhancing himself. Ding, ding. Having fallen asleep after his cultivation, Wang Yingxiong was awakened by a series of clanging sounds. Still somewhat dazed, he suddenly remembered that this sound was the unique assembly bell of the Wolf-Tooth Ridge. Quickly getting up to put on his clothes and rush outside. When Wang Yingxiong arrived outside the cave, everyone was already lined up. At the highest point stood several leaders, and the imposing middle-aged man in the center bore some resemblance to Hu Fanchao, prompting Wang Yingxiong to instinctively investigate. Huangwa, 4th level, age 40, Fate talent, wind affinity 20, cultivation talent, green, cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique, cultivation speed increased by 5, skill combat technique, wind blade concentrates wind attribute spiritual power into a blade, increasing attack by 10, attack power 723. 69, defense power 203. 39, speed 82. 96. The terrifying attributes of Huangwa left Wang Yingxiong somewhat dizzy. He was simply too powerful. Moments later, everyone gathered. Huangwa's deep voice rang out, "Tonight we will execute an urgent mission within the inner area of the Wolf-Tooth Ridge. The ground wolves are currently assembling, planning to launch a beast tide. Therefore tonight we will launch a surprise attack to cause casualties, preventing them from forming a large scale. Moreover, we also have support from various teams from Nangwan Town. Let's move out now." The leaders took the lead. Some of the 3rd-level powerhouses led the way, while others blended into the beast plains, slaughtering all beasts in their path. This night was destined to be a bloody feast. Wang Yingxiong tonight is very dangerous. They'll give you one more chance to join us. I'm not as patient as young master. A gloomy voice echoed beside him. Wang Yingxiong turned to see a somewhat lewd-looking youth, the very one who... Wang Yingxiong furrowed his brow, but did not see Hu Fanchao. He deliberately slowed his pace, and did not respond. The youth merely displayed a sinister smile, and did not pester Wang Yingxiong. With the guidance of a third-tier expert, the group's pace was incredibly swift. In just over an hour they reached their destination. Looking ahead a mile away, the forest cover vanished, revealing low hills scattered everywhere, overgrown with weeds, where a few wolves could be seen lurking. A third-tier expert approached Wang Yingxiong's area, and whispered, "You 10 are responsible for driving away the wolf pack from that hillside. Don't worry, they are all first-tier wolves posing little danger." Wang Yingxiong scanned his surroundings, and suddenly noticed that the lecherous boy was grinning darkly right behind him. His heart sank, realizing something was amiss. PNG second tier. Age 13. Fate talent scent tracking within a range of 5 miles. He can vaguely detect your location based on smell. Cultivation talent, orange grade. Cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique, increases cultivation speed by 5. Skill martial arts. Attack power 19. Defense power 15. 56. Speed 17. However, seeing its attributes, Wang Yingxiong felt a sense of relief. 2 months ago, he might have been a bit worried, but now he was completely unafraid. Feigning nonchalance, Wang Yingxiong immediately used his 2 lottery draws, hoping for a decent reward based on his... Yet it seemed as if Wang Yingxiong's luck had run out, drawing snacks twice in a row. At this moment, Panji noticed Wang Yingxiong's unnatural expression and thought he must be frightened, which made his smile even brighter. Chuckling, he said, "Are you scared? No one here will help you. They are all on my side. Are you afraid?" Panji, imagining Wang Yingxiong trembling in fear, seemed to be in ecstasy, laughing and shuddering. "What's the matter?" Wang Yingxiong rolled his eyes, thinking this kid might be a masochist. Action. The command to move came, and Wang Yingxiong followed suit. Their task was a small valley inhabited by relatively weak earth wolves, all around first-tier strength, not many in number, perhaps just over 20, forming a small wolf pack. As the battle began in the valley between Wan Guozhongming and the earth wolves, Wang Yingxiong and the others also sprang into action. The earth wolves, enraged that humans dared to ambush their den, became wildly aggressive. A woo! The howls of wolves echoed through the valley, awakening thousands of earth wolves, gathering more than half of the earth wolves from a radius of 30 to 40 miles around Wolfang Ridge. Luckily, reinforcements from other teams in Nongguan Town arrived, otherwise the Wolfang army would be heading to their doom. The battle erupted. Fortunately, the earth wolves here were not strong, and each member of the Wolfang army was seasoned in combat. Even Panji, being a scout, relied on his speed to compensate for his lack of offensive talent, easily defeating the weaker earth wolves in a single strike. Moreover, every time Panji killed an earth wolf, he glanced back at Wang Yingxiong, displaying a cruel smile, while mimicking a throat-cutting motion with his hand. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong acted as if he were a first-tier divine bestowed fighter engaging in a prolonged battle with a first-tier earth wolf neither side, gaining the upper hand, much to the scorn of others. Wang Yingxiong secretly chuckled, pretending to struggle against the earth wolf, while carefully observing the battles of others. Through his observations, he noticed that besides Panji, 2 others were covertly watching him, which raised his vigilance. These 2 were Pan Wu, second tier, age 13, Fate talent, attack enhancement 15, cultivation talent, orange grade, cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique, increases cultivation speed by 5, skill martial arts, already quite skilled and somewhat enhanced in combat, attack power 23, defense power 14, 23, speed 15. Lubo, second tier, age 12, Fate talent, speed enhancement 14, cultivation talent, orange grade, cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique, increases cultivation speed by 5, skill martial arts, slight enhancement in combat skills, attack power 16, defense power 13, 32, speed 19, 23. The strength of both individuals should not be underestimated, especially Lu Ba's speed, which far surpassed Wang Yingxiong's. He had yet to break 10. Even with Wang Yingxiong's dragging down, within a short span of 10 minutes the valley was cleared with only 3 people suffering minor injuries. At this moment, Panji suddenly spoke. "You all go help over there in that valley, we'll assist over here." Saying this, Panji, Pan Wu, and Lu Bo sandwiched Wang Yingxiong in between. The others weren't naive. All hailing from Nongguan Town, they were well aware of each other's backgrounds, and cleverly stepped aside. "Alright, let's go." Wang Yingxiong looked at the 3, his demeanor tense. "What do you want?" "It's illegal to harm our own kind on the battlefield, and can I join your team?" Wang Yingxiong feigned weakness, further inciting Panji's brutality. The 3 burst into laughter, and Panji grimly said, "How did you think I was going through all this trouble just to let you join us? Don't be foolish, the Hu Young Master only needs me as a scout." Pan Wu's face was also filled with indignation. "A bastard from a small village like you thinks you can compete for my brother's spot. The Hu Young Master actually wants to take you to Dragon War Academy. You are simply daydreaming." Lu Bo impatiently said, "Enough talk, just kill him, and let's leave quickly. Lingering too long will raise suspicion." "Is that so?" Wang Yingxiong snorted coldly, a smoke screen suddenly materializing. The 3 were immediately taken aback. Lu Bo let out a pained scream, At the moment Wang Yingxiong unleashed the illusion array, he had already swapped out his ordinary iron knife for the wolf blade from his system backpack and directly plunged it into Lu Ba's abdomen. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as the three were about to strike, Wang Yingxiong took the initiative, successfully eliminating the greatest threat to himself, Lu Bo. Damn it. Pan Zhi's expression darkened. He didn't expect Wang Yingxiong to be so cunning. He has dual fate. Pan Wu also appeared somewhat flustered, especially as they looked at Lu Bo, who was gasping for breath beside them. However, both were indeed experienced in battle, standing back to back and remaining vigilant against the smoke screen. At this moment Wang Yingxiong was waiting in the smoke. He dared not flee as his speed was too slow to escape from the two, especially since Pan Zhi could still track him. In the final second before the smoke screen was about to dissipate, Wang Yingxiong launched a surprise attack, targeting Pan Zhi, who was slightly weaker than Pan Wu. However, Wang Yingxiong underestimated Pan Zhi's reflexes. The instant Wang Yingxiong appeared, Pan Zhi's eyes lit up. He's come out, the smoke screen has disappeared. Kill him. Bang. Pan Zhi's longsword blocked Wang Yingxiong's attack, while Pan Wu also turned to attack. Though the two's three-dimensional projections were in his mind, the speed was too fast. Wang Yingxiong could not dodge in time, and was directly pierced by Pan Wu, drawing a trickle of blood. Under the siege of the two, Wang Yingxiong quickly fell into a disadvantage, blood splattering from his body, leaving him covered in wounds. Fortunately, his defense was strong enough that the injuries were not deep. It only looked severe, otherwise he would have already collapsed in a pool of blood. It seems you have concealed quite a bit. I'm curious, how did you evade the probing of the celestial stone? Do you have other— Originally Pan Zhi's question was merely a doubt, but suddenly he thought of the latter possibility, looking at Wang Yingxiong with greedy eyes. Pan Wu also licked his lips. Your power has surged so dramatically, and you possess a second fate talent. My brother and I cannot fathom how you achieve this, so tell us, will you? Wang Yingxiong scoffed disdainfully. Want to know? Wait until you're dead, and I'll tell you. Seeking death. The two were furious, intensifying their attacks. However, their anger also led to openings in their defenses. At this moment their formations were no longer tight, with Pan Wu up front and Pan Zhi lagging slightly behind. Just as Pan Wu was about to attack Wang Yingxiong struck the air, activating the illusory array once more. Wang Yingxiong's figure instantly vanished, and Pan Wu's eyes widened in realization, knowing it was bad, but the force he exerted could not be retracted. Thud! The wolf blade pierced Pan Wu's abdomen, but his extensive battle experience and martial skills allowed him to suddenly twist his waist, causing the wolf blade to merely graze his abdomen, opening a wound an inch deep. However, the forced twist also disrupted his stance, making him stumble to the side. At that moment Pan Zhi had already rushed over, leaving Wang Yingxiong no chance to attack again, forcing him to blend back into the smoke. Pan Zhi could only protect Pan Wu, being wary of Wang Yingxiong's sneak attack. How are you? Are you alright? Pan Wu hurriedly applied hemostatic ointment to his abdomen, his face pale from pain, but still attempting to maintain his composure, as he said, Brother, I'm fine, but his attacks are quite strong. And this talent is too bizarre. Pan Zhi said, Don't worry, I'm certain he doesn't have much spiritual energy left. As soon as this smoke dissipates, it will be his death sentence. Is that so? Then let's see you try. Wang Yingxiong's voice drifted from the depths of the smoke, causing the two to tense up, immediately scanning their surroundings warily. Swish! Suddenly several sounds of the air breaking came through. The two reacted quickly, swinging their swords to slash them down, but it was only a few pieces of shattered stone. Yet at that moment, as the stones flew, Wang Yingxiong also charged out, but the stones were on the left, and he was on the right. The swinging sword could not defend in time, and Pan Wu could only watch helplessly as Wang Yingxiong swung his blade towards him. Thud! This time the wolf blade directly embedded in his abdomen, then slid to the left, tearing open his entire belly. Up! Pan Wu's eyes widened as he let out a wail, and at that moment the long sword had returned. Wang Yingxiong dodged too late, and was slashed on the arm, leaving a trail of blood. Thud! Meanwhile Pan Zhi had already retaliated, thrusting his long sword directly at Wang Yingxiong's heart, but Wang Yingxiong simply blocked it with his left hand, the sword becoming lodged against his arm's bone, unable to advance further. Wang Yingxiong then aimed to slash at Pan Zhi's sword hand, but Pan Zhi pulled harder. For a moment, he couldn't withdraw the sword, and could only let go and kick Wang Yingxiong away. Bang! The long sword became stuck in Wang Yingxiong's arm, flying into the smoke along with him. Xiao Wu! Pan Zhi hurriedly picked up Xiao Wu, but at this point Xiao Wu had lost most of his internal organs, and could not survive. Pan Zhi glared fiercely at Wang Yingxiong, and at this moment the smoke had dissipated. I will kill you, you deserve to die. You country bumpkin dared to kill my brother, I will annihilate your entire village. Pan Zhi picked up Pan Wu's long sword, and rushed towards Wang Yingxiong like a madman. Wang Yingxiong quickly used the last bit of spiritual power remaining in his body to activate the illusory array while pulling the sword from his arm. Pan Zhi hacked wildly in the smoke like a madman, his anger and fear having obliterated his reasoning. Come out. Let's fight face to face. You lowly peasant. Thud. The wolf blade suddenly appeared, continuously carving into Pan Zhi's body. Pan Ji, whose mind was in chaos, simply swung his sword mechanically, leaving him completely defenseless. As the smoke dissipated, he fell into a pool of blood. Wang Yingxiong coldly pulled out the wolf blade embedded in Pan Ji's heart, and turning around, he happened to see a young boy in the distance staring at him wide-eyed. That boy was part of his team just moments ago. Seeing Wang Yingxiong's indifferent gaze, the boy jolted back to reality, terrified. You actually killed them. You harm your own kind. Wang Yingxiong killed Pan Ji. The boy turned and ran shouting as he fled. Wang Yingxiong revealed a helpless smile and turned to walk deeper into the Wolfang Ridge. Moments later, the boy returned, followed by Hu Fanchao and others. Are you sure it was Wang Yingxiong who killed them? A third-tier veteran stared intently at the boy. The boy replied, yes, it was him. They said to go that way, so we went that way. After clearing that area, I came to find them, and when I arrived I saw Wang Yingxiong pulling the blade from Pan Ji's body, then I reported to you. The veteran checked and confirmed all three of them died from blade wounds. It seems Wang Yingxiong is responsible. However, clearing the wolf pack is a priority. Oh, I will report this to the higher-ups. As soon as he finished speaking, wolves from all directions began to rush and forcing everyone to engage in combat. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiong, who had been fleeing, first applied hemostatic ointment to his wounds, then smeared a scent-masking ointment over himself. After circling around, he escaped towards the outskirts of the Beast Plains. Regarding his first kill, Wang Yingxiong surprisingly felt little aversion. Instead, there was a hint of exhilaration within him. Wang Yingxiong didn't know if he was a psychopath, but at least these three deserved to die. After killing Pan Ji and the others, returning to Wang Yingxiong's home in Wolfang Ridge was no longer an option. He couldn't even go back to Nangguan Town. It should be noted that internal strife among humans is prohibited. Of course, nothing is absolute, but within the military this is a strict command. Anyone who violates it faces death, or at the very least repercussions for their family. Fortunately, Wang Yingxiong's village had perished, and Wang Shua was now with Hu Fanchao. Moreover, his fate talent was quite good, so this incident should not implicate him. For some reason, perhaps due to the campaign against the wild wolf pack, Wang Yingxiong encountered no beasts along the way. After running for 10 miles, not knowing where he had ended up, exhausted, and with his wounds burning painfully, he could only stop, choosing a large lush tree to climb into the foliage and conceal himself. From this battle, he gained 200 soul points from killing Pan Ji and his companions. This was quite a bountiful harvest. Wang Yingxiong's soul points had now reached 3,340, allowing him to draw again, but for now he needed to restore his spiritual energy and focus on healing first. High defense not only brings significant protection, but also enhances the speed of injury recovery. While restoring spiritual energy, the cells continuously divide and metabolize, replacing damaged and inferior cells. The latter half of the night was spent in cultivation by Wang Yingxiong. On the eve of dawn at Wolf Tooth Ridge, the Wolf Tooth Army's camp was bustling with everyone returning. However, the personnel had suffered a loss of 1/5, yet no one showed signs of despair. Instead, there was a hint of excitement, indicating that their actions from the previous night had succeeded. However, some people wore expressions as if they had lost loved ones, and in reality they indeed had lost their relative. These individuals were all from the Pan family, relatives of Pan Ji, with the leader being Pan De, Pan Ji's uncle. Pan Dehui's face was so dark it seemed he could squeeze water out of it, and he said grimly, "Who did this? I hope to have an explanation. Wu Xiaojie, tell us what happened." Zhong Ming pointed at the young man who witnessed Wang Yingxiong draw his sword. Wu Xiaojie looked at the numerous prominent figures present, feeling somewhat nervous, and dared not speak too much nonsense, recounting everything he had seen in detail. After listening, everyone fell silent. Huanghua calmly said, regardless of the reason, we must first capture the person. Assemble a judgment team, and apprehend Wang Yingxiong within 3 days. Everyone looked at Pan Dehui in surprise, but soon understood. Who could remain indifferent when a talented descendant? Everyone looked at Pan Dehui in surprise, but soon understood. Who could remain indifferent when a talented descendant was killed? Some even felt more strongly than he did. Huanghua looked at Pan Dehui calmly, and after a pause smiled, and said, all right, it's in your hands. Thank you, leader. The Pan family will remember this favor. Pan Dehui clasped his fists in gratitude, and then quickly departed. The crowd dispersed, with Hu Fansha following closely behind Huanghua. Are you wondering why I agreed to Pan Dehui? After all, he is not part of the guard army, and has no right to punish us. Huanghua's voice rang out. Hu Fansha paused in surprise, and looked at Huanghua, puzzled. Uncle, I truly don't understand. Please explain. Huanghua replied, I know you care deeply for Wang Yingxiong. Initially, I didn't believe it, as the measurement stone records were there, but now I do. With a low-level cultivation talent and a fate talent that offers no combat advantage, he could barely enter the second tier, and yet managed to kill 3 second-tier divine bestowers. It seems he is indeed the dual fate talent individual you deduced. Hu Fansha did not ask why Huanghua, knowing Wang Yingxiong was a dual fate talent, still allowed Pan Dehui to kill him, as he anticipated Huanghua would explain next. Indeed, Huanghua continued, however, while dual fate talents are rare and their potential boundless, he is not someone we can control. He offers little help to our Hu family or to Nangguan Town. His stage for growth will be this continent. The Pan family is different. They are the guardians of our clan, and their family's fate talents are primarily scouts, which is crucial for the army's enhancement. The Pan family truly belongs to our clan. We cannot let them down. We cannot create a rift between us. Though you and I know that Wang Yingxiang's killing of them may have its reasons, that does not matter. A talent that has not matured is not a talent. A talent that we cannot control is not a talent, but an enemy. Only Hu Fansha remained in place, pondering for a long time. In the Beast Plains, Pan Dehui held a corner of the blanket covering Wang Yingxiang, using the lingering scent in the air to gauge his approximate location, and then sprinted off at full speed. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiang, just awakened and lost in the Beast Plains, had no idea that danger was looming. As the distance closed, Pan Dehui's expression darkened further, muttering, "I can already smell your scent. You killed Pan Ji, and now you've even killed my son Pan Wu. I will make you pay 1,000 cuts. Just wait for me, and don't get eaten by beasts." At that moment, Wang Yingxiang encountered a solitary beast. Iron-eating beast, second tier, attack power 32. 14 defense power 40. Speed 13. 23. The iron-eating beast was covered in scales, its dark scales gleaming as its sharp claws tore apart a golden wolf, its long slender tongue skillfully rolling bones into its mouth, making a crunching sound as it closed and opened its mouth, a chilling sound echoing in the quiet forest. Upon seeing Wang Yingxiang, the iron-eating beast immediately stopped eating the bones. It remembered that humans were tastier than metal bones. When was the last time it had eaten one? It seemed to remember the humans its mother had hunted shortly after its birth, but later both its mother and kin were hunted by humans. Now upon seeing a human, the desire to feed and the rage of blood vengeance surged, prompting it to attack Wang Yingxiang. Bang! The iron-eating beast's scaled tail whipped toward Wang Yingxiang. Despite Wang Yingxiang's quick reflexes to block with his wolf blade, the tremendous force sent him flying. At that moment, Wang Yingxiang felt pain in both arms, and the wounds that had just healed tore open again. Hiss! The iron-eating beast was excited. It didn't expect this human to be so weak, roaring as it charged toward Wang Yingxiang. Wang Yingxiang did not hesitate, smoke billowing as he used the mist array. This trapped the iron-eating beast in the smoke, causing it to spin in confusion, unable to solve the riddle of the human's disappearance with its simple mind. However, Wang Yingxiang also found it difficult in the smoke. The three-dimensional image from the Thousand Jade Seal showed that the iron-eating beast's weakness was only in its abdomen, but that area was pressed tightly against the ground, making it impossible to attack. Moreover, even if he could attack, it had 20 points of defense. Ding! Wang Yingxiang charged out of the smoke, slashing down with his blade to test the iron-eating beast's back, producing a sound of metal clashing, yet no trace was left on the iron-eating beast's back. Hiss! Crack! The iron-eating beast turned its head, its tongue striking Wang Yingxiang's face, causing blood to spurt. Oh! Wang Yingxiang quickly retreated back into the smoke, seeing that the human had vanished again. The iron-eating beast smacked its lips, savoring the taste of human blood, and then charged into the smoke. 2 seconds later, the smoke dissipated, and Wang Yingxiang faced the iron-eating beast heated. He did not activate the mist array again, and instead charged forward with his blade drawn. The iron-eating beast's attacks were singular, relying solely on its tail and tongue. Understanding this, Wang Yingxiang utilized the three-dimensional image to anticipate and prepare. Crack! Boom! Dodging the iron-eating beast's tail strike, Wang Yingxiang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, inserting the tip of his wolf blade between the scales and pulling upward with force, causing a scale to be directly dislodged. The exposed skin had a defense of only 17. As if he had found a way to subdue it, Wang Yingxiang continuously circled the iron-eating beast, occasionally dislodging its scales, and in a short, while a large area of skin without scales was exposed. Just as Wang Yingxiang showed signs of joy, the iron-eating beast erupted, its tail accelerating to double speed. Wang Yingxiang's eyes blurred as the tail struck his abdomen. However, this time Wang Yingxiang did not get knocked away. He gritted his teeth and resolutely embraced it. Even as blood flowed from his mouth and his insides ached, Wang Yingxiang did not let go. The iron-eating beast tried to shake him off, but Wang Yingxiang drove his blade deep into its flesh. Then, gripping the wolf blade with both hands as the iron-eating beast thrashed its body, Wang Yingxiang slashed a large gash across its back. Taking advantage of the moment, the mist array activated again, causing the iron-eating beast to run about in pain, and as the mist array vanished once more, the iron-eating beast lay dead. The death of the iron-eating beast directly granted Wang Yingxiang 30 soul points, 0. 64 attack power, 0. 80 defense and 0. 26 speed. Wang Yingxiang was just about to collect the spoils of war. Suddenly applause and voices erupted. Wonderful. Wang Yingxiang turned sharply, only to see a middle-aged man standing behind him, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Panda Hue, 4th stage, age 46, fate, talent, keen sense of smell. Within a radius of 30 miles, he can vaguely detect the enemy's position by scent. Within 5 miles, he can accurately locate you. Cultivation talent, yellow grade, cultivation technique, spirit guiding technique, cultivation speed increased by 5, skills, combat technique, years of use, have integrated combat skills into his body, providing a significant boost in battle attack power, 509. Defense 325. 88 speed, 80. 58. Wang Yingxiang suppressed the panic within and calmly said, You are from the Pan family. What is your relation to Pan Ji and Pan Wu? Aren't you afraid? Pan Dehui was somewhat surprised, but more so displeased. He had been watching Wang Yingxiong kill the iron-eating beast from the sidelines, waiting to appear at the moment of his joy, to see the look of terror on his face, and torment him. What good is fear? As a second-stage god-gifted, how could I possibly escape from a fourth-stage god-gifted like you? Wang Yingxiong feigned a nonchalant demeanor. Is that so? Rest assured you won't die easily in my hands, or I plan to slice your flesh piece by piece. Pan Dehui's voice suddenly turned ominous. I believe you have seen my talent and potential. I am a dual-talented individual, and my future achievements are limitless. As long as you don't kill me, I guarantee that I can help your Pan family soar. At least dominating Nangguan town won't be a problem. Wang Yingxiong began to coax, appearing as if he wanted to persuade Pan Dehui to spare his life. Heh, I underestimated you. I didn't expect someone so young to have such a mind. I admit what you say is beautiful and possibly achievable, but you forget one thing: I cannot control you. The greater your potential, the greater the threat you pose to me. Moreover, we are enemies now. You killed my son. How could I possibly let you go? I wish to torment you to death. Pan Dehui scoffed. Then catch me first. Wang Yingxiong laughed heartily and instantly released a mist array, vanishing into it. Pan Dehui sneered. You dare use such tricks in front of my nose? Pan Dehui stepped into the smoke screen, slapping his palm in a direction, causing Wang Yingxiong to fall out with the sound. The impact shattered Wang Yingxiong's organs, and he looked at Pan Dehui in disbelief. You could see me within the mist array. Pan Dehui shook his head. I admit your fate talent is indeed strong. I cannot see you, but my fate talent is far superior to yours. My nose can clearly smell where you are. Pan Dehui grabbed Wang Yingxiong and said, let's go. Capturing you has wasted too much of my time. Now I will tell you, I don't care that you killed Pan Ji. That is my brother's son, the future heir of the Pan family. However, by killing my son Pan, you deserve to die. Hep. Wang Yingxiong coldly snorted. It was your son who wanted to kill me. Why shouldn't I be able to kill him? Because you are a lowly scum. The continent was established by our ancestors. You are all just a bunch of lowly commoners with only a 5% chance of awakening a fate talent. You survive on this continent because of our shadows, and if we want you dead, you will die. Pan Dehui suddenly shouted, his words revealing contempt for the villagers. We are all from Nangguan town, stationed in the Beast Plains, guarding and planting grain fields for generations. If it weren't for us, what food would you have to eat? We have also made great contributions to the human race. Wang Yingxiong argued. Hep. Pan Ji scoffed. That's just your imagination. You are merely the outcasts of the continent. The awakening power in your blood is too weak, and it is only in 3 to 4 generations that 1 or 2 might awaken. We are different. We are the true nobility of the continent, with an average awakening rate of 30% in each generation. Breaking through the 6th stage, future generations are sure to awaken. Wang Yingxiong retorted. What about those who cannot awaken? Aren't they the same as us? This time Pan Dehui did not react violently. Instead, he calmly said, so if their next generation does not awaken a fate talent, they will end up like you, sent to the villages, becoming outcasts no matter which family they belong to. Why? Wang Yingxiong was quite puzzled. Because without awakening a fate talent, one cannot become a god-gifted. In this world, they can only be food for other races. How many sacrifices did our god-gifted ancestors make to establish this country? How could we support these useless individuals? We want to establish a nation composed entirely of god-gifted. A nation where 100% awaken their fate talents. For a moment, Pan Dehui looked sanctified as he gazed into the distance, as if he could see that nation. Enough, you know too much. If not for the fact that you must die at my brother's hands, you would have already been dead. Now I will first cut out your tongue. Suddenly Pan Dehui's voice turned sinister. Wait, let me finish my last sentence. Wang Yingxiong hurriedly said, thank you for enlightening me on the hidden culture of this continent. It is indeed a bloody world, but I like it. However, I do not submit to fate. You will not take me away today. In the future you must live well, because you will die by my hands. This is my repayment for your answers today. Before Pan Dehui could react to Wang Yingxiong's meaning, he saw Wang Yingxiong's entire body surge with spiritual energy, instantly shattering his meridians and ultimately destroying his heart. Pan Dehui did not expect Wang Yingxiong to commit suicide, but what did his last words mean when he said he would kill him in the future? But now he was already dead. At that moment, Wang Yingxiong's corpse suddenly erupted with white flames, burning into a flurry of snow. The white flames and snowflakes that fell onto Pan Dehui instantly ignited, causing his body to burn as well, and it could not be extinguished. Pan Dehui, horrified, quickly released Wang Yingxiong and cut off the flesh tainted with flames and snowflakes. In a moment, Wang Yingxiong was completely incinerated, leaving not a trace of ash. Pan Dehui's expression was grim. He did not know what had happened, but Wang Yingxiong should be dead. However, he could not return with Wang Yingxiong's corpse to report. Most importantly, Wang Yingxiong's last words left him feeling very uneasy, because his death was too strange. But he was indeed dead right in front of him, though no one would believe his account. Fortunately, Wang Yingxiong's wolf knife was not in his hand at that time, so it did not turn to ashes with him. Panda Hue could only take it back with him. At this moment Wang Yingxiong had not truly died thanks to a soul point lottery he had conducted that morning. Ice Crystal Phoenix Anivia Frost Nirvana upon being killed transforms into a sky full of frost burning into frost flames and revives in 3 days within the frost flames. Cooldown time 1 year. It was precisely because he had drawn the Frost Nirvana that Wang Yingxiong could remain composed when Panda Wei arrived, allowing him to voice the questions in his heart. Despite the existence of Frost Nirvana, Wang Yingxiong's soul remained in a deep slumber, while a silver-white giant egg slowly took shape in the void. As inexplicable energies merged within the void, chaotic energy began to fill the giant egg, eventually reaching a certain concentration, transforming from gaseous to liquid form. This process continued for an entire day until the liquid energy completely filled the giant egg. Starting from the second day, the giant egg ceased to absorb energy, and the chaotic liquid within began to flow gently, gradually taking on a human form, then evolving into cells and tissues. 2 days swiftly passed, and Wang Yingxiong's consciousness awakened. At this moment he could not open his eyes, but he felt warm and comfortable, as if sleeping in his mother's warm embrace, reluctant to open his eyes. In the beast plain where Wang Yingxiong had perished, a wisp of white flame suddenly erupted from the ground, growing ever stronger, gradually expanding until it burned through the void from which the giant egg floated out. Inside the giant egg there was no liquid left, only a handsome young man. With careful observation one could discern that he bore some resemblance to Wang Yingxiong, yet he was indeed Wang Yingxiong. Crack! Suddenly a fissure appeared on the giant egg, resembling the call to charge, followed by continuous cracking sounds as the egg became covered in cracks. Pop! The giant egg shattered, and Wang Yingxiong emerged, opening his eyes to the familiar scenery. Unconcerned about his nakedness, he shouted, "Old Wang is back once again." However, as the white flame consumed the giant egg, completely brushing over Wang Yingxiong's body, he felt a chill below and awkwardly retrieved clothes from his storage to put on. After his resurrection, Wang Yingxiong suddenly discovered that his body felt somewhat different, becoming lighter. Wang Yingxiong. Age 12. Soul points, 370. Rank 1st stage. Destiny talent Xinyu Seal, My Flow's Mystique. Xia Formation Frost Nirvana. Cultivation talent Purple Extreme. Cultivation technique Spirit Guiding Technique. 10 increase in cultivation speed. Skill Combat Technique significantly enhances combat skills. Attack Power 10. 0-0. Defense Power 10. 0-0. Speed 10. 0-0. Looking at his attributes, Wang Yingxiong was somewhat bewildered. It was quite pleasing that his cultivation talent had changed to Purple Extreme, saving him an unknowable number of soul points. But what was up with these attribute points? Reset. Did it reset? However, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within his body, Wang Yingxiong expressed that he could casually expend dozens of Xia formations without exhausting his spiritual energy. Moreover, the Qinyu Seal and other talents remained, and the attributes returning was merely a matter of time. Looking at the system again, there was no significant change. Wang Yingxiong, who no longer cared about where he was, took out his original large iron knife and proceeded in a random. 3 months later, at the edge of the Beast Plain, he was no longer in the territory of Wolf Tooth Ridge, but rather in the South Wilderness, 300 miles away from Nangguan Town. Wang Yingxiong strolled out of the Beast Plain, gazing at the vast grain fields, feeling somewhat complex. Although they were all grain fields, they were no longer his hometown. However, South Guan Town was not his hometown either, so there was no reason to feel melancholic. He felt more like a lone wolf, having been away from the pack for too long, just a bit nostalgic. Upon entering South Wilderness City, Wang Yingxiong discovered that it was entirely different from Nangguan Town. First, there was an entry fee to enter the city, which was 30 iron coins per person. Fortunately, during his time in the Wolf Tooth Army, he had received military pay, and he had 2,000 iron coins on him. Wang Yingxiong heard that there were not only the War Dragon Kingdom on this continent, but also many other countries scattered throughout, and the leaders of the continent had unified the currency for exchange, which was made from 3 types of metals that could be forged into weapons. According to the quality of the metals, they were divided into 3 types: gold coins, silver coins, and iron coins, where 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 100 iron coins, and 100 iron coins were enough for a family of 3 in a small village to live for a month. When entering the city, Wang Yingxiong noticed that not everyone had to pay the entry fee. Some people could enter without paying by presenting a palm-sized copper token, and such individuals constituted a large portion. Upon inquiring, he learned that all residents living in South Wilderness City possessed identity copper tokens, allowing them to enter and exit the city without paying, while villagers from various towns and other cities were required to pay. The differences within the city were even more pronounced. All the buildings along the streets of Nangguan Town were military structures in preparation for the Beast Tribe's siege. In contrast, South Wilderness City was filled with bustling commercial streets with various shops, including taverns, weapon shops, pharmacies, and miscellaneous stores. Upon entering an unfamiliar place, the first task was to find suitable accommodation, so Wang Yingxiong did not linger and headed straight for a tavern named Triumph. "Boss, do you have any rooms available?" It was noon, and there were many diners inside Triumph. The tavern keeper at Triumph was a man in his 30s whose destiny talent merely increased his speed slightly, and his cultivation talent was at the red level with only a second stage rank. The keeper looked up and said, "You seem unfamiliar. This is your first time in the South Wilderness, right? We have 3 different types of rooms for 10, 30, and 100 iron coins per night." Without waiting for Wang Yingxiong to ask about the differences between the 3 types, the keeper answered his question. 10 iron coins will only get you a simple place to stay. The room is small. 30 iron coins will allow you to stay comfortably. As for the 100 iron coins, each room has a mysterious divine array printed by divine bestowers, which can quickly restore spiritual energy and treat minor injuries, as well as accelerate cultivation. It's quite worthwhile. Wang Yingxiong was somewhat surprised by the room for 100 iron coins and wanted to experience it, but still said, "Boss, it'll take a room for 30 iron coins for a month." "Alright, little Wang, it'll take this young man to room 1 on the 3rd floor and prepare hot water for bathing." The keeper quickly took the money and called a worker to escort Wang Yingxiong upstairs. Wang Yingxiong smiled at the keeper. Indeed, he hadn't bathed in 3 months. Although he could change clothes, the smell on him was still quite strong. After a delightful hot shower, having changed the water twice, Wang Yingxiong felt a bit embarrassed and rewarded the attendant with 10 iron coins. With nothing to do, he opened the system. After 3 months, Wang Yingxiong's attributes had changed significantly. Wang Yingxiong. Age 12. Soul points 23,500. Rank 2nd stage. Destiny talent Qianyu Seal, My Flows Mystique. Xia Formation Frost Nirvana. Cultivation talent Purple Extreme. Cultivation technique Spirit Guiding Technique. 10 increase in cultivation speed. Skill Combat Technique significantly enhances combat skills. Attack power 45. 68. Defense power 34. 58. Speed 25. 56. With 3 lottery chances, Wang Yingxiong was quite uplifted by having over 20,000 soul points, as he had been reluctant to use them to enhance his talents and intended to use them for the lottery, since he felt his talents were somewhat lacking. Without further ado, he directly opened the lottery interface to use his 3 free draws. Congratulations, you have received XX food. Congratulations, you have received a set of clothing from the deep blue continent. Congratulations, you have received a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Suddenly Wang Yingxiong felt somewhat dazed. Of food and clothing were understandable, but what was this Yunnan Baiyao? However, upon checking the attributes, Wang Yingxiong found it very appealing. Yunnan Baiyao 2nd stage. Content 100 grams. Function stops bleeding. The efficacy of Yunnan Baiyao is currently unknown, but its quality reaches the 2nd tier, so it should not be lacking. After all, the hemostatic powder in the Wolf Tooth Army has no tier, and a stronger hemostatic ointment is only at the 1st tier. 23,500 soul points are enough for Wang Yingxiong to draw 7 times. Without any hesitation, he directly drew 7 times in a row. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of witchcraft potion. Congratulations on obtaining instant step. Congratulations on obtaining Leviathan's armor. Congratulations on obtaining XX snacks. Congratulations on obtaining the mysterious sword. Congratulations on obtaining XX. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 soul points. In an instant, Wang Yingxiong felt a bit dazed, overwhelmed by a sense of bliss. Out of 7 draws, only 2 were useless, while the others were all winners, making Wang Yingxiong feel the need to believe he was indeed the god of luck. Quickly checking the attributes of each item. Witchcraft potion 2nd tier. Effect enhances elemental affinity by 10, increases spiritual recovery speed by 15, lasting 3 minutes. Mysterious sword 10 attack power. Unique passive gain a layer of passive with each kill. Each layer increases attack power by 5 points, stacking up to 20 layers. Fully stacked can be upgraded. Each level fully stacked increases attack power by 1. Unique active can transform into any weapon style, can be restored after damage. Leviathan's armor 10 defense power. Unique passive gain a layer of passive with each kill. Each layer increases defense power by 5 points, stacking up to 20 layers. Fully stacked can be upgraded. Each level fully stacked increases defense power by 1. Unique active can transform into any clothing or armor style, can be restored after damage. Cursed Blade Katarina instant step teleports to the target in an instant within a range of 200 meters. Looking at their attributes, Wang Yingxiong felt that the day of invincibility was not far off. Putting aside instant step, it is merely a displacement skill. The mysterious sword and Leviathan's armor are beyond description, legendary weapons and armor for killing. These are growth-type weapons, symbols of impending invincibility. As for the witchcraft potion, it means little to Wang Yingxiong. It can only restore some of his spiritual power. Seeing that he still had 3,500 soul points left, Wang Yingxiong wisely chose not to draw again. This thing may provide momentary pleasure, but it cannot be overindulged or his body would not bear it. Looking at the talents that could be improved, he found only the martial arts skill, and without hesitation, he clicked to martial arts. It has already merged with your body and transformed into your muscle memory. Every move you make automatically utilizes it, executing the most effective attacks with maximum power. The next time he wants to upgrade martial arts, it will cost 5,000 soul points, but this is worth it. Spending 5 iron coins for a simple meal from the deep blue continent, Wang Yingxiong fell into a deep sleep, the most relaxed and peaceful sleep he had experienced in 3 months. When he woke up, sunlight poured into the room, illuminating Wang Yingxiang's face and casting a glow, and then he slowly awakened. Stretching lazily as he headed downstairs, he noticed a few people eating on the first floor while the innkeeper sat quietly at the counter. Upon seeing Wang Yingxiang approach, he smiled and said, "It seems you had a good rest. Would you like some breakfast?" Wang Yingxiang nodded. "I'll have a portion." Just as he intended to pay, the innkeeper said, "Put it on the tab, pay at the..." Wang Yingxiang smiled. This was better, otherwise paying each time would be too troublesome. He found a corner to sit down, and soon the waiter brought the food. Wang Yingxiang stopped the waiter. "It's not busy right now, tell me about the factions in South Wilderness City." Saying this, Wang Yingxiang took out a bag of 100 iron coins and placed it in the waiter's hand. The waiter's face instantly blossomed like a chrysanthemum, and he stood by starting to introduce. Clearly this was a common occurrence that didn't even require approval from the innkeeper. Through the waiter's detailed explanation, Wang Yingxiang gained a general understanding of South Wilderness City. Since the Dragon Battle Kingdom operates under a national system, the greatest power in South Wilderness City is the city lord, followed by families with high-ranking officials in the military, and lastly various other scattered forces. Among the scattered forces in South Wilderness City, the largest is the Loose Cultivator Alliance, which does not rely on an army and is not composed of noble families. Most members are divine grantors from villages or others coming from different towns. The Loose Cultivator Alliance has established a freelancers guild where various families, merchant groups, or individuals post tasks. Loose cultivators can complete these tasks to receive money or cultivation resources from the issuers. Aside from the Loose Cultivator Alliance, the next tier consists of merchant groups from other towns or local gangs. In short, it is a complex web of intertwined powers. Walking on the streets of South Wilderness City, the first place Wang Yingxiang wanted to go was the Freelancers Guild to register as a member. The Freelancers Guild is located in the center of Flower Street, with tall ornate earth and stone buildings resembling palaces consisting of 5 floors. People of all kinds continuously entered and exited at the entrance. Once inside, the first floor is a spacious hall lined with shelves displaying various tasks. The tasks are ranked from 1 to 5 across 5 tiers. Wang Yingxiang did not linger on the first floor, as the second floor is where membership registration and tier changes are handled. Entering the membership registration room, there was only a middle-aged man inside possessing 3rd-tier strength. Wang Yingxiang took the initiative to speak. "Hello, I would like to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance." The man asked, "Where are you from?" "From a village in South Guan Town that has been destroyed. I enjoy freedom, but I cannot survive in South Guan Town." Wang Yingxiang spoke candidly. The man nodded with satisfaction. South Guan Town is indeed different from South Wilderness City. It is a military stronghold where the Dragon Battle Kingdom trains its army. You have come to the right place by coming to South Wilderness City. I suppose you understand the original intent of our Loose Cultivator Alliance. We do not seek to compete with anyone, only to live better. Let me record some of your information. The man handed Wang Yingxiang a piece of paper. Name: Wang Yingxiang. Age 12. Cultivation level 2nd tier. Very simple information, not infringing on any privacy, which is one of the reasons Wang Yingxiang intends to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance. A moment later, the man engraved a palm-sized copper token for Wang Yingxiang, embossed with the symbol of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, marking him as a 1st-tier member. The man said, "With this you can accept tasks on the 1st floor, but be sure to act within your abilities." South Wilderness City is not like other places. Even on the edge of the beast plains, one might encounter magical beasts. This place is full of opportunities, but also fraught with danger. "I will be careful." Wang Yingxiang nodded and stepped out. He did not tell the man that he had survived alone in the South Wilderness Beast Plains for 3 months, as he wouldn't believe it, and even if he did, he'd covet the treasures he possessed. Looking through the tasks available for 1st-tier members on the 1st floor, he found that most were for hunting beasts he had already slain. Wang Yingxiang then selected a few high-value tasks before leaving, as he needed to buy a backpack to store his prey. When Wang Yingxiang returned to the Free Spirit Guild carrying a large backpack, it caused quite a stir in the level 1 task area when he opened it. After all, as fellow level 1 members, everyone was around the 2nd tier, who could complete 7 or 8 tasks in one go, especially on the first day of registration and the first time accepting tasks. He had initially considered doing it again, but seeing the reaction, Wang Yingxiang realized he had been too conspicuous. After all, everyone was a loose cultivator. No one could hunt this many prey alone unless they had a substantial backing. This suspicion made the others wary of Wang Yingxiang, which he had not anticipated. Wang Yingxiang's deeds quickly reached the higher-ups of the Loose Cultivators Alliance. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the Free Spirit Guild, Zheng Xian, one of the 3 major leaders of the Loose Cultivators Alliance and the manager of the Free Spirit Guild, was questioning the man who registered Wang Yingxiang. What makes this Wang Yingxiang different? He's a very confident young man. He comes from Nangguan Town. I don't know about his talent, but I can sense that the spiritual energy within him is quite abundant, which is rare at his age. Oh, Zheng Xian said, somewhat surprised. Then let's investigate thoroughly. If everything checks out, we can consider. These tasks brought Wang Yingxiang a total of 35 silver coins, which was quite impressive. He selected a few items from his system inventory, pretending to carry the backpack as he walked directly out of the city towards the Beast Plains. This first attention captured if Wang Yingxiong were to take out items from the system backpack to complete tasks, and if someone with ulterior motives noticed that he hadn't left the city, it would be impossible to clear his name. It would be better if they suspected he had an organization behind him, but if they speculated that he possessed items like a spatial ring, it would be disastrous. It is known that only divine gifted individuals with spatial elemental affinity can create spatial rings, and they must be at least 6th tier to possess the ability. Moreover, given the rarity of elemental gifted individuals, spatial gifted individuals are even scarcer. There might not even be a few in the entire Zhanlong Kingdom. How rare would a spatial ring be at this time? At least in the entire Nangguan town, only the town chief owns one. If an unknown junior possessed a spatial ring, it would surely stir up a bloody storm. Thus, everyone entering the Beast Plains for hunting carries a backpack. Wang Yingxiong naturally dared not be an exception. Wearing the Leviathan armor, and with the mysterious sword at his waist, he stepped into the Beast Plains. The Leviathan armor is not just an armor, it includes a complete set including shoes and a helmet. When fully equipped, it only leaves 2 eyes visible. However, the Leviathan armor had now evolved into a snug bodysuit, which is favored by hunters entering the beast. The Leviathan armor and mysterious sword are true killing weapons, also known as the killing armor and killing sword. Entering the Beast Plains, Wang Yingxiong headed straight for the depths. Big brother, he is going deeper. Should we still pursue? What if he has someone behind him? Let's follow for now. We have been tracking him for a day. We can't let this opportunity slip away. A small team of 4 was watching Wang Yingxiong as he moved away. As soon as Wang Yingxiong entered the Beast Plains, he immediately accelerated. There were too many people on the outskirts, and only by going deeper could he avoid their sight, allowing him to fight without restraint. Once he ventured deeper into the Beast Plains, he saw a first-tier buck-toothed rabbit, which was grazing in the grass, occasionally lifting its head to look around alert for danger, but it had a limited view and did not see Wang Yingxiong in the distance. Wang Yingxiong's playful spirit ignited. He suddenly vanished from his spot and appeared next to the buck-toothed rabbit in the next moment. Squeak! The buck-toothed rabbit, having just taken a bite of grass and instinctively looked up, suddenly saw a massive figure before it. It instinctively let out a panicked cry and turned to flee. But to be fair, the buck-toothed rabbit's speed reached 7. In the blink of an eye, it had dashed out several meters. However, Wang Yingxiong was in no hurry, watching it for a while, then vanished again. Bang! The buck-toothed rabbit collided head-on with the suddenly appearing Wang Yingxiong. Not having time to panic, it turned around and ran again. Just like that, Wang Yingxiong toyed with the buck-toothed rabbit, relying on the low energy consumption of his instant step. Meanwhile, the foreman team following Wang Yingxiong was feeling quite distressed. The scout in their group strained to, "Did you hear anything or not? Boss, it's not my fault. He suddenly went silent. I can't hear his footsteps anymore. What use are you? Damn it, go check where his sound disappeared." Wang Yingxiong did not realize that by using instant step to tease the buck-toothed rabbit, he had inadvertently silenced his own footsteps, causing those relying on sound to track him to lose his trail. On Wang Yingxiong's side, after repeatedly colliding with Wang Yingxiong, the buck-toothed rabbit stopped running, baring its sharp protruding teeth and lunging at Wang Yingxiong's ankle. Crack! Wang Yingxiong did not dodge. The buck-toothed rabbit's sharp teeth accurately bit into his ankle, but a strange crisp sound followed, and the buck-toothed rabbit's teeth broke. Squeak! The buck-toothed rabbit cried out in pain and jumped around wildly, while Wang Yingxiong drew the mysterious sword, transformed into a blade shape, and killed it in one stroke, ending its pitiful life. Then Wang Yingxiong saw the mysterious sword and killing armor change to mysterious sword, level 1 passive 120 attack power, 15 bonus 0 Leviathan armor, level 1 passive 120 defense power, 15 bonus 0. Wang Yingxiong was delighted. It seemed that accumulating passives was not that difficult. Next, Wang Yingxiong began to hunt first-tier beasts extensively. In just 1 day's time, as night fell, Wang Yingxiong hid in a tree, satisfied as he looked at his achievements. Mysterious sword, level 2 passive 240 attack power, 120 bonus 1 attack power. Leviathan armor, level 2 passive 240 defense power, 110 bonus 1 defense power. These 2 pieces of equipment directly gave Wang Yingxiong attributes that only a third-tier divine gifted individual could possess. Wearing the equipment, Wang Yingxiong's attributes had become somewhat exaggerated. Attack power 156, 14 defense power 144. 93 speed, 25. 56. However, the killing sword and killing armor could no longer be stacked carelessly. Now, other than killing beings above the second-tier, first-tier beings could no longer increase passives. But this was already quite abnormal. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong's thoughts were restless, and he eagerly anticipated what would happen when the level 2 passive was fully stacked. In the early morning, in a small valley, a young man completely covered in pitch-black armor, wielding a bloody great sword, stood among a pack of wolves. This young man was none other than Wang Yingxiong. The wolf pack attacked Wang Yingxiong frantically, but their attacks left no scratches on the armor. Yet every time the young man swung his great sword, wolves would be injured or killed. Oh woo! After losing half their numbers with the howl of the second-tier lead wolf, they began to flee. But how could Wang Yingxiong allow them to escape? With an instant step, he appeared next to the lead wolf 100 meters away, and before the lead wolf could react, he struck it down in one blow. Without the lead wolf, the remaining wolves became even more chaotic, and in a matter of moments Wang Yingxiong slaughtered all the second-tier wolves. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Wang Yingxiong only collected the teeth of the second-tier wolf tribe, finding no value in their flesh. In order to stack the passive effects of the killing sword and killing armor, Wang Yingxiong had already stayed in the beast plains for a week, and with the last slaughter the level 2 passive had been completely stacked. Mystic Sword level 2. Passive 4040. Attack power 310. Bonus 3 attack power. Leviathan armor level 2. Passive 4040. Defense power 310. Bonus 3 defense power. Now since Wang Yingxiong was only at the second tier, both the killing sword and killing armor could only reach level 2 at most. But this accumulated attack and defense power already made Wang Yingxiong quite formidable. The killing armor transformed back into ordinary clothing, and the killing sword was sheathed as Wang Yingxiong strolled back to South Wild City. Outside South Wild City, the four-person group saw Wang Yingxiong returning leisurely, not a wrinkle on his clothes, his backpack bulging, clearly indicating a bountiful harvest. Their faces instantly turned red with anger. Boss, that brat is back. Damn it, ears, keep a close watch on him this time. If he dares to come out again, let's just kill him. After paying 30 iron coins, he did not return to the Triumph Hotel, but headed straight to the Freelancers Guild. As soon as he stepped into the guild, before Wang Yingxiong could hand in his quest items, the man who had helped him join was already inviting him to the 3rd floor. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong took a closer look at his information. Chen Dongchen, 3rd tier. Age 35. Fate talent healing, can consume spiritual energy to heal living beings' injuries. Cultivation talent, orange level. Cultivation technique, spirit summoning technique. Skills, martial arts, spirit shield. Attack power 103. 56. Defense power 43. 25. Speed 25. 58. Wang Yingxiong did not expect Chen Dongchen to be a healer. Wang Yingxiong looked puzzled. Why did you call me here? Chen Dongchen smiled and said, Wang Yingxiong, a soldier of the Wolf-Tooth Army from South Guan Town who betrayed due to the harm he inflicted on his teammates. Wang Yingxiong's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I am indeed from South Guan Town, but I know nothing of what you mentioned, and I have never joined the Wolf-Tooth Army. I have always lived in the village. Yes, the one named Wang Yingxiong is already dead, and you are still alive, so it is indeed not you. But I am very curious, how did you cross the Beast Plains from South Guan Town to South Wild? That is several hundred miles. Chen Dongchen stared at Wang Yingxiong. Wang Yingxiong smiled, said nothing, and then suddenly vanished from his spot, appearing behind Chen Dongchen the next moment. Chen Dongchen reacted quickly, enveloping himself in a layer of spiritual energy barrier, then turned around. Don't be afraid. How could a second-tier divine gifted person like me harm you? I just want to show you how I traverse the Beast Plains. Wang Yingxiong chuckled. Chen Dongchen looked shocked. Space-type talent. Wang Yingxiong replied. You could say that, but it's just instantaneous movement. Chen Dongchen quickly retracted his defense, his face filled with excitement. How far can you move with that? But the next second Chen Dongchen realized this was Wang Yingxiong's secret and said, sorry, I was just curious by instinct. Wang Yingxiong shrugged it off. It's nothing, just 100 meters. Are you interested in joining us? Chen Dongchen looked at Wang Yingxiong with eager anticipation. Haven't I already joined you? Wang Yingxiong asked, confused. Chen Dongchen quickly clarified, oh, not that kind of joining, but to truly become an internal management member. It's quite different from being an outer member. Wang Yingxiong interrupted Chen Dongchen's lengthy explanation. I joined the Loose Cultivators Alliance because I like freedom. Oh, otherwise I would have joined the army back in South Guan Town. With my talent securing a minor official position, there would not be a problem. Chen Dongchen was left speechless. After Wang Yingxiong finished speaking, he left without any hesitation. After a long while, the president of the Freelancers Guild, Zheng Xian, walked in. Chen Dongchen respectfully said, President, I wasn't able to persuade him. Zheng Xian waved his hand. No worries, this young man has his own ideas, but he will understand the dangers of having no backing. Send 2 people to secretly protect him, and also spread the news that he is a lone wanderer. Chen Dongchen's eyes lit up. Understood. In the first floor's task handover, Wang Yingxiong caused quite a stir again, with everyone looking at him with complex expressions, each harboring their own thoughts. Wang Yingxiong had no choice but to accept it, but fortunately he had already leveled up to a level 2 member, so he could go to a separate room for task handovers in the future. After leaving the Freelancers Guild and returning to Triumph, it was still early and the first floor was empty. Wang Yingxiong called out, Waiter, prepare hot water and meals in my room. Sure thing, please wait. The waiter immediately became busy. With a smile at the shopkeeper, Wang Yingxiong went upstairs. A night without conversation. After a good sleep, he went downstairs for breakfast the next morning. The shopkeeper approached Wang Yingxiong's table, and Wang Yingxiong looked at him. What brings you here, shopkeeper? The shopkeeper smiled. Young master, are you planning to stay long in South Wild City? Wang Yingxiong nodded. I do have that intention. That's great. I have several courtyards for sale with good privacy, and you can also obtain an identity token for South Wild City, gaining an identity. Wang Yingxiong's eyes brightened, but he was also somewhat puzzled. This requires quite a bit of money. How did the shopkeeper figure him a wealthy person? The shopkeeper smiled, appearing somewhat inscrutable. I know everything about your every move in South Wild City. Although I don't know how you managed to hunt so many wild beasts, your strength is certainly sufficient. Oh, does the shopkeeper have something for me to do? Why me? Wang Yingxiong asked with interest. The shopkeeper smiled and leaned in, saying, young master is indeed wise. I understand all the forces in South Wild City, but everyone recognizes me. If you and the forces behind you want to enter South Wild City, I can give you an opportunity, but my matters need to remain confidential. Deal. Wang Yingxiong did not correct him about being alone, but agreed heartily. The task is under your pillow. The shopkeeper patted Wang Yingxiong on the shoulder, and then smiled as he left. After a leisurely breakfast, he returned to his room, and pulled out the note from under his pillow. Wang Yingxiong was somewhat surprised to see that the note requested him to hunt poisonous scale snakes for their gallbladders, requiring them to be above tier 2, preferably from magical beasts. Moreover, the quantity was not small, needing over 100 of them. Wang Yingxiong was somewhat familiar with poisonous scale snakes, as they were a major specialty of the South Wild City area. Poisonous scale snakes are extremely venomous, but their gallbladders are excellent detoxifying agents. In South Wild City, there is a region composed of swamps, low mountains, and grasslands known as the 10,000 Snake Cave, where dozens of species of snake-like beasts live, with the most numerous being the poisonous scale snakes, which are social creatures and very difficult to hunt. Generally, few people venture into the 10,000 Snake Cave. After burning the note, Wang Yingxiong understood that the shopkeeper believed he must have a supporting force behind him, and not one from the local South Wild City, that the force behind him had the capability to complete this task, and wanted to establish a foothold in South Wild City. However, this is also good. Although Wang Yingxiong was used to being alone, having a larger backing was not a bad thing. Looking at the 4 people surrounding him, Wang Yingxiong wore a gloomy expression. As he entered the beast plains, he noticed these 4 had been following him, initially thinking they were headed in the same direction, prompting him to quicken his pace. However, when these 4 also increased their speed, Wang Yingxiong realized he was being targeted, and now he found himself at Mo Lei level 3. Age 38. Fate talent strength enhanced by 20. Cultivation talent orange grade. Cultivation method spirit summoning technique. Skill martial arts. Attack power 121. Defense power 75. 68. Speed 29. Xiaohua level 2. Age 32. Fate talent enhanced hearing. Cultivation talent red grade. Cultivation method spirit summoning technique. Skill martial arts. Attack power 78. Defense power 35. 58. Speed 17. Huzai Yuan level 3. Age 30. Fate talent defense enhanced by 20. Cultivation talent orange grade. Cultivation method spirit summoning technique. Skill martial arts. Attack power 86. Defense power 135. 23. Speed 15. Lu Song level 2. Age 28. Fate talent earth shield. Cultivation talent orange grade. Cultivation method spirit summoning technique. Skill martial arts. Attack power 65. Defense power 89. 56. Speed 13. 58. Observing the attributes of the 4, Wang Yingxiong felt no fear and even found it somewhat amusing. What do you want? I might scream. Wang Yingxiong feigned fear and shouted. The leader Mo Lei, a bald giant, weighed a large hammer in his hands and said, you kept us waiting. How dare you spend the night alone in the beast plains? Wang Yingxiong's eyes darted and he straightened his back, asserting, I wouldn't dare be alone, but am not by myself. You can still leave now, or once my boss arrives none of you will escape. Boss this. The 3 looked somewhat anxious, glancing nervously at Mo Lei. Damn it. Mo Lei roared. You're young, but can still spout nonsense. I've already figured you out. You cowards. The last sentence was directed at his teammates. You dare threaten us. They'll kill you. The 3 were instantly furious. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiong's expression turned fearful again, retreating in a panic. How do you know I'm alone? Mo Lei glared. Isn't the information about you outsiders common knowledge in Nanhuang City? Relying on your decent fate talent, you dare to act tough. Hand over all your money today, and they'll give you a quick death. Big brother, this kid must have dozens of silver coins. Xiaohua said greedily. Pathetic, he must have at least 1 gold coin. Huzai Yuan confidently replied. Seeing that they had already regarded him as prey on a dining table, Wang Yingxiong couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Facing death, you still dare to laugh. Mo Lei felt insulted and punched Wang Yingxiong's shoulder, intending to disable one of his arms first, and then torture him well. Bang. Oh. But the next moment, everyone was filled with shock. Mo Lei's punch landed on Wang Yingxiong's shoulder, yet Wang Yingxiong didn't even flinch while Mo Lei retracted his fist with a twisted expression. At that moment, the scene fell silent. Mo Lei was drenched in sweat, unable to believe. How is this possible? How can you be so tough? Not only am I tough, but I'm also sharp. Want to give it a try? Drawing out the sword of murder that transformed into a large blade, Wang Yingxiong wore a mocking expression. Come on. Damn it, I don't believe that a level 2 God-gifted person like you can defy the heavens. Mo Lei roared with a ferocious face, leading the charge. The others naturally dared not fall behind and rushed forward together. The armor of murder immediately reverted to its original armored form, as the clothing couldn't protect the entire body. Clang, clang. The swords and blades struck the armor of murder, causing no damage to Wang Yingxiong. The high defense of the armor of murder not only prevented it from being breached, but also absorbed and dissipated the attacking force, leaving Wang Yingxiong completely unshaken. "Are you just tickling me?" Wang Yingxiong laughed mockingly, suddenly appearing behind Xiao Hua, whispering, "Did you say I'm worth dozens of silver coins?" Xiao Hua's ears twitched rapidly. He heard Wang Yingxiong's movement behind him. By the time he reacted, Wang Yingxiong's blade had already struck his right shoulder. Up! With Xiao Hua's blood-curdling scream, his right arm fell to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. Xiao Hua's face went pale. "Help! He's a devil! Lu Song, shield up!" Mo Lei shouted. A layer of yellow spiritual energy shield. The three once again surrounded Wang Yingxiong, gradually closing the encirclement. Faced with such an assault, Wang Yingxiong found it hard to break free. The three rejoiced as if seeing hope, but Wang Yingxiong smiled mysteriously, wishing they didn't need hope. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yingxiong vanished, and smoke rose around him, trapping the three in the middle. Swish! A blade fell, and Wang Yingxiong appeared behind Mo Lei, the sword of murder piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. Bang! Mo Lei put in all his strength to push back, but it only caused Wang Yingxiong to retreat a few steps while he pulled out the sword of murder. Looking at the large bloody hole in his chest, Mo Lei felt his life force gradually slipping away. Wang Yingxiong used a rotating motion to withdraw the sword of murder, completely shredding Mo Lei's internal organs. "You, Mo Lei staggered to the ground, his face filled with reluctance. "He's a devil, run." The despairing Xiao Hua, who had lost an arm, fled in panic, but Wang Yingxiong would not give him this. With a single step, he appeared behind Xiao Hua, and then swung down his blade, severing his head. When Wang Yingxiong turned back again, Hu Ziyuan and Lu Song had already run far away. But their speed was too slow, far inferior to Wang Yingxiong, the level 2, God-gifted individual. After a few swift steps, both of them met their demise. After searching the floor for valuables, he found only over 30 silver coins, which was pathetically poor. Feeling his strength had grown even more powerful, Wang Yingxiong left directly. This time the four brought Wang Yingxiong a total of 1,000 soul points. Moreover, killing Mo Lei brought him an additional 43 points of attack power, 51 points of defense, and 60 points of speed, which was directly higher than Wang Yingxiong's arduous training for several days. What Wang Yingxiong didn't know was that shortly after he left, two people descended from the nearby treetops. The two examined the injuries of the four closely and exchanged glances, saying, "This kid is not simple. The weapon he has is definitely a treasure." Moreover, the techniques he used are quite diverse. If he isn't a multi-talented awakened one, he must have a powerful force backing him with many talent skills. Regardless of which, it is terrifying. And he directly collected all their weapons instead of putting them in a bag. Spatial storage. The two exclaimed in unison, both aghast as they saw the greed and fear in each other. "It seems the president made a misjudgment. He is definitely not a lone wolf. Let's hurry back to report. This is beyond our control." They believed this without a doubt because they truly witnessed Wang Yingxiong's strangeness, and with their imaginations the reasoning was simply too compelling. The Wan Snake Cave is not very far from the Beast Plain. In half a stick of incense's time, Wang Yingxiong arrived at the Wan Snake Cave. From a distance, the cave exudes a sense of darkness, with some colorful miasma floating in the air. Compared to other places in the Beast Plain, this area is eerily quiet. Wang Yingxiong chose to enter the Wan Snake Cave through a mountain range where only low shrubs grow and tall trees are scarce. As soon as he stepped into the mountain range, a snake lunged out from the bushes, aiming for Wang Yingxiong's neck. The snake bit him. "Oh!" Wang Yingxiong cried out in pain, slapping the snake away. Fortunately, its attack power was not high and it did not bite too deeply, but the spot where he was bitten began to tingle, and he felt an uncontrollable sensation coursing through his body. Qingying Snake's second stage. Attack power 32. 58. Defense power 28. 69. Speed 20. 56. Note: poisonous. Being bitten causes paralysis throughout the body severe enough to lose control. The snake gallbladder can slightly relieve paralysis. Looking at the attributes of the Qingying snake, Wang Yingxiong felt a wave of relief. Luckily, his defense was as high as 36. Although its sharp fangs breached his defenses, at least his arteries were not severed, or he would have perished at the hands of this small snake. Without hesitation, Wang Yingxiong activated the full form of his killing armor, enveloping his entire body. The Qingying snake, seeing that its first attack had not killed its prey, was now circling, waiting for the prey to become paralyzed before launching his second attack. However, the sudden transformation of the prey left it somewhat flustered, unsure of how to proceed. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong was striving to maintain his consciousness. The high defense provided not only physical strength, but also various resistances. His high defense granted him some resistance to the Qingying snake's venom, but as time passed, and his blood flowed, he gradually became sluggish. Wang Yingxiong was horrified. A second-stage beast possessed such formidable power, proving to be a miscalculation. Swish! He suddenly bit his tongue to sharpen his awareness, then used a short step to appear beside the Qingying snake. Hiss! This sudden change startled the Qingying snake, which immediately straightened its body, attempting to dart away, but Wang Yingxiong's greatsword had already descended. The killing sword transformed into a great sword striking the body of the Qingying snake. Yet the snake's body began to writhe as if trying to defend itself against the attack, but the overwhelming attack power combined with its own sharpness caused the Qingying snake to be cleaved in two. However, for a moment the two halves of the snake's body continued to writhe. Wang Yingxiong directly severed the snake's head and extracted a gallbladder the size of a longan, swallowing it whole. The gallbladder was slightly bitter and cool in his stomach, but its effects did not manifest immediately. Wang Yingxiong quickly retreated from the territory of the Wan Snake Cave and found a large tree to climb. Sitting cross-legged in the treetop, Wang Yingxiong had nearly lost control of his body, feeling soreness and numbness throughout. At this moment he could only place his hopes on the snake gallbladder. At this moment on the 5th floor of the Free Association in Zheng Xin's room, the two who had seen Wang Yingxiong's secret transformation into an animal person were reporting. President, this Wang Yingxiong has deceived us all. He is definitely not a solitary free individual. He possesses a shape-shifting armor that can easily withstand the attacks of third-stage divine enforcers, and he wields an exceptionally sharp blade that even third-stage divine enforcers cannot resist. The most crucial point is that he has more than one fate talent, one being the ability to teleport that we know of, and the other can create a smoke screen that allows him to become invisible. Oh, Zheng Xin's eyes lit up. This might mean he has dual fate talents. Moreover, he entered from the Beast Plane into Nanguang City. Aside from Nanguang Town, no other towns have direct access to the Beast Plane. Nanguang Town might also send someone to Nanguang City, so he shouldn't have any backing right. President, there is actually one more thing. The two hesitated. Speak up. Zheng Xian frowned. The two dared not delay, and quickly said, if Wang Yingxiong does not possess a spatial storage-type fate talent, then he must have spatial items capable of storing objects. This is not something an ordinary person can have. The two directly recounted the scene they witnessed when Wang Yingxiong collected money and weapons disappearing in an instant. At this moment Zheng Xin's eyes widened. After a moment of contemplation he murmured, he came from Nanguang Town, where all are soldiers. It's unlikely they would send a genius to train in Nanguang City, yet he appeared directly from the Beast Plane. After a while Zheng Xian asserted, he is Wang Yingxiong of the Wolf-Tooth Army who escaped after killing soldiers. He is alone, but he may have obtained some powerful person's relic. We must remember that many powerful beings have perished in the Beast Plane. The two suddenly realized. They had witnessed Wang Yingxiong's impressive skills and powerful treasures, and couldn't help but speculate about his backing. But what if he was fortunate enough to obtain powerful relics? Zheng Xian said, let's not act rashly. To be on the safe side, you two continue to monitor him, and see if he is truly alone before we set our next plan. 2 hours later in the treetop, Wang Yingxiong let out a light breath, filled with joy at having survived a calamity. At this moment, although he could move again, the snake venom had not been completely cleared. The effects of the gallbladder were limited, and Wang Yingxiong couldn't help but curse inwardly. I can't even detoxify my own poison, oh why don't you die from it? Stepping down from the treetop, Wang Yingxiong gazed at the Wan Snake Cave from a distance, muttering, today you are lucky, you managed to give me such a warning. Once I recover I will come back to deal with you. He then walked away without looking back. On his way back, the killing armor transformed again into ordinary clothing, though the collar became slightly higher, perfectly concealing his wounds. Upon returning to Nanguang City, Wang Yingxiong first accepted a few level 2 tasks at the Free Association, then went to the apothecary to purchase detoxifying potions. Fortunately, there were people hunting in the Wan Snake Cave from time to time. The apothecary had various antidotes for snake venom. Wang Yingxiong casually purchased a few. When he paid, the clerk recognized that Wang Yingxiong was headed to the Wan Snake Cave and promoted a bottle of miasma pills that could counter the miasma in the air of the Wan Snake Cave, costing him 30 silver coins. 10 silver coins for just one bottle. However, these were all necessary items, and Wang Yingxiong did not plan to encounter any more mishaps in the Wan Snake. Returning to Triumph, it was still early for dinner, and there were no guests on the first floor. Seeing Wang Yingxiong return, the innkeeper approached with a beaming smile. How was it? Wang Yingxiong was taken aback, then smiled. I took a look today, there were no issues. He'll need a week's time. Then tomorrow night shall I take you to see the house? The innkeeper gazed at Wang Yingxiong with a cheerful expression. A house? Wang Yingxiong smiled knowingly and replied, then I will trouble the innkeeper. The innkeeper promptly handed over the house to Wang Yingxiong, clearly confident that Wang Yingxiong was already on his side and would not fail to complete the task. However, this was also what Wang Yingxiong desired. Having his own house would significantly enhance his safety and secrecy. After some pleasantries, Wang Yingxiong ordered hot water for bathing and meals before heading upstairs. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Wang Yingxiong headed to the Wanshi Cave, filled with confidence, for he had made a promise and could not break it. The detoxification agent he bought yesterday proved to be highly effective. After just one night, the toxins were completely cleared, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. The miasma above the Wanshi Cave in the early morning was even thicker, but Wang Yingxiong was well prepared. He swallowed a miasma pill which could suppress the miasma for 3 hours, a remarkable efficacy. However, there were only 10 pills in the bottle, and each one was worth a silver coin. Though the investment was high, the rewards were equally great. The Qingying snake he had slain yesterday was worth 50 iron coins just for its gallbladder, and with its skin and flesh included the total value could reach 1 silver coin. This time after taking the miasma pill, Wang Yingxiong activated the full form of his killing armor with the black and ferocious armor covering his entire body, leaving only his eyes exposed. Sometimes Wang Yingxiong even thought about getting a pair of glasses that would truly make him invulnerable with no. As he re-entered the mountains, there were no more sudden ambushes from Qingying snakes like the day before. Perhaps the one he encountered yesterday had gotten lost. However, as he ventured deeper, the number of serpentine beasts increased. Wang Yingxiong did not pause for a moment. His goal was to cross the marshland behind this mountain range where the toxic scaled snakes awaited. At full speed, Wang Yingxiong dashed ahead, occasionally using a momentary step, while a group of Qingying snakes pursued him. Whenever one charged from the front, it could only be deflected by his armor. But when Wang Yingxiong reached the marsh's edge, the Qingying snakes surprisingly retreated. The miasma on this side of the marsh was nearly liquefying, and the raindrops falling from the sky were all colorful. On this side of the marsh, the plants were astonishingly unaffected, instead appearing even more enchanting. These plants were also highly toxic. However, in the hands of an alchemist, they could potentially be turned into antidotes for certain poisons or spiritual herbs to enhance cultivation. However, becoming an alchemist requires talent, and like weapon refiners, they are scarce, considered an endangered species on the deep blue continent. The marsh was vast with no visible end, and within it lay many small patches of land where plants were thriving. Bang! Suddenly a tail covered in scales shot out from the edge of the marsh, swiftly striking at Wang Yingxiong, who had no time to react before being flung away. Scaly crocodile, 3rd tier. Attack power 258. 69. Defense power 354. 56. Speed 29. 32. Suspended in midair, Wang Yingxiong saw this scaly crocodile emerge from the marsh, and muttered, "Do the beasts of the Wanshi cave only know how to ambush?" Unfortunately, the scaly crocodile could not understand his words, and quickly lunged at Wang Yingxiong, eager to eat. Swish! In midair, Wang Yingxiong used a momentary step to appear behind the scaly crocodile. The crocodile was momentarily stunned, realizing its prey had vanished, but its limited vision prevented it from seeing Wang Yingxiong, who had appeared behind it. Clang! The blade flashed, striking directly at the scaly crocodile's back. Ding! But the scales on the crocodile's back suddenly glimmered, and the killing sword struck, only sparking a flurry of sparks. Wang Yingxiong was taken aback, not expecting the scales of the scaly crocodile to possess such a function. The crocodile reacted swiftly, shaking off the attack, and its tail lashed out. Upon closer inspection, Wang Yingxiong noticed that the scales on the scaly crocodile's tail were all barbed, and during the attack's spiritual energy surged, emitting a sharp cold radiance. Fortunately, the killing armor had high enough defense to withstand the scaly crocodile's assault. Otherwise, after that sneak attack, Wang Yingxiong's body would have been severed in two. Thud! The killing sword crossed in front of him. Though it blocked the tail, he was still knocked back several meters. Swish! The scaly crocodile, sensing an advantage, charged at him like a remnant shadow. At this moment, the effectiveness of the fighting technique was revealed. Coupled with the three-dimensional projection of the Qianyu seal, the shadow of the killing sword wove a tight barrier in front of him, preventing every attack from the scaly crocodile, while allowing Wang Yingxiong to counterattack occasionally. For the time being, Wang Yingxiong was unable to kill the scaly crocodile, primarily because it could utilize spiritual energy to enhance its scale defenses, making it difficult for Wang Yingxiong to break through. For a moment the scene had reached a stalemate, but Wang Yingxiong did not feel anxious. The enhancement of the fighting technique was instantaneous, directly adding to his abilities. Although it could unleash combat prowess, it still felt somewhat unfamiliar, not ingrained to the point of forming muscle memory. Engaging with the scaly crocodile, however, allowed the fighting technique to gradually integrate into his muscles, forming muscle memory. After dozens of back-and-forth exchanges, the glow on the scaly crocodile began to dim. Wang Yingxiong's eyes lit up. It seemed that the crocodile was exhausting its spiritual energy significantly. After his revival, his cultivation talent transformed into purple extreme, the highest level. Historical records on the deep blue continent indicate that fewer than 10 individuals have awakened the purple extreme cultivation talent. The enhancement of his cultivation talent brought not only increased cultivation speed, but also the maximum capacity for spiritual energy his body could hold. At this moment, after such a prolonged battle, the spiritual energy of the 3rd-tier scaly crocodile was beginning to falter, while Wang Yingxiong felt he still had half of his spiritual energy remaining. In a momentary step, he appeared on the back of the scaly crocodile, and thrust the killing sword directly into its heart. Poochie! This time the scaly crocodile finally could not defend itself. With a successful strike, Wang Yingxiong immediately retreated. The scaly crocodile, with its heart shattered, surprisingly did not die right away. Instead, it let out a roar and kept rolling. However, the intense movement caused its life to rapidly drain away. Moments later, the scaly crocodile fell silent. Then the wolf spirit returned to Wang Yingxiong's body, enhancing his attributes. Yet Wang Yingxiong did not wait to collect the crocodile's corpse. Swish! Swish! A series of splashing sounds echoed, and Wang Yingxiong saw dozens of long tongues as thick as arms shooting out from the marsh, all aimed directly at him. Toxic Scaled Snake Second Tier. Attack Power 95. 38. Defense Power 85. 69. Speed 29. 63. Looking at their attributes, Wang Yingxiong felt they were not very strong, merely numerous. Nonetheless, Wang Yingxiong used a momentary step to evade directly. Pooh! Pooh! With no target, the toxic scaled snakes could not change direction midair and plunged directly into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Instantly, that patch of land looked as if it had been plowed, leaving Wang Yingxiong enviously impressed. Truly, they were excellent at farming. Joking aside, Wang Yingxiong would not let such a great opportunity slip by. He used a momentary step to return to the snake swarm, and the killing sword became a true harvesting tool. With every swing, not a single toxic scaled snake could withstand his strike. In a single encounter, 4 or 5 toxic scaled snakes met their demise. The remaining snakes, turning sideways with their scales unfurling, transformed into sharp edges, twisting their bodies to become lethal swords, instantly aiming to strike Wang Yingxiong. Clang! Clang! But the strength of the killing armor was beyond what they could imagine. Their attacks against Wang Yingxiong resonated like percussion instruments, merely producing a ping-pong sound. Yet what Wang Yingxiong unleashed was a dance of death. There was no need for unnecessary moves. With a direct slash, he took their lives. They, with their simple minds, thought Wang Yingxiong's battle with the scaly crocodile had exhausted his spiritual energy, but little did they know that he was a stone they could not bite, and instead they shattered their teeth and lost their lives. Bang! With the last poisonous scale snake slain, Wang Yingxiong exhaled, "That should be enough for now." This marked the 7th day of Wang Yingxiong's hunt for poisonous scale snakes in the 10,000 Snake Cave. After extracting the snake gall, he had already stored 108 galls in his system storage bag, all of which were of the 2nd rank, including one from the 2nd rank magical beast, the poisonous scale snake. The magical beast poisonous scale snake had the innate ability to launch its scales. The scene at that time was truly magnificent, but unfortunately Wang Yingxiong, who covered his eyes, was like a turtle in its shell, and no matter how many scales there were, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. After finishing up, Wang Yingxiong wasted no time and directly returned to South Wilderness City. Upon arriving in South Wilderness City, he didn't go to the Triumph Inn, but headed straight home. The house given to Wang Yingxiong by the shopkeeper was located near the center of South Wilderness City, a house with a radius of over 400 meters. When he first saw the house, Wang Yingxiong was utterly astonished. Given his understanding of the prices in South Wilderness City, this house would cost at least several hundred gold coins. Yet the value of the 100 poisonous scale snake galls was at most 1 gold coin, which was far from equivalent. However, the shopkeeper then mentioned that these 100 poisonous scale snake galls would allow him to stay here for a year. Although it was different from what was initially said, Wang Yingxiong agreed, but at least he managed to obtain the South Wilderness City residency permit. After all, Wang Yingxiong couldn't settle down in South Wilderness City, he still had to wander across the continent, so he consented. The house had a large courtyard where Wang Yingxiong practiced his swordsmanship and combat skills every day. When dusk fell, a knock sounded at the door, prompting Wang Yingxiong to cease his practice. Upon opening the door, it was indeed the shopkeeper as expected. The shopkeeper beamed. "Young master, how is the house? Is it comfortable?" "Quite good, it's very peaceful here. I have everything prepared, a total of 108 snake galls, one of which is from the 2nd rank magical beast, the poisonous." Holding the beast's skin bag filled with snake galls, the shopkeeper's smile widened. "Good, good. Young master indeed has a good reputation. How did the information I asked you to find out go?" Wang Yingxiong looked at the shopkeeper. After being ambushed by Mo Lei and his group, he was puzzled about how they suddenly knew he was alone. Thus he thought that as the owner of a tavern, the shopkeeper should be adept at gathering information, so he asked him to investigate. The shopkeeper's smile faded as he became serious, whispering, "Young master, did you join the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and were invited to become one of their internal members?" Wang Yingxiong nodded, somewhat confused. "How do you know?" The shopkeeper wore a mysterious expression. "Don't ask me how I know. I can say with absolute certainty that you must have refused them. That's why they leaked the news of you being alone, to provoke some jealous loose cultivators to take action against you. Then at your most dangerous moment, they would suddenly appear to save you, and wouldn't you feel grateful by then? Wouldn't you realize the power behind them? Wouldn't you seek revenge? Wouldn't that mean joining them?" Wang Yingxiong was left speechless, questioning, "How do you know all this? Is there really a gain from their actions? What if they find out later? I won't tell you how I know, but what if they find out later? By then the Loose Cultivator Alliance would be a force under their control, and having grown accustomed to the benefits of power, could you let go?" The shopkeeper gazed deeply at Wang Yingxiong before leaving Wang Yingxiong to ponder in silence. After leaving Wang Yingxiong's home, the shopkeeper headed straight back to his own house. In the basement of his house, a man with a body entirely purple was currently cultivating spiritual energy, the energy swirling around him, occasionally restoring his body to its original color, only to turn purple and blue again the next moment. Creak! The basement door opened, and the man opened his eyes. Seeing the shopkeeper come down, his weak voice sounded, "Xiao Feng, how did it go?" "I have a way, brother," the shopkeeper said with a smile. This time, I found a completely innocent young man with great strength. The key is that he is not from South Wilderness City. This is the poisonous scale snake gall he obtained. The man took the beast's skin bag, opened it, and saw it was filled with second-rank poisonous scale snake galls. His brow furrowed slightly. The effect of second rank is too weak, and the poison has deepened. It cannot be completely eliminated now, but one of these is enough. As he spoke, the man took out the gall from the magical beast poisonous scale snake, his expression turning bitter. Who would have thought he would still be without even a single second-rank gall? The shopkeeper chuckled bitterly. Brother, you know how rare magical beasts are. Having just this one is already quite good. No, I know where there are a lot of magical beasts. But I wonder if that kid dares to go, and if he has the strength. The man's expression became serious. As he spoke, he produced a map out of thin air. He handed the map to the shopkeeper, saying, "This is the map I drew from exploring the beast plains. Give it to him, and ask him to obtain 10 second-rank poisonous scale snake galls along with its venom sac, 20 snake, yin herbs, and 50 red fruits. These items aren't something just anyone can get. The red fruit can only be found in the Fire Cloud Mountains, where there are many 4th-rank magical beasts." The shopkeeper furrowed his brow tightly. "Moreover, these items are quite valuable. We don't have that much money right now." The man smiled, saying, "I'm just testing that young man's strength. If he can procure these items at most, I'll give him this ring in exchange." "No, brother, this item is too precious," and the shopkeeper spoke, urgently cutting off before he could finish. The man coughed, and immediately a burst of blue energy erupted from him, with hints of his flesh turning blue. As the man resisted the invasion of the toxic explosion, he struggled to say, "You see my current state. The poison has already invaded my flesh. Next, once it enters my bones, I will be without hope. Therefore, compared to my life, this item is not worth mentioning. Show this to him. If he has enough ambition, we might." The man removed the ring and handed it to the shopkeeper. Watching the man wave his hand, the shopkeeper hesitated, but after the shopkeeper left, the man's fingertips surged with spiritual energy, which unexpectedly projected out. The spiritual energy enveloped the snake gall, and the gall began to decompose continuously, its flesh disappearing within the energy, transforming into drops of gray liquid. After half an hour, all the snake galls were refined, turning into over 100 milliliters of gray liquid, which the man swallowed in one gulp. Moments later, the blue color on his body noticeably faded. Feeling that much of the toxin had been eliminated, the man let out a relaxed sigh. In fact, it wasn't necessary to obtain those items he mentioned earlier. As long as there were enough second-rank poisonous scale snake galls, the toxin could be reduced to a level that wouldn't greatly affect his strength. However, how could he miss the opportunity to eliminate it completely? As dawn broke, Wang Yingxiong was awakened by a knock on the door, feeling quite disgruntled and angry. After a week of battles, he finally had a chance to rest, yet someone disturbed him. With a morning grumpiness, Wang Yingxiong felt the urge to lash out. Upon opening the courtyard door, he saw the smiling innkeeper. Wang Yingxiong had no intention of letting him in, and leaned against the door, asking, "What brings you here so early, innkeeper?" The innkeeper, completely oblivious to Wang Yingxiong's impatience, naturally walked into the courtyard, closed the door, and pulled Wang Yingxiong towards the house. Wang Yingxiong was caught off guard, and was dragged inside by the innkeeper. "Do you want to engage in a big business deal?" the innkeeper asked with a mysterious look. "Not interested, I just want to sleep." Wang Yingxiong directly rejected without a second thought. The innkeeper almost choked on his words. "Cough cough, young master is joking. It's already bright outside and ordinary people are out working. You look like someone devoted to training. How could you be so sleepy?" Seeing Wang Yingxiong opening his mouth, the innkeeper quickly interjected, "As long as you complete this task, you will receive this space ring." The innkeeper excitedly waved a silvery white ring in front of Wang Yingxiong like a child showing off a treasure. Wang Yingxiong initially wanted to ignore him, as the system provided an infinite backpack, making the ring seem insignificant. But then he remembered that space rings were rare items in this world, not something just anyone could possess, so he instantly put on an act. His eyes widened, his expression exaggerated, and his hands trembled as he tried to grab the ring, but hesitated, his voice quivering. "Is this the space ring? But it can store items. How do you have such a treasure? What task is it? Tell me quickly." The innkeeper wore a knowing expression and pretended to be profound, saying, "What treasure is this? It's just average. The task isn't too difficult, just a bit troublesome. Come on, innkeeper, stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me the task directly." Wang Yingxiong waved his hand grandly, as if nothing could stump him. The innkeeper took out a map and a note detailing the task from the space ring, and handed them to Wang Yingxiong, saying, "This map is also a treasure detailing the South Wilderness City Beast Plain. The main task is to collect the poison-scaled snake's gallbladder along with some spiritual herbs." Wang Yingxiong opened the map and was somewhat surprised. It not only marked the terrain of the Beast Plain, but also clearly indicated which areas had wild beasts and valuable herbs. However, upon linking it to the task, Wang Yingxiong raised his voice an octave. "You want me to hunt magical beasts? 3rd tier. I'm only 2nd tier right now. And this Jigua, are you sure I can survive entering the Huiyun mountain range?" The innkeeper awkwardly chuckled and said, "Don't be too excited. This is because I believe in you. If you can't do it, the people behind you must have that strength, right? And the reward is this space ring." The reward is more than enough, but I can't guarantee I can complete this task. Wang Yingxiong shook his head and closed the map. Don't rush to refuse. The map will definitely help you hunters who roam the beast plain. If you just complete the first task of obtaining the snake's gallbladder, it will belong to you forever. Aren't you afraid that if you give me the map, they'll copy it, and then not complete your task? Wang Yingxiong looked at the innkeeper with a teasing expression. This. The innkeeper was momentarily speechless and tentatively said, I believe you are not that kind of person. Besides, you are staying in my house using the residency permit I provided. Unless you don't want to mix in South Wilderness City, you wouldn't do that. By the end, the innkeeper's tone had hardened considerably. Huh. Wang Yingxiong laughed. Looks like the innkeeper has me. The innkeeper quickly waved his hands and said, young master, don't exaggerate. This is mutually beneficial. Besides, I trust you enough to give you this task. Otherwise, I could just post a task at the Freelancers Guild. After a bit of thought, Wang Yingxiong agreed. Alright, I accept this task. That's a wise choice. The innkeeper wore a smile. Oh, by the way. The innkeeper suddenly remembered something and turned to say, as a decent partner in this cooperation, I remind you, if you don't plan to join the Loose Cultivators Alliance, you should be cautious of their traps. As long as you complete this task, I assure you the Loose Cultivators Alliance won't bother you again. Wang Yingxiong rolled his eyes and closed the door, continuing to sleep. However, lying back in bed again, he found it impossible to sleep. Wang Yingxiong felt quite uncomfortable and angrily sat up, opening the system. Wang Yingxiong. Age 12. Soul points 12,660. Tier 2nd. Fate talent mark of Qinyu, my own secret skill. Xia Array Frost Nirvana instant step. Cultivation talent purple extreme. Cultivation technique spirit guiding art. 10 increase in cultivation speed. Skill fighting technique, it has merged into your body and become your muscle memory. Every move you make automatically utilizes it, delivering the most effective attacks with maximum power. Attack power 67. 28. Defense power 57. 18. Speed 30. With the passive increases from the Killing Sword and Killing Armor, Wang Yingxiong's attributes directly changed to Attack power 379. 3. Defense power 368. 9. Stronger than the attributes of an ordinary third-tier divine, gifted individual. This week of slaughter also brought Wang Yingxiong considerable soul points. Wang Yingxiong originally wanted to save more soul points to enhance his talents, but after the innkeeper's reminder and recalling his last good luck, he decided to try his luck. He acted decisively and went for 4 consecutive draws. Congratulations, you have drawn XX clothing. Congratulations, you have drawn XX snacks. Congratulations, you have drawn the talent resilience. Congratulations, you have drawn 1,000 soul points. Damash's power Garen resilience in a stationary state consumes 5 of spiritual power per second to restore 1 of maximum life. Wang Yingxiong patted his chest in relief that was closed. It seems I'm still favored by luck. However, the thought of drawing more powerful talents faded. After acquiring the new talent, Wang Yingxiong felt no drowsiness and even had a desire for battle. He tidied up and headed straight to the beast plain. Deep within the beast plain, Wang Yingxiong was delighted to spot a decent prey. Saber-toothed pig 2nd tier. Attack power 86. 24. Defense power 87. 56. Speed 25. 36. Although Wang Yingxiong's attributes couldn't match the saber-toothed pig, he felt no fear. Taking off the killing armor, Wang Yingxiong wanted to sustain some injury to test just how resilient he had become. The saber-toothed pig's eyes turned bloodshot upon seeing Wang Yingxiong extremely excited. For wild beasts, there was nothing more delicious than human flesh. The saber-toothed pig's 2 fangs extended 20 centimeters from its mouth, resembling 2 long swords gleaming coldly. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs, launching itself like a long spear, charging straight at Wang Yingxiong. Seeing this momentum, Wang Yingxiong would never let it hit him. With a single instant step, he appeared directly on its back, the killing sword swinging out and etching several deep cuts across its back. The pain only drove the saber-toothed pig into a frenzy, but with Wang Yingxiong on its back, its fangs couldn't reach him. After spinning in place for a few seconds, the saber-toothed pig quickly charged towards a nearby tree. Just before crashing into the tree, the saber-toothed pig tilted its body, its back about to scrape against the tree. Wang Yingxiong hurriedly jumped down. Seeing Wang Yingxiong land, the saber-toothed pig turned and charged at him. Wang Yingxiong instinctively swung the killing sword. With a whoosh. The next moment, Wang Yingxiong saw the killing sword directly cleave through the saber-toothed pig's skull, splitting half of its head open. The saber-toothed pig fell to the ground, let out a few grunts, and then lay still, leaving Wang Yingxiong utterly stunned, wondering when he had become this strong. Wang Yingxiong gazed helplessly at the sky, exclaiming, "Why is it so difficult to just sustain an injury? What use is this talent to me?" However, before he could lament further, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. Wang Yingxiong blinked, innocently wondering why heaven had to be so kind to him. A glance revealed that the 11 people who appeared were all at the 3rd tier with fate talents that merely enhanced strength, defense, or speed. Nothing particularly outstanding except for the leader, who was somewhat impressive. Dai Xingzhong 3rd tier. Age 39. Fate talent spirit armor. Cultivation talent yellow grade. Cultivation technique spirit summoning art. Skill martial arts. Attack power 485. Defense power 493. 85. Speed 28. 35. What do you want? I killed this saber-toothed pig. Wang Yingxiang's imposing demeanor faltered. Haha, who saw you kill it? It was clearly us. The crowd burst into laughter. Dai Xingzhong pointed with his large knife, a mocking expression on his face. You little brat, the beast region is no place for you. Better go home and find your mother. Haha, go home and suck your thumb. The crowd roared with laughter. Wang Yingxiang feigned a tough stance asking, are you sure you can afford to offend me? Can you withstand the wrath of the power behind me, eh? The air fell silent for a second. PFF. Huh. Then it exploded with laughter. Everyone's faces were filled with mockery. Is he trying to scare us? Where is the power behind you? I can't see it. Is he bluffing? Everyone in South Wilderness City knows he is just a lucky fool who found a powerful relic in the beast region. And he claims to have power behind him. Kid, obediently hand over the relic of the strong, and he'll spare your life, or otherwise you'll end up like this saber-toothed pig. Dai Xingzhong revealed his large yellow teeth, grinning menacingly. Wang Yingxiang feigned panic, his face filled with fear, asking, how do you know about it? The laws of South Wilderness City prohibit harming fellow clansmen. I am a resident of South Wilderness City. Wang Yingxiang seemed to recall something and hurriedly took out the resident certificate issued by the shopkeeper. Seeing the copper plate in Wang Yingxiang's hand, the crowd laughed even harder. If you die in the beast region, who will know how you died? By the time South Wilderness City finds out, you'll have turned to fertilizer. Oh, so it's okay to kill you then? Wang Yingxiang's abrupt words caused the crowd's laughter to falter before they laughed even more exaggeratedly. You must have been scared, silly. Donning the killing armor which enveloped his entire body, Wang Yingxiang sighed. Since that's the case, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am a loser. The moment the crowd saw the killing armor, their breaths quickened, their eyes gleaming with greed. Yes, that's the treasure rumored to be able to transform. That knife in his hand must be a matching set. Kill him, but be careful not to damage the treasure. With a loud shout from Dai Xingzhong, the crowd surged forward like wild horses charging at Wang Yingxiang. They were destined never to see the disdainful smile on Wang Yingxiang's face. Among this group, only Dai Xingzhong's attributes could potentially outmatch the armored Wang Yingxiang. The others were no match. As he looked at the rushing crowd, Wang Yingxiang saw a flock of sheep, while he was a wolf. In an instant the wolf moved. Wang Yingxiang vanished from sight, only to reappear among the crowd in the next second. The killing sword, like a butcher's knife, was slaughtering the little lambs. Impossible. The crowd screamed in horror, their previous smiles replaced by sheer terror. The attacks of the crowd merely sparked a few sparks on Wang Yingxiang's body, while the killing sword swung down, certain to reap lives. Dai Xingzhong's face turned pale and purple. He had intended to watch his subordinates beat Wang Yingxiang from a distance, but instead saw his subordinates being slaughtered like meat on a chopping board with no ability to fight back. In just one encounter, 5 people had been slain by Wang Yingxiang. Dai Xingzhong could no longer stand by. He stepped forward, a set of yellow spirit armor appearing out of thin air, drawing his long knife, and swung it at Wang Yingxiang. Wang Yingxiang had been keeping a close eye on Dai Xingzhong during the battle, as only he posed a threat to him. Noticing Dai Xingzhong's move, the 1,000 Jade Seal had already relayed all of his actions back to Wang Yingxiang's mind. Bang! As blades clashed, Wang Yingxiang was actually at a disadvantage, taking half a step back. Dai Xingzhong, with immense battlefield experience, saw Wang Yingxiang falling into a disadvantageous position, naturally knowing that the enhancement from the equipment had its limits, and that he could break through it, so he pressed on. Dai Xingzhong's attacks came like a torrential storm, violent and relentless. Gradually Wang Yingxiang found himself in a precarious situation, struggling to hold on, especially with others occasionally launching sneak attacks. Wang Yingxiang, caught off guard, was slashed on the back, and the blow even penetrated the defense of the killing arm. Although the wound wasn't deep, Dai Xingzhong's expression finally looked better. I indeed underestimated this treasure, but this ends here. Not necessarily. Wang Yingxiang was naturally unafraid. Is that so? Then die. Dai Xingzhong bellowed violently, not defending against Wang Yingxiang's attack, instead directing his long knife straight at Wang Yingxiang's heart, clearly confident that Wang Yingxiang couldn't break through his spirit armor's defense. But Wang Yingxiang wouldn't confront him heat again. In a moment he appeared behind another person swinging his knife, and a large head flew off. Everyone get away. Don't let him touch you. His instant movement is only 100 meters. Dai Xingzhong was practically livid. He only had 5 subordinates left, and now one was gone. If Wang Yingxiang killed them all, he would be left with nothing. At that point, even if he obtained the treasure, he would have no status in South Wilderness City, which was not what he wanted. Wang Yingxiang's gaze sharpened. Dai Xingzhong actually knew the distance of his instant movement. The instant step distance was 200 meters, but he had told Qindanshan it was 100 meters, and yet Dai Xingzhong knew as well. Now Wang Yingxiang believed the shopkeeper's words. It seemed the Loose Cultivator Alliance really did want to subdue him, using such a foolish method. Wang Yingxiang scanned his surroundings, not seeing any hidden members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, but upon reflection, he understood that if they could be discovered so easily, how could heroes make their appearance and provide timely assistance? Yet Wang Yingxiang smiled. Within a few seconds of unlimited flickering, everyone except Dai Xingzhong was dead. You shall die. How dare you kill my people? Ooh, I will tear you to pieces. In a fit of rage, Dai Xingzhong was like a rampaging beast, and Wang Yingxiong certainly wouldn't touch the sharp edge. With a wave in the void, a haze appeared, and Dai Xingzhong's furious strike only cleaved a chasm in the earth. Wang Yingxiong frequently flickered and struck, depleting Dai Xingzhong's spiritual energy. After his fury, Dai Xingzhong looked at Wang Yingxiong in the distance, and at that moment a hint of fear arose in his heart. He knew that throughout the battle his spiritual energy had been depleted by more than half, and how could a second-tier divinely bestowed being still have energy left after such a long fight, and frequently using their fate talent? Dai Xingzhong felt a sense of retreat rising within him. However, the death of all his subordinates ignited his anger, and he refused to believe his spiritual energy could be outlasted by Wang Yingxiong. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiong realized he couldn't break through Dai Xingzhong's defense. Even without the spirit armor, he couldn't penetrate it. However, the three-dimensional image revealed Dai Xingzhong's fatal weakness. This time Wang Yingxiong took the initiative to attack, activating the haze array as he closed in. Watching Wang Yingxiong disappear again, Dai Xingzhong stepped into the smoke, his long knife slashing out rapidly. He aimed to cleave through the entire haze. But within the haze, Wang Yingxiong never showed his face. He moved behind Dai Xingzhong, executing a stabbing action with the killing sword, then instantly stepped out. Oh! The killing sword pierced straight in, embedding fully. In agony, Dai Xingzhong swung around for a strike. This blow was too fast, and Wang Yingxiong couldn't evade, but fortunately, it only sliced through the armor on his arm, exposing the stark white bone. Wang Yingxiong swiftly rotated his wrist, and then instantly stepped away. As the haze dispersed, Dai Xingzhong collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, and beneath his contorted face filled with unwillingness as he fixed his gaze on Wang Yingxiong. However, the killing sword had already shredded his intestines, and he could not survive. I hate this. Watching Dai Xingzhong die, Wang Yingxiong felt a tinge of sorrow, but it was the law of the jungle. This was how it was. In just a brief period of 10 seconds, all of Wang Yingxiong's wounds healed completely. Though his killer armor did not restore, it still needed time. In just a brief period of 10 seconds, all of Wang Yingxiong's wounds healed completely. Though his killer armor did not restore, it still needed time. Yet this resilience and strength manifested. Knowing that someone might be watching him in the forest, Wang Yingxiong acted unpretentiously and began collecting the spoils, placing everything into his system storage bag. In the distance atop the treetops were those two individuals, but their expressions were grim. One said, "What should we do? He doesn't even need us to intervene. That's 11 third-tier divine bestowers, and one of them is almost at the 4th tier. Why is the president so obsessed with this method? Speak cautiously, such words should not be uttered lightly. The president is beyond our comprehension. Let's return and report. I have a premonition that next time we will directly slay him and seize the treasures." This battle had drained most of Wang Yingxiong's spiritual power. It was the first time since his revival that he had consumed so much, but fortunately the outcome was satisfactory. 11 third-tier divine bestowers provided him with 3,300 soul points. Without lingering, Wang Yingxiong moved away from the area, found a dense treetop, climbed up scattered insect repellent and scent masking powder, and began to meditate to restore his spiritual power. Half an hour later, the two had returned to the Freeman's Guild. In the room of Zhang Xian on the 5th floor, they recounted the events in detail. Zhang Xian squinted, pondering for a long while before asking, "Is there still a possibility to use this method to gain his favor and recruit him?" "President, I don't think so. Firstly, third-tier divine bestowers can no longer pose a significant threat to him. Secondly, after this battle, other teams will also hesitate to take action against him." "What about the 4th-tier divine bestowers?" Zhang Xian inquired. The two pondered for a moment before replying. 4th-tier divine bestowers do have that capability, but they are connected with various parties, especially with the City Lord's Mansion. Although the City Lord's Mansion is currently uninterested in this matter, they won't stand idly by if it involves 4th-tier divine bestowers. Moreover, it's inevitable they would be tempted by treasures, and we could end up with nothing. Furthermore, we've discovered that Wang Yingxiong is also in contact with the manager of the Triumph Tavern, which is a property of the City Lord's Mansion. What dealings do they have? Zhang Xian opened his eyes. The venomous scale, snake's gall. Zhang Xin's eyes narrowed. If I remember correctly, the manager of Triumph is from the same village as that person. Yes, I suspect. Kill him. A flash of murderous intent crossed Zhang Xin's eyes. Then gather a team to find an opportunity to infiltrate Triumph and investigate. Last time we let him escape, but we cannot let him go again. In the Beast Plains, Wang Yingxiong had once again entered the Serpent's Lair. With his exceptional cultivation talent and the spirit guiding technique that increased his cultivation speed by 10, Wang Yingxiong's spiritual power was recovering at an astonishing rate. Moreover, the critical point was that during his cultivation, his killer armor absorbed Wang Yingxiong's spiritual power to repair itself, restoring to its original state in just half an hour. This time Wang Yingxiang's goal was very clear. First, he aimed for the territory deep within the serpent's lair, where the venomous scale snakes lived, to hunt the magical beasts. Second, the area of the serpent's lair had a wide field of vision with no towering trees to conceal himself, making it easier to see if the loose cultivators alliance was tracking him. Along the way, Wang Yingxiang did not stop at all. Even the enthusiastic invitations from the Qingying snakes could not make him pause. Upon reaching the edge of the swamp, Wang Yingxiang chose to stop. Here there were truly no cover, and after ensuring no one was behind him, he approached the swamp and made a loud noise. Swish! Whoosh! Sure enough, a small team of 8 mixed first and second-tier venomous scale snakes sprang forth from the swamp, aiming to kill the human who disturbed their peaceful dreams. However, contrary to their wishes, they were destined to be prey and could not become hunters. In just a short half-hour, the edge of the swamp was already flowing with blood littered with the corpses of venomous scale snakes and scale crocodiles. Although there were still venomous scale snakes and scale crocodiles occasionally showing their heads in the swamp, they feared this human. Seeing that they dared not attack anymore, Wang Yingxiang began to collect the spoils, extracting gall and removing venomous fangs. Afterward, Wang Yingxiang followed the map's markings and ventured deeper into the swamp. Along the way, he slaughtered any snakes and beasts he encountered, as long as they were not stronger than himself. By the time Wang Yingxiang delved into the depths of the swamp, the sky had darkened. Fortunately, the map still marked a cave that had been excavated by its owner, suitable for several people to reside. The cave was situated on a small hill which was bare of vegetation and inhabited by a type of clawed eagle that fed on venomous scale snakes. The number of clawed eagles was limited, residing at the mountain top, while the cave was located halfway down the hill. The entrance of the cave was covered with weeds. Entering cautiously, Wang Yingxiang found that there were no other creatures inside. After scattering powder at the cave entrance, he relaxed and opened the system. At this moment, his soul points had reached 7,350, allowing for 2 more draws. Without any hesitation, Wang Yingxiang proceeded with the draws. Congratulations on drawing the ancient coin. Congratulations on drawing the talent Demon Shadow. Demon Shadow can enter a stealth state without exposing vision, attack enemies, or reveal itself when spiritual power is exhausted. Ancient coin, 2 soul points hour. Passive. Blessing creatures you kill may occasionally drop coins, providing you with 20 soul points or restoring 6 of lost spiritual power. Instantly, Wang Yingxiang felt as if kissed by the goddess of luck. It was incredibly powerful. The effect of Demon Shadow was extraordinary. This was a stealth skill. In the future, he could do whatever he wanted. Cough cough, I was thinking too much. With this skill, Wang Yingxiang's safety was greatly enhanced. If a situation seemed off, he could find a place to become invisible and see who could catch him. Moreover, this ancient coin represented a stable source of soul points for Wang Yingxiang. 2 soul points an hour, 48 soul points a day, 1440 soul points a month, and 17,280 soul points a year. Adding sign-in bonuses, Wang Yingxiang would have 1650 soul points credited in a month. Calculating it all, that wasn't much. It wasn't even enough for 1 draw, leaving Wang Yingxiang somewhat uninterested. But isn't something better than nothing? A night passed without incident. Surprisingly, no wild beasts disturbed Wang Yingxiang, allowing him to enjoy a good sleep. At this moment, the sounds of clawed eagles could be heard outside. They had already risen and started to search the swamp for food for the day. Wang Yingxiang also took out the jerky he had bought in Nanhua City, swallowing it with difficulty. After eating his fill, Wang Yingxiang disappeared in place, having activated Demon Shadow. He ran straight to the foot of the mountain, standing beside a rabbit and watching it graze, completely unaware. Just as Wang Yingxiang was about to tease the rabbit, suddenly a venomous scale snake darted out and swallowed the rabbit. Startled, Wang Yingxiang took a step back. He had not even noticed where the venomous scale snake had come from, but teasing it. As Wang Yingxiang raised his hand, a sharp sound pierced the air. A clawed eagle dove down its claws, tearing the venomous scale snake in 2, and the rabbit fell out. Wang Yingxiang's face flushed red at that moment. Before the clawed eagle could ascend, he directly struck it in half, with a blade, cursing loudly. A single strike claimed 3 prey, yet it did not bring joy to Wang Yingxiang. He proceeded to extract the snake gall and remove its fangs. As for the clawed eagle, he simply stowed it away, for he had heard that roasted it tasted particularly delicious. In the next moment, Wang Yingxiang once again entered stealth, making his way toward the swamp. He gazed at the lush little island in the center of the swamp from a distance, filled with curiosity. With a few quick steps, he stepped onto the island while remaining invisible. Upon setting foot on the island, Wang Yingxiang felt somewhat bewildered. The island was not large, while it appeared to be densely covered with vegetation. From afar, a closer look revealed it to be rather sparse. The saying, "the grass looks lush from a distance, but is barren up close," was indeed true in this case. The reason it was described as a springtime paradise was due to a group of venomous scale snakes engaging in lewd behavior, sullying Wang Yingxiang's eyes. They were in their mating season, reproducing. The island was dotted with snake sprout grass. While the venomous scale snakes fought for the sake of their species, their bodily fluids sprayed everywhere, splattering onto the snake sprout grass, which quickly absorbed it and grew. A pair of 3rd-tier magical beasts, the venomous scale snakes were the most ferocious. Several nearby snake sprout grasses absorbed enough bodily fluids to blossom and bear fruit. Observing the fruit, he noted snake sprout fruit third tier. Effect increases fertility, enhances vitality. After waiting for the two venomous scale snakes to finish, the snake sprout fruits had matured. Before the female snake could even open her mouth, Wang Yingxiong wore a mischievous grin and swiftly plucked all 4 snake sprout fruits. At that moment, the female venomous scale snake looked a bit dazed, her bewildered gaze scanning around, appearing somewhat innocent. But in the next second, her ferocity was revealed. Hiss! Hiss! Her scales trembled like fur, and her enraged roar awakened the male venomous scale snake, who had been lazily sleeping. Bang! Boom! The female venomous scale snake whipped her tail, causing chaos among the surrounding snake sprout grasses. Hiss! Hiss! The male venomous scale snake seemed to ask, after such exhausting work, "Why aren't you resting properly to nurture the young?" The female venomous scale snake replied, "Who stole my prenatal medicine? Your child is unlikely to survive." Instantly, the male venomous scale snake became furious. Damn, who dared to harm his offspring? However, the chaos caused by the two snakes drew the displeasure of other venomous scale snake couples. "You two are done, but we are not. We shouldn't have to suffer while you enjoy yourselves." At once, eyes narrowed, hissing a few times, they ignited a massive brawl. Wang Yingxiong was startled. He was merely indulging in a little mischief. Why did it have to turn so bloody? But he quite enjoyed it. Wang Yingxiong chuckled, taking advantage of the chaos to stealthily pluck snake sprout fruits and snake sprout grass. This melee escalated rapidly, with all the venomous scale snakes on the island joining in. The snakes in the swamp looked on in confusion, wondering why they were all going wild just for a little mating. At this moment, having collected plenty of snake sprout grass and snake sprout fruits, Wang Yingxiong quickly slipped away, as if he had done his duty and concealed his merits and fame. "I'm a good person, no need to thank me." When Wang Yingxiong returned to the shore, he spotted a venomous scale snake as thick as a water barrel and over 20 meters long emerging from the swamp. Venomous scale snake 5th tier. Talent: venomous scales, emits poisonous mist, shoots body scales. Attack power 1958. 68. Defense power 1869. 98. Speed 205. 69. Looking at the attributes of this venomous scale snake, Wang Yingxiong felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he had escaped just in time. The 5th tier venomous scale snake roared, and all the venomous scale snakes on the island ceased their fighting. Hiss! The venomous scale snakes began to communicate in just a short while. The 5th tier venomous scale snake grasped the situation. However, no matter how intelligent it was, it had never witnessed something like the snake sprout fruits disappearing into thin air. Moreover, the other venomous scale snakes claimed that the pair hadn't catalyzed any snake sprout fruits. They merely Yet seeing that pair had lost many scales, the 5th tier venomous scale snake decided against punishing them, giving them a warning before retreating into the swamp. The two venomous scale snakes, observing the other venomous scale snakes glaring at them, could only retreat into the swamp in shame. The other venomous scale snakes remained oblivious to why their snake sprout fruits were also gone, assuming they must have been accidentally shattered during the brawl. This, however, did not deter them from continuing their mating activities. Watching the shameless venomous scale snakes, Wang Yingxiong felt tempted to venture back, but fearing the 5th tier venomous scale snake, he reluctantly held back. At that moment, the pair of venomous scale snakes swam to the shore. They intended to hunt. Wang Yingxiong chuckled to himself, "Isn't this just what I was waiting for, little brother?" Following them to a flatland behind a small hill which was home to many herbivorous beasts and magical beasts, it was essentially a cafeteria for the venomous scale snakes. However, many clawed eagles circled in the sky, waiting for the venomous scale snakes to reveal themselves for a lethal strike. But before this pair of venomous scale snakes could expose themselves while hunting, Wang Yingxiong made a swift strike. The paralleling venomous scale snakes had their tongues severed by his blade. Splat! With their tongues severed, blood gushed forth, revealing Wang Yingxiong's figure. Hiss! The venomous scale snake's blood splattered onto the grass, which immediately corroded and turned black as if it had encountered sulfuric acid. Their blood was highly toxic. Yet the venomous scale snakes with severed tongues would never learn who had slain them. Thus, two third-tier magical beasts, the venomous scale snakes, met a sorrowful end at Wang Yingxiong's hands. Fortunately, their earlier brawl had stripped them of many scales. Otherwise, breaking through their defenses would have taken considerable effort. Directly storing these two venomous scale snakes in the system backpack, Wang Yingxiong pondered that the shopkeeper required 10 second-tier magical snake galls. Now 2 third-tier magical snake galls should suffice, right? It should be enough. If not, Wang Yingxiong wouldn't dare to go back. The 5th-tier venomous scale snake was lurking in the swamp. Wouldn't he be courting death by returning? When unaware, one is not afraid, but knowing such great danger, only a fool would venture back. Next, Wang Yingxiong intended to head to the Fire Cloud Mountains. However, he needed to restore some spiritual energy. First, as the drop rate for ancient coins was truly low. Neither a single soul point nor a coin to restore spiritual energy had dropped from these two. During this time in stealth, he had consumed over half of his spiritual energy. The Fire Cloud Mountains were over 30 miles from the 10,000 Snake Cave, and the territory in between was filled with magical beasts. Throughout the journey, Wang Yingxiong only dared to move stealthily, seeking secluded spots to restore his energy when it neared depletion. It wasn't until the next day at noon that Wang Yingxiong set foot in the Fire Cloud Mountains. The closer he got to the Fire Cloud Mountains, the higher the temperature became. In the distance, the sky above the mountains was filled with red clouds, and the vegetation and trees here were all fiery red, each radiating volatile fire elements. The high temperature of the Fire Cloud Mountains was due to it being a volcanic region where fruit trees grew atop the volcanoes. Boom, boom. With a massive explosion, a distant volcano erupted. What left Wang Yingxiong in disbelief was witnessing a flock of birds flying directly into the lava plume. Surprisingly, the lava did not harm them in the slightest. Their feathers glimmered with red stripes as strands of energy were drawn from the lava, flowing into their bodies, while the lava cooled and turned into black stones, falling back into the volcano. Focusing on one of the birds, Wang Yingxiong activated his inspection. Red Crow 3rd Tier. Fate Talent Flame Pillar. Attack Power 497. 58. Defense Power 386. 89. Speed 52. 35. The volcanic eruption lasted only for a few minutes. Once the column of lava disappeared, the red crows also vanished, but the temperature in the air rose significantly. Wang Yingxiong slowly made his way toward the nearest volcano. He had already spotted the fiery red fruits growing at the summit, yet there were no signs of the red crows. Wang Yingxiong joyfully climbed to the peak, and just as he picked a few red fruits, several 1st and 2nd tier magical beasts, the red crows suddenly flew in. The surrounding air became scorching, and Wang Yingxiong felt as if it was about to ignite. The red crows happily feasted on the red fruits, completely unaware that a human was among them. At that moment, Wang Yingxiong was both tortured and delighted. The pain came from the large fire pits around him, nearly roasting him alive. The joy was in his ability to fish in muddy waters, stealthily harvesting the red fruits. Whenever a red crow lowered its head to eat one, he would pluck another. One for you, one for me, one for you, one for me. Hey, why have you all stopped eating? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as the red crows ceased their feasting, while Wang Yingxiong mechanically continued to pick the red fruits. Suddenly realizing that there were no red crows around him, Wang Yingxiong turned back and saw that he had ventured too far, leaving the red crows behind. Too slow to catch up with me. Before Wang Yingxiong could celebrate, he suddenly realized, wasn't he supposed to be fishing in muddy waters? How did I end up in clear waters? Watching the red fruits disappear one by one into thin air, the red crows were momentarily stunned. Although they couldn't comprehend why the fruits vanished, they certainly wouldn't be as dazed as the poison scale snake. Their irritable tempers flared instantly. Without considering whether they would destroy the red fruits, they opened their mouths and unleashed a pillar of fire towards the area where the fruits had disappeared. Before Wang Yingxiong could react further, the fiery beam struck him. In the next moment, Wang Yingxiong was sent flying, revealing his figure. The killing armor covered his entire body, dissipating the heat of the fiery beam. Swish! In an instant, he appeared behind a red crow, striking down with his sword, decapitating the 2nd tier red crow. Just because I don't fight you doesn't mean I can. I simply choose not to. You think you can challenge me? After a few slashes, 3 red crows were instantly slain. Clink clink. Suddenly 2 coins burst forth from the corpses of the 2 red crows, automatically flying into Wang Yingxiong's body, instantly replenishing a substantial amount of spiritual energy. As soon as Wang Yingxiong's words fell, they truly ascended into the sky. Wow! They emitted sharp cries akin to a baby's wail, and the next moment a dark swarm of red crows soared into the air from other volcanoes. Seeing this scene, Wang Yingxiong was truly horrified, immediately fleeing, without even bothering to collect the red crows' corpses or looking back. This is what a real man does, never looking back at explosions. In truth, it wasn't that he didn't want to look, he was simply too afraid. Wang Yingxiong used the instant step 3 times while the swarm of red crows had already reached above his head. Whoosh! Suddenly a sea of flames descended from the heavens. Terrified, Wang Yingxiong instantly used the instant step again. However, the area was far too vast, and he could not evade it. Bang! Whoosh! The tremendous impact of the fiery beam caused internal injuries to Wang Yingxiong, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The killing armor was also glowing red, scorching Wang Yingxiong's skin and fur, but he dared not take it off, otherwise he would instantly become a roasted chicken. Wow! The red crows that spewed flames clearly could not continue to do so. Watching Wang Yingxiong fall to the ground, each one dove down, their sharp beaks aimed to turn him into a sand hourglass. Wang Yingxiong would not give them this opportunity. He slapped his chest, blending into the haze of the twilight smoke, then activated the demon shadow to become invisible and immediately executed the instant step. Thud! Thud! The red crows landed, leaving behind a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The red crows could not see Wang Yingxiong's figure, and each one believed he was dead. Then they let out joyous cries, swirling in the air for a moment before dissipating. Wang Yingxiong did not hold back on his spiritual energy, continuously using the instant step until he was nearly drained, by which time he had already escaped far from the Fire Cloud Mountain range. Looking at the 230 fiery red fruits in his backpack, which resembled apples, Wang Yingxiong knew that his ordeal was not in vain. He quickly sought a place to hide and recover his spiritual energy. A day later outside the South Wilderness City in a grain field, Wang Yingxiong revealed himself, tidied up his gear, and swaggered into South Wilderness City. At this moment in the Beast Plains, the two individuals assigned to track Wang Yingxiong were like headless flies flitting around aimlessly. Can you sense where he is? He's almost run to the Fire Cloud Mountain range. Is he seeking death? One of them complained. The other person replied helplessly, I don't know what's going on. Sometimes he seems to vanish into thin air, and I can't sense him at all. Just like now, he has completely disappeared. He must have been right here. The two could only continue searching in the mountain range, while Wang Yingxiong had already swaggered back to his triumph. Shopkeeper, bring me the most expensive things in your store. Wang Yingxiong sat down confidently. It wasn't even noon yet, and it wasn't mealtime, so there weren't many people in the tavern. His shout startled the dozing shopkeeper and staff. The shopkeeper opened his eyes, and upon seeing Wang Yingxiong, his previously troubled expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile. You watch the store, I need to step out for a bit. The shopkeeper said this, and pulled Wang Yingxiong outside. Hey shopkeeper, if you're running a business, how can you not let people eat? Wang Yingxiong was really hungry at that moment. The shopkeeper looked excited. Did you succeed? Yes, otherwise why would I come looking for you? Wang Yingxiong nodded but then said, no, I'm still hungry. Ugh. The shopkeeper's expression froze for a moment, but the grip on Wang Yingxiong's arm did not loosen. He turned to the staff and said, Shao Wang, prepare our best dishes and deliver them to 11th Street No. 3. Let's go, you know this thing on you is life-saving, so don't delay. Wang Yingxiong, seeing the anxious shopkeeper, questioned, if it's so urgent, why don't you go buy it at the apothecary or shop? That would be much faster. The shopkeeper halted, glanced around cautiously, and lowered his voice. You don't need to know about this. Just remember, if you encounter trouble in South Wilderness City in the future, a 5th-tier divine bestowed individual can help you for free once. Wow, is it that exaggerated? Are you trying to fool me? His enemies have such power, do you think I can refuse to complete the task? Wang Yingxiong suddenly realized he had been deceived. If a 5th-tier divine bestowed individual could be harmed, then his enemies were definitely formidable. If his enemies knew he had saved him, how could he ask for their help? As if sensing Wang Yingxiong's disbelief, the shopkeeper hurried to explain, don't be afraid, he was caught off guard and poisoned, and his enemies are currently plotting against you. Wang Yingxiong was bewildered, realizing he had been schemed against all along. After pondering, he chose not to say more. In the basement, looking at the 3rd-tier magical beasts, venomous scale snakes, gallbladder poison, pouch red fruit, and snake grass, before him, the man showed a hint of astonishment. Did he really get these? The shopkeeper laughed and said, yes, but he claims we tricked him, saying there's a 5th-tier venomous scale snake in the 3rd-tier area. That's not the most important thing. The red fruit is a product of the red crows, and among that group, there are certainly 5th-tier existences. The man's eyes narrowed slightly and he asked, is this kid really alone, not part of a team? Really? The shopkeeper's expression turned serious as he said, I initially thought he had a team backing him, wanting to establish a foothold in Nanhua City, which is why he was sent out in the open. But since the Loose Cultivator Alliance targeted him, I conducted a thorough investigation, and he really is alone. The man looked filled with doubt. The shopkeeper explained, the news from the Loose Cultivator Alliance states that he found a powerful person's relic in the Beast Plains, a suit of armor and a knife. The armor can withstand attacks from 3rd-tier divine bestowers, and the knife is extraordinarily sharp. I believe it must be due to these two treasures. The man said, this kid is not simple, but now is not the time to discuss him, you should go ahead first. Seeing the man gazing gravely at the gallbladder and red fruit, the shopkeeper realized he was about to concoct a potion. Knowing that the man would soon recover, the shopkeeper felt excited. Suppressing his excitement, and knowing he couldn't waste time, the shopkeeper hurriedly exited the basement. The man's eyes flashed with a cold light. He first closed his eyes to calm his mind, then began to move. He first enveloped the gallbladder with spiritual energy, extracting its essence, then drew a silvery liquid from the poison pouch, followed by a green liquid from the snake grass that emanated a vigorous life force. Finally, the red fruit yielded a red liquid radiating a fierce heat. The 4 elements were wrapped in spiritual energy floating around the man. Through his special refining techniques, they finally transformed into a pool of black liquid resembling an unknown slime, yet the man showed no fear. Instead, his face was filled with joy, and he gulped it down. Moments later, the man's body displayed a mix of blue and purple hues, constantly changing like a chameleon, with wisps of black gas continuously emanating from his skin. The black gas floated in the air, and upon encountering walls or other objects, it immediately corroded them. After more than an hour, the man's body finally returned to its normal complexion, albeit pale and weak. However, with a wave of his hand, the remaining black gas in the air was gathered into his palm, transforming into a black elixir. Looking at the basement, now resembling an ant nest with pits everywhere, the man felt helpless. However, after the internal turmoil, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he needed to quickly recover it. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiong returned home after trading with the shopkeeper, holding 2 black crystals in his hand. The crystals were the size of walnuts, their surfaces shimmering beautifully. These two crystals were extracted from the third-tier magical beast's venomous scale, snake, known as Crystal Source's unique energy crystals containing the destiny talent of other races. Humans can absorb the pure spiritual energy within to accelerate their cultivation speed. If the shopkeeper had not dug out the crystal sources on the spot, Wang Yingxiong would have never known such things existed inside magical beasts. When he was in the Wolf Fang army, the first magical beast he killed, the Wind Wolf, had its body directly handed over without any thought that there could be such treasures inside. And Wang Yingxiong had a number of magical beast corpses in his system backpack, each of which contained a crystal source. The shopkeeper said that a first-tier crystal source is worth a gold coin. Moreover, the most precious aspect is not just that it is said that some powerful humans have comprehended the destiny talent of other races from crystal sources. Under the systems, scan the information about the crystal source is as follows: crystal source third tier. Note the energy source of other races formed by the rules of destiny talent can be exchanged for 300 soul points. Wang Yingxiong did not expect to gain the destiny talent through the crystal source. Even the system scan did not indicate how to acquire it. Could it be stronger than being hung up? Increasing soul points would be good enough. Wang Yingxiong happily retrieved the magical beast corpses from his system backpack and dug out all the crystal sources. Then he exchanged them. In an instant, Wang Yingxiong gained 3,600 soul points out of thin air. At this moment his soul points reached 6,112, but Wang Yingxiong did not plan to draw. He wanted to save up to enhance the Qinyu seal. Currently the Qinyu seal can only yield a 2-attribute benefit once a day, which Wang Yingxiong felt was too little. He wanted to grow stronger quickly and could only rely on this Qinyu seal for now, so enhancing it was necessary. After finishing a large table of delicious dishes made from various wild meats delivered by Kaishuan, Wang Yingxiong lazily sat in the yard gazing at the moonlight. At this moment the moon was full, but it wasn't the 15th. The moon of the deep blue continent never lacked roundness, which made Wang Yingxiong feel quite melancholic. Every time the moon was full he would think of home, but now he had to think of home every day. While others think of home once a month, I think of it every day, and this body can't take it. Just as he was lost in thought, a few unexpected guests arrived. Seeing Zheng Xian and two other men climb over the wall and appear before him, Wang Yingxiong was a bit stunned, while Zheng Xian and the others looked even more confused. Zheng Xian, with a wary expression, questioned, "Did you know we were coming? Isn't it obvious?" Wang Yingxiong moved a table to the center of the yard, sat down, facing the main entrance. Although the table had only leftover food, it indeed looked like he had been waiting for them for a long time, and started eating first. Zheng Yue, 4th tier. Age 42. Destiny talent Frostlight Sword. Cultivation talent yellow level. Cultivation technique Spirit Drawing Technique. Skills Combat Technique Spirit Shield. Attack power 753. 69. Defense power 483. 69. Speed 62. 58. Wu Ming 3rd tier. Age 36. Destiny talent Search, perceiving the location of marked objects within a certain range. Cultivation talent yellow level. Cultivation technique Spirit Drawing Technique. Skills Combat Technique Spirit Shield. Attack power 486. 59. Defense power 436. 58. Speed 52. 86. Looking at the attributes of the two, and with Zheng Xian being a 5th-tier divine bestower, Wang Yingxiong realized that their sneaky approach did not seem like they were here to do good. At this moment Wang Yingxiong did not know that these two had been trailing him. He awkwardly smiled and said, "I was planning to wait for you guys, but I got too hungry and had to eat first. However, there's still plenty left. Would you like some?" Zheng Xin's face twitched. The table was filled with bones. What could he eat? Moreover, there wasn't even a bench. Did he expect him to stand and eat? "What brings you gentlemen here in the middle of the night? Coming in like this is to avoid disturbing my rest, right?" Wang Yingxiong was fully alert at this point, knowing that if Zheng Xian made a move he would have no chance, and could only cautiously seek a glimmer of hope. Faced with Wang Yingxiong's sarcastic jibes, Zheng Xin's old face flushed. As a 5th-tier god-gifted individual, secretly intruding into the abode of a 2nd-tier god-gifted person did seem somewhat embarrassing. However, since he had been exposed, Zheng Xian no longer concealed his intentions, and said earnestly, "Wang Yingxiong, your talent is remarkable, and you come from a village. Why not join the Loose Cultivator Alliance and contribute to its growth? President, I believe I have already mentioned that I value my freedom and do not wish to be bound. Moreover, I am already part of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Well, I am currently a 2nd-level member. I am not joking with you." Zheng Xin's voice suddenly turned grim. As someone who has emerged from a village, you know how difficult it is for loose cultivators. With your exceptional talent and fortune, you have the ability to elevate our power and contribute to resisting the oppression from other forces. Yet you only think of freedom. Do you not owe it to the village that sustains you, and to those loose cultivators?" The other two men were also filled with righteous indignation, as if Wang Yingxiong were truly an ungrateful villain. "Huh." At that moment Wang Yingxiong laughed heartily. "What are you laughing at?" Zheng Xian said, emphasizing each word. If Wang Yingxiong did not provide a satisfactory answer, he was certain he would kill him. "I laugh because you are so ridiculous." Wang Yingxiong scoffed. "You have misunderstood something. I did not grow up in the village. My village was overrun by beasts when I was young. I was raised in Nongguan Town. If I were to express gratitude, I would be joining the Nongguan Town army. Moreover, Wang Yingxiang's tone suddenly changed, his voice rising sharply. Is your loose cultivator alliance truly intended to be a support for loose cultivators? Then why did you entice those loose cultivators to hunt me, only to later think of saving me and expecting my gratitude? You actually know this. How did you find out? Zheng Xin's eyes widened. Wang Yingxiang sneered. Do you not feel ashamed of your fifth-tier intelligence when you resort to such lowly tactics? You dare disrespect the president. You seek death. Zheng Yu roared, a sword appearing in his hand, emanating a chilling aura like an ancient slab of ice. It was his fateful talent, the cold light sword. Seeing Zheng Yu strike towards Wang Yingxiang, Zheng Xian did not intervene, indicating his tacit approval of Zheng Yu's actions. At that moment, Wang Yingxiang felt as though he had been locked onto every hair on his body, standing on end, his killer instinct transforming into armor. Wang Yingxiang did not expect them to actually dare to kill him within Nanhua City. Did they not fear attracting the city guards? Wang Yingxiang realized that he was still too weak, but as long as he could create a significant commotion, there was still hope. Thus, just as the cold light sword was about to close in, Wang Yingxiang instantly stepped away, causing Zheng Yu's strike to miss. Moreover, with this leap, Wang Yingxiang had already reached the door. With one more step, he could escape. At this moment, he was filled with resentment at the size of the house. He could not even leave with a single step. Watching Wang Yingxiang cover a distance of 200 meters with a single step, Zheng Xian let out a cold snort, clearly aware that Wang Yingxiang had exaggerated the distance of his teleportation. However, it was to be expected. Who would reveal all their secrets to others? At that moment, Wang Yingxiang suddenly felt as if a mountain were pressing down on him. All his spiritual power became stagnant, and he could not move. Turning his head, he saw Zheng Xian raising his right hand clenched tight. Wang Yingxiang suddenly recalled that Zheng Xin's fateful talent was Earth Element Affinity. He was manipulating the Earth Qi to restrain him. Zheng Yu grinned, a smile filled with murderous intent. The cold light sword came piercing forth. Wang Yingxiang's heart raced. He suddenly realized that death was so near, and his frost nirvana was still cooling down. However, at that moment, Wang Yingxiang suddenly felt light all over as the Earth Qi that had ensnared him was withdrawn. The withdrawn Earth Qi suddenly coalesced into a wall in front of him, and the cold light sword struck it, but did not pierce through. Wang Yingxiang's face was filled with confusion. Did Zheng Xian no longer want to kill him? However, seeing Zheng Xin's serious expression as if facing a great enemy, Wang Yingxiang knew that things were not that simple. Zheng Yu quickly retreated to Zheng Xin's side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. He also sensed that something was amiss. Haha, Zheng Xian, you old codger, as a fifth-tier God-gifted individual, you actually bully a second-tier God-gifted person. Have you no shame? With that light laughter, a man descended gracefully, causing Wang Yingxiang to feel vexed. Did my home become so casual that anyone can just fly in? Truly unasked, well indeed it need not be. Lin Zhendong, 5th tier. Age 41. Fate, talent, spirit extraction, extracting useful items from objects. Cultivation, talent, blue level. Cultivation technique, spirit, guiding method. Skill, martial arts, minor accomplishment. Attack power, 1856. Defense power, 876. 56. Speed, 123. 53. Looking at this man's attributes, Wang Yingxiang felt as if he might just be saved. At this moment, Zheng Xin's face turned ashen, slowly exhaling Lin Zhendong, the god of death in Nanhua. Both Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu exclaimed. However, Lin Zhendong turned to Wang Yingxiang, his eyes gleaming with appreciation, saying, "Not bad, young man. Thank you for hunting the items for me. From now on I will protect you in Nanhua City." Haha, thank you, hero. Wang Yingxiang did not hesitate. His life was now the priority. Better to cling to a powerful ally first. Turning his head, Lin Zhendong's expression suddenly turned as cold as frost. What? Zheng, are you still using those childish tricks? You must feel embarrassed to be exposed again. Humph. Zheng Xin's face looked extremely grim as he coldly replied, Lin Zhendong, do not be arrogant. You have committed heinous crimes harming how many of your kind, and you still dare to stay in Nanhua City. Lin Zhendong scoffed. If Nanhua City can tolerate scum like you, what makes you think I, who is 100 times stronger than you, cannot stay here? Humph. Let's go. Zheng Xian knew he was no match for Lin Zhendong in an unknown fight. Today, he could only sadly accept defeat. Watching Zheng Xian and the others push the door to leave, Wang Yingxiang's mouth twitched, thinking they were about to fly out. However, turning back, Wang Yingxiang found Lin Zhendong looking at him with a peculiar gaze, examining him up and down, causing him to feel chills all over. Could it be that this big shot had a special penchant? How should I refuse? I'm quite anxious about it. Wang Yingxiang cautiously said, Hero, it's getting late. If there is nothing else, would you like to leave so I can close the door? No, I have business. Wang Yingxiang firmly rejected Lin Zhendong's offer to take him as a disciple. In this world, he was uncertain about the existence of powerful arts, but he knew that Lin Zhendong lacked them. How could a person without impressive skills possibly be his master? Huh, what a naive thought. Therefore, Wang Yingxiang resolutely replied, I don't think I need to. Are you sure? Lin Zhendong smiled and said to Wang Yingxiang, if you don't acknowledge me as your master, you should be careful in Nanhua City without my support. You never know when that old Zheng Xian might show up by your bed while you're asleep, and then he Wang Yingxiang's face suddenly turned pale, feeling uncomfortable all over. Then what can you teach me if you become my master? Wang Yingxiang's attitude softened slightly. Hehe. I may not have much, but I can pass on my talent for destiny to you. Lin Zhendong said proudly. Can the talent for destiny be taught to others? Wang Yingxiang questioned. Lin Zhendong replied proudly, others can't do it, but I'm different. It'll soon break through to the 6th level, and at that time I can pass this on to you, though its effectiveness will be slightly diminished. So what do you think? Are you tempted? Hurry up and kneel. What kind of talent for destiny do you have that's stronger than mine? Wang Yingxiang feigned ignorance. Just watch. Facing Wang Yingxiang's doubt, Lin Zhendong could not tolerate it. How can you doubt the talent for destiny of the South, Huan's god of killing? Lin Zhendong clenched his fist, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly towards it. In a moment, a liquid form of pure spiritual energy appeared in his hand. Catch this. It's a treasure. After the reminder, Lin Zhendong waved his hand, sending the liquid spiritual energy flying towards Wang Yingxiang. With Lin Zhendong's warning, Wang Yingxiang chose not to dodge. If Lin Zhendong intended to harm him, there would be. As the liquid spiritual energy touched Wang Yingxiang's body, he felt a refreshing sensation, as if every cell in his body was opening up, eagerly devouring this energy. In just a moment his cells had become 1/10 saturated, comparable to half an hour of hard training. Wang Yingxiang was in shock, genuine shock. Although he knew Lin Zhendong's talent for destiny could extract useful things from objects, he never expected it could purify spiritual energy. This talent was indeed formidable. So what do you think? Not bad, right? As long as you acknowledge me as your master, you won't have to toil away training. I can help you achieve a day's worth of training in just 2 minutes. Moreover, I should tell you, I am also a spirit herb master capable of refining various elixirs, each a rare treasure that can be sold for a lot of money. You will have the freedom to roam the vast world, and being a spirit herb master will earn you respect and elevate your status. Lin Zhendong immediately unleashed his grand scheme. Wang Yingxiang felt this man was a bit too much. He interrupted bluntly, if you're so respected, why did the Loose Cultivator Alliance want to kill you? You were even poisoned and unable to detoxify it. If not for me, no one would have dared to save you. Ahem. Lin Zhendong instantly felt embarrassed, his gaze becoming profound as he exuded an air of sorrow. I am ashamed to mention this matter, but you only need to know that such things will not happen again in the future. Quick, call me master, and let me hear it. Lin Zhendong's tone shifted dramatically. Master, your disciple pays respects to you. Wang Yingxiang immediately became obedient. There was no room for disobedience. Lin Zhendong made it very clear that Zheng Xin had his eyes on him. If he didn't become his disciple, he would leave, and then Zheng Xin would certainly settle old and new scores with Wang Yingxiang, leaving him to await death. Although Lin Zhendong's opportunistic attitude was apparent, Wang Yingxiang still felt some resistance. Yet he could protect himself now and learn many things such as spiritual extraction and how to refine elixirs. This isn't just the real fragrance theory, it's a matter of necessity. Alright, not bad. It's getting late, so I'll go to bed now and guide you in your training tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Zhendong headed straight for the master bedroom, which was Wang Yingxiang's room. Just as Wang Yingxiang wanted to remind him that he had walked into the wrong room, he held back his words. What if Lin Zhendong suggested they sleep together? He was only here to learn the craft, not to sell himself. Then he obediently went to the guest room to sleep. Upon waking up in the morning, Wang Yingxiang saw Lin Zhendong smiling and standing by his bed, holding a ball of liquid spiritual energy the size of a basketball. Seeing Wang Yingxiang open his eyes, Lin Zhendong gently said, "Good disciple, this is your training nourishment for the day. Come absorb it." At that moment, Wang Yingxiang was struck dumb with fear. Looking at Lin Zhendong was like seeing a woman saying, "Darling, come drink the medicine." "Master, please don't appear in my room like this in the future, it frightens me," Wang Yingxiang said pitifully. Lin Zhendong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does that mean I won't need to gather spiritual energy for you anymore?" "Yes, master." Wang Yingxiang quickly agreed, but the next moment he regretted it. Had he just fallen for a trick? "Oh, it's good that you are considerate and understand your master. In that case, that's wonderful." Lin Zhendong happily tossed the spiritual energy onto Wang Yingxiang before exiting. At that moment, Wang Yingxiang's cells trembled with excitement. He dared not lose focus, and quickly circulated his skills to absorb the spiritual energy. In just 10 minutes, Wang Yingxiang's cells became fully saturated. However, he barely had time to celebrate before feeling discomfort, as it seemed this was his last chance to enjoy such a thing. Clearly this was a condition for accepting him as a disciple, and now it was gone after just one time. At this moment, Wang Yingxiang felt immense regret, casting a resentful glance at Lin Zhendong. Lin Zhendong, completely unfazed, asked, "Disciple, what's wrong with your eyes? Did you not sleep well? If so, why not go back to sleep? You'll finish your breakfast." At that moment, Wang Yingxiang noticed that Lin Zhendong had already eaten half of the food on the table, which had been brought in by the innkeeper that morning. "No, master, your disciple has slept well. I assume you are full, right?" Wang Yingxiang replied, while sitting down to eat. "No, I just started eating and haven't even tasted it yet. But you, being at a growing age, should eat less and cultivate more." Lin Zhendong spoke earnestly. Wang Yingxiang was genuinely dumbfounded. Shouldn't he be eating more at his age? And what was up with his urging to eat faster? Moments later, Wang Yingxiong had only managed to eat half of a rabbit, while the rest went into Lin Zhendong's stomach. Wang Yingxiong was in distress. Ever since his strength increased, his appetite had also grown significantly, and half a rabbit was nowhere near enough. Burp. Lin Zhendong let out a satisfying belch and lazily said, "Disciple, from this meal onward, don't bother with the innkeeper's meals, it's too wasteful. From now on you will cook." After finishing, he gave Wang Yingxiong no chance to retort, and left, leaving Wang Yingxiong alone in a state of... Ever since Lin Zhendong moved into Wang Yingxiong's home, a difficult life began for Wang Yingxiong. Every morning before dawn, Lin Zhendong would drag Wang Yingxiong out of bed and make him start memorizing texts. Wang Yingxiong never expected that even after crossing over he would still have to study. Looking at the handwritten books densely packed with various plants and spiritual herbs, Wang Yingxiong felt overwhelmed. For him, he had a system. He could directly investigate whatever he saw, so why bother struggling to memorize? However, Lin Zhendong didn't know that Wang Yingxiong had a cheat. He could only make him memorize it. This book was handwritten by Lin Zhendong, accumulating over 20 years of his alchemical experience, detailing the characteristics, functions of various spiritual herbs, and what changes they could produce with others, along with the effects of the pills that could be crafted. Whenever Wang Yingxiong looked at this book, he felt both admiration and bitterness. He admired Lin Zhendong as a genius, but he felt bitter knowing that this thick book of over 20 centimeters had to be memorized within a week. Speaking of the so-called pharmaceutical codex claimed by Lin Zhendong, Wang Yingxiong felt a headache. At that time, Lin Zhendong asked him, "Disciple, do you want to become an alchemist?" "Yes." Wang Yingxiong answered affirmatively. Lin Zhendong said earnestly, "All right, I have a pharmaceutical codex. If you read it, you will definitely become an alchemist in a short time. After a few years of accumulation, once you learn my destiny talent, you can become a supreme alchemist. Then master, give it to me quickly." Wang Yingxiong was eager. Lin Zhendong then extended his hand, saying, "Actually, I have placed the pharmaceutical codex in your spatial ring, you just need to take it out." At that moment, Wang Yingxiong remembered that after the shopkeeper gave him the spatial ring, he hadn't even looked at it, and had just put it in his pocket. Thus, when Wang Yingxiong took out the spatial ring from his pocket, his hand suddenly felt empty. The ring was gone. "Disciple, I thought about it, and carrying a spatial ring at your level is too ostentatious, which is not good for you. For your safety and health, I think it's better to keep this here for now. Once you grow stronger and can protect yourself, I will return it to you." Wang Yingxiong stared dumbfounded at Lin Zhendong, who showed no signs of guilt. To be honest, he had never seen someone so shameless. "Master, actually Wang Yingxiong wanted to say that he had the ability to protect it. But Lin Zhendong directly dropped the thick pharmaceutical codex and ran away. And so Wang Yingxiong found himself memorizing the pharmaceutical codex diligently every day. Fortunately, with the improvement of his strength, his memory and thinking speed increased dramatically, and he found it quite manageable to remember the codex. Now Wang Yingxiong's daily routine consisted of waking up to cook, memorizing the codex, cooking, memorizing the codex, cooking, absorbing the spiritual energy balls condensed by Lin Zhendong, and sleeping. Wang Yingxiong was quite happy that Lin Zhendong did not skimp on the spiritual energy balls. This greatly accelerated his cultivation speed. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Wang Yingxiong felt quite fulfilled. He had memorized all the knowledge contained in the codex, and what remained was practical application. However, due to his lack of time to hunt in the beast plains, their food source was entirely dependent on purchases, which drained all of Wang Yingxiong's money. Now he didn't have a single iron coin left. Wang Yingxiong looked at Lin Zhendong with a pitiful expression. "Master, there's no food at home. Could you think of a way?" Lin Zhendong pondered and said, "You are indeed in a growing phase. You must not skip meals. Moreover, you have solidified your fundamentals this week, and it's time for you to become an alchemist." Before Wang Yingxiong could feel happy, Lin Zhendong changed his tone. "Then let's head to the beast plains. I can guide you in combat, and also gather some spiritual herbs for you to practice." Wang Yingxiong rolled his eyes. With his rich combat experience, did he really need Lin Zhendong's guidance? Was he joking? It was just laziness. Upon re-entering the beast plains, no one or team dared to target Wang Yingxiong anymore. Everyone who saw Lin Zhendong looked as if they had seen a grim reaper, avoiding them hastily. Wang Yingxiong curiously asked, "It seems you do have some strength. Ooh, why are they so afraid of you? And why did Xing Yu call you the god of death in the South Wilderness? Want to know?" Lin Zhendong smiled at Wang Yingxiong. "Oh." Wang Yingxiong nodded vigorously. "They fear me because I am ruthless and killing and capricious. I kill anyone I find displeasing. Thus in the South Wilderness, I am a god of death. You must listen to me carefully, otherwise if I am displeased I might just kill you." Lin Zhendong suddenly turned sinister. Wang Yingxiong quickly pretended to be frightened, saying, "Master, I will definitely obey. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do." In his heart, he was thinking, "Just don't wait until I cool down. At that time, if worse comes to worst, I will just let you kill me once, and I can escape." Lin Zhendong glanced at Wang Yingxiong, noticing that he was not very afraid of him. In the past few days, he had felt that Wang Yingxiong had no restraint. Though he did not know what cards Wang Yingxiong had up his sleeve, Lin Zhendong was not a truly bloodthirsty person. Thus, he was actually glad that Wang Yingxiong was not afraid. It would make their interaction much better. Moreover, in a sense, Wang Yingxiong had saved him. The reason he took Wang Yingxiong as his disciple was partly to repay a debt and protect him from Zheng Xin's threat, and partly because he truly recognized Wang Yingxiang's talent. The first time he met Wang Yingxiang, he sensed the abundant spiritual energy within him. The richness of that energy made Lin Zhendong not doubt that it belonged to a fourth-tier divine gifted individual, while he himself was only a second-tier. This made Lin Zhendong, who already had exceptional cultivation talent, instantly realize that Wang Yingxiang's talent for cultivation was even higher than his. If his cultivation talent was already at the blue level, then was Wang Yingxiang at the purple level. Regardless of the level, he would be considered a super genius in the deep blue continent. To have a future limitless super genius as a disciple thrilled Lin Zhendong, a genius himself. Alright, you are my first disciple, and I won't let you die easily, I'll rest assured. Looking at Lin Zhendong's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Yingxiang felt somewhat confused about whether he should thank him or be grateful. That sounded somewhat like an insult, didn't it? You are my first little pet. As long as you don't chew on the house, I won't eat you. Thinking about this, Wang Yingxiang realized that he was now Lin Zhendong's pet. Hee. Wang Yingxiang forced a smile to mask his inner turmoil. As Lin Zhendong gazed at the terrifying armor of death enveloping Wang Yingxiang, his eyes filled with wonder. He had never seen such a miraculous armor before. Even in other towns, he had never heard of armor that could change shape, unless it was a fate-endowed talent. But armor evolved from fate-endowed talent cannot be inherited. Moreover, Lin Zhendong could clearly sense that Wang Yingxiang did not use a shred of spiritual power while donning the armor of death, indicating that it was not his fate-endowed talent. This made Wang Yingxiang's identity even more mysterious. At this moment, Wang Yingxiang, clad in the armor of death and wielding the sword of death, faced a group of tail cats. These tail cats were only of the second tier, and their primary weapons were their large tails resembling wolf fawn clubs, with speed being their greatest asset. However, in the face of Wang Yingxiang's even faster speed, their speed was pitifully slow. Watching Wang Yingxiang charge forward fearlessly, completely unbothered by the tail cat's attacks, and instead attacking during the cat's fatigue, after their assaults, Lin Zhendong couldn't help but cover his eyes. It was too painful to witness. There was not a hint of attack technique. Yet for Wang Yingxiang, this was the most effective approach, and they couldn't break through the armor of death's defenses. In just a short while, 7 tail cats lay dead beneath Wang Yingxiang's blade, and apart from a few bloodstains, the armor of death showed not a single scratch. By killing the tail cats, the imprint of Qinyu brought him 140 attack power, 100 defense, and 056 speed, his fastest power increase in a week. Before Wang Yingxiang could collect the bodies, Lin Zhendong directly stored all the tail cats' corpses into his spatial ring, saying openly, "The meat of these tail cats is quite good. It will be perfect for cooking. I'll help lighten your load." Wang Yingxiang broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for Lin Zhendong's speed, he would have instinctively stored the tail cats into his system backpack. To be honest, your attacks are quite unsightly. If it weren't for your armor's high defense, you would have been turned into a sieve by the tail cat's tails. Let's go back and practice properly. Wang Yingxiang pouted. He wasn't bragging. No one in the same tier could break through his defenses, and it wasn't easy to keep them from getting close. He hadn't even used the instant step yet. I'm going for a skills-based approach. Oh, what do I need those flashy moves for? But Wang Yingxiang would never voice this. He hurriedly gathered a few ordinary first-tier spiritual herbs nearby, where the tail cats lived, and was promptly pulled back to Nanhua City by Lin Zhendong. According to Lin Zhendong, we have enough tail cat meat for several days. Your combat skills are too poor. Ooh, I can't bear to watch, so hurry back and train your skills so you won't embarrass me in the future. Upon returning home, Wang Yingxiang was forced to duel with Lin Zhendong. Lin Zhendong said, "I will only use an attack strength of no more than tier 3. Don't use your instant step fate-endowed talent against me." Wang Yingxiang's face lit up, but Lin Zhendong added, "By the way, you can't wear that armor, and you can't use that sword." Wang Yingxiang's expression darkened instantly. He had hoped to rely on the armor of death to act shamelessly, but now it seemed he would have to face hardship. Nevertheless, he still eagerly attacked, first launching a black tiger pouncing heart strike straight for Lin Zhendong's heart. "Nice move," Lin Zhendong praised, but with a swift movement he dodged to the side, then lightly slapped his palm, imprinting it against Wang Yingxiang's chest. Bang! The seemingly weak palm contained the force of 1,000 pounds, sending Wang Yingxiang flying. Fortunately, Lin Zhendong had withheld some strength. Wang Yingxiang simply fell to the ground, without suffering any extra injuries. Come again. At that moment, Wang Yingxiang's desire for victory surged as he realized Lin Zhendong had not used much speed or power in his previous attack. This was his only chance to defeat Lin Zhendong. After being oppressed for so long, how could he not harbor some resentment? Now was the time to vent it. But the imagination was beautiful, while reality was stark. Each time Wang Yingxiang felt he was so close to hitting Lin Zhendong, he was always sent flying. However, each time he got back up, his confidence grew just a bit more. Then he faced misfortune. In no time, the yard echoed with the rhythmic sounds of bodies colliding with the floor. Finally, after a while, Wang Yingxiang suddenly realized he seemed to have been tricked. Wasn't the purpose of practicing combat skills to improve? How had it turned into him being beaten continuously? At this point, he was already bruised and battered. "Stop!" Wang Yingxiang shouted. "Master, you are tricking me. You could have taken me down with a single blow. How am I supposed to practice my skills?" "Alright, how about this will slow down my attacks?" Lin Zhendong replied with an expression of compliance, which made Wang Yingxiong grind his teeth in frustration. However, for the time that followed, Lin Zhendong did not take the opportunity to continue beating Wang Yingxiong. Instead, he genuinely began to guide him. Right attack to the right, now slow your pace, accelerate, yes, sidestep punch, good. The entire morning passed like this. Although Wang Yingxiong ended up with more bruises, his skills improved rapidly. This was mainly due to his high proficiency in combat techniques. Disciple, go cook, I have something to attend to outside, and I'll be back shortly. Lin Zhendong tossed out a tail cat's corpse and left. Wang Yingxiong, feeling irritated, really wanted to bite him. After having been active for a while, Wang Yingxiong's resilience passive could not take effect, but now as he rested, the spiritual energy within began to deplete, while life energy surged forth to heal his bruises. Scared, Wang Yingxiong hurriedly moved, otherwise in just a few seconds his face would be completely bruised. If Lin Zhendong returned, he would have no explanation. Then Wang Yingxiong obediently carried the tail cat into the kitchen. Lin Zhendong returned with a joyful expression, but upon seeing Wang Yingxiong pacing back and forth in the yard waving his arms, he was somewhat shocked. Disciple, what are you doing? Lin Zhendong asked with concern. Wang Yingxiong excitedly replied, oh, I'm just exercising to relieve my muscle soreness. Lin Zhendong fell silent, thinking, is this disciple really making himself a fool? He's covered in bruises, won't moving around just make it hurt more. Lin Zhendong spoke in a tone that was both caring and condescending. Disciple, don't worry, we won't practice combat skills this afternoon. We'll learn alchemy instead. Come on, the food is getting cold, eat up. Okay. Wang Yingxiong replied softly, then began to eat, while moving his body. Lin Zhendong's expression was complex, thinking it seems he truly is foolish. Normally he would be very happy to learn about alchemy, but now he shows no reaction. It seems I can't beat him this hard in the future. I should reduce the intensity and increase the frequency. If Wang Yingxiong knew Lin Zhendong's thoughts at that moment, he would definitely curse. If I weren't so focused on how to move and prevent my resilience from taking effect, I would have heard what you said. I would have jumped up in excitement to show you. Bang! Looking at the shattered Xiling flower in his hand, Wang Yingxiong's expression darkened. Lin Zhendong stifled a smile at the corners of his mouth, feigning pity as he comforted Wang Yingxiong, saying, don't be sad. Although I know you can't extract the juice from the Xiling flower, you did well. It's not your fault, you just lack talent. Wang Yingxiong looked at Lin Zhendong with a complex expression, internally screaming, is this supposed to be comforting? Why don't you just crush me instead? But don't worry. As long as you learn my destiny talent, you will transcend the realm of mortals and become a great alchemist, or even a super great alchemist like me. Seeing Lin Zhendong bragging about himself, Wang Yingxiong felt a headache coming on. When will you teach me then? Wang Yingxiong pointedly questioned. Cough, cough. Lin Zhendong replied somewhat awkwardly. I haven't broken through to the 6th rank yet, but it will be soon. Once I finish refining this batch of pills, I will break through in no time, and then I will teach you. Next, just watch my performance. With a wave of his hand, Lin Zhendong summoned various spiritual herbs and beast blood. He then activated the spirit extract, refining the essence of the herbs and the vital energy contained within the beast blood. After refining, he began to mix them in different proportions, condensing them into pills. Wang Yingxiong took a cursory glance and saw that those spiritual herbs were mostly of the 4th and 5th ranks, with a few being 6th rank. Just by looking at the types of spiritual herbs, such as 7-star spirit vine, tricolor flower, and gathering spirit grass, according to the secret formula recorded in the medicinal manual, he was refining the ascending spirit pill. Moreover, based on the rank of the herbs, this pill would at least be a 5th rank and possibly even a 6th rank ascending. The ascending spirit pill is a type of pill that can accelerate the cultivation speed. One 5th rank ascending spirit pill contains enough spiritual energy to save a 5th rank God-gifted person 3 days of hard training. However, refining the medicinal properties requires 7 days. Looking at those pills being refined by Lin Zhendong like candy beans placed in a large glass jar, Wang Yingxiong felt like eating them. What surprised Wang Yingxiong the most was how simple Lin Zhendong made refining pills appear. First, he used the spirit extract to extract the essence from the spiritual herbs, then mixed them proportionally, and finally crushed them into pill form. It was utterly unpretentious. It seems in this world, becoming an alchemist relies not on inheritance, but on destiny talent. Wang Yingxiong was looking forward to how Lin Zhendong would pass on his destiny talent to him after breaking through to the 6th rank. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Zhendong was busy refining various pills, while Wang Yingxiong had some leisure time to practice the combat techniques from his fighting skills. A quiet night passed. The next morning, when Lin Zhendong woke Wang Yingxiong, he saw Lin Zhendong's strange. Wang Yingxiong was startled, wondering if Lin Zhendong had developed an infatuation with his beauty and wanted to make him bloom like a flower. He cautiously asked, Master, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is my face blooming? No blooming here. Lin Zhendong shook his head, puzzled. I just wonder why the swelling and bruises on your face have disappeared. Haha, really? Perhaps it's because I have a good constitution and recover quickly. Wang Yingxiong deflected the question. Lin Zhendong did not probe further, but soon after Wang Yingxiong found himself in trouble again. Half an hour later, his body was more swollen and bruised than yesterday, and it was even worse. Facing Wang Yingxiong's resentful little eyes, Lin Zhendong looked serious and said, This is for your own good. Oh, I need to test your recovery speed, so you can have a clear understanding of your body. If it weren't for the mischievous smile in Lin Zhendong's eyes, Wang Yingxiong would have almost believed him. He was definitely doing this to take revenge for my cooking being bad. It was definitely the case. For 2 consecutive days Lin Zhendong kept beating Wang Yingxiong more severely each time, but by the next morning Wang Yingxiong would recover as if nothing had happened, which made Lin Zhendong quite surprised. Master, I feel like my skill training is sufficient now. I request to go into actual combat. Finally Wang Yingxiong couldn't stand the pressure and began to resist. Not yet. During this time I can't accompany you to the Beast Plains. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Zheng Xian is a petty person. Lin Zhendong said sternly. Wang Yingxiong asked, but that means I can't leave you in the future, right? I can't go out. No, after some time, once I complete the task in Nanhuang City, I will obtain the opportunity for you to attend the Zhanlong Academy. At that time you will be able to safely leave here and cultivate at the Zhanlong Academy. Zhanlong Academy. Wang Yingxiong was somewhat surprised after all who Fansha also mentioned going to Zhanlong. Yes, Zhanlong Academy. Years ago I prided myself on my talent and rejected Nanhuang City and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. By refusing Nanhuang City, I lost the opportunity to study at Zhanlong Academy, and by rejecting the Loose Cultivator Alliance, I was nearly killed. Lin Zhendong looked a bit despondent. What about you? Wang Yingxiong opened his mouth. Lin Zhendong raised his head, his eyes shining with renewed brilliance and pride as he said, as a person living in this world it's important to learn to compromise, but if your strength is sufficient the compromises you make will be less. Now I am an honorary alchemist of Nanhuang City. They provide spiritual herbs and resources to support me, while I am responsible for refining some pills for them. As people grow older they tend not to venture out anymore. However, you are my disciple, and from now on you will carry my dreams and venture into the world. Master, don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. At that moment Wang Yingxiong truly acknowledged Lin Zhendong as his master. After Lin Zhendong resolved his own poison, he could have escaped Nanhuang City to avoid its pursuit, and then slowly plotted his revenge against Zheng Xian. However, Wang Yingxiong couldn't escape. He would be killed by Zheng Xian on the spot. So Lin Zhendong first compromised with Nanhuang City after all the enmity with Nanhuang City was initiated by Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian lured ordinary loose cultivators to ambush Lin Zhendong, but they were all counterkilled by Lin Zhendong. At that time Lin Zhendong was also furious, and the loose cultivators were terrified, establishing his reputation as the god of death among them. Fortunately, the incidents occurred in the Beast Plains where things had room for maneuver. Thus Lin Zhendong actively joined the Nanhuang City army, becoming their guest alchemist. The value of an alchemist was enough to cover up his minor offenses, especially since most of the people he killed were loose cultivators and had nothing to do with Nanhuang City. Lin Zhendong's compromise allowed him to stay in Nanhuang City effectively, keeping Zheng Xian at bay and protecting Wang Yingxiong's life. Wang Yingxiong still believed Lin Zhendong's words about protecting him. After all, if Lin Zhendong had also coveted the treasures on him, he could have easily killed Wang Yingxiong with a single slap during their trip to the Beast Plains. But clearly what Lin Zhendong coveted was not Wang Yingxiong's treasures, but him. Cough cough. While he seemed to be interested in Wang Yingxiong's cultivation talent, which Wang Yingxiong was quite proud of, another day of being kept in captivity, Wang Yingxiong opened his attribute panel while practicing. Wang Yingxiong second stage. Age 12. Soul points 7,232. Fate talent Qianya Seal Resilience, Frost Rebirth. Cultivation talent Purple Extreme. Cultivation technique Spirit Guiding Art, 10 increase in cultivation speed. Skill Martial Arts Mastery achieved. My Flow of Ultimate Techniques. Cloud Array, Instant Step Demon Phantom. Attack Power 82. 08. Defense Power 67. 63. Speed 33. 50. Lottery Chances 1. Items A Bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, a Bottle of Witchcraft Potion. Mystic Sword Level 2. Passive 4040. Attack Power 310. Bonus 3 Attack Power. Leviathan Armor Level 2. Passive 4040. Defense Power 310. Bonus 3 Defense Power. Ancient Coin 2 Soul Points Hour. Passive Blessing creatures you kill may drop coins providing 20 soul points or restoring 6 of lost spiritual energy. Now Wang Yingxiong's attributes are considered quite powerful among the second stage Divine Gifted. Unfortunately, Wang Yingxiong cannot enter the Beast Plains to hunt beasts who otherwise with the help of Qianya Seal his attributes would improve even faster. He believes it won't be long before he breaks through to the third stage. Wang Yingxiong is extremely bored now. He cannot use his soul points as he needs them to upgrade his talents. The only thing left is this single lottery chance which he decides to use immediately. Congratulations on drawing the Talent Master Craftsman. What the hell? In an instant the drowsy Wang Yingxiong was awakened. He didn't expect that a casual draw could yield a talent. His luck is off the charts. Mountain Hidden Flame. Aorn Master Craftsman can consume soul points to upgrade items. A brief introduction that directly indicates its extraordinary significance. The next moment Wang Yingxiong activated the talent and checked the Killing Sword and Killing Armor only to find this item is already a supreme artifact and cannot be upgraded. Instantly disappointed, damn it, the path of spending money to become invincible is not feasible anymore. But he quickly remembered, he still has a treasure, the ancient coin. Ancient coin can be upgraded, requires 1,000 soul points. With a wave of his hand, he spends money. Ancient coin 4 soul points hour. Passive blessing, creatures you kill may drop coins providing 25 soul points or restoring 8 of lost spiritual energy. The enhancement effect is not as impressive as expected. Wang Yingxiong sees it needs 2,000 to upgrade and spends money again. 3,000. Spending money. 5,000. Spending money. Sorry, insufficient balance. Just as he was getting into the groove, his soul points ran out. He felt terrible. However, looking at the attributes of the ancient coin, it's still decent. Ancient coin 10 soul points hour. Passive blessing, creatures you kill may drop coins providing 35 soul points or restoring 12 of lost spiritual energy. A day yields 240 soul points, a month yields 7,200 points. The path of spending money is indeed strong. But this is not a one-time deal, it requires gradual investment. Disciple, come out quickly. I will take you to see something big. While pondering the next spending direction of Master Craftsman, Wang Yingxiong suddenly remembered Lin Zhendong's voice. Then Wang Yingxiong saw Lin Zhendong burst in excitedly. What happened, Master? Are we going to the Beast Plains, or to the War Dragon Academy? Neither. But it's even more exciting than both. The beasts are attacking South Wilderness City. They are already at the... Lin Zhendong almost shouted each word. Wang Yingxiong was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, Master, at such a time, why aren't we running? What are we waiting for here? Lin Zhendong rolled his eyes, saying, what are you thinking? South Wilderness City is protected by a 7th-stage divine gifted. This is a stronghold of the War Dragon Kingdom. How could monsters breach it so easily? Come with me to take a look. You might earn a lot of military merit, which will strengthen your position for entering the War Dragon Academy. Without waiting for Wang Yingxiong to say more, Lin Zhendong took him and rushed to the city gate. Upon reaching the city wall, Wang Yingxiong truly experienced what it meant to be boundless and what it meant to have a fear of crowds. The millions of acres of farmland outside the city had been trampled flat. As far as the eye could see, there were countless wild beasts and monsters. However, these beasts were quietly lined up there like a human army, exerting immense pressure on the humans. Moreover, Wang Yingxiong observed that the first hundreds of thousands of beasts were at the 2nd and 3rd stages, while the monsters above the 3rd stage were behind the beast ranks. On the South Wilderness City side, the army was on high alert. Loose cultivators and various factions also waited nearby, as they too had to follow South Wilderness City's arrangements to face the beast tide. Lin Keqing, the city lord, invites you to discuss. At that moment, a soldier approached and called to Lin Zhendong. Wait here, and don't move, he'll be right back. After instructing Wang Yingxiong, Lin Zhendong left with the soldier. Why aren't these beasts attacking first during this beast tide? Could it be that there's some conspiracy? Even if there is a conspiracy, it's not for us to worry about. Just be careful during the battle, and don't lose your life. The crowd murmured. Clearly this was not their first experience with a beast tide. But for Wang Yingxiong, this was indeed his first time. Of course, he didn't count the time he crossed over, as he hadn't witnessed it, so this was truly his first time, and he felt quite nervous. Facing a dozen beasts alone, Wang Yingxiong was unafraid, but with tens of thousands of beasts plus countless monsters behind them, anyone would feel intimidated. In just over 20 minutes, Lin Zhendong returned. Master, how was it? Wang Yingxiong looked at Lin Zhendong, and Lin Zhendong whispered, there's not much of a problem. When the first wave of attack starts, you should go down to kill as many as you can, but protect yourself. Wang Yingxiong nodded, not asking why. Sure enough, shortly after, a soldier stepped out and announced, all 3rd stage divine gifted, follow me down the city to slay beasts and defend South Wilderness City. Go. Lin Zhendong encouraged Wang Yingxiong with a supportive gaze. Following the main force down the city wall, they opened the city gates, and 600 soldiers along with over 400 from mixed forces stepped out together. As the human race emerged, the beasts let out a low roar, anxiously pacing in place, eager to charge forward. In the next moment, it seemed they received the command to charge, bursting forth like wild horses, roaring as they charged. And on the human side, they were equally fearless. Having fought monsters for years, they would not cower in battle. A 3rd stage lightning leopard shot towards Wang Yingxiong like a bolt of lightning, but Wang Yingxiong reacted swiftly, executing a slight instant step to evade, then swung his killing sword, cleaving the lightning leopard in two. Evidently, its defense could not withstand his attack. However, before Wang Yingxiong could feel joy, he found himself surrounded by beasts, with wild beasts all around him, making it impossible to see his human companions. With the murderous armor covering his entire body, Wang Yingxiong charged through the sea of beasts, carving out a blood. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong had returned to his primal form, fighting without an ounce of grace, yet every move he made was incredibly effective, targeting the weaknesses of the beasts. On the battlefield, the small force of the human race seemed like a drop in the ocean. In just a moment, the area outside Nanhuang City was already flowing with blood and littered with corpses. Fortunately, the overall rank of the human race was slightly higher, so they still held an advantage. Wang Yingxiong's outstanding performance also attracted the attention of many on the city walls. This young man is impressive. Why haven't I heard of him? Asked Jiang Zhangwo, the city lord of Nanhuang. The others around him were also puzzled, shaking their heads, indicating he wasn't one of theirs. Someone seemed to recall something and quickly said, "City Lord, if I'm not mistaken, he should be Wang Yingxiong, a disciple of Lin Keqing. The recent little maneuvers by the Loose Cultivators Alliance were aimed at him." "Oh, this child is quite remarkable," Zhang Jiangguo said with a smile in his eyes. "Zhang Exine is truly living to see his end. Do those two from the Loose Cultivators Alliance know where to go now?" "Not sure, but I suspect they're still developing their influence in other towns." "Oomph." Zhang Jiangguo's brows furrowed slightly in anger. Meanwhile, on another part of the city wall, Zhang Exine glared intensely at Wang Yingxiong in the battlefield, wishing he could eat him alive. Lin Zhdong, on the other hand, smiled, quietly satisfied with Wang Yingxiong's performance. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong was unaware that he was being watched by various parties. Roar, roar. At this time, the magical beasts seemed to have received orders, roaring as they joined the battlefield. The human race on the city wall reacted immediately. Fourth tier divine, gifted, engage. Bang. A fireball the size of a human head crashed directly into Wang Yingxiong's chest. Caught completely off guard, Wang Yingxiong was sent flying, his murderous armor turning bright red and cracking, his insides trembling, and the flesh on his chest scorched. In midair, Wang Yingxiong saw a flame lion charging towards him, the fireball emanating from its mouth. Flame lion, 4th tier, fate talent fireball, attack power 869. Defense 501. 25, speed 60. 58. This was a 4th tier flame lion magical beast, and Wang Yingxiong's heart sank. Why had the magical beast suddenly joined the battlefield? However, just as Wang Yingxiong was about to use his instant step to escape, a long spear blocked the flame lion's attack. "Kid, you did well. We'll handle it from here. You retreat first." This was a guard of Nanhuang City, clad in armor of 4th tier divine, gifted with strength talent. Wang Yingxiong wasted no time and withdrew immediately. With a few instant steps, he quickly distanced himself from the battlefield. "How are you? Are you alright?" Lin Zhdong immediately injected a sphere of spiritual energy into Wang Yingxiong. Wang Yingxiong shook his head, standing still. Although he wanted to express his pain, he chose to remain silent and endure for a few more seconds, triggering his resilience. Then, under Lin Zhdong's astonished gaze, the spiritual energy within Wang Yingxiong began to deplete rapidly, while the injury on his chest healed quickly, and the murderous armor absorbed the spiritual energy injected into him to repair itself. Fortunately, with Wang Yingxiong donned in murderous armor and Lin Zhdong shielding him, others could not see this miraculous scene. After a moment following Lin Zhdong's infusion of 7 or 8 spheres of spiritual energy, Wang Yingxiong and the armor returned to their original state. If not for the layer of scabs shed on the ground, Lin Zhdong would not have believed that Wang Yingxiong had been injured. Looking at Lin Zhdong's dumbfounded expression, Wang Yingxiong nonchalantly said, "Don't be so surprised, it's just a skill I obtained from a relic of a powerful being that allows for rapid recovery of injuries, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. This armor can also absorb spiritual energy to repair itself." As if realizing Lin Zhdong desired this skill, Wang Yingxiong quickly added, "This skill was directly transferred into my mind. I can't teach it to you." Lin Zhdong opened his mouth, feeling quite uncomfortable, as a powerful being needing a disciple to teach him skills was frustrating. But why did he want it so badly? Lin Zhdong chuckled awkwardly. "No worries, I'm happy for you. It seems that training your recovery speed these past few days was the right choice. After the beast tied, let's continue to train." Lin Zhdong chuckled inwardly. "Kid, you're playing with me." Wang Yingxiong felt wronged, realizing he had gotten carried away and forgotten he was still dependent on others. He was being usurped, and even ended up becoming the disciple of his usurper. His fate was indeed pitiful. Meanwhile, the battle below was becoming even more brutal, but fortunately Nanhuang City, as the border of the Battle Dragon Kingdom, had sufficient forces stationed with 4th tier divine, gifted, continuously joining the battlefield. Observing this passive situation, Wang Yingxiong asked, "Master, why don't we directly use 5th tier or above experts to slaughter them? Why wait until they deploy 4th tier magical beasts before we send out our 4th tier divine, gifted?" Sighed. Lin Zhdong's face was full of despair as he replied, "This is because our human race is weak. Did you see those magical beasts at the rear of the beast horde?" Wang Yingxiong looked up. Although it was distant and hazy and the system couldn't detect it, he could vaguely see their massive bodies. Lin Zhdong's voice echoed, "They are the commanders of this beast tide, and at least one of them is of the 7th tier. But currently we have only one 7th tier expert stationed at Nanhuang City. There are only a few hundred 7th tier experts in the entire Battle Dragon Kingdom. While in this vast beast territory, 7th tier beast races are innumerable. They could casually dispatch a few, and we would have to be on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. Do you think the rules won't be dictated by them? Wouldn't it be easy for them to annihilate us? Then why don't they directly breach Nanhuang City and wipe out the Battle Dragon Kingdom?" Wang Yingxiong was confused. Lin Zhdong shook his head, his voice tinged with sorrow. "This is the tragic aspect of our human race. We are too weak, thus posing no fatal threat to the beast race. In fact, our existence stimulates the evolution of beasts, mitigates internal conflicts within the beast race, and provides another method to slow their population growth, while enhancing quality. They can also acquire high-quality food. Yes, food. At this moment Wang Yingxiong was also somewhat bewildered. Before his rebirth, the human race was the leader of all races, holding the power of life and death, but now the situation had reversed, and he found it hard to adapt. However, Wang Yingxiong felt fortunate, for he had the chance to change his fate. He possessed the system, and given enough time, he would become the most powerful being in the deep blue continent. At that time he would feast on the flesh of ninth-tier magical beasts daily. For a moment Wang Yingxiong was filled with ambition and fighting spirit. Lin Xiaodong's eyes flashed with surprise. He had thought Wang Yingxiong would be disheartened after all. He had been in a slump for a long time upon learning of this. However, now Wang Yingxiong merely experienced a moment of disappointment, feeling dejected, but in the next second erupted with such strong fighting spirit, which pleased Lin Xiaodong the most. Although the population of the human race was not as large as that of the beast race, their reproductive speed was definitely not weak. Throughout thousands of years of human history, countless geniuses had emerged, but the vast majority lacked resilience, and upon realizing the chasm between the human and beast races fell into despair. Only a few who grew stronger through adversity remained steadfast in their confident step by step, building a great foundation for the human race. At this moment Lin Xiaodong saw their shadows in Wang Yingxiong. Confident Wang Yingxiong did not utter any stirring or grandiose words. He deemed them unnecessary. Only the successful have the right to act pretentiously, others merely become a source of laughter. Wang Yingxiong was a low-key person, so he opened the system and stared at the surging soul points with drool. Soul points 9012. Indeed, to become rich one must engage in slaughter. However, with fourth-tier magical beasts roaming everywhere and third-tier beasts as numerous as dogs, going down would be akin to delivering food. At that moment, swish, swish, numerous pillars of light suddenly rose within the South Wilderness City. Look, 3,000 pillars. Reinforcements are here. On the city wall the soldiers exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the soaring pillars of light, Wang Yingxiong was filled with confusion. Master, what are these 3,000 pillars? Lin Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with pride as he replied. The so-called 3,000 pillars refer to the 3,000 teleportation formations within South Wilderness City. They were constructed by a ninth-tier divine granted with spatial transfer talent. These teleportation formations can transport people and objects across thousands of miles. Whenever a beast tide erupts, the Dragon Battle Kingdom sends soldiers from all corners through these formations. Each teleportation formation represents a major city with over 10 million inhabitants in the Dragon Battle Kingdom. This is the foundation of our Dragon Battle Kingdom. Even with countless magical beasts, there will eventually be a day of extermination. At this moment Wang Yingxiong's blood was boiling. The 3,000 pillars were distributed around the city wall, and in an instant hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered. The scene was quite shocking. Roar! Seeing the reinforcements of the human race arrive, the magical beasts sounded the retreat and stood in formation. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers stepped out of the city, forming a human wall that directly suppressed over 100,000 magical beasts. In front of the magical beasts, a 2-meter-tall giant tiger with a purplish-black hue flapped its wings in the air. Purple-winged crystal tiger, 8th tier. Fate talent Thunder Slash. Attack power 29869. Defense power 29952. 84. Speed 3934. 58. Following the purple-winged crystal tiger were a flame lion and a rhinoceros clad in what seemed like obsidian armor. Thick earth rhinoceros, 7th tier. Fate talent Gravity Stomp. Attack power 8936. 54. Defense power 9863. 21. Speed 503. Flame lion, 7th tier. Fate talent Fireball. Attack power 8796. 32. Defense power 7689. 63. Speed 603. The attributes of these three magical beasts were simply terrifying. According to Lin Xiaodong, there was only one 7th-tier divine granted guarding South Wilderness City. It seemed that this purple-winged crystal tiger alone could destroy the city. At that moment, in front of the human army, a space in the sky suddenly flickered, and in the next moment, an elderly man with white hair appeared. Lu Qianming, 8th tier. Age 79. Fate talent 90, affinity with space elements. Cultivation talent blue level. Cultivation method spirit gathering technique. Skills spirit shield martial arts spatial sealing spatial transfer. Attack power 25968. 58. Defense power 10856. 67. Speed 1023. 98. Upon seeing his attributes, Wang Yingxiong frowned. It wasn't enough. What? Are you humans prepared to fight to the death? To Wang Yingxiong's shock, the purple-winged crystal tiger actually spoke human language. Lin Xiaodong explained, "Don't be surprised. As you know, magical beasts possess intelligence equal to that of humans. Once they reach the 6th tier, they can mimic human speech." At this moment, the elder Lu Qianming smiled slightly. The purple-winged crystal tiger clan is 10 million miles away from South Wilderness City. This minor beast tide is not enough to trouble the purple-winged crystal tigers to command. But something seems off, and we must be cautious. Oomph. The purple-winged crystal tiger revealed a disdainful expression, like that of a human sneering. There's no need for pretenses. If it weren't for deliberately letting your scouts go, do you think you humans would know about the appearance of the secret realm? Lu Kaiming's smile froze, and his expression turned serious. No more chatter, let's follow the old rules. We will fight 5 rounds. If you win 1, I will let your human race send in 1,000 people. The purple-winged crystal tiger said impatiently. All right. Lu Qianming nodded in agreement. At this moment, he had no choice. Meanwhile, Lin Zhendong looked intently at Wang Yingxiong and said, Disciple, there is an opportunity. Now, who do you dare? Secret realm. Wang Yingxiong probed. Yes, secret realm. Lin Zhendong said. The secret realm is a space attached to the deep blue continent, containing various opportunities, whether areas rich in spiritual energy or heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But it is also very dangerous, not just the secret realm itself, but also foreign races. However, if one can survive and walk out of the secret realm, that would be true genius. Looking at Lin Zhendong's hopeful gaze, Wang Yingxiong asked, Are there any realm restrictions for entry? Yes, but each one is different. Now let's go ask. Saying this, Lin Zhendong pulled Wang Yingxiong toward the city lord. At that moment, Lu Qianming and the city lord were discussing, and upon seeing Lin Zhendong arrive, the elder showed a puzzled expression. City Lord Jiang Jiangguo explained, This is Lin Zhendong, a guest elder of South Wilderness City, an alchemist. That is his disciple who has quite good talent. Jiang Jiangguo 6th tier. Age 51. Fate talent Battle Soul increases attack power by 60 and defense by 30. The Battle Soul never dies, and the battle never ceases. Cultivation talent Green level. Cultivation method Spirit Gathering Technique. Skills Spirit Shield Martial Arts Sword Dance. Attack power 3816. Defense power 1539. 89. Speed 235. 58. In an instant, Wang Yingxiong learned of Jiang Jiangguo's attributes. Lu Qianming nodded, and then said to Jiang Jiangguo, The beast race has clearly taken us for granted this time, but we cannot miss the secret realm. We must engage in battle regardless. Then let's fight. Jiang Jiangguo waved his hand. The group descended from the city wall and arrived at the formation's front. The beast race directly sent out a second-tier magical beast. Battle Ape 2nd tier. Fate talent Blood Boil. Attack power 99. 86. Defense power 98. 56. Speed 27. 85. Lu Qianming furrowed his brow and said, Why would the beast race send out a second-tier magical beast? Could it be that this secret realm restricts to 2nd tier? City Lord Jiang, I brought only 3rd and 4th tier divine grantees. Does South Wilderness City have any elites capable of defeating this battle ape? Before Jiang Jiangguo could respond, Lin Zhendong quickly said, My disciple is 2nd tier and can defeat this battle. Everyone turned to Wang Yingxiong. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong felt a bit nervous, but seeing Lin Zhendong's encouraging gaze, he straightened his back. A man cannot say, he can't, especially since he is still a contender. He declared loudly, I can. Good. Lu Qianming nodded. Wang Yingxiong stepped forward, just getting into position, when he heard the purple-winged crystal tiger call out, Start. Roar. The battle ape pounded its chest, activating its fate talent, causing its blood to boil, and boosting its attributes by 100. Wang Yingxiong did not expect the battle ape's talent to be so terrifying, but as the battle ape charged wildly towards him, he remained utterly unmoved. Narrowing his eyes while everyone thought Wang Yingxiong was paralyzed with fear, he moved, instantly disappearing from his spot. The murdering sword flashed coldly, and when Wang Yingxiong stood behind the battle ape remained motionless with its back turned. The murdering sword was sheathed, and without looking back, Wang Yingxiong walked away. Moments later, a breeze blew, and the battle ape's head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. After all, the battle ape belonged to a powerful clan of magical beasts, and Wang Yingxiong's ability to resolve the situation so quickly could only signify his strength. On the magical beast side, there was great commotion as they growled lowly, revealing their menacing fangs. If it weren't for the arena match, they would have devoured this human who had just killed one of their own. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong stood modestly beside Lin Zhendong, feeling quite satisfied with his pretense. Spatial talent. Teleportation. Lu Kaiming's eyes sparkled with uncertainty as he asked. It is worth noting that as an 8th tier powerhouse controlling spatial spiritual energy, he failed to perceive the fluctuations of space when Wang Yingxiong executed his instant step. No, it can't be said that he didn't sense anything, just a very slight hint. Yes, it's teleportation, allowing for instant movement. Wang Yingxiong nodded. What a great talent. Are you interested in coming back to the Battle Dragon Academy to learn? Lu Qianming extended an olive branch. Before Wang Yingxiong could respond, Lin Zhendong excitedly said, I would love to. It would be even better if I could train alongside you, but we have to wait until the secret realm ends. Haha, no worries. Lu Qianming was very pleased. Wang Yingxiong rolled his eyes, thinking, how shameless of you. You haven't even given me the spirit essence yet, and you're already planning to abandon me. However, if he could follow this old man and learn all his talented skills, that would be excellent. Hehe. Human race wins next match. A battle gorilla's corpse was thrown aside as a third-tier Ironback Silver Wolf stepped onto the arena. Ironback Silver Wolf, third-tier Fate Talent Silver Assassination Attack Power 498. Defense Power 499. 98 Speed 59. 56. Seeing the attributes of the Ironback Silver Wolf, Wang Yingxiong was startled. Yet another beast on the verge of breaking through. The previous second-tier battle gorilla's attributes were nearly reaching the third tier, and now this one is close to the fourth tier, indicating that the beast clan came prepared. Before Lu Qianming could inquire further, a handsome young man carrying a sword spoke. First Director, Lu, I volunteer to fight. Wang Yingxiong looked at this person. Huang Qianhua, third tier, age 18, Fate Talent Sword Path Affinity 40, Cultivation Talent Blue tier, Cultivation Method Spirit, Gathering Method Skills, Fighting Technique Spirit Shield Snow Blossom, Sword Formation. Attack Power 483. 56 Defense Power 158. 69 Speed 53. 58. Although his attributes are inferior to the Ironback Silver Wolf, this youth has an explosive talent. With a blue tier cultivation talent, just this alone is enough to stand out among the crowd, especially with a fate talent in the sword path. The name itself suggests it's extraordinary. Good. Lu Qianming nodded. Among the students brought from the Battle Dragon Academy, Huang Qianhua is the strongest in the third tier, and he naturally felt assured with Huang Qianhua stepping up. Senior brother Huang will definitely slay this beast with one sword. That goes without saying. The young men from the Battle Dragon Academy were somewhat displeased, as Wang Yingxiong had just stolen their thunder. Now that their representative was on stage, they had to boast a bit, and Huang Qianhua indeed had the capital to brag. Begin. In an instant, the Ironback Silver Wolf charged toward Huang Qianhua, like lightning, its front claws resembling sharp hooks lunging at Huang Qianhua's neck and heart. Bang! Ding! Huang Qianhua remained expressionless, his demeanor cold and stern. As the wolf's claws approached, his long sword was drawn, effortlessly deflecting the Ironback Silver Wolf's attack. Moreover, he was able to counterattack. A stream of light flickered on the long sword, the manifestation of the sword path's enhancement. The so-called sword path is the rule of the sword. His swordplay was ethereal, like a tempest, each move revealing a touch of beauty, as if he were dancing, bringing joy to the onlookers. However, the Ironback Silver Wolf felt otherwise. It sensed an overwhelming killing intent. In an instant, it found itself suppressed by Huang Qianhua, retreating step by step. But the Ironback Silver Wolf had the advantage of its silver fur, offering high defense. Though it bore some sword marks on its back, the injuries were not severe, merely oozing a trace of blood. Huang Qianhua furrowed his brows, clearly realizing that relying solely on the enhancement of the sword path, he could not kill the Ironback Silver Wolf in a short time. This was not what he wanted. He needed to resolve this quickly to maintain the Battle Dragon Academy's reputation. With a focused gaze, Huang Qianhua stepped forward, pointing his long sword, swiftly piercing through space as the shattered fragments of space floated down like snowflakes. Snow Blossom Sword. Roar. The Ironback Silver Wolf sensed the breath of death and no longer held back. With a roar, its entire body radiated silver light, its foreclaws transforming into silver spikes, becoming a blur as it attacked continuously. This was its fate talent, Silver Assassination. Ding ding. In the blink of an eye, the sound ceased. On the arena, a layer of spiritual energy shield surrounded Huang Qianhua, his breath steady. Meanwhile, the Ironback Silver Wolf's chest heaved heavily, clearly exhausted, and on its silver back a gaping sword wound was grotesquely visible. With one strike, the Ironback Silver Wolf was defeated. Yet it was not dead, so the battle did not cease. Whoosh! The Ironback Silver Wolf charged again. At this moment, it was furious to be chosen by the purple-winged crystal tiger. To fight, none were lesser among the beasts, yet now it was being suppressed by a human. How could it not be enraged? But the anger brought it not victory, but death. Huang Qianhua swung his long sword, manifesting a dozen spiritual energy long swords around him, all striking toward the Ironback Silver Wolf. Faced with the assault of the sword formation, the Ironback Silver Wolf shone with silver light, enhancing its defense, while simultaneously activating Silver Assassination. However, Huang Qianhua simultaneously stepped forward, lightly thrusting his long sword. As the Ironback Silver Wolf twisted its body, thinking it had evaded this sword, the long sword pierced directly through its heart. Withdrawing his sword, Huang Qianhua retreated gracefully like a falling leaf. Not bad, your understanding of the sword path has improved. Lu Qianming smiled in praise. Huang Qianhua nodded slightly, standing aside with an air of cool detachment. Meanwhile, the Beast Clan's movements became even more pronounced. They were furious, yet the rules were set by them, and they could only endure. Human race wins. Next one. The voice of the purple-winged crystal tiger was devoid of emotion, revealing no joy or anger. This time, the next challenger stepping onto the arena was a third-tier Heavy Earth Rhinoceros. Heavy Earth Rhinoceros, third-tier Fate, Talent Gravity, Trample Attack Power 499. 99 Defense Power 499. 99 Speed 50. The crowd may not recognize the attributes of this Heavy Earth Rhinoceros, but Wang Yingxiong's heart skipped a beat. This beast was half a step into the fourth tier. Director Lu, I volunteer to fight. Receiving a nod from Lu Qianming, a man stepped onto the arena. Yang Guojiang 3rd tier, age 19 tier 3rd tier fate talent rift, / cultivation, talent green tier, cultivation method spirit, gathering method skills, fighting technique spirit shield blade draw, / attack power 456. Defense power 152. 86 speed 53. 98 begin. Boom. The heavy earth rhinoceros stomped causing the ground to tremble. Yang Guojiang of course showed no fear as he approached with his blade drawn slashing forward. Bang. Although the heavy earth rhinoceros was hefty, it did not restrict its agility at all. Its rhino horn directly blocked his blade. Bang. Crash. The subsequent exchanges left Yang Guojiang feeling miserable. The heavy earth rhinoceros had high defense and agility, most of his attacks were blocked by its rhino horn, and even those that landed on its body left little mark. As a genius, Yang Guojiang was naturally unwilling to accept this. I may not be as good as Huang Qianhua, but I cannot be weaker than you Wang Yingxiang. Yang Guojiang no longer hesitated. With a furious shout, he slashed out. Black energy swirled around the blade, emanating a power of destruction as the surrounding space was cleaved apart into fragments. But the heavy earth rhinoceros remained unperturbed, its entire body surging with spiritual energy. Whoosh. Like a tank charging at a lamb. Seeing the heavy earth rhinoceros unleash its gravity trample, Yang Guojiang realized it was too late to evade. This gravity trample not only charged, but also placed him within a gravitational field, rendering him immobile. Boom. The rift slash struck the heavy earth rhinoceros, only breaking through a layer of flesh, but Yang Guojiang was stomped into the ground by the heavy earth rhinoceros. Young brother. The students of the Battle Dragon Academy shouted in alarm. However, under the heavy earth rhinoceros foot, Yang Guojiang was flattened like a pancake. The death of Yang Guojiang cast a shadow over everyone. A life that was just vibrant moments ago has vanished in an instant, and the human race also felt the fury of the beasts just now. The human race is defeated. Next round. The voice of the purple-winged crystal tiger sounded coldly. The thick soil rhinoceros snorted and leisurely retreated, while a 4th-tier giant tiger stepped onto the stage. Gungjin Battle Tiger 4th tier. Fate talent 40 affinity for gold element. Attack power 999. 86. Defense power 989. Speed 93. 85. Another 4th tier peak beast. Director Yang, this tiger is mine. A sturdy man standing at 1.9 meters said in a booming voice. Zhang Jiuzhuang 4th tier. Age 23. Fate talent Battle Tiger Incarnation. Cultivation talent Blue Grade. Cultivation method Spirit Gathering Technique. Skills Spirit Shield Combat Technique. 3 talents Fist Rapid Dash Black Tiger Heart Extraction. Attack power 796. Defense power 823. 57. Speed 59. 86. Lu Qianming nodded in agreement as the strong man charged onto the stage with a fierce aura, while Wang Yingxiang shook his head slightly, noting the significant gap. Roar. Upon entering the stage, Zhang Jiuzhuang was met with a howl from the Gungjin Battle Tiger, which rushed forward like the wind, reaching Zhang Jiuzhuang, in an instant raising a paw larger than Zhang Jiuzhuang's chest to smack him in the face. Although Zhang Jiuzhuang had a rugged appearance, he was surprisingly agile, shifting his body just in time to evade the Gungjin Battle Tiger. However, the fate talent of the Gungjin Battle Tiger was not meant for frontal combat. With a whoosh, a blade formed of golden spiritual energy sliced through Zhang Jiuzhuang's arm, instantly causing flesh to burst outward. The Gungjin Battle Tiger used its physical attack to draw Zhang Jiuzhuang's attention, then concentrated its golden spiritual power for a sneak attack. Fortunately, Zhang Jiuzhuang was fully focused and narrowly dodged the strike that was originally aimed at his heart. At this moment, Zhang Jiuzhuang was drenched in cold sweat. He never expected the Gungjin Battle Tiger to be so cunning. Had he not learned about this beast's fate talent in the academy and remained vigilant, he might have met the same grim fate as Jiang Guojiang. Roar. With a furious roar, a raging giant tiger's illusion manifested in the air, merging into his body, instantly increasing Zhang Jiuzhuang's size and significantly boosting his attributes, making his attack power comparable to that of the Gungjin Battle Tiger. The Gungjin Battle Tiger, seeing this human summon an illusion of its kin, immediately became enraged. How dare you use the strength of my kind before me? In an instant, the Gungjin Battle Tiger transformed into a mage, continuously conjuring various sharp weapons in the air to shoot at Zhang Jiuzhuang. However, Zhang Jiuzhuang, having activated his fate talent, was unperturbed, using his spirit shield for protection and swinging his fists like 2 great hammers. The fist imprints emerged and blocked the incoming attacks, and even more strangely, some fist imprints vanished after being unleashed, only to reappear, striking the Gungjin Battle Tiger. Wang Yingxiang squinted, realizing this must be the 3 talents fist which surprisingly had such an effect. The Gungjin Battle Tiger, now displeased, thought, you can hit me without getting close. Are you a mage or something? The Gungjin Battle Tiger stepped forward, and Zhang Jiuzhuang felt the spiritual energy around him shift suddenly, filled with gold element spiritual energy. He lacked the talent for affinity with the gold element, so he couldn't absorb this golden spiritual energy. As the concentration of gold element spiritual energy thickened, he felt a piercing pain throughout his body, clearly indicating that the Gung Jin battle tiger was drawing upon the heavenly gold element spiritual energy to attack him. Yet Zhang Jiuzhuang remained unfazed, roaring, "Take this punch." He stepped forward, rushing like a meteor to the side of the Gung Jin battle tiger, then struck its head with a punch. Bang! The Gung Jin battle tiger clearly did not expect Zhang Jiuzhuang to have this trick. Unprepared, its head was slammed, the flesh on its head quivering like waves on the ocean. As a result, the golden spiritual energy it had painstakingly gathered instantly dissipated. A mage being closed in on by a warrior was indeed a painful experience, especially when that warrior was a 1.9-meter tall man. It was truly the greatest tragedy of the world. In an instant, the plot reversed, and Zhang Jiuzhuang transformed into a mighty tiger fighter, leaving the Gung Jin battle tiger in a rather tragic state. However, Zhang Jiuzhuang was only using his fists and no other weapons, so his strikes on the Gung Jin battle tiger merely resulted in bruises without any severe damage to its hide. Moreover, the Gung Jin battle tiger was quick to respond, condensing golden spiritual power into its fur, instantly transforming into a golden tiger. Bang! Bang! The fist the size of a cauldron struck the Gung Jin battle tiger, producing a sound akin to hammering iron. Zhang Jiuzhuang furrowed his brow, feeling a bit of pain in his hand. Swoosh! After enhancing its defense, the Gung Jin battle tiger stood firm, instantly condensing dozens of spiritual energy blades to slash at Zhang Jiuzhuang. However, Zhang Jiuzhuang would not take the hits directly. He swiftly dodged the blade attacks with 2 rapid movements, then reached the side of the Gung Jin battle tiger again and delivered another punch. Yet this punch was different from the others. He used the black tiger heart extraction. As his fist approached the chest of the Gung Jin battle tiger, it suddenly opened into claws, aiming directly at the heart. With a whoosh, the sound of flesh tearing echoed, and Zhang Jiuzhuang's expression brightened, revealing a large heart. Bang! But before he could rejoice, he was countered by the Gung Jin battle tiger's desperate strike, a claw, sending him flying. Instantly, he bore 5 deep wounds that exposed bone, especially one that sliced open his abdomen. Some internal organs were exposed. However, after landing, Zhang Jiuzhuang stood tall, staring wide-eyed at the Gung Jin battle tiger as its breath faded away. The human race wins. Next round. The voice of the purple-winged crystal tiger sounded unusually changed, and this time the beast did not roar. Hearing that he had won, Zhang Jiuzhuang grinned, revealing bloodied teeth, and marched powerfully back to Lu Qianming, shouting, "Director, I did not fail my mission." Good. Lu Qianming was also somewhat moved. At that moment, a green light beam shone into Zhang Jiuzhuang's body, and his wounds rapidly healed. In just a short while, the wounds had actually scabbed over. Wang Yingxiong turned to look at the source of the light beam, and Bai Xingxua, 5th tier. Age 34. Fate talent healing. Cultivation talent green grade. Cultivation method spirit summoning technique. Skills spirit shield combat technique. Attack power 1253. Defense power 638. 25. Speed 105. 68. Thank you. Zhang Jiuzhuang clasped his fists in gratitude. The woman smiled. "It's my duty." Then Wang Yingxiong heard Lin Zhendong whispering, "How about this woman? Would she be qualified to be your master wife?" Wang Yingxiong glanced at the lecherous Lin Zhendong and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he liked women. Huh, what am I thinking? Is this considered an old bull eating tender grass? Shameless. Master, she's still very young. Wang Yingxiong mercilessly struck back. Bang. Lin Zhendong pointed at Wang Yingxiong's head, leaving him dazed, feeling as if the sky was slightly swaying. "You ungrateful disciple, just wait. In a few days I will definitely find you a young master wife." Lin Zhendong was extremely furious. Wang Yingxiong, coming to his senses, rubbed the large bump on his head, feeling aggrieved, but he really didn't dare to say more, only looking at Lin Zhendong with the eyes of a wronged wife. Everyone was watching the two of them, and Lin Zhendong realized he had been too loud, feeling embarrassed, and said, "A disciple's head is a bit itchy, can I scratch it for him?" Everyone was stunned, scratching a head with such a huge bump. "That white girl, I was too rough and accidentally injured my beloved disciple. Could you help treat him?" Lin Zhendong smiled apologetically at Bai Xingxua. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong felt despair in his heart. How could a master be like this, injuring his disciple just to chase women? What a sycophant. Sure. Bai Xingxua looked at Lin Zhendong with a strange expression. What a peculiar uncle. The little interlude was not long on the arena. A 4th-tier magical beast had stepped up again, but this time, it was not a large beast from the beast tribe, but a small black-purple cat. Shadow Cat, 4th tier. Fate talent Shadow. Attack power 999. 98. Defense power 235. 08. Speed 99. The attributes of this Shadow Cat were no longer those of a triangular warrior, but it was already quite terrifying. This was an assassin, a youth from the Battle Dragon Academy, with considerable strength. Wang Qian, 4th tier. Age 24. Fate talent Wind Spirit Sword. Cultivation talent green level. Cultivation method Spirit Gathering method. Skills Spirit Shield Martial Arts Sword Dance 1 Sword Flies Snow. Attack power 987. 68. Defense power 355. 78. Speed 93. 58. Start. With a command, the final battle erupted. The Shadow Cat took a step forward and was instantly in front of Wang Qian, showcasing its incredible speed. But Wang Qian was also not slow. He clenched his right hand, and a sword surrounded by green light appeared in his grasp, slicing forward lightly. Ding! The cat's paw collided with the sword's edge, producing a soft chime. The two touched, and immediately separated, not lingering at all. In the next moment, the sword in the wind began to rise, creating a refreshing breeze. But this breeze was not soft, it was sharp, and the surrounding air was slashed apart with a ghostly wail. The Shadow Cat showed no fear, its claws shooting out like sharp swords. Ding ding. Wang Yingxiong could only see a blur, while Wang Qian and the Shadow Cat were unaware of how many rounds they had fought. In the midst of the sword shadows, Wang Qian thrust out the wind spirit sword, and snowflakes suddenly appeared, making it one sword fly snow. Meow. The Shadow Cat let out a soft cry. It would sense danger, and saw its figure fade, charging straight at the wind spirit sword. With the help of Qian Yasil, Wang Yingxiong saw that the fading Shadow Cat was just a spiritual clone. Its true body had already gone invisible, sneaking around to Wang Qian's back. Wang Qian frowned. He also observed the Shadow Cat's change, and knew its talent, but he did not know where its true body was, so he could only shield himself with the spirit shield, remaining immobile to counter the unpredictability. Puff! The one sword fly's snow shattered the Shadow Cat's clone, but at the same time its true body attacked. Crack! With a single strike, the cat's paw shattered the spirit shield and rushed towards Wang Qian's heart. But the spirit shield also gave Wang Qian a moment of reaction time. Puff! Wang Qian turned around, and the cat's paw clawed down his back to his chest. Yet the wind spirit sword also executed 3 moves, preventing the Shadow Cat from making its next action. The two stood still. The Shadow Cat was unscathed, while half of Wang Qian's body was nearly torn apart. Stop! We concede. Just as Wang Qian was about to fight to the death, Lu Qianming suddenly spoke. Wang Qian turned back, his face full of defeat. Meow. The Shadow Cat raised its proud head. Okay. The purple-winged crystal tiger nodded in agreement. The human race has won 3 matches. You may enter with 3,000 people, limited to 4th tier and below. The secret realm opens tomorrow. Good. Lu Qianming nodded in agreement. The purple-winged crystal tiger flew away, but the magical beast lay down on the spot, not retreating. Principal Wang Qian's eyes dimmed. Although blood flowed from his body, he showed no sign of pain. Lu Qianming smiled kindly, and said, this is not your fault. Among peers, being able to survive under the Shadow Cat is already rare. Our human race's divine gifted are very esteemed. Victory and defeat are not determined by a moment. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. We can just kill easily next time. Wang Qian nodded in agreement, his eyes shining with light. At the same time, a green light shone as Bai Xingxue treated his injuries, while Lin Zhendong was already beside Bai Xingxue, doing his utmost to protect her, fearing the magical beast would go berserk. Wang Yingxiong did not believe it, but he did not dare to say it. It was definitely not out of fear of being beaten. He just hoped his master could find happiness. Why does my conscience hurt so much? Everyone returned to the city, leaving only 1/3 of the soldiers outside to guard, while the others went back into Nanhuang City to settle down. As long as the beast tribe did not withdraw, they would not leave after all the resources consumed by a single teleportation were considerable. Wang Yingxiong returned home all alone, suddenly feeling empty. He realized it was because his master did not come back with him. Men. Wang Yingxiong expressed that he did not want to cook thin dove headfirst into bed, glancing at the 9,000 souls longing to draw a lottery, but in order to enhance Qianya's seal, he had to endure. As the sky brightened, it was a new day. Early in the morning, Wang Yingxiong followed Lin Zhendong to the city lord's. At this moment, in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion stood 2,999 youths. Some were 3rd tier, the vast majority were 4th tier, and with Wang Yingxiong, who was 2nd tier, there were exactly 3,000 people. Except for Wang Yingxiong, all these people were from the Battle Dragon Academy, but it wouldn't be long before Wang Yingxiong would also be considered a member of the Battle Dragon Academy. In front of the queue stood the city lord and Lu Qianming. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Qianming spoke. The secret realm opens today. These 3,000 spots were fought for with much bloodshed. Within the secret realm, you must unite and not let the blood flow in vain. Similarly, the most important thing in the secret realm is opportunity, but the number of beast tribes is dozens or even hundreds of times ours. So this is not only a fight for opportunities, but also a transformation of hunter and prey. No need to say much. I await your triumphant return. Soon I will take you over. Do not resist. After bidding farewell to Lin Zhendong, Wang Yingxiong joined the queue. Originally, the city lord and others did not intend to let Wang Yingxiong go after all his strength was too low. But Lin Zhendong strongly guaranteed, saying that Wang Yingxiong's armor could withstand the attacks of 3rd-tier magical beasts, and that his fate talent allowed for instantaneous movement, making him extremely resilient. Moreover, 1,000 of the spots had been won by Wang Yingxiong himself, so they made an exception to allow this 2nd-tier divine gifted to join. As Lu Qianming waved his hand, Wang Yingxiong felt a surge of spiritual power enveloping him. The next moment his vision went black, a flash of white light, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the beast realm. He landed in a vast plain, and Wang Yingxiong no longer knew where in the beast realm he was. At this time countless beast tribes were already waiting on the beast realm, and when they saw the human race appear their eyes sparkled with green light, as if looking at delicious food. In front of everyone a patch of space on the plain was twisting and breaking apart, revealing a dark void, as if it were a bottomless abyss ready to devour. But in the middle of the shattered space stood a gate of space, quietly radiating silver light, calm and beautiful, contrasting with the surrounding destruction, like a lotus flower untainted by the mud. So you have come. The old rule applies. Humans go first, giving you time to escape. The purple-winged crystal tiger raised its proud head, its mocking words likening the human race to prey about to be hunted. The human race was very angry, everyone's hearts burned with rage, but they were not foolish. The purple-winged crystal tiger could kill them all in one breath, so they could only endure. As for who was the prey and who was the hunter, that would be revealed within the secret realm. As Wang Yingxiong stepped into the secret realm with his team and opened his eyes, he found himself completely alone. Fully armed and cautiously observing his surroundings, the first thing Wang Yingxiong felt was the rich spiritual energy in the air, followed by the breathtaking beauty of this world. The density of spiritual energy in the secret realm was at least 10 times that of the outside world. At this moment, just standing still, spiritual energy rushed into his body like a tidal wave. There was no need to channel any techniques. His cells were instinctively absorbing the spiritual energy, allowing for self-cultivation. Due to the dense spiritual energy, the vegetation in this world was terrifyingly lush. Wang Yingxiong found himself in a grassland, where the grass stood at least 2 meters tall. 2 meters tall grass. Wang Yingxiong was only 1.78 meters. Looking up, all he could see was Suddenly Wang Yingxiong felt something hit him. Puzzled, he turned his head, and saw a shadow rapidly enlarging in his vision, causing him to hurriedly execute a short-distance movement to escape. What the hell? Upon realizing what had attacked him, Wang Yingxiong was left with nothing but shock. A creature the size of a calf turned out to be an ant. Can you believe that? This ant was pitch black, shimmering with the luster of obsidian. Its technologically advanced eyes resembled rubies, and its antennae were like tentacles. Its enormous pincers were like giant scissors, and it was these pincers that had aimed to sever his head. Giant pincer ant, insectoid species. Rank 2nd rank. Fate talent 10-fold strength slash. Attack power 98. 52. Defense power 99. 83. Speed 13. 25. What astonished Wang Yingxiong was not just the ant's enormous size, but the fact that it possessed 2 fate talents. Now that was truly terrifying. It should be noted that the powerful beast, the purple-winged crystal tiger, has only 1 fate talent, and to date humanity has never discovered a beast possessing 2 fate talents, yet here was an ant in this secret realm with 2. Moreover, this giant pincer ant was marked as an insectoid species. Even in the outside world, no ants or insects bore such markings, suggesting it may be a unique race within the secret realm. However, without further ado, whoever dares to provoke me will meet their fate. With a flash of the blade, blood blossomed, and the giant pincer ant was already torn apart. The wolf spirit flashed, granting 196 points of attack power, 198 points of defense, and 26 points of speed. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong's eyes sparkled. If all the giant pincer ants were of this rank, in just a few days he could reach the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, and then break into the 3rd rank. Once he reached the 3rd rank, even the 4th rank beast races would no longer pose a threat. Suddenly, without much thought, 2 more giant pincer ants appeared around him, and judging by the sounds, there were more than just 2. Yet Wang Yingxiong felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement. These were all soul points. Amidst the flurry of blades, grass and blood flew together as blades clashed with the giant pincer ants. Bang! A flash of cold light appeared as a massive scissor sliced through the air, aimed directly at Wang Yingxiong from over 10 meters away. However, the killing armor's defense was simply too high. Even with the 10-fold strength enhancement, the slash couldn't breach its defenses. Instead, Wang Yingxiong swung his hand, and the giant pincer ant's giant scissor was severed from its body. In no time, the entire squad of giant pincer ants was slaughtered by Wang Yingxiong. A total of 25 giant pincer ants yielded 5,000 soul points. After absorbing their crystal source, another 5,000 soul points. In an instant, Wang Yingxiong became wealthy. Without delay, he opened the system. 19,959 soul points. With a wave of his hand, he upgraded the 1,000 Jade Seal. 1,000 Jade Seal marks an enemy, displays the enemy's image, and grants 3 of the enemy's total attributes upon their death. Can only gain benefits once a day. Without a doubt, the benefits increased by another %. At this moment, the 1,000 Jade Seal could no longer be upgraded, and the next upgrade required 20,000 soul points. In high spirits, Wang Yingxiong was just about to leave when ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and then 6 spatial doors emerged from which 6 third-rank magical beasts stepped out. 3 Earth Wolves, a Flame Lion, and 2 Crimson Crows. Earth Wolf, 3rd rank. Fate talent Earth Spike. Attack power 432. 85. Defense power 489. 63. Speed 29. 89. Among them, this Earth Wolf had the highest attributes while the others did not exceed 400 points in any attribute, rather insignificant. Before these 6 magical beasts could fully appreciate this beautiful world, Wang Yingxiong acted first, instantly marking all 6 with the 1,000 Jade Seal, then executing a short distance movement to appear behind one of the Crimson Crows. With a flash of his blade off came a large head, perfect for a brace. Caw! The other Crimson Crow, frightened, immediately soared high into the air, while a fiery light beam shot forth, and the Flame Lion was not slow either, sending a fireball straight toward Wang Yingxiong's chest. But with a single short distance movement, Wang Yingxiong evaded all attacks. Falling into the midst of the wolf pack, the illusion array activated, and he vanished in an instant. Poof! A row of earth spikes erupted from the ground, but failed to hit Wang Yingxiong, who was hidden within the illusion array. Instead, he activated the Demon Shadow skill, and became invisible. 6 seconds later, the illusion array dissipated, leaving the 5 magical beasts in a daze. Where did he go? The Crimson Crow was flapping about in the air, afraid to come down, but the Flame Lion and Earth Wolves, emboldened, stepped into the area where the illusion array had originally activated, cautiously searching. At a certain moment, the Flame Lion felt a rush of wind beside it, but by the time it turned to look, the last thing imprinted in its eyes was a headless Flame Lion. Was that itself? Roar! The Earth Wolves were furious, but their speed could not match Wang Yingxiong's. The Crimson Crow in the sky, a battle machine, could not hit a moving target. Whoosh! After the Crimson Crow unleashed a fiery beam, Wang Yingxiong vanished again, reappearing behind the Crimson Crow. The last thought in the Crimson Crow's mind was, why can this human fly? If Wang Yingxiong knew, he would surely tell it that the short distance movement of 200 meters is not just a length, but also a height. You dare to flaunt having flown 20 meters. Oof! Oof! The 3 Earth Wolves huddled together, trembling in fear as they watched Wang Yingxiong. They had never seen such a bizarre human, who could teleport, become invisible, and throw smoke bombs. This battle was impossible to win. Oh woo! The Earth Wolf with the highest attributes howled, then began to channel all its spiritual energy, while the other 2 Earth Wolves flanked him, attempting to trap Wang Yingxiong in a confined area. But Wang Yingxiong remained unfazed. You all gather together, making it easy for me to take you down one by one. Now that you've dispersed, isn't that seeking death? Poof! The ground surged, attempting to form sharp spikes to stab Wang Yingxiong. With a flash of his blade, all the earth spikes were severed, and the blade raced towards the Earth Wolves. But the 2 Earth Wolves showed no signs of panic. Instead, they wore mocking expressions. Wang Yingxiong realized that the Earth Wolf finally had a big move prepared. Buzz! Earth spikes formed, breaking free from the ground's constraints, shooting towards Wang Yingxiong from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Wang Yingxiong smiled slightly. He had been waiting for you to unleash your full power. Whoosh! Wang Yingxiong instantly vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of the Earth Wolf that had exhausted 70% of its spiritual energy, and with a swift strike, he brought his blade down. Poof! The Earth Wolf reacted extremely quickly, twisting its body. The killing sword merely grazed its back, leaving a shallow cut. It had too high of a defense. But Wang Yingxiong grinned mysteriously. Ooh, I have my own tricks. When the Earth Wolf saw Wang Yingxiong smile, it felt a tightening in its rear, although it had no idea why. A chill of dread surged from its heart. Boom! The illusion array smoke screen rose, enveloping the Earth Wolf. Before it could react, the next moment, it let out a horrifying wail. The flowers have fallen, and the ground is stained. As the smoke cleared, Wang Yingxiong smirked. The Earth Wolf was already half dead. The other 2 Earth Wolves, seeing their comrade's lower half in a bloody mess, dared not look directly, and turned to flee. Do you think you can escape? As Wang Yingxiong's voice echoed, the 2 wolves were also sent off to the underworld. Ah, it's a pity I can't show that old guy Lin Zhendong my battle artistry. Wang Yingxiong sighed with a melancholic smile. Joyfully harvesting on the battlefield, 3,600 soul points credited. 70 attack power, 10. 29 defense, and 21 speed. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong's attributes have changed to Wang Yingxiong's second rank. Age 12. Soul points, 13,559. Fate talents, Qian Yu Seal, Frost, Nirvana, Tenacity. Cultivation talent, Purple Extreme. Cultivation technique, Spirit Guiding Technique. Skills, Martial Arts, Demon, Phantom Master Craftsman, My Own Secrets. Xiao Formation, Instant Step. Attack power 95. 77310405. 77. Defense 79. 90310389. 90. Speed 34. 96. Speed has already stepped into the 3rd rank range. Only the attack power and defense need to reach 100 points. At that time, Wang Yingxiong will be a 3rd rank God-given. Currently, with the enhancements to the killing armor and killing sword, his attributes are no less than those of an average 3rd rank creature. With an additional 3 increase in attack and defense, he has few rivals among the 3rd rank. It seems that Wang Yingxiong's greatest reliance is actually the killing armor and killing sword. With so many soul points, if Wang Yingxiong doesn't use them, he would feel uneasy. Looking at the talents, he can enhance the Frost Nirvana that saves his life can be upgraded, definitely confirming it. Frost Nirvana, after being killed, transforms into a sky full of frost, burning into frost flames, and resurrects after 3 days in the frost flames. Cooldown time 180 days. This reduces the cooldown time by half, and after the upgrade the cooldown time from the last use is completely reset. However, what astonishes Wang Yingxiong is that the next upgrade requires 100 soul points. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Wang Yingxiong cut off the most delicious parts from the beast tribe as future meals. By a clear stream, a few magical beasts were drinking water. A woo war. They were communicating in beast language. The unicorn deer said, "Have you heard? There's a human who is quite ferocious, treating our beast tribe as food." The swift horse nodded. "I've heard he comes and goes without a trace, specifically targeting us weaker 3rd rank one. It's too despicable. This human must be 4th rank. He doesn't dare to confront the bloodthirsty groups like the Crimson Crow, Flame Lion, or Phantom Leopard, and spends all day bullying us." A cute little rabbit squeaked, pondering. "But many Flame Lions and Crimson Crows the wolf tribe have been killed by him. What a killing god. I originally thought humans were easy to bully, wanting to join the fun, but now I'm so scared. Let's hurry up and finish drinking and go seek protection from the herbivore tribes." The swift horse felt that there was no safe place around. What they didn't see was Wang Yingxiong, who had just woken up in a dense tree by the stream. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the combination of horse, deer, and rabbit below, just remembering he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Perfect for roasting a little rabbit, or just wondering if the deer meat is tasty. Swoosh! The swift horse suddenly turned its head and saw a human standing behind, jumping in fright and raising its front hooves. But after the initial shock, it recalled it was a magical beast. Oh, just one human. Could they 3 really be afraid of one? Then it let out a strange cry and activated its speed talent, kicking its hooves towards Wang Yingxiong's face. Moreover, the unicorn deer was even more peculiar. Its horn could actually rotate. Once it reached a certain speed, it shot out like an arrow. Meanwhile, the little rabbit secretly circled to Wang Yingxiong's back, wanting to execute a sneak attack. However, Wang Yingxiong used instant step, directly neutralizing the crisis. "He will disappear. He is that killing god, Ron." The rabbit, ready to attack, suddenly turned pale and screamed. Of course, all Wang Yingxiong heard was a series of squeaks. With the little rabbit's reminder, the unicorn deer retracted its horn and turned to escape with the swift horse. Wang Yingxiong was left bewildered, wondering what was going on. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be a fight to the death? They just attacked me, feigned an attack, and turned to run. Impossible. As the little rabbit jumped up, Wang Yingxiong was already beside it, slashing down with his large knife. The little rabbit felt a flash at its neck, its entire body bristling with fur. Its hind legs pushed off into the air, darting past Wang Yingxiong like a shooting star. Wang Yingxiong recalled that the fate talent of the Lightstream rabbit during the investigation was Lightstream Instant, allowing it to dash at 10 times its speed, with a speed of 40, making it 400. At such speed, isn't it a meteor? However, now was not the time for Wang Yingxiong to reflect, for the unicorn deer and the swift horse had already run far away. If he delayed, breakfast would be gone. Seeing Wang Yingxiong catching up, the swift horse immediately accelerated again, speeding along like a locomotive, moving extremely fast. The unicorn deer, seeing that its companions all had means to accelerate, became the slowest one. At this moment, it truly realized a human saying, "You don't need to run the fastest, just need to run faster than the last one. You run, you keep running." Wang Yingxiong was on the back of the unicorn deer, angrily banging its head. Damn it, who would have thought he would have a day of failing? Yo! The unicorn deer let out a strange cry, shaking its body, trying to throw off Wang Yingxiong. But Wang Yingxiong held on tightly to its horn like a steady dog. Swish! The unicorn deer was not foolish. It immediately twisted its horn, causing Wang Yingxiong's hand to move with its body, nearly spinning along with it. Quickly letting go, Wang Yingxiong slashed down viciously. Bang! The unicorn deer twitched and fell to the ground, unable to survive. But when Wang Yingxiong looked up, there was no sign of the swift horse and Lightstream rabbit. In a short while by the stream, the unicorn deer was skinned and gutted, roasted to a golden brown, over the fire sprinkled with deep blue continent spices, and ready to eat. Delicious. While eating, he checked the system. These consecutive 9 days of battles had brought him quite a Wang Yingxiong, 3rd rank. Age 12. Soul points 157,559. Fate talents: Qinyu Seal, Frost, Nirvana, Tenacity. Cultivation talent: Purple Extreme. Cultivation technique: Spirit Guiding Technique. Cultivation speed increased by 10. Skills: Martial Arts, Demon, Phantom, Master Craftsman, My Own Secrets. Xiao Formation, Instant Step. Attack Power 230. 27510,740. 27. Defense 204. 40510,714. 40. Speed 45. 76. Mysterious Sword Level 3. Passive 4040. Attack Power 510. Bonus 4 Attack Power. Leviathan Armor Level 3. Passive 4040. Defense Power 510. Bonus 4 Defense Power. With a whopping 1500 soul points, Wang Yingxiong felt like a collector watching them increase, yet hesitating to use them, delighted with every additional point. Relying on the Qinyu Seal, Wang Yingxiong quickly broke through to 3rd rank, with the benefits of Qinyu Seal also increasing to 4. In addition, the passive effects of the killing armor and killing sword through slaying third-rank beasts also quickly stacked up. At this moment, relying on the accumulation of passives, Wang Yingxiong dared to claim dominance among the fourth ranks. Within the third rank, he had no rivals. Cough. The Lightstream Rabbit and Swift Horse were exceptions, they must have some cheat. Now Wang Yingxiong was eating delicious deer meat, while painfully consuming soul points to upgrade skills. 100,000 soul points evaporated instantly. Frost Nirvana upgraded again, with a cooldown, now only a short 90 days, oh indeed having the time. The next upgrade will require 1 million soul points. After upgrading his life-saving talent, he felt a bit more. Ever since being threatened by Zhang Xian, which limited his freedom, Wang Yingxiong realized that his means of self-preservation were still insufficient and not invincible. Now it seems that a 3-month cooldown will suffice. With 50,000 soul points remaining, Wang Yingxiong intended to use them all at once. I shall unleash my haze formation consumes spiritual power to create a smoke screen that slowly spreads to cover a circular area. Within the smoke, visibility is obscured and speed is enhanced. When actively attacking, visibility is restored, but after 1 second it becomes obscured again. The smoke will last for 30 seconds. Instant step in an instant flash to the target within a range of 300 meters. Demon Shadow, entering an invisible stealth state. Visibility is restored upon attacking the enemy or when spiritual power is exhausted. With 30,000 soul points, Instant Step was upgraded twice, extending the range to 400 meters. Both Demon Shadow and Haze Formation were also upgraded once with significantly improved effects. Demon Shadow can now become invisible right in front of others, and the duration of Haze Formation has also been extended. Thus of the 150,000 soul points, 7,559 remain. With a determined bite, having spent so much already, he decided not to hold back and drew twice from the rewards. Congratulations on winning XX brand beef jerky. Congratulations on winning the Sword of Storm. Winning once from 2 draws made Wang Yingxiong very happy. Sword of Storm 60 attack power. The attributes of the Sword of Storm are quite decent. Although it pales in comparison to the Killing Sword, it is still far superior to what is considered a treasure sword in this continent. Weapons on the Deep Blue continent do not have specific ranks, the best are simply called treasures. Lin Zhendong also possesses a treasure sword which Wang Yingxiong observed, but it only provided an additional 20 attack power. Using a master craftsman could upgrade the Sword of Storm, requiring 3,000 soul points. However, Wang Yingxiong had no use for it, and could only toss it into the system backpack to collect dust. After a hearty meal, Wang Yingxiong set out again. Recently, he had noticed an ant nest mostly filled with second-tier ants. When agitated, they could spawn a multitude of third-realm giant claw ants, yet they posed no threat to him at present, instead becoming experience points. However, when Wang Yingxiong arrived at the soul point harvesting ground, a 3-way battle was taking place. Among them were 2 third-tier humans and 3 third-tier battle apes. Strangely, the 2 humans were not fighting the battle apes. Instead, the giant claw ants were engaged in combat with both the humans and the battle apes. Surrounded by thousands of second and third-tier giant claw ants, dozens of corpses lay on the ground. The 2 humans and the battle apes were also covered in wounds, clearly having fought for a long time. Wang Yingxiong immediately used Demon Shadow to stealthily approach. Shenzhong Yuan, controlling fire spiritual power, shouted while attacking, "What should we do? There are so many giant claw ants. We should escape." Yu Shihai, wielding a 21 attack power treasure sword, answered in a distressed manner, "I want to leave too, but who knew so many giant claw ants would emerge? If I had known, we would have waited for the battle apes and the giant claw ants to settle their score before coming out." After listening for a while, Wang Yingxiong understood that these 2 saw the 3 battle apes slaughtering dozens of giant claw ants and thought to ambush and kill the apes, hoping to reap the benefits. However, as soon as they entered the battlefield, the giant claw ants swarmed out of their burrows surrounding them. And thus Wang Yingxiong witnessed this scene. In reality, no one could understand the communication of the giant claw ants through their antennae, otherwise they would surely grasp why the ants were mobilizing. Quick, kill them. This human actually dares to bring others here. This is simply an excessive bullying of ants, but why do I feel like this human has become weaker? No matter, let's just kill him first. If Wang Yingxiong could hear this, he would certainly run away quickly, for he is the human they speak of. He has been blocking this ant nest for 3 days now, not knowing how many giant claw ants he has slain. Roar. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed drastically. 1 battle ape was shredded into pieces by the giant claw ants and devoured, leaving the other 2 barely alive. As for the 2 humans, although the number of giant claw ants was greater, Shenzong Yuan's fate talent granted him a 30 affinity for fire elements. Surrounding the 2 of them was a layer of burning flames, preventing them from being dismembered. However, at that moment the expressions of the 2 turned grim, especially after seeing that the battle apes were almost dead. Their spiritual power was also running low. If no miracle occurred in 3 minutes, once Shenzong Yuan's spiritual power was exhausted, their death would be imminent. At this time, Wang Yingxiong moved. With such bountiful soul points, he was eager to harvest some, and most importantly, there were no 4th-tier beings present. He would not be harmed at all. With a swift motion, he entered the battlefield using instant step first, taking down the two half-dead battle apes before dealing with the giant claw ants. But as soon as Wang Yingxiong revealed himself, the giant claw ants went into a frenzy. With their menacing black armor and blood-red, deadly blades, they recognized the arrival of the god of slaughter, the human who had blocked their entrance. Brothers, it's this human. Cut him down. Suddenly, a third-tier giant claw ant let out a shriek, abandoning the use of antennae to communicate as it stared in awe at Wang Yingxiong. Meanwhile, Shun Zhongyuan and Yu Shihai were bewildered as the moment the giant claw ant screamed, all the surrounding giant claw ants fled. Not a single giant claw ant attacked them. Brother Shin, what's going on? Yu Shihai asked, looking puzzled. Shin Zhongyuan, equally baffled, replied, I don't know either. Do you see if that's a person? Following the gaze of the two, they saw Wang Yingxiong wielding a vicious blood-stained blade rampaging through the giant claw ants. Not a single one could withstand his strike. With each slash, the circle of giant claw ants was torn open. Yet instead of escaping, Wang Yingxiong appeared right in the densest area of the giant claw ants before the shocked eyes. Thud! Thud! The scissor-like forelimbs of the giant claw ants struck against the killing armor, producing only faint sounds, leaving no trace whatsoever. In just a moment, the giant claw ants were gripped by fear. Understanding the power of their enemy and witnessing it firsthand was a different shock to their spirits. Instantly, the giant claw ants stopped their cries and frantically scurried into the ant burrows. Several entrances were blocked in an instant, and those unable to find an exit simply dug a hole on the spot. At this moment, the two were left in a daze. Were these indeed the same giant claw ants that had just sought to kill them? Was this fellow among their kind a bit too formidable? Why had they never seen this big brother at the Battle Dragon Academy? A series of questions flooded their minds, causing their brains to stall and nearly leading to their mental demise. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiong was still immersed in the crisp sounds of soul points emerging from the ancient coins. Ding! Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 35 soul points. How wonderful. You giant claw ants are simply uncooperative, it's utterly despicable. You deserve to be. Since Wang Yingxiong joined the battlefield, half an hour had passed. At this moment, on this blood-stained grassland, apart from Wang Yingxiong and the daze too, there were no living creatures left. Hey, you two, how long are you going to be in a daze? Oh, what happened? Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? The two were suddenly startled awake, leaving them somewhat dazed. But after a moment, they looked at Wang Yingxiong with eyes full of admiration, tears streaming down their faces, and exclaimed, Our savior. No, you are like our reborn parents. We do not know which senior brother you are, but we are willing to follow you to the death. Stop. Wang Yingxiong impatiently interrupted their heartfelt words, stating directly, I won't save you for nothing, and I have no interest in your following. Just hand over everything valuable you have on you. Hero you. The two were suddenly taken aback. What kind of operation is this? The proud scions of the Battle Dragon Academy can't even be considered for a servant. And truth be told, Wang Yingxiong really looked down on them. Stop talking nonsense, hand over the crystal sources, and the like. You can keep your weapons. The two glanced at the blood-stained armor and blade in Wang Yingxiong's hands, suddenly feeling their throats dry. They dared not utter another word, and quickly handed over the spirit herbs and crystal sources from their backpacks. Wang Yingxiong looked at the 22nd-tier crystal sources, 3 third-tier crystal sources, and several spirit herbs in the wooden box with a painful expression. Is this it? The two couldn't see Wang Yingxiong's expression through the armor, otherwise they would have been furious. Not everyone can chase after magical beasts and giant ant monsters like you know. Alright, you can go now. Wang Yingxiong didn't want to talk more with the poor folks. The two looked at the backpack in Wang Yingxiong's hands, wanting it back, but they didn't dare say a word, and could only turn and leave. Stop. Not long after the two had left, they were called back by Wang Yingxiong. Their faces brightened with a smile. Could it be that the hero had changed his mind, and wanted to keep them or return their belongings? But they only heard Wang Yingxiong coldly say, well, you two go dig out the crystal sources from inside the giant ant. The two wanted to argue, but considering their own strength and the little spiritual energy remaining, they decided to comply obediently. The two went to dig for crystal sources while Wang Yingxiong happily checked the system. In this battle, Wang Yingxiong had slain a total of 738 giant ants. He earned 189700 soul points, of which 3500 points were dropped from ancient coins. He could be considered to have become wealthy. Looking at the pile of corpses, some slain by Wang Yingxiong and others by Shun Zhongyuan, Yu Shihai, and the battle apes, it would soon all belong to him. That was another huge amount of soul points. Half an hour later, after Wang Yingxiong finished roasting and eating another piece of giant ant meat, the two finally dug out all the crystal sources. The two looked at the remaining small piece of giant ant meat, their throats bobbing. The battle consumed not only spiritual energy, but also physical strength. They hadn't eaten well that morning, and now they were hungry. As if sensing their embarrassment, Wang Yingxiong kindly said, if you want to eat, go ahead. There's plenty on the ground. Roast it yourself to replenish your energy. There's still work to be done later. Thank you, hero. The two were deeply grateful. Although they didn't understand the latter part of Wang Yingxiong's words, they couldn't resist their hunger. Looking at the 721 second-tier crystal sources and 238 third-tier crystal sources in his hands, Wang Yingxiong was almost laughing crazily. No need to hesitate, just absorb. The soul points surged again by 215,600 points. At this moment Wang Yingxiong had a total of 406859 soul points. Wang Yingxiong was so happy he could faint. Over 400,000 soul points. Looking at the many talents and skills, he directly started to upgrade 200,000, 300,000. A total of 25,000 soul points were consumed to upgrade the Xiajian Array, Shunbu Toughness Demon Shadow, and Master Craftsman. I flow the ultimate secret. Xiajian Array consumes spiritual power to create a smoke screen that spreads slowly covering a circular area. Within the smoke screen one is concealed and gains increased speed. The smoke will reveal the attacker momentarily, but will conceal again after 1 second lasting for 5 minutes. Xuanbu instantly flashes to the target within a range of 500 meters. Toughness in a stationary state consumes 5 of spiritual power per second to restore 4 of health. Demon Shadow enters a stealth state masking one's aura. Reveals when attacking the enemy or when spiritual power is depleted. Master Craftsman can consume soul points to upgrade items. There is a 0.3 chance to grant the upgraded item special properties. Xiajian Array was upgraded by 2 levels lasting directly for 5 minutes. Xuanbu was upgraded by 1 level distance reaching 500 meters. Toughness was upgraded by 3 levels increasing the recovery amount without changing spiritual power consumption. The worst upgrades were Demon Shadow and Master Craftsman. Demon Shadow was upgraded twice but only provided an aura masking effect, while Master Craftsman was upgraded 3 levels providing a 0.3 chance. To be honest, Wang Yingxiong didn't quite believe in probabilities, and he didn't want to test it right now. With 50,000 soul points remaining, it's not that Wang Yingxiong didn't want to upgrade his talents, but that after upgrading 3 times they all showed as impossible to upgrade. Although Frost Nirvana can be upgraded, it requires 1 million soul points, which Wang Yingxiong does not have. The only remaining talents are the combat technique and spirit summoning technique. Previously, when upgrading combat technique, Wang Yingxiong hoped for miraculous changes to enhance his combat skills, but gradually realized he seemed to be following a skill flow which didn't require techniques, so he decided not to upgrade combat technique. However, the spirit summoning technique can be upgraded. Let's see it upgrade 2 levels. 10000, 15000. Spirit summoning technique cultivation speed increased by 20. Spending soul points is really nice, it's suddenly hard to stop. 25000. Spirit summoning technique cultivation speed increased by 24. 40000. Spirit summoning technique cultivation speed increased by 28. Time to hit the brakes. This thing consumes more and more soul points, yet the percentage increase starts to drop. Damn it, seeing that the next level requires 75000, it's better to forget it, this is enough. Looking at the remaining 56859 soul points, he thought to himself, just a while ago, he felt like a millionaire, but now it seems he's back to being an ordinary family. Hero, let's go. We are full now. The two wiped the grease from the corners of their mouths, excitedly looking at Wang Yingxiong. Wang Yingxiong looked up at them, pointed to the ant hole, and said, now that you're full, go and dig open the ant hole and uncover the ant nest. If you're hungry, you can eat. You probably aren't tired, so don't take a break. Dig this ant nest out today. At that moment, as if Wang Yingxiong thought of something, he added, bury the soil you dig out over these corpses to prevent smells, or else it will attract other magical beasts and ants. The two exchanged glances, realizing that Wang Yingxiong didn't seem to be joking. Remembering what he said earlier about having more work to do, they thought, what the hell, this isn't just busy work, this is going to kill us. Yu Shihai looked at Shun Zhongyuan with a bitter face, hoping his brother would make a decision. Shun Zhongyuan growled, let's do it, it's not like we haven't done it before. Then Shun Zhongyuan gathered a fireball in his hand and threw it at the entrance of the hole. Boom. The fireball exploded, creating a small pit. What are you doing? I said to dig. If you blow up the ground, how are we going to find their nest? Wang Yingxiong was very angry. Hero, I don't have any tools. Shun Zhongyuan spread his empty hands. Ding. Wang Yingxiong tossed him a large knife. He had initially used its blade slightly bent, but it had accompanied him through 3 months on beast plains. Use this and give it back to me when you're done. Then the two began digging with a sword and a knife. Watching the two of them kicking up dust quite suitable for farming, Wang Yingxiong felt a sense of satisfaction, having discovered 2 skilled talents for the human race. Indeed. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong pondered whether he should draw a prize. It would be a pity to waste so many soul points, and having already infiltrated their lair, it wouldn't do to be unprepared, would it? Directly sending out 30,000 soul points, he began 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations on winning a short sword. Congratulations on winning a steel potion. Thank you for participating. Thank you for winning a kidney treasure. Congratulations on winning a long sword. Congratulations on winning a surveillance totem. Congratulations on winning exquisite pork. Congratulations on winning a skill granite shield. Congratulations on winning a skill ice shard. Congratulations on winning a pork rib. Kidney treasure legend says it can keep your spear standing. Steel Potion 2nd tier increases defense by 35 and enhances injury recovery ability for Surveillance Totem consumes 1 charge to place an invisible scout guard monitoring a radius of 1 mile for 120 hours. One charge is stored every 240 hours, with a maximum capacity of 2 charges. Short sword 12 attack power. Features lightweight sharp. Long sword 10 attack power. Features heavy. Granite shield if not attacked within 10 seconds. A rock shield that absorbs damage equal to twice the defense is granted. Ice shard throws an ice spear that shatters upon hitting an enemy, dealing 50 of the attack power as base damage at a distance of 100 meters and inflicts a certain degree of slowing. As the spiritual power used increases, damage and distance also increase, with a maximum of 150 damage at 1000 meters. The quality of this draw was decent, but Wang Yingxiong was puzzled. What on earth is this kidney treasure? Do I really need this thing? Ahem, the key point is it's just one piece. Although he didn't understand the use of this pork and ribs, they used to be cooked, and now they're all raw. Is beast meat not tasty? Am I eating this mundane meat without spiritual energy? He'll save it for those two to eat later. Although the granite shield and killing armor seems somewhat redundant, he thought he couldn't be fully armed every day. Oh, if a master ambushed him, the granite shield would come in handy. The ice shard provided him with a long-range attack option, and its power was quite good. Just as Wang Yingxiong was considering leveling up his new talents and items, a sudden explosion rang out. Just as Wang Yingxiong was about to teach the two why they had blown a hole again, he looked up and saw that they had already flown into the sky, and there was a deep pit below, which must be about 100 square meters from afar. This was certainly not the most important thing. The most crucial detail was that at this moment a giant ant stood at the edge of the pit. This giant ant was as large as 3 original giant ants, resembling an Iron Man, but its body was sticky and still bore some unknown liquid, making it less shiny than Iron Man. And it was not just its size that was exaggerated, but also its rank. Giant ant 4th tier. Fate talent 15 times strength cutting. Attack power 505. Defense 502. 52. Speed 59. 08. However, when Wang Yingxiong clearly saw its attributes, he suddenly relaxed. This giant ant's attributes were not that impressive. With his own glamour along with the bonuses from the killing armor and sword, his attack and defense exceeded 700. Bang! Bang! At this moment the two of them landed on the ground and urgently shouted, "Hero run." This giant ant is terrifying. But in the next moment the two of them widened their mouths and could not speak because the giant ant made a slicing move, and when its scissor-like pincers struck Wang Yingxiong, a thick layer of rock suddenly condensed around him. After taking a hit, the rock began to fall off, and Wang Yingxiong seized the opportunity to escape from the giant ant. Squeak! The giant ant did not expect that Wang Yingxiong had such a move, but it could not stop its attack at all. The black luster flowed over the giant ant's body, and the remaining sticky liquid evaporated. Following the three-dimensional image in Wang Yingxiong's mind, the giant ant's attack and defense were greatly enhanced, a result of the 15 times strength increase. Boom! Ding! Wang Yingxiong struck the giant ant. Yet he did not break through its defense, instead being knocked. However, Wang Yingxiong noticed that the giant ant's body seemed a bit uncoordinated. Its attacks were quite clumsy, and its movements were stuttering, akin to a baby that had just learned to walk. Wang Yingxiong naturally would not let such a good opportunity slip by instantly appearing behind the giant ant and striking with his sword. Ding! Just like its pincers, the giant ant's body was incredibly tough. Even in the three-dimensional image, its defenses were uniform, making it impossible to find a weakness. In no time, Wang Yingxiong would strike in one location, then instantly appear in another to strike again. The giant ant could not locate Wang Yingxiong, only able to passively endure the hits. However, as time passed, the giant ant's body became increasingly coordinated, its reactions faster. By the time Wang Yingxiong finished his attack and teleported away, it could counterattack once. Thus a standoff ensued between one man and one ant, but gradually Wang Yingxiong had to think of a different strategy, as he was consuming spiritual energy at a much faster rate than the giant ant. Although teleportation consumed little spiritual energy, he couldn't sustain it every second. He teleported 300 meters away, then began to gather an ice spear in his hand, maximizing its power to 150, and then threw it. With full confidence in this strike, it consumed 1% of his spiritual energy. Pia. But in the next moment, Wang Yingxiong was dumbfounded. He saw the ice spear hit the giant ant and turn into ice shards, leaving no mark behind. At this point, Wang Yingxiong realized that the attack power of this ice shard was calculated based on his base attack power without accounting for the enhancements from the killing sword. With a base attack power of 230, even with a 150 increase, it was only 345 points, which could not breach its defense. As for the slowing effect, forget about it. The giant ant also seemed a bit dazed, yet thought Wang Yingxiong was charging up for a big move, crossing its pincers over its chest only for him to throw a popsicle at it. It was furious, thinking, "You look down on me." Boom. Its legs spun like a wheel, stirring up clouds of dust, charging toward Wang Yingxiong like a lightning bolt. Bang! Boom! The two began another frantic battle. This time Wang Yingxiong had learned his lesson, using teleportation only at the most dangerous moments, then facing it head-on. The two on the ground were now stunned, yet they were not foolish. Exchanging glances, they slowly began to distance themselves. They had realized that Wang Yingxiong was struggling to deal with the giant ant. If they didn't run for their lives now, what were they waiting? Wang Yingxiong didn't notice the two fleeing. Even if he did, he wouldn't care as he had no intention of keeping them around. It was better for him to leave once they were drained. Gradually Wang Yingxiong also felt his spiritual energy dwindling, quickly examining what else he could use in his system backpack. His eyes lit up. What had been overlooked before now had some use. Witchcraft Potion Second Tier increases elemental affinity by 10A and spiritual energy recovery speed by 15, lasting 3 minutes. Without further ado, he consumed anything that could replenish spiritual energy. It's a bit bitter, a little sugar would be nice. Though bitter in taste, its effects are remarkably potent. Boom. Wang Yingxiong felt the spiritual energy around him was somewhat familiar, gentle to himself, and with a single thought it all seamlessly integrated into his body. He never expected that elemental affinity could have such an effect. Originally, the spirit summoning technique allowed for a 28 cultivation speed, but when not actively cultivating, the automatic absorption speed was only 5. Now with a 15 recovery bonus, it was already on par with normal cultivation. At this moment, feeling Wang Yingxiong absorb spiritual energy while battling the giant tortoise ant became somewhat flustered. It had already consumed over half of its spiritual energy, though at this rate, it would not be able to outlast Wang Yingxiong. By now Wang Yingxiong never expected that a proper battle would turn into a war of attrition. Though 3 minutes felt fleeting, it was enough for Wang Yingxiong to exhaust the giant tortoise ant. Squeak! The giant tortoise ant began to go mad, but with a single flash of Wang Yingxiong's movement technique, it could only waste its efforts. Thud! After half an hour of effort, Wang Yingxiong finally managed to kill the giant tortoise ant. Fortunately, the rewards were substantial. Slaying it earned him 500 soul points, and with another 500 from the crystal source, the double rewards were truly delightful. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong approached the pit, looking down into it. The pit was about 5 meters deep with several openings scattered around its sides. At this time, several third-tier giant tortoise ants below looked up, and upon suddenly seeing Wang Yingxiong were startled and immediately turned to flee into their holes. However, Wang Yingxiong would not give them this opportunity. He instantly appeared before them and swiftly slashed. Looking at these burrows, Wang Yingxiong found them quite high, though he had no trouble moving through them. Then he pondered, why did I let them dig holes earlier? Oh, right, where are those two? At this moment, Wang Yingxiong recalled that those two seemed to have run away. But it didn't matter, once used they were discarded. Such is the ruthless nature of survival. Looking at the openings, Wang Yingxiong vaguely remembered that ant tunnels usually lead to the main nest. Then Wang Yingxiong casually placed a surveillance probe, instantly illuminating a radius of a mile. He could check this view at any time through the system. This way Wang Yingxiong no longer had to worry about other giant tortoise ants escaping while he ventured inside. The ant tunnel was winding and very dark, but this posed no challenge for Wang Yingxiong. He took out a blue oil lamp from his system backpack, lit it, and proceeded cautiously by its dim light. Along the way, Wang Yingxiong slaughtered hundreds of giant tortoise ants, but they were all first tier. Even second tier ones were rare, let alone the third tier. Thus, after winding left and right for half an hour, Wang Yingxiong finally arrived at the ant nest. At this moment, he felt somewhat dazed. Unlike the ant tunnels, the ant nest was brightly lit. The nest was as large as an European-style palace with dozens of glowing crystal stones embedded in the ceiling, casting light that was bright, yet not blinding. In the center of the nest lay a plump ant queen over 10 meters long and more than a meter wide, surrounded by several trembling, third-tier, giant tortoise ants and hundreds of ant eggs. Giant tortoise ant queen tier 4. Fate talent reproduction command. Attack power 583. 98. Defense power 548. 23. Speed 0. 85. Reproduction absorbs spiritual energy and consumes flesh, automatically producing offspring. Command: all giant tortoise ants produced under her command share her vision. Looking at the attributes and talent introduction of the Ant Queen, Wang Yingxiong felt a bit sympathetic. How pitiful for a summoner whose children were all gone. She could only wait for death. Squeak. As the Ant Queen saw Wang Yingxiong approaching, she continuously twisted her plump body, trying to move. However, her legs were thinner than Wang Yingxiong's arms. How could they support her enormous body? She could only flap helplessly. Squeak. Although the giant tortoise ants were terrified under the Queen's command, they could only charge towards Wang Yingxiong with gritted teeth. But it was merely a futile attempt. Just as Wang Yingxiong's great sword was about to sever the Ant Queen's body, thud. One by one ant eggs were expelled from her ovipositor. Wang Yingxiong was left with a black line on his forehead. The speed of his blade quickened significantly. Thud. Wang Yingxiong ended the Ant Queen's wicked life, earning only 500 soul points. Looking at the ground covered in ant eggs, investigation revealed that most were second tier and third tier, with one fourth tier egg at the center. Next to it, there was also an eggshell, presumably from another fourth tier egg. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong recalled the discordant fourth tier giant tortoise ant. So that's where the gooey substance came from. He initially thought it was just scared and excreting waste. Wang Yingxiong would naturally not let these ant eggs go. He blew them up, but the soul points earned were too few, averaging only a little over 10 each. Leaving the ant tunnel, Wang Yingxiong played with a crystal source in his hand, reluctant to absorb it. Life crystal enhances cell vitality and quality. It contained a trace of evolutionary power capable of evolving and enhancing fate talents with effects that were. This was a crystal source extracted from the Ant Queen's body. Its quality and effects were indeed impressive. Just this one item. Who knows how many people would go crazy for it? After all, aside from each advancement, there was almost no possibility of enhancing fate talents. But now with something that could enhance fate talents, would you not want to seize it? It would undoubtedly cause a bloodbath. However, for Wang Yingxiong it held little allure as he was already a cheat. Nevertheless, this life crystal was still worth 1,000 soul points. When Wang Yingxiong saw the recovery value, he realized that the life crystal might truly be a great item. However, Wang Yingxiong still did not intend to absorb it. Who knows if this item could truly enhance fate talents? Without an accurate probability, it was better to use soul points for a more reliable enhancement. But he also had no intention of recycling it to the system. After all, this thing was a treasure. Just because he didn't need it didn't mean others wouldn't. If he sold it casually, it would surely be worth no less than 10,000 soul points. At that time, he could easily sell for several fourth-tier crystal sources. Thinking of this, Wang Yingxiong couldn't help but drool, looking like a greedy pig. This time his sweep through the ant tunnel netted him 44355 soul points. Although Wang Yingxiong now had as many as 71214 soul points, he did not plan to gamble yet. He decided to set a small goal first to accumulate 1 million soul points to upgrade the life-saving skill, Frost Nirvana. Just as Wang Yingxiong was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have left something behind. After pondering he slapped his thigh hard, his face contorted in anguish as he wailed, "Damn it, those two bastards didn't return my big sword. I'm so mad. Damn, I'm at a loss. Don't let me see them again, otherwise they won't even have their underpants left." Wang Yingxiong left angrily. He never expected that he so shrewd would be taken advantage of. Traveling northward, Wang Yingxiong continued his journey. However, after moving for a while, he sensed an unusual air. Although the scenery remained beautiful with the wind causing the grass to sway like waves, there were occasional flowers dancing in the breeze. Yet the silence here was overwhelming. He had not seen any traces of animals along the way. In other places, the diligent footprints of giant tortoise ants could be seen everywhere. Despite the eerie atmosphere, Wang Yingxiong chose not to retreat, instead proceeding forward with heightened vigil. About half an hour later, what came into Wang Yingxiong's view was no longer the endless grassland, but small hills of varying heights forming a small mountain range in the distance. The mountains were covered with tall and sturdy trees thick enough to be encircled by 2 or 3 people. Wang Yingxiong felt a surge of joy. He was finally away from the vast grassland and involuntarily quickened his pace. Moments later, before he could step into the mountain range, Wang Yingxiong heard the sounds of battle and human shouts. Without hesitation, he activated his demon phantom, entering a state of invisibility and advanced towards the source of the commotion. When Wang Yingxiong arrived, he saw a dozen people engaged in combat with a massive vine. Among them, he recognized a young man wielding a sword. It was Huang Qianhua. Despite facing relentless attacks from the vines, Huang Qianhua remained expressionless, coldly wielding his sword and severing the encroaching vines one by one. The vine was enormous, its main body covering a small hill, completely obscuring the original color of the hill with countless tendrils. The vine's color was peculiar. Its leaves were green and diamond-shaped with jagged edges resembling barbed spikes, emitting a sharp, eerie glow. The body of the vine shimmered, as if a sky full of stars were projected upon it. Whenever it attacked, it sparkled with moving light. Wang Yingxiong used his probing skill. Qinsheng Vinewood Clan. Rank 4th rank. Fate Talent Qinsheng Prison. Attack Power 894. 56. Defense Power 902. 35. Speed 65. 86. Wang Yingxiong was astonished. He didn't expect to discover another race, Wood Clan, in this secret realm, which was clearly a sentient plant. At this moment, it was not Huang Qianhua facing the Qinsheng Vine Heathen, but 2 young men of the 4th rank. One wielded a fiery red spear, while the other held 2 large hammers. The spear's tip ignited with a scorching red light, and as it was thrown, the vines recoiled in fear, clearly terrified of the spear. Wang Yingxiong focused on the 2 individuals. Wang Darren, 4th rank, age 25, Fate Talent Fire Dragon Spear Cultivation Talent Green, Level Cultivation, Method Spirit Gathering Technique Skills Spirit Shield. Wang Yingxiong focused on the 2 individuals. Wang Darren, 4th rank, age 25, Fate Talent Fire Dragon Spear Cultivation Talent Green, Level Cultivation, Method Spirit Gathering Technique Skills Spirit Shield Rapid Charge Attack Power 896. 86. Defense Power 436. 89. Speed 72. 86. Lu Changming, 4th rank, age 25, Fate Talent Heavy Earth Hammer Cultivation Talent Green Level Cultivation Method Spirit Gathering Technique Skills Spirit Shield Rapid Charge Attack Power 890. 35. Defense Power 658. 65. Speed 60. 56. Both had decent attributes, but upon seeing their skills, Wang Yingxiong realized they hadn't fared well at the Battle Dragon Academy. However, both had weapon-type Fate talents, giving them considerable combat power, albeit lacking in other skills. Just then the Qinsheng Vine retaliated, having endured so many strikes from the hammers, it was clearly pained despite its massive size. The stars on the Qianxing vine swirled, emitting faint glimmers which coalesced into several spirit prisons trapping everyone within. Boom. Huang Qianhua struck the prison with his sword, but the stars flickered on the surface, leaving not even a scratch. What was most terrifying was that Huang Qianhua felt his internal spiritual energy leaking out. This prison could even absorb the energy from within him. Brothers, this prison can absorb our spiritual energy. At this moment Huang Qianhua's face finally changed. Wang Diren and Lu Changming also looked pale. Clearly they too felt the loss of their internal spiritual energy, but fortunately their ranks were higher, allowing them to withstand the prison's absorption. However, over time they too would be drained, so they could not afford to remain passive. Heavy hammer. Lu Changming shouted, his dual hammers glowing with yellow energy, expanding in size. Clang. Crack. The dual hammers struck down, and the Qianxing prison could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into countless pieces. Seeing Lu Changming break free, the tendrils of the Qianxing vine surged towards him. One person faced thousands of tendrils. Even though the dual hammers were powerful, he could only passively defend, and his situation was dire. Fire Dragon Shine. Wang Diren roared, and the fiery red spear in his hand transformed into a fire dragon. The fire dragon let out a roar, charging straight at the prison. Crack. With a single strike, the fire dragon shattered the prison. After breaking the prison, the fire dragon did not disappear. Instead, it continued to charge towards the main vine of the Qianxing vine. Boom. The fire dragon pierced through hundreds of tendrils before directly striking the main vine. The fire dragon exploded, transforming back into the fire dragon spear and flying back into Wang Diren's hands while the sparks ignited the Qianxing vine. Screech. The Qianxing vine emitted a mournful cry, a sound akin to metal scraping, quite grating to the ears. Seizing the opportunity, they charged towards the main vine at high speed. The two yelled as they dashed towards the main vine of the Qianxing vine. Boom. Although the Qianxing vine was injured, it was not fatal, and its fury only intensified. The tendrils of the Qianxing vine on the entire hill began to thrash about like thousands of tentacles whipping towards the two. Their faces changed drastically, but it was too late to escape. They could only brace their weapons in front of them. Bang! The two were tossed about like small boats in a raging sea, continuously rolling under the blows of the tendrils. They activated their spirit shields, but they shattered in an instant. The two were instantly battered and bruised, their beast-hide armor torn to shreds. Among them, Wang Diren suffered the most, exposing his bones. Huang Qianhua and the others fared no better. Although the prison disappeared when Wang Diren's fire dragon spear struck the Qianxing vine, they were still caught by several passing tendrils. In fact, a few were turned into blood mist midair. Hiss! Seeing the Qianxing vine go berserk, Wang Yingxiong felt a wave of fear wash over him. Initially, when Wang Diren injured it, he had thought of sneaking in for another strike to capitalize on the moment, ideally claiming a kill. But before he could even take a step, the Qianxing vine had gone mad, unleashing all its power, and the sparks from the fire dragon instantly extinguished. At this moment, the thought of fleeing crossed Wang Yingxiong's mind. However, upon checking with the system, he found that the Qianxing vine was quite weakened, and the wound from the fire dragon spear was oozing green blood, with its nearby defense reduced to less than 500. A devilish voice echoed in Wang Yingxiong's mind. Eliminate it. Strike it in half along the wound, leaving only the root, and it will perish. Moreover, this group is also weakened, allowing you to reap a fortune in crystal sources. Without waiting for the angelic voice to finish, Wang Yingxiong charged in. Let it be, fortune is found in danger. Wang Yingxiong rushed toward the Qianxing vine from the side. At that moment, its vines were thrashing Wang Diren's and the others' heat in, leaving the back completely unguarded, allowing Wang Yingxiong to charge straight in. However, when Wang Yingxiong got within 10 meters of the main vine of the Qianxing vine, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly whipped towards his hiding spot. Wang Yingxiong was startled. Could the Qianxing vine sense him? He quickened his pace, twisting his body to dodge but in the next moment dozens of vines recoiled and struck towards Wang Yingxiong. At this point there was no doubt left. He was indeed exposed, surprised at how terrifying the Qianxing vine's perception was. Yet Wang Yingxiong was not afraid at all, for although the main vine of the Qianxing vine was thick, there were no smaller vines present. Only at the main vine 7 or 8 meters away were their branches, and the wound was completely exposed to the air with no obstruction at all. In a flash step, Wang Yingxiong appeared at the wound of the Qianxing vine, and then the mist array activated, smoke billowing up, enveloping the area around the main vine in a thick fog. Squawk! The Qianxing vine sensed danger, halting its assault on the others and quickly retreating. The group was thrown to the ground, bewildered and unsure of what had happened, but it was a relief to have their lives spared. Although the Qianxing vine reacted extremely quickly, it was too late. The moment the smoke rose, the killing sword came crashing down. Puff! Squawk! A piercing sound echoed again as green blood sprayed from the wound of the main vine, as if it were free-flowing. However, Wang Yingxiong was not particularly pleased, for this strike did not sever the Qianxing vine. The main vine, now only as thick as a person's waist, still had a shallow connection remaining, and with a gentle slice, it could be cut off. At this moment, the multitude of vines hovered in the air, hesitating to strike into the smoke, fearing they might harm them. The others were equally stunned, having no idea what was happening. They only saw the Qinxing vine, as if frozen, its vines swaying beautifully in the sky. But at this moment the Qinxing vine was in distress. Amidst the dense smoke, it could not see Wang Yingxiang's figure, forcing it to attack, based on instinct, unable to accurately use its fateful talent to trap him. At this moment the Qinxing vine dared not attack, but that did not mean Wang Yingxiang would hold back. The killing sword glimmered, coldly crackling like thunder as it struck the wound of the main vine. Boom! In an instant the source of energy for the main vine was severed, and the vines in the air lost their support, and crashed down, raising a tremendous cloud of dust. Among them a severely injured person was even crushed to death. Although the vines lost control of the main root, they still squirmed on the ground, as if their nerves were not dead, but after a moment they settled down. Even more peculiar was that the severed main vine and its roots twisted continuously, producing a harsh sound, like metal grinding against metal from the ground. Wang Yingxiang was greatly astonished. The vitality of this Wood clan was unexpectedly resilient. Even without the main vine the roots remained alive. At this moment, as the smoke cleared, Wang Yingxiang's figure became visible. The fatal weakness of the Wood clan lies in the roots. As long as their root system is dug out, and the crystal source is stripped away, they can be killed. Without the main vine their roots are not dangerous. Just when Wang Yingxiang was at a loss, he suddenly heard a sound. Turning around, he saw Huang Qianhua. However, at this moment Huang Qianhua looked quite miserable, his sword broken, his clothes tattered, revealing his soft armor beneath, which was nearly destroyed, and his handsome face was covered in blood. Wang Yingxiang ignored him, and quickly turned back to dig around the main vine, intending to unearth the root system of the Qinxing vine. Moments later a large pit appeared at the mountaintop, exposing the root system of the Qinxing vine. The root system of the Qinxing vine resembled a large tree trunk, standing a meter high, and as thick as 2 human waists. One side even had a human face shape, looking quite strange. After the root of the Qinxing vine was unearthed, it could still control the smaller roots to attack Wang Yingxiang, but after a moment those were completely cut down by Wang Yingxiang. Although Wang Yingxiang had not yet seen where the crystal source of the Qinxing vine was, he didn't need to think hard, it must be within the roots. He wielded his knife and struck. The side of the Qinxing vine that resembled a human face seemed to change, displaying a look of terror, but Wang Yingxiang paid no mind, enduring the piercing screams, and delivered a cut. Ding! With the final scream of the Qinxing vine, 500 soul points were credited, and the stump was sliced in half, revealing a green crystal source the size of a watermelon inside. Life core increases cell vitality and quality, can slowly enhance cultivation talent, can be absorbed and converted into 10000 soul points. Looking at the description of this green crystal source, Wang Yingxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, what a treasure! But he had no use for it, as his cultivation talent was already at the highest level. He stored it in his system backpack and climbed out of the pit. At this moment Huang Qianhua and the others also climbed up to the top of the small hill, but they looked quite miserable. Originally over a dozen people, now only 5 remained. The worst off was Wang Diren's, whose entire body had no intact flesh. If it weren't for Lu Changming supporting him, Wang Yingxiang would have thought he was dead. They were puzzled to see Wang Yingxiang clad in menacing armor. In their impression, there were no such dressed individuals in the Battle Dragon Academy. I do not know who this senior brother is, but I thank you for saving our lives. Huang Qianhua cupped his fists in gratitude. Wait, my help is not free. I charge a hefty fee. Wang Yingxiang interrupted the excited crowd, causing their hearts to sink. Huang Qianhua and the others were stunned. What does the senior brother mean? One person voiced the question on everyone's mind. Wang Yingxiang slapped his forehead. It's my fault for not being clear. You just need to hand over all the crystal sources. Ding, ding. Wang Yingxiang held the killing sword in his right hand, slowly tapping the blade against his killing armor, producing a crisp sound. The crowd felt a dryness in their throats. Huang Qianhua frowned, while Lu Changming bluntly said, brothers, we are all human and students of the Battle Dragon Academy. In this secret realm, we should work together. How can we take advantage of the chaos to rob? Moreover, it was we who injured the Qinxing vine. Huh. Wang Yingxiang scoffed. I disagree with your statement. Without you I would still slay it, but without me you would all be. This morning I saved 2 people from the hands of the giant AO ant, and they were very straightforward. What's wrong? You, as the geniuses of the Battle Dragon Academy, can't bear to part with such trivial things. It seems life is not worth much. Wang Yingxiang feigned a fierce demeanor. Of course, he would not truly kill them. At most, if they resisted, he would just... After all, now, there were 2 Tier 4 individuals with no combat power, and the rest were even easier to defeat. Even Huang Qianhua, with his impressive fateful talent, was no match for Wang Yingxiang at this moment. Seeing Wang Yingxiang's arrogant tone, the others were infuriated, unable to comprehend that someone would dare to rob. Watching Wang Yingxiang's bandit-like and pillaging behavior, they yearned to resist, to give him a thorough beating. However, after a brutal battle, they were not only severely injured, but had also exhausted their spiritual energy. 2 fourth-order divine Grantaires were no better than ordinary people. How could they resist? After a long deliberation, Huang Qianhua said coldly, give it to him. Then he was the first to take out all his crystal sources from his spatial ring. Seeing Huang Qianhua yield, the others had no choice but to reluctantly pull out the crystal sources from their backpack. Wang Yingxiong, noticing that Huang Qianhua possessed a spatial ring, had a gleam of greed in his eyes. He was thrilled knowing that someone with such a ring must have a significant background and abundant crystal sources. But moments later, Wang Yingxiong was dumbfounded. Huang Qianhua pulled out fewer than 100 crystal sources, 33 second order and 28 third order, and then nothing more. That's all. Wang Yingxiong asked Huang Qianhua in confusion. Yes, isn't this enough? Huang Qianhua replied, perplexed. This was all his crystal sources. Looking at the four of them, they had only 48 second-order crystal sources, 53 third-order ones, and 2 second-order ones. Wang Yingxiong slapped his forehead and said, "Do you think this meager amount is enough to buy your spatial ring? How dare you wear it? Hand it over, and let me see if there's more." Huang Qianhua frowned, but said nothing. He directly took off the silver spatial ring from his finger and tossed it to. As Wang Yingxiong took the ring and was about to inspect it, Lu Changming boomed, "Brother, robbing us of our crystal sources is a minor matter, but this item is not something you can lay your hands on." "Oh." Wang Yingxiong looked up, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Is there anything I can't take?" Lu Changming's heart tightened. Before he could speak, Huang Qianhua said, "The spatial ring cannot be given to you. It was assigned to us by Dean Lu for storing precious spiritual herbs. After leaving the secret realm, it must be returned." Wang Yingxiong was speechless. Such a talented person didn't even own a spatial ring. What a pity. Infusing spiritual energy into the ring, Wang Yingxiong sensed its contents. Aside from some herbs and pills, there were no crystal sources. The pills were mostly for healing, and some for restoring spiritual energy. Wang Yingxiong had no need for healing pills, but the ones that restored spiritual energy were welcome in abundance. As he took out the pills and placed them into his leather backpack, the group's expressions darkened. After taking the pills, Wang Yingxiong casually tossed the spatial ring back to Huang Qianhua and said firmly, "I'm not returning this ring, because I'm afraid I just don't need it." With that, Wang Yingxiong also scavenged the backpacks of the deceased. His haul was decent: 96 second-order crystal sources and 38 third-order ones. He packed them all into a single bulging backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and started walking away. "Hey friend," a voice called out. Wang Yingxiong turned to see Huang Qianhua stopping him. Wang Yingxiong looked at him curiously. "Something on your mind, Doi?" Huang Qianhua approached lightly and said in a low voice, "You're not from War Dragon Academy. You're that Wang Yingxiong, aren't you?" "My." Wang Yingxiong let out a surprised sound, not expecting Huang Qianhua to guess his identity. Huang Qianhua's face remained stern, devoid of any smile, as he softly explained, "I saw your blade that day. Very sharp, very fine. And then, you called me over just to tell me my blade is good." "Of course not. I have 2 questions. First, your strength. How did you break through so quickly in such a short time? Second, do you know the mission for our expedition into the secret realm?" Huang Qianhua stared intently at Wang Yingxiong. Wang Yingxiong shuddered. That gaze was terrifying. Was it hunger? Wang Yingxiong straightened his back and said casually, "Cultivation might be hard for others, but for me it's child's play. I'm a genius after all. As for why I'm here in the secret realm, isn't it obvious? Hunt the beast tribes and seek opportunities." Huang Qianhua was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. The title of genius was all too familiar to him. Everyone who knew him called him a genius, a child of destiny. Indeed, his fate talent and cultivation talent were top-notch, living up to the name. But now someone was calling himself a genius in front of him. Huang Qianhua wanted to laugh, but he couldn't because the man was not. In less than 10 days, Wang Yingxiong had broken through from the second order to the third, and now his spiritual energy was even more abundant than Huang Qianhua's. He had also slain the 1,000-star vine that had nearly wiped out his team and had ransacked them. At this moment, Huang Qianhua felt like crying. Seeing Huang Qianhua's face remain impassive, yet the muscles twitching uncontrollably, as if in spasm, Wang Yingxiong didn't know what was going on inside him, but he felt inexplicably delighted. "Serves you right for pretending to be so cold." Taking a deep breath, Huang Qianhua calmed his chaotic thoughts and said, "Our purpose in the secret realm isn't just what you said. The real goal is a Queen Anne about to break through to the 5th order. Its crystal source can evolve a divine Grand Tayer's fate talent." "Oh, how impressive," Wang Yingxiong said with an exaggerated expression. "But I didn't receive that order. Besides, it's a 4th order Queen Ant. Do you think we can harm it? And it's about to break through to the 5th order. How many ants must it command? Let the 4th order divine Grand Tayers handle that mission. We'll just take it easy and coast along." "You?" Huang Qianhua was momentarily at a loss for words, forgetting what he wanted to say. "If there's nothing else, I'll be off. I have to go do some heroic deeds." "Wait," Huang Qianhua called out again. "Whether it's useful or not, you'll find out soon enough. I'm telling you this now because I want you to stop pulling stunts like today. Not everyone is as indifferent as I am. Some people, when you rob them of their crystal sources here, will come for your life once you leave." "Oh." Wang Yingxiong slapped his thigh in realization. "That makes sense. They'll have to eliminate all future threats. They'll make sure to handle it properly. Thanks for the advice." Seeing Wang Yingxiong twist his meaning, Huang Qianhua was dumbfounded. He quickly said, "That's not what I meant. I'm telling you to stop robbing crystal sources altogether. Alright, you should go back and give that guy some healing pills. He's lost too much blood and won't hold out much longer, Wang Yingxiong said as he turned to leave, offering a kind reminder. At that moment Wang Diren's heart was filled with bitterness. So you finally remembered there's a me. Huang Qianhua glanced back and remembered that everyone's pills and herbs were in his spatial ring. Without further ado, he rushed back, took out healing pills, fed them to Wang Diren, and distributed them to the others. After distancing himself from Huang Qianhua and the others, Wang Yingxiong looked at a black round disc in his hand. In the center of the disc was a pointer resembling a dial. Under system scrutiny, it indeed functioned as a clock. The spiritual disc, its pointer always points towards the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy. This disc was originally inside Huang Qianhua's spatial ring. Wang Yingxiong noticed its properties and finding them appealing directly stored it in his system backpack. At this moment the pointer of the spiritual disc pointed to Wang Yingxiong's right, indicating that the spiritual energy there was relatively high. Meanwhile, at the location of the Qianxing vine, everyone was recovering their spiritual energy and bandaging wounds. At this moment Huang Qianhua's expression was somewhat grim. Seeing Huang Qianhua's troubled expression, Lu Changming assumed he was thinking about Wang Yingxiong, so he comforted him, saying, "Stop thinking about that person. We've already tried to mediate. It's hard to convince the stubborn. If he seeks his own demise, he can't blame anyone else. This time we capsized in the gutter. Next time we encounter him, we must break his legs. It's not about that." He took the spiritual disc. Huang Qianhua gritted his teeth in rage. "What? That scoundrel, don't let me find him." Everyone roared. The purpose of this spiritual disc is to locate the areas with the most concentrated spiritual energy within the secret realm. Their ultimate goal, the Ant Queen nearing the breakthrough to the 5th tier, resides in that very place. Now that the spiritual disc is gone, with the secret realm being so vast, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Achoo! Wang Yingxiong sneezed heavily, wondering in his heart, who is thinking of me? Opening the beast-hide backpack to examine the spoils of this trip, he found 176 second-tier crystal sources, 119 third-tier crystal sources, and 2 fourth-tier crystal sources. He directly absorbed them, causing his soul points to surge by 71900 points. His current soul points reached 143614, bringing him one step closer to 1,000,000. Rubbing his hands together, Wang Yingxiong muttered to himself, having earned so much, it would be a shame not to do a tenfold draw. My strength does not allow me to remain low-key any longer. Wang Yingxiong, a man of few words, but determination, directly consumed 300 soul points for a tenfold draw. Congratulations, you have drawn 1 bottle of 3rd-tier anger potion. Congratulations, you have drawn a bag of XX nuts. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, you have drawn 1 bottle of 1st-tier anger potion. Congratulations, you have drawn 1 bottle of reusable potion. Congratulations, you have drawn a set of silk underwear. Congratulations, you have drawn ancient coins. Congratulations, you have drawn XX snacks. Congratulations, you have drawn 1 bottle of 3rd-tier witchcraft potion. Congratulations, you have drawn a black spear. After the tenfold draw ended, Wang Yingxiong felt a bit of toothache. Although he had drawn 6 useful items, upon realizing he could only equip 1 ancient coin, which could not stack passively, he sold it back to the system for 300 soul points, resulting in a tenfold loss, a bloodbath. The effects of the 3rd-tier anger potion and the witchcraft potion were quite good, and he decided to keep this 1st-tier one for now. Wang Yingxiong unexpectedly felt a sense of joy in collecting, imagining the various strange items emerging from his system backpack in a crisis. Turning the tables filled him with delight. Reusable potion consumes 1 layer of charge, continuously restoring a small amount of vitality over 12 seconds, with a maximum of 3 layers of charge. The charge count is replenished at midnight every day. This potion has a good effect, so he stored it in his system backpack. Finally, Wang Yingxiong looked at the black spear. Black spear, choose a creature as the target of connection. This creature must not have any intention of resistance, allowing it to become a vow-bearer who cannot defy the will of the black spear's holder. 1 black spear can only contract 1 creature. This black spear is meant for capturing pet babies. However, the most terrifying aspect is that the black spear can be used on all creatures, even humans. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited, but Wang Yingxiong had no intention of enslaving any human. However, the only regret is that the black spear can only contract 1 creature. If there were no restrictions, it would be perfect. Thinking of this, Wang Yingxiong's eyes lit up, pondering, can I upgrade it using the Master Craftsman? The next moment, Wang Yingxiong attempted to use the Master Craftsman, but it showed that the black spear is already a supreme artifact and cannot be upgraded. The reusable potion can be upgraded, but Wang Yingxiong currently has no use for it, not wanting to waste soul points unnecessarily, so he decided against the upgrade. Exiting the system, he felt a bit regretful for not drawing any talents this time. Now only with a large number of soul points can Wang Yingxiong feel happy. Thus he quickened his pace. Where the spiritual energy is dense, there must be many creatures, making it a bountiful harvest of soul points. Not far from his path, Wang Yingxiong encountered a small beast team composed of 10 wind wolves. Naturally, he was very enthusiastic about these old friends. In a moment of stealth, he slipped in and directly cleaved a 3rd-tier wind wolf to death. Then with the fog array activated, Wang Yingxiong vanished into the smoke. However, among the wind wolves, there was a 4th-tier presence, the leader of their small team. Wind wolf 4th tier, fate talent, wind blade, attack power 969. 96. Defense power 856. 62. Speed 82. 25. With the command of this wolf, the others did not panic, but immediately scattered, moving away from the smoke, and then launched. Dozens of wind blades shot out in succession, completely shattering the smoke, leaving the ground as if it had been bombarded. However, as the smoke dispersed, there were no traces of blood. By the time the leading wolf realized that Wang Yingxiong had already left this place, it was too late. In the instant of their attack, Wang Yingxiong had already stepped out of the fog array's range and reappeared among the wolf pack, swiftly slashing down 2 more wind wolves. Whoosh! At that moment, a wind blade swept towards him, and before Wang Yingxiong could dodge, the wind blade was crack. Just then a layer of rock manifested on Wang Yingxiong, quickly shattering and falling apart. However, this layer of rock merely weakened the wind blade's power. It did not block it, and the wind blade continued to strike against the killing armor. Fortunately, the killing armor had strong enough defense, and Wang Yingxiong only felt a great force push against him. The wind blade was blocked by the armor and did not injure him. All of this occurred in an instant. When the leader wolf unleashed its second wind blade, Wang Yingxiong had already vanished, moving to another wind wolf. Wang Yingxiong mastered the guerrilla tactics to perfection, slashing once and changing positions, leaving the wind wolves utterly helpless against him. In just a short time, among the 10 wind wolves, only 3 remained, and all of them were 4th tier. Woo! The leader wolf was furious. It had never encountered such a troublesome human. For the first time, it felt a sense of powerlessness, clearly stronger than this human, but unable to do anything about him. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few shards of ice were thrown at the 3 wind wolves, merely splashing some water without causing any harm, but it felt like further mocking them. Woo! At this moment, the leader wolf went insane, charging forward, but Wang Yingxiong's instantaneous movement allowed the leader to never catch up. However, at this moment, a rustling sound emerged, and a dozen strangely shaped ants appeared. These ants were roughly the size of giant claw ants, but appeared gray-white, covered in a layer resembling armor-like bones similar to an exoskeleton. Bone ant 4th tier, fate talent, 20-fold strength, evil bone, attack power 782. 6, defense power, 932. 86, speed 63. 85. This is the attribute of the largest bone ant leading the group, but the 10 or so behind it, while not as powerful, share the same fate talent. Wang Yingxiong swiftly collected all the corpses of the wind wolves into his system backpack, and then quickly distanced. Watching Wang Yingxiong collect all the corpses, the lead wolf of the wind wolves was extremely furious. But the most enraged were the bone ants. The bone ants chirped loudly, moving like the wind, and rushed towards Wang Yingxiong. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong was quite confused, not knowing why this group of bone ants had gone crazy, but he dared not linger, and after a few instant steps, he activated the Devil's Shadow, making his figure vanish. Seeing that Wang Yingxiong had actually disappeared, the bone ants were anxious but helpless. After venting their frustration on the surrounding ground for a while, they turned their attention to the 3 wind wolves. The wind wolves shivered all over, having been so engrossed in watching the spectacle that they forgot to escape. Watching the bone ants fiercely pursuing them, the wind wolves hesitated not at all, turning to flee, their speed raising clouds of dust behind them. Hiding aside, Wang Yingxiong was secretly astonished. Their speed was truly impressive. With both humans and beasts gone, the bone ants did not leave, instead surrounding the bloodstains on the ground, shouting loudly and stabbing the ground with their forelimbs, which resembled spikes. After a while of venting, the bone ants finally left, and Wang Yingxiong slowly followed them, wanting to observe the bone ants' activity patterns and where their nest was. All the way, Wang Yingxiong followed the bone ants. He discovered that part of their food source was other ant species than plants, and some small animals unique to certain secret realms. The food the bone ants hunted aside from plants was not consumed immediately. They would drag it away. When each bone ant was dragging an animal, they would return to their nest. Following them back home, Wang Yingxiong witnessed a shocking scene. The nest of the bone ants was in a basin surrounded by mountains, and the basin was vast, over several thousand acres. Of course, it was not the size that was most shocking. The most shocking thing was that this basin was covered in countless bones. There were human bones, beast bones, and various ant species bones, piled thickly layer upon layer. Amidst the countless bones, clusters of white grass grew. This grass resembled segments of bones with broad leaves, occasionally revealing various eerie and gruesome faces. Even though Wang Yingxiong considered himself strong-willed, this scene still made his face pale, feeling a chill running along his spine to the top of his head. In the vast basin of bones, how many lives must have perished? The lingering malevolent aura was enough to send shivers down the spines of the living. Under system investigation, the properties of this grass were revealed. Spirit bone grass absorbs the resentment, death, aura, and flesh and blood energy of living beings for growth. Effect: consuming it can temper the bones and enhance their strength. It can also be used to forge weapons, attaching resentment and death aura to enhance their power. Beneath this basin, the spirit bone grass near the edge of the bones was mostly of the 3rd or 4th grade, with higher grades closer to the center. Fortunately, these spirit bone grasses had not developed intelligence. They were likely being cultivated by the bone ants as bone ants returned from all directions, stripping the flesh from living beings and tossing the bones into the basin. Some bone ants scurried back and forth in the basin, plucking leaves from the spirit bone grass and distributing them to the bone ants carrying back the corpses. Wang Yingxiong dared not move, for there were hundreds of fourth-grade bone ants below. He couldn't risk it and had to slowly. Over the past few days, Wang Yingxiong had been following a team of bone ants going out to hunt. Of course, there could be no more than 2 fourth-grade bone ants in the team, or else the difficulty of hunting them would increase, wasting time. After trailing away from the basin, Wang Yingxiong transformed into a shadow of death, silently slaying the bone ants. In just 3 days, Wang Yingxiong's growth was also quite rapid. Wang Yingxiong, 3rd grade. Age 12. Soul points 186,555. Fate talent 1000 Jade Seal Frost Nirvana Resilience. Cultivation talent Purple Extremity. Cultivation technique Spirit Summoning Art 28 Increase in cultivation speed. Skills Martial Arts Devils Shadow Master Craftsman My Unique Secrets. Xia Formation Instant Step Granite Shield Ice Shards. Attack Power 314. 27510-824. 27. Defense Power 294. 40510-804. 40. Speed 52. 90. With the killing armor and killing sword, even at the peak of the 4th grade, he had the strength to fight the bone ants and beastmen. But now Wang Yingxiong did not act rashly, as in recent days beastmen and humans had been arriving in this mountain. The mountains surrounding the basin had 2 sides in the northeast occupied by beastmen in considerable numbers and densely packed. They clashed fiercely with the bone ants every day, leaving hundreds of corpses behind before ceasing fire. The human race occupied the western side, numbering around 100 or 200, among whom Wang Yingxiong even spotted Huang Qianhua. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong was hiding in the southern mountains where beastmen and humans occasionally passed, but no. The bone ants' nests were built at the base of the mountains, and since the arrival of the beastmen army, the bone ants had not ventured out, instead guarding the spirit bone grass. Finally, on the 5th day, the number of beastmen reached a terrifying level. Even from far in the south, Wang Yingxiong could see countless beastmen figures, and they were spreading toward the other 2 mountain ranges. To Wang Yingxiong's surprise, after observing for 2 days, the human race actually left. By the 6th day, besides Wang Yingxiong hiding deep in the cave, there were no more humans in the entire mountain range. Just as Wang Yingxiong was contemplating whether to escape, he suddenly heard the sounds of roars from outside. The beastmen launched their final assault. Wang Yingxiong stealthily emerged from the cave and witnessed a great battle. The beastmen army charged down from the mountains, engaging in fierce combat at the base of the mountains and the periphery of the bone ants. The battle between the beastmen and the bone ants was completely like a savage fight, extraordinarily brutal. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong also saw another fate talent of the bone ants' evil bone. He observed as pale mist constantly emanated from the exoskeletons of the bone ants, with faces of resentment similar to those on the leaves of the spirit bone grass appearing. Any beastmen enveloped by the mist staggered as if drunk, their movements sluggish, ultimately being easily slaughtered by the bone ants. This was a talent that could influence the thoughts of living beings. However, the beastmen would not sit idly by. Various flying beastmen soared in the sky, their fate talents akin to that of the red crow, launching fire pillars, ice blades, wind blades, and meteorites at the bone ants. Especially the flames, which could actually melt the pale mist. The burned pale mist emitted eerie screams akin to the cries of humans enduring various tortures, sending chills down one's spine. The intensity of the battle on the front lines made it impossible for Wang Yingxiong to go down and pick up the spoils, but surprisingly there were no bone ants or beastmen in the spirit bone grass area. Wang Yingxiong's eyes lit up as he quickly ran towards the basin below. However, halfway up the mountain, he encountered a horde of beastmen blocking his path. But this did not stump Wang Yingxiong. With a few seamless instant steps, he directly entered the bone region. At the moment of entering, he immediately used the devil's shadow, clutching his pounding heart, looking around as the battle raged on with no beastmen noticing him. Wang Yingxiong chuckled and headed straight for the center of the bones, where there was a spirit bone grass that could already be considered a spirit bone tree. This spirit bone grass was like a small tree about the thickness of a human arm, 3 meters tall, and its level had clearly reached the 7th grade. Without a second thought, Wang Yingxiong directly uprooted it and tossed it into his system backpack. Fortunately, the roots of the spirit bone grass do not penetrate deep underground. Instead, they connect to numerous white bones. Wang Yingxiong only needed to sever a few thick roots to completely uproot it and place it into his system backpack. The disappearance of the largest spirit bone grass was quickly noticed by the beast tribe and the white bone ants. After just a moment of stunned silence, they roared and rushed towards the bone domain, desperately trying to stop a human from secretly reaping the benefits. Was this not a slap to their faces? Watching the myriad beasts surge forward, Wang Yingxiong felt the ground tremble beneath him and quickly accelerated his pace, using a few instant steps to collect several spirit bone grasses of the 5th and 6th tiers that were not far apart, and then forcibly went invisible. Seeing the human vanish right under their noses, the beasts were furious, but they dared not launch a wide area attack, as there were still many 4th and 5th tier spirit bone grasses around that could not be destroyed. The leaders of the beast tribe and the white bone ants began to compete in speed to snatch the remaining spirit bone grasses. What was supposed to be a life-and-death duel had turned into a race for hand speed, thanks to Wang Yingxiong. Bang! A battle gorilla was just about to pluck a spirit bone grass in front of it, when it seemed to hit something, as it noticed a shadow of a person ahead. Just when it thought its vision was failing, the spirit bone grass in front of it vanished. Looking around, it found only a white bone ant within a 3-meter radius and instantly became furious. How dare it steal what I had my eyes on? It was simply courting death. The battle gorilla engaged in a fierce struggle with the white bone ant, while Wang Yingxiong, in a state of invisibility, patted his chest in fear that was too close for comfort. He only wanted to escape from here, but unexpectedly he had been bumped into by the battle gorilla. With no other choice, Wang Yingxiong swiftly collected the spirit bone grass, and then activated his invisibility again, slipping away. At this moment, the bone basin had completely spiraled out of control, and Wang Yingxiong had safely arrived at the top of the mountain, leisurely watching this grand battle unfold. However, as the battle intensified, the white bone ants began to suffer defeat, as the numbers of the beast tribe were simply overwhelming, and they also had a tier advantage. The white bone ants only numbered a few hundred of the 4th tier, while the 4th tier beasts amounted to 3,000 to 4,000, making their high-tier fighting power vastly disproportionate. Even so, the beast tribe still discarded a large number of corpses, and then with great experience began to expand the white bone ants' cave, aiming to enter the ants' nest and slay the ant queen. Seeing this, Wang Yingxiong wanted to follow closely behind the beast tribe, waiting for them to kill the ant queen before snatching the ant queen's life crystal. However, recalling that the white bone ant cave was too narrow, the beast tribe was completely packed inside, making it impossible for him to sneak in. He quickly abandoned that thought. However, as most of the beast tribe entered the cave, Wang Yingxiong felt delighted for the corpses left outside when joyful. Wang Yingxiong was not afraid of the few hundred 3rd and 4th tier beasts remaining outside. He directly exited his invisibility and openly began to extract the crystal sources from the beasts and white bone ants. 1, 2, 3. Wow. So happy. Hey, what if the beasts discover me? Haha, fresh, just made still warm crystal source, not bad. By the time the beasts noticed Wang Yingxiong, it was already too late. After all, the area below the basin was so vast, with only a few hundred beasts left, and those that were close enough to Wang Yingxiong were few. Moreover, the remaining 4th tier beasts had attributes not exceeding 700, posing little threat to him. Thus, Wang Yingxiong staged a grand play of cat and mouse in the bone basin. However, as Wang Yingxiong continued to run, the number of beasts chasing him dwindled. Eventually, the beasts grew fearful. They dared not approach any closer, only daring to roar from a distance, calling to their kin inside the white bone ant cave, while resentfully watching Wang Yingxiong extract the crystal sources from their fallen comrades. Roar! The white bone ant cave began to echo with responses from the beasts, but Wang Yingxiong remained unfazed, even increasing his speed. As more and more beasts emerged, Wang Yingxiong hastily retreated, using a few instant steps to completely leave the bone basin. However, he had no time to rest. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back, a sense of death lingering in his mind. In a moment of dire crisis, Wang Yingxiong instantly stepped forward. But just as Wang Yingxiong vanished, several sharp cat claws still grazed his body. Crack! Fortunately, the granite shield had cooled down and was ready, absorbing most of the damage from that strike. However, after re-emerging 400 meters away, Wang Yingxiong felt a wave of lingering fear, as the cat claws had still pierced his killing armor, barely missing a fatal strike on his back. A gust of cool wind blew into Wang Yingxiong's body through the damaged area of his killing armor. Although the weather was mild, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Had it not been for the sharpness of those cat claws, he would have met his demise. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong finally saw what had ambushed him. Shadow Cat 4th tier, Fate, Talent, Shadow Attack, Power, 999. Defense Power, 499. 99 Speed, 99. It turned out to be a Shadow Cat. Wang Yingxiong had witnessed the terrifying power of the one on the arena, and this Shadow Cat's attributes were also at the peak of the 4th tier, only slightly stronger than that one in terms of defense. Wang Yingxiong felt a sense of crisis and immediately cast the Qinquan seal on the Shadow Cat, ensuring it could not escape his perception, otherwise it would be too terrifying, as this was a true assassin. Meow? The Shadow Cat was quite surprised by Wang Yingxiong's swift reaction, but after a moment of surprise it began to stalk towards him with cat-like grace. Wang Yingxiong had no desire to admire this authentic cat walk, as it was the march of death. He noticed that the Shadow Cat had already closed the distance to less than 10 meters with just a few steps. Its speed was incredible. Wang Yingxiong was scared out of his wits and hurriedly used instant steps to widen the gap, but the Shadow Cat's speed was too swift. Even with continuous use of instant steps, he could not break free from its pursuit. At this rate, Wang Yingxiong would only have the option of exhausting his spiritual energy and being killed by the Shadow Cat. For him, the best outcome now would be that no other beast besides the Shadow Cat followed him out. Grinding his teeth and stomping his foot, Wang Yingxiong decided to confront it. If he had to die, it would be no different than before. Though it would hurt, he was not afraid of death. Oh! With a loud roar, Wang Yingxiong turned around to attack. Smoke rose, and the Shadow Cat lost sight of Wang Yingxiong. However, with its keen nose it disdainfully focused on a spot within the smoke. It had caught a whiff of Wang Yingxiang's scent. Swish! The shadow cat's claws shone with cold light slicing towards Wang Yingxiang like a sharp blade. Bang! Having closely watched the shadow cat, and having a three-dimensional image of it in his mind, Wang Yingxiang easily blocked this attack. Thus within the smoke Wang Yingxiang appeared and disappeared while the shadow cat, relying on its sense of smell, accurately located him and engaged in battle. Even with the advantages of the mist array and Qin Conceal, Wang Yingxiang gradually fell into a disadvantage. The shadow cat's attacks were simply too powerful, like a tempest, and he could not withstand them. In just a few seconds of battle the smoke was suddenly dispersed by the sharp claws of the shadow cat. At this moment Wang Yingxiang was adorned with numerous fine wounds while the shadow cat moved gracefully, like a dancer, making it difficult to grasp. Wang Yingxiang realized that the shadow cat wanted to torture him. Several times it could have seriously injured, or even killed him, yet every time it merely grazed him, leaving wounds no deeper than a centimeter. Wang Yingxiang's expression was grim. He no longer used the mist array or instant step, as they were utterly ineffective. Instead he decided to charge directly at the shadow cat, intending to exchange injury for injury. As Wang Yingxiang put it, "You may profit, but as long as I can injure you I won't be at a loss." Moments later Wang Yingxiang felt like crying. He was at a loss, a huge loss. Damn it, he couldn't even land a hit. After a flurry of attacks the shadow cat licked its blood-stained claws, looking at Wang Yingxiang with mockery. At this moment Wang Yingxiang had emptied his mind. Since he could neither win nor escape, he decided not to be angry and to play along with the shadow cat. The smoke rose, and then Wang Yingxiang activated the demon shadow, beginning to gather power, preparing to launch ice shards to practice his shooting accuracy. Initially wanting to watch Wang Yingxiang's antics, the shadow cat's demeanor changed unexpectedly, as it could no longer sense Wang Yingxiang's presence. Wang Yingxiang had originally intended to gather just a bit of power before launching his attack. Now seeing the shadow cat wildly attacking within the mist array, he felt a bit confused. Had this cat gone mad? Was it biting its own tail, finding itself boring? But in the next moment Wang Yingxiang seemed to understand something. Demon shadow entering stealth mode, concealing its aura, revealing itself when attacking the enemy or when its spiritual power is exhausted. After upgrading, the demon shadow could obscure its aura and the shadow cat could no longer sense him. Haha, now Wang Yingxiang was exceedingly pleased, almost bursting into laughter, but recalling that he hadn't won, yet he restrained himself. Finally, after consuming 1% of his spiritual power, the ice shards finished charging. Ice Shards launches an ice spear that shatters upon hitting the enemy, causing 50 of base damage, effective up to 100 meters, and inflicting a certain slow effect. As spiritual power usage increases, damage and range also increase up to a maximum of 150 damage and 1000 meters. Wang Yingxiang's current pure attack power was 314.27 points, and the 150 damage from Ice Shards translates to 471.40 points of damage. Although it wasn't enough to break through defenses, it was sufficient. Whoosh! The speed of the ice shards was astonishing. By the time the shadow cat sensed the fluctuation, it was already too late to react, as the ice shards were less than 10 meters away when launched. Smack! The ice shards struck the shadow cat, and as Wang Yingxiang had guessed, they didn't break through its defenses, dealing minimal damage. However, the exploding ice shards did not dissipate. Instead, they clung to the shadow cat, exhibiting their other characteristics, slowing it down. At this moment in Wang Yingxiang's mind, a three-dimensional image indicated that the shadow cat's speed had dropped to 52 points. Its speed had been reduced by half. Wang Yingxiang's eyes lit up. Such a great opportunity could not be missed. The shadow cat also sensed the change in its body and panicked, but it was already too late. Puff! Wang Yingxiang slashed down, but the shadow cat reacted quickly, raising one claw to block, sacrificing a paw to save its life. Whoosh! At this moment the shadow cat charged forward, though its color seemed somewhat dimmed. Wang Yingxiang chuckled internally. This little trick may fool others, but not him. In the three-dimensional image, the true form of the shadow cat was shown to be behind Wang Yingxiang, its twisted face staring at him, with its dark eyes ready to swallow him whole. At this moment the shadow cat raised its remaining front paw, its expression turning cruel, as if it could already envision Wang Yingxiang's heart being ripped from his chest. Just as the shadow cat's claw was about to make contact with the killing armor, Wang Yingxiang executed an instant step, appearing half a meter behind the shadow cat, swinging the killing sword, aimed perfect. Just as the shadow cat's claw was about to make contact with the killing armor, Wang Yingxiang executed an instant step, appearing half a meter behind the shadow cat, swinging the killing sword, aimed perfectly at the true head of the shadow cat. In the last second of the shadow cat's consciousness, it thought, how could this human know where I am? But Wang Yingxiang wouldn't answer such a question. The petite body of the shadow cat was split in two, with even its crystal source exposed. Even in death it still bore the frost from the ice shards, continuously slowing it down until its last breath. Fortunately, the shadow cat's defense did not exceed the attack power endowed by the killing sword, otherwise no matter how much it was slowed it would not have been killed. A hint of regret flashed in Wang Yingxiang's eyes. If it weren't for the shadow cat being so powerful, he could not subdue it. Otherwise, he truly wished to use a black spear to contract it as his pet. Just imagining having such a powerful pet would be quite impressive. Sigh, it seems I'm destined to have an even more formidable pet, Wang Yingxiong thought to himself. After stowing away the crystal source, he left nonchalantly, without looking back. Huh, so it turns out I can be this strong. Wang Yingxiong's narcissistic manic laughter echoed in the vast. Finally, after running over 10 miles with his spiritual power nearly depleted, Wang Yingxiong found a small hill seeking a decent hiding place to rest. He took out a reusable potion, a beautiful crystal bottle containing a green liquid about 200 milliliters. Wang Yingxiong gulped it down as surprisingly, it had a hint of herbal freshness. However, the life energy contained was too little, just as the description said, only restoring a small amount of vitality. After Wang Yingxiong drank it all, the crystal bottle immediately refilled, which was quite interesting. He then took 2 more gulps, and it was gone. At this moment, the advantage of dense spiritual energy in the secret realm was fully manifested. With the enhancement of his purple extreme cultivation talent and spirit-invoking technique, Wang Yingxiong resembled a small. Wang Yingxiong calmed his mind and began to absorb spiritual energy to recover his spiritual power. Healing solely through the reusable potion was practically impossible. In the short term, resilience was the quickest route. At this moment, the advantage of dense spiritual energy in the secret realm was fully manifested. With the enhancement of his purple extreme cultivation talent and spirit-invoking technique, Wang Yingxiong resembled a small spiritual energy absorption machine, drawing in spiritual energy in torrents. A few hours later, Wang Yingxiong stood on the hillside, once again full of vitality, his youthful face brimmed. Wang Yingxiong had absorbed all the crystal sources he had excavated from the bone basin, bringing him a staggering 145 soul points. Indeed, to get rich, one must seize opportunities. At this moment, aside from the killing armor still needing repairs, he had no injuries left on his body. Gazing towards the bone basin, Wang Yingxiong planned to head back. Primarily aiming to seize opportunities, he thought about whether he could secretly follow these beastmen and eliminate a few when the chance arose, which would be much simpler than searching for prey everywhere. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong felt an unprecedented swell of confidence. If he could kill the shadow cat, he could certainly run away upon seeing such terrifying beastmen. On the way back to the bone basin, Wang Yingxiong spent 100 soul points to upgrade both the granite shield and the ice shard by 3 levels, reaching the highest level they could attain. Granite shield, when not attacked for 5 seconds, gain a rock shield that absorbs damage equal to 3 times the ice shard. Throw an ice spear that shatters upon hitting an enemy, dealing 75 of attack power as base damage with a range of 100 meters and causing a certain amount of slowing. As more spiritual power is used, both damage and range increase up to 180 damage and a range of 1,000 meters. The battle with the Shadow Cat made Wang Yingxiong realize that there are no worthless talents. As long as one possesses enough talent, one can achieve a comeback. Looking at his enhanced survival and combat capabilities, Wang Yingxiong couldn't help but want to harvest more soul points. Wang Yingxiong opened the surveillance totem currently displaying 2 images, one of the giant arachne's cave and the other of the bone basin. As the beast tribe gathered in large numbers, Wang Yingxiong planted this scouting guard in the bone basin to clearly understand the situation, not expecting it to be useful. At this moment in the bone basin, the beast tribe did not retreat. Instead, they were feasting. Their feeding was exceptionally fierce, consuming not only the bone ants, but also the corpses of their own kind. Fortunately, they did not eat their own kin's corpses. Wang Yingxiong smacked his lips. Little brothers, you really can't keep up. Look how good my appetite is. No matter what kind of beast you are, if it's edible, I'll devour it. Through the scouting guard, Wang Yingxiong observed that the reason the beast tribe could calmly feed was due to a special beast, a fox. This fox was pure white with 4 fluffy tails, and had a charmingly petite and cute figure. However, this seemingly harmless fox, while walking among the feasting beast tribe, caused them all to lower their heads and eat, none daring to bare their teeth. While observing this fox through the scouting guard, the system's probe activated. 9-tailed spirit fox, 4th tier, fate, talent, charm, illusion, attack, power, 999. Defense, 799. 99, speed, 99. 99, charm, bewitches living beings, suppressing their self-awareness and bringing them under control. Illusion constructs an illusory world, causing enemies to become entranced. Wang Yingxiong halted his steps deep in thought. This 9-tailed spirit's fate talent is a bit demonic. It's all about control. And he currently has talents and equipment to break control. If he rushed in and attracted the gaze of the 9-tailed spirit fox, wouldn't that be like delivering himself as a meal? Looking at the more than 2,000 soul points, Wang Yingxiong thought, if not now, when? He directly opted for a tenfold draw. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on drawing a short sword. Congratulations on drawing the talent Night Hunter. Night Hunter increases own movement speed when moving towards enemy heroes. Besides this decent talent, everything else is just useless items like short swords. Wang Yingxiong was unconcerned, muttering to himself, I am the god of luck. And then he did another tenfold draw. Congratulations on drawing a fairy amulet. Congratulations on drawing a 1st-tier steel potion. Another useless item that Wang Yingxiong didn't even want to look at, continuing to draw. Congratulations on drawing the sword of the storm. Congratulations. Congratulations on drawing the talent Little Chrysanthemum. Little Chrysanthemum summons a friend named Little Chrysanthemum. Another talent I don't need. Oh, let's keep going. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on drawing a second-tier witchcraft potion. Congratulations on drawing a Mercury pendant. Finally, while focusing intensely on the lottery results during this last tenfold draw, he obtained an item. Mercury pendant removes all control effects on the wearer with a cooldown of 1 hour. Although the item is what he wanted, its attributes are somewhat lacking. A 1-hour cooldown after each use is too long. Fortunately, Wang Yingxiong had another skill, Artisan Master, which could upgrade it. Opening Artisan Master, he saw that upgrading the Mercury pendant only required 1,000 soul points. Wang Yingxiong chuckled, is that all? Upgrade. Whoosh. Looking again, the cooldown was reduced by 5 minutes. Moreover, the next upgrade required 2,000 soul points. Wang Yingxiong gasped this. To upgrade again, another 5 minutes reduced. Wang Yingxiong felt a bit of a toothache. He continued. 3,000. 5,000. 10,000. 20,000. Looking at the remaining 50,555 soul points and a cooldown of 30 minutes, Wang Yingxiong didn't expect this little item to have such a powerful pay-to-win feature. It was terrifying. The next upgrade requires 30,000 soul points. One could say he had one last chance. Wang Yingxiong took a deep breath, silently repeating in his heart, I am the god of luck. May the system bless me. 30,000. Whoosh. Absorbing Collar 010 absorbs various negative states for storage up to 10 negative states, and can actively release stored negative states. Hiss. Wang Yingxiong gasped unexpectedly, triggering a special feature with a probability of 0.3. Artisan Master can consume soul points to upgrade items. With a 0.3 chance to grant a special feature to the upgraded item. This is truly a blessing from the system. The absorbing collar transformed from the Mercury pendant is very powerful. Simply breaking control is not as strong as absorbing and then releasing it. This is practically using their own methods against them. Although it can only store 10, releasing while storing is endless. Wang Yingxiong happily wore this absorbing collar, which looked like a wristband, feeling quite satisfied. Wang Yingxiong began to envision his path as an assassin. Now, he could not be controlled and had various skills. When encountering enemies, he could throw a set of skills at them, leaving them unable to escape. Is this what it means to be an assassin? Unlike the Shadow Cat, that won't do. Simply being invisible is insufficient. Once I slow you down, escaping death is impossible. However, when Wang Yingxiong looked back at the scouting guard, he noticed that the beast tribe had begun to leave. Wang Yingxiong quickly sped up. By the time he arrived at the bone basin in his invisible state, he only saw a group of beasts walking away. The other beasts had vanished. And this group of beasts were indeed old friends. It was a pack of hundreds of wolves. Wang Yingxiong felt like he was about to spit blood. I spent so many soul points preparing a tool for you, and now you tell me you're leaving. Then the only option left was to vent his boundless rage on the wolf pack. Just right, having consumed so many soul points, he was in urgent need of a replenishment. It was time to reap a harvest. The poor wolves were still unaware that they had been targeted by a terrifying and shameless individual. Whoosh. As a wolf's head soared into the sky, the pack was startled, but by the time they reacted, Wang Yingxiong had already declared a kill order. With a slash of his killing sword, 3 wolf heads had already taken flight. On the plain, a pack of wolves howled mournfully, their momentum overwhelming. Wang Yingxiong transformed into a god of death, wielding the scythe of the Grim Reaper, ruthlessly swinging it, countless lives falling beneath the bloody blade. The lead wolf had originally charged ahead, but under its own overconfidence it had already gone to meet the King of Hell, who of course it may not have known who the King of Hell was. The blood in the grasslands surged to the sky, the earth stained crimson, corpses strewn across the ground. From nearly 400 in the pack, fewer than 100 remained. Without their leader, the enraged wolves learned what it meant to feel fear. With mournful howls, the wolves began to flee. Like the wind, Wang Yingxiong swiftly executed the 10 or so slower wolves, choosing not to pursue them further. Removing his helmet, Wang Yingxiong's face turned slightly pale as he gazed upon the blood-soaked grassland where blood had pooled into small puddles, creating an extremely gruesome scene. Of course, Wang Yingxiong's pale complexion was due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, unrelated to anything else. After all, this was not the first time he had slaughtered so many beings. During the battle with the giant tortoise ants, he had faced even greater numbers. Since arriving in this world, Wang Yingxiong had fought his way through bloodshed ever since the Wolf Fong army began. This kind of scene did not make him uncomfortable, for only the victors could survive in this cannibalistic world where the weak had no right to live. Perhaps he was cold-blooded, but as long as he could live freely, those matters were unimportant. Wang Yingxiong leisurely, skillfully peeled off the crystal sources one by one, then absorbed them. After half an hour, Wang Yingxiong left the area carrying a few corpses of the local wolves to roast and eat. This battle brought Wang Yingxiong 273225 soul points. He chose not to draw from the rewards again, feeling that he had been drawing too often lately, and the chances of obtaining good items seemed low. Last time he had drawn 40 times in a row, accumulating over a dozen long and short swords in his bag, as well as other useless items enough to open a general store. He had newly drawn 2 talents, Night Hunter and Little Jew. One increased speed while the other summoned a creature. The speed boost was not significant, and Wang Yingxiong felt it was not worth upgrading immediately. As for Little Ju, it had been used once during the earlier battle with the wolves. The summoned Little Ju resembled a being made of stone covered entirely in various small grasses of vibrant green. Its attributes were a complete copy of Wang Yingxiong's with only over 300 points in defense and attack, and it possessed no skills. It was ripped apart by the wolf pack the moment it appeared, a pitiful sight. To prevent it from being so pitiful each time it appeared, Wang Yingxiong decided to upgrade it, allowing it to survive a bit longer in this world. He spent 600 soul points to upgrade it 3 times. Little Ju summoned friend Little Ju. Little Ju's attributes enhanced the master's base attributes by 20 in defense and 10 in attack. Upon summoning Little Ju again, it has become much more robust, and even the grass on it has grown denser. It truly deserves the consumption of 1% of my spiritual energy, Wang Yingxiong thought narcissistically. Although Little Ju appeared to lack intelligence, as long as it was given instructions, it could execute them automatically, indistinguishable from a normal creature, allowing Wang Yingxiong to focus on the battle without distraction. However, it was unfortunate that only one Little Ju could exist at a time, otherwise Wang Yingxiong would truly wish to summon hundreds or thousands. At that point, he could simply sit back and relax, and the soul points would come to him automatically. Wang Yingxiong was just about to disperse Little Ju, but upon seeing that it no longer required him to provide spiritual energy after being summoned, as it could absorb chi from the air, he decided to keep it. He let it lead the way while he followed behind. The Beast Clan and the Bone Basin were nowhere to be found. The plan for a stealth attack would not be realized. Wang Yingxiong could only proceed according to the direction indicated by the spiritual compass. As they moved forward, Little Ju swaggered ahead, while Wang Yingxiong lingered over 100 meters behind, his movements extremely stealthy. A group of giant tortoise ants were foraging when they spotted a strange creature, immediately agitating their antennae and commencing communication. They had never seen such a peculiar being, devoid of any trace of flesh and blood, yet able to move, and it was coming towards them, even quickening its pace. Amidst the astonished gazes of the giant tortoise ants, Little Ju's face twisted into an eerie smile, as it excitedly ran up to one of the giant tortoise ants, raising its large stone fist like an iron barrel and slamming it down. Bang! The head of the struck giant tortoise ant actually caved in, and then exploded, juices flying everywhere. One second-tier giant tortoise ant was killed by a single punch. The others were startled. The remaining giant tortoise ants jumped back in shock, clearly frightened by Little Ju. Wang Yingxiong, on the other hand, was very pleased, as he would receive soul points for the giant tortoise ant that Little Ju had killed. This strange thing is terrifying, but it seems to have killed Little Hay. It has killed our companion, the giant tortoise ants whispered among themselves. Little Ju emitted a series of strange laughs, raising its 2 iron barrel fists again. It wants to hit us. This is a bad monster, hit it. The multitude of giant tortoise ants quickly realized that this stone creature was the enemy. Bang! 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 Little Ju's fighting style possessed no aesthetic appeal or technique. It was purely primitive attack, moves using its fists and legs as weapons. Coupled with Wang Yingxiong's speed, which far exceeded its peers, Little Ju surprisingly turned out to be a nimble little chubby creature despite being 2 meters tall. However, the giant tortoise ants were not to be underestimated. They initiated a slicing maneuver, transforming into arrows that shot towards Little Ju in an instant. With tenfold force backing them, their large pincers possessed terrifying biting power. Crack! Crack! Little Ju was sliced into chunks, but it felt no pain, as long as it was not completely scattered. It could continue fighting. Bang! One giant tortoise ant that had charged in for the slicing maneuver failed to dodge in time, and was struck by Little Ju's fist, juices flying everywhere. However, seeing that the slicing could injure Little Ju, the other giant tortoise ants surrounded it and opened their large pincers. Crack! Crack! After several rounds of slicing from the giant tortoise ants, Little Ju was reduced to a pile of stones that scattered on the ground. The giant tortoise ants, having lost 3 companions for a mere pile of useless stones, felt thoroughly cheated, grumbling amongst themselves. But just then another Little Ju fell from the sky. The giant tortoise ants were stunned, but upon seeing Little Ju reveal an eerie smile again and raise its large fist towards them, they became furious, retreating angrily and preparing to slice Little Ju once more. Wang Yingxiong, standing by, was quite pleased. The fighting scene resembled a group of children brawling. You hit me, once I cut you back. It was quite entertaining to watch. Earlier, Wang Yingxiong had seen Little Ju perish and instantly teleported above the giant tortoise ants, swiftly releasing Little Ju, then teleporting away, his speed so fast that the giant tortoise ants hadn't even noticed him, executing a seamless maneuver. However, aside from the 3 second-tier ones that had died, all the others were above 3rd tier. After a few exchanges, Little Ju had only landed a few punches which did not affect them at all, and then it turned into rubble. Just as the giant tortoise ants celebrated their victory with joy, Wang Yingxiong made his move. In a few rapid teleports, he ended the wicked lives of 5 3rd-tier giant tortoise ants before they could react. Wang Yingxiong lost interest after playing with the little chrysanthemum a few times. Everything felt tasteless. After all, the properties of the little chrysanthemum stem from Wang Yingxiong's panel, and its strength is merely at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, making it quite weak. It can tease the giant ant, but it would be useless against the Beast Clan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as they continued on their journey. Wang Yingxiong, age 12. Soul points 232,031. Tier 3rd. Fate talent seal of Qianyu Frost Nirvana Tenacity Night Hunter. Cultivation talent Purple Extremity. Cultivation method Spirit Summoning Technique. 28 increase in cultivation speed. Skills Martial Arts Demon Shadow Master Craftsman My Own Essence. Xia Formation Instant Step Granite Shield Ice Shard Little Chrysanthemum. Attack Power 428. 53,510,938. 53. Defense Power 395. 52,510,905. 52. Speed 59. 99. Ancient Coins 20 Soul Points Hour. Passive. Grace creatures killed by you may occasionally drop coins providing you with 60 soul points or restoring 22 of lost spiritual power. Surveillance Totem. 14 consumes 1 layer of charge to place an invisible scout guard to monitor a radius of 1 mile for 10 days. In just 3 days, Wang Yingxiang's growth has been exceptionally rapid, and his combat power is now not weaker than that of an ordinary peak 4th tier being. Yet at this moment Wang Yingxiang was still only at the 3rd tier. It can only be said that the enhancements from the Killing Armor and Killing Sword are truly formidable. Wang Yingxiang's speed had now reached the maximum value for the 3rd tier, and he found himself unable to increase it any further. It seems a breakthrough to the 4th tier is necessary for further enhancement. All the soul points obtained over the past 3 days were used to upgrade the Ancient Coins and Surveillance Totem. The Ancient Coins were upgraded to level 5, merely doubling the benefits, which almost made Wang Yingxiang spurt blood. Now each upgrade requires 8 soul points, and Wang Yingxiang immediately clasped his fists in farewell. This item is just too expensive, and it seems that the days of sitting around counting soul points will not come. However, the Surveillance Totem was upgraded to level 3 and the effects were quite significant. The number of scout guards doubled, the generation time was halved, and the monitoring time was increased by 1-fold. Currently, there is still 1 scout guard in the White Bone Basin, while the one in the Giant Ant Cave has already disappeared. At this moment, Wang Yingxiang followed the guidance of the Spirit Compass into a lush forest. Upon entering the forest, the compass suddenly went haywire with the needles spinning chaotically. Wang Yingxiang raised an eyebrow unfazed because there had been a similar situation in the White Bone Basin. He speculated that this forest must be the area with the densest spiritual energy, and he continued on the path indicated by the compass before it went awry. Within the forest, there was a hilly region with low hills resembling small mounds, but the area was filled with the beach. In the center of the hills stood a slightly taller hill upon which grew a gigantic tree. This tree shaded the sky, resembling a massive canopy, and its lush branches were laden with fruit resembling peaches, but these fruits were more than twice the size of ordinary peaches. The large peaches were entirely red and crystal clear, resembling giant red crystals, emitting waves of fragrance that attracted the beast clan circling beneath, drooling. Among the beast clan beneath the tree was the 9-tailed spirit fox that Wang Yingxiang had longed for. The 9-tailed spirit fox hovered under the tree with the leading beast clan, but none dared to pick the large peaches, first seemingly waiting for something. Moreover, there were numerous corpses on the hills, both from the ant clan and the beast clan. Not far from the large tree were several large pits, likely the ant nests conquered by the beast clan, while the group of beast clan, unable to approach the tree, could only silently feed. After wandering in the forest for half a day, Wang Yingxiang finally arrived at the hills, astonished by the scene before him. He quickly activated Demon Shadow to become invisible. His heart was filled with bitterness. Do the beast clan think they can take all the benefits in this secret realm just because of their numerical advantage? Of course not. Wang Yingxiang felt that he now had the strength to contend for the spoils of war, while secretly looking down on the others in his heart. Is this really a student of the Dragon War Academy? A genius of the Dragon War Kingdom? Just this. They were bold enough to come and take a look last time, but now they don't even dare to glance. Bunch of noobs. Wang Yingxiang scorned them wildly, then cautiously approached the base of the large tree. Although he didn't know what the beast clan was waiting for, getting closer would allow him to act quickly. Peach tree 9th tier. Remarks: flowers bloom once every 100 years and fruits bear once every 100 years. Peach unripe, containing rich life essence and a bit of evolution power. Upon seeing the attributes of the peach tree, Wang Yingxiang swallowed greedily. There were thousands of fruits on the tree. Wang Yingxiang felt there would be enough for him to eat for a year. Realizing the peaches were unripe, Wang Yingxiang understood what the beast clan was waiting for and calmed down, obediently waiting aside. Finally, after a stick of incense passed, just as Wang Yingxiang had depleted a third of his spiritual power, the peaches were finally about to ripen. Within the hills, wisps of spiritual energy began to converge towards the peach tree, which seemed to open its massive mouth, like a whale greedily swallowing the spiritual energy, eventually creating a small spiritual energy storm. At the edge of the spiritual energy storm, Wang Yingxiang felt as if his own spiritual power was being absorbed by the peach tree. The 9th tier peach tree was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, it hadn't awakened its intelligence to become part of the Wood clan, or, well, that would have been truly terrifying. Bathed in the spiritual energy storm, Wang Yingxiong felt as though the surrounding scenery was becoming a blur, as if he were in a painting. This made Wang Yingxiong exceptionally alert, but seeing that the absorption collar showed no unusual activity indicated that he had not been subjected to a negative status or hallucination, and the Beast Clan were all greedily gazing at the peaches. Wang Yingxiong felt he had overthought. Finally, after half a minute, the spiritual energy storm suddenly dissipated, and the world returned to silence in an instant. So rapid and eerie was the transition from chaos to tranquility. Then suddenly a strange fragrance wafted in, and Wang Yingxiong felt every cell in his body rejoicing, greedily devouring the ethereal aroma. It felt as if he were suspended in the clouds, floating and wanting to be an immortal. The crimson fruit of the peach was intertwined with green energy, swirling like dragons, emanating that strange fragrance. The peaches had ripened. As the strange fragrance wafted out and the peaches ripened, Wang Yingxiong instantly activated Instant Step, appearing directly atop the peach tree, which concealed him perfectly within its lush branches. No creature in the vicinity noticed the sudden appearance of Wang Yingxiong. The Beast Clan's reaction was equally swift, but overall they were much slower than Wang Yingxiong. Thump! But in that moment of delay, a barrier suddenly appeared in front of the peach tree, causing the rushing Beast Clan to crash into it, and then slide down along the barrier. This bizarre scene made Wang Yingxiong stop his actions. What's going on? Is this peach tree so proud that it only allows one person? Yet the next scene nearly gave Wang Yingxiong a heart attack. The appearance of the barrier left the beasts bewildered, and Wang Yingxiong was also in a state of confusion, for the range of this barrier was exceedingly strange. The barrier excluded the peach tree surrounding the beast tribe, within forming a hexagram shape. Suddenly the scenery shifted dramatically as a circle of human warriors appeared outside the barrier, sealing off all escape routes for the beast tribe, effectively constituting each angle of the hexagram. Moreover, beneath each person's feet lay another hexagram formation. Wang Yingxiong glanced around, and surprisingly found Huang Qianhua among them. These must be the people who had retreated from the bone basin. In addition to the crowd standing by the barrier, there were a few others outside. Shen Yongting, 4th stage. Age, 25. Fate talent battle array, manifesting the power of heaven and earth in formations to trap and kill enemies. Cultivation talent, blue level. Skills, spiritual shield, swift movement. Attack power, 999. Defense power, 499. 99. Speed, 99. Shen Yongheng, 4th stage. Age, 24. Fate talent battle array. Cultivation talent, green level. Cultivation method, spirit gathering technique. Skills, spiritual shield, swift movement. Attack power, 823. Defense power, 403. 25. Speed, 76. Zi Xinyue, 4th stage. Age, 25. Fate talent, spiritual recovery, restoring 40 spiritual energy to others while accelerating one's own recovery. Cultivation talent, blue level. Skills, spiritual shield, moonlight step. Attack power, 999. Defense power, 408. 99. Speed, 59. Zi Xinxiang, 4th stage. Age, 25. Fate talent, spiritual recovery. Cultivation talent, blue level. Cultivation method, spirit gathering technique. Skills, spiritual shield, moonlight step. Attack power, 999. Defense power, 409. 83. Speed, 59. 99. Feng Qi, 4th stage. Age, 23. Fate talent, illusory mist, altering vision and perception to create an illusion. Cultivation talent, blue level. Cultivation method, spirit gathering technique. Skills, spiritual shield, lightning charge, sword dance. Attack power, 923. Defense power, 389. 45. Speed, 82. Lu Chaming, 4th stage. Age, 22. Fate talent, spirit gathering array. Cultivation talent, blue level. Cultivation method, spirit gathering technique. Skills, spiritual shield, swift movement. Attack power, 859. Defense power, 328. 69. Speed, 72. At this moment, Wang Yingxiang's face flushed, feeling a twinge of pain. He had thought that the humans had fled far away, yet did not expect such a massive slaughter to be set up here. It seemed that Huang Qianhua's confidence was not unfounded. The humans still had some means and depth. The individuals outside were indeed the architects of this slaughter. Feng Qi's face turned pale, his steps unsteady. The humans had managed to conceal themselves, likely due to the effect of his fate talent, illusory mist. At this moment, the identical twins, Zi Xinyue and Zi Xinxiang, were restoring spiritual energy to Chen Yongheng and Shen Yongting respectively. Furthermore, the hexagram formation beneath each person's feet was not only the battle array summoned by Chen Yongting and Shen Yongheng, but also the spirit gathering array summoned by Lu Changming. With the support of the battle array, everyone's attack power surged dramatically. Those with long-range attack fate talents initiated the assault first. As they attacked, the barrier vanished, transforming into twinkling starlight that surrounded everyone. This barrier was also an evolution of the battle array. Puff! Boom! Blades, long spears, sword lights, fireballs. Attacks fell like rain from the sky, crashing down like sharp swords, tearing through the flesh of the beast tribe. Even the strongest beasts could not withstand the attacks of the humans supported by the battle array. As they approached the humans, the close combat humans became even more terrifying, capable of ripping apart the beasts with a single punch. Instantly, cries of anguish and roars echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, blood surged to the sky, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. Wang Yingxiong, perched atop the peach tree, was left dumbfounded. He didn't dare to pick the peaches, fearing that this group of people might have set traps around the peach tree, and that he might lose a hand. This is terrifying. I'd better wait until they're consumed by rage and nobody is paying attention to me before I act, Wang Yingxiong thought, instantly turning cautious. Even the beasts with flight abilities could not take to the skies, as the battle array also had the power to restrict flight. The beasts' attacks on the humans were mostly neutralized by the starlight created by the barrier, leaving little damage that could. However, upon a closer look, Chen Yongheng and Chen Yongting needed to expend a tremendous amount of spiritual energy to maintain the battle array. Zi Xinyue and Zi Xinxiang continuously restored each other's spiritual energy, while also providing energy to Chen Yongheng and Chen Yongting. Finally, combined with the spirit gathering array beneath their feet, the spiritual energy of the group unexpectedly reached a balance. Now it was the beasts that were feeling the pressure. They were like ants on a hot pan, jumping around left and right, yet they could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. In just over 10 minutes, more than half of the beast tribe had been slaughtered. From 5,000 or 6,000 beasts, fewer than 2,000 remained. Yet not a single human had died. Not even one was injured. However, the starlight from the barrier was growing dimmer. The remaining beasts were all quite powerful, huddling together. Woo! The nine-tailed fox let out a weak howl, but none of the beasts paid any heed to its call, all responding with their own cries. Then the beasts surrounded a certain direction to break through. However, the people from the Battle Dragon Academy seemed to have anticipated this scene, remaining completely unfazed. 60 individuals stepped out from the largest hexagram formation, quickly forming a smaller hexagram formation to block the beasts' breakthrough. The beasts clearly did not expect the humans to change formations so quickly, and the power of the smaller hexagram battle formation had not diminished. On the contrary, it was even stronger with the support of the larger hexagram formation. The rushing beasts became live targets. Like chives being cut down, they fell in rows. The scene resembled a slaughterhouse, filling the air with a murderous aura. Although the faces of everyone were pale, none retreated. They continued to launch the most ferocious attacks. This was a war of races, not a moment for personal sentiment. At this moment, an unexpected scene unfolded among the beast tribe. Under the guidance of the nine-tailed spirit fox, dozens of small leaders from various beast factions actually turned against the assaulting beast army and fled in the opposite direction. While they did not anticipate the beast's lack of spine, the humans, bolstered by the battle array, remained fearless despite the reduced numbers. This time the nine-tailed spirit fox did not linger at the back, but instead ran at the forefront. A human youth wielding a sword looked at the nine-tailed spirit fox, his eyes flashing with disdain. At other times he feared the nine-tailed spirit fox, but now he felt no fear. In his view, the nine-tailed spirit fox's swift escape was merely a desperate act, not worthy of fear. Moreover, with the support of the battle array, it could not harm him at all. As the nine-tailed spirit fox approached, the sword-wielding youth slashed down, and with the enhancement of the battle array, he unleashed a gigantic sword of spiritual energy that could even tear through space. Puff! In an instant, the nine-tailed spirit fox was split in half, its terrified expression frozen. The sword-wielding youth laughed heartily. Nine-tailed spirit fox, the wise of the beast tribe, is nothing more than this. Ruaji, what are you doing? Suddenly a furious roar echoed. The sword-wielding youth looked up to see Chen Yongting shouting at him. Feeling frustrated, he had just made a great contribution by slaying the nine-tailed spirit fox, yet instead of praising him, Chen Yongting was scolding him. Ruaji, not understanding, casually slashed again, killing another thick-skinned rhinoceros that was gaping at him. Ruaji felt invincible as the beasts were powerless before him. At that moment, Wang Yingxiong, perched atop the peach tree, was left dumbfounded, for this fool was not slaying beasts, but rather his companions, the teammates beside him. Seeing the humans breaking through a corner and the battlefield descending into chaos, Wang Yingxiong finally moved and began to pick the peaches. Due to Ruaji being enchanted by the nine-tailed spirit fox and falling into an illusion, he raised his blade towards his companion, tearing a rift in their perfect battle formation, allowing the beast tribe to surge like locusts. Bang! Ruaji, who intended to raise his blade against his teammates, was sent flying into the sky by a beast. The intense pain jolted him back to reality, feeling as though his bones were crushed. Confused, he thought, didn't I slay countless powerful beasts? What is happening? Looking at his fallen companions lying in pools of blood, he was once again ripped to shreds by another beast charging at him. Don't panic, return to your positions, let the hexagram rise again. Chen Yongting's expression was serious, showing no signs of panic. Hearing his voice, the previously flustered crowd quickly calmed down, following the hexagram formation to regroup. Seeing the hexagram formation re-establish itself, the beasts realized they had no chance left. If they didn't flee now, they would perish here, scattering like birds. Chen Yongting and his group chose not to pursue the fleeing beasts, instead surrounding and eliminating those beasts that hadn't escaped the hexagram formation in time. Look, the peaches are diminishing. What is that shadow? Suddenly someone exclaimed in surprise, prompting everyone to look up at the peach tree. This glance was alarming. Everyone felt their eyes burning. They saw a fleeting shadow darting back and forth, unable to clearly discern its form, only vaguely resembling a human figure. With each movement the peaches in that area vanished, and the figure lingered for no more than a tenth of a second, preventing anyone from seeing its true appearance. We are fighting for our lives here, yet someone else is harvesting our peaches. This is utterly outrageous. Change the formations surround the peach tree. Chun Yongting glared angrily, gritting his teeth as he waved his hand, re-establishing the hexagram around the peach tree. The crowd quickened their pace, rushing to secure their positions and activate the formation. Wang Yingxiong, who was happily picking peaches from the tree, heard the shouts of the crowd and felt very displeased. I haven't even harvested half yet, and you're already done. Though he thought this, Wang Yingxiong didn't slow down, quickly using a few instant steps to exit the formation's range and escape before anyone arrived, disappearing without looking back. Having witnessed the terror of the formation, Wang Yingxiong certainly wouldn't take risks. However, as he fled, he noticed a prompt from the absorption collar indicating it had absorbed a negative status. Absorption collar 110 illusion mist alters vision and perception, creating an illusion. Wang Yingxiong was a bit confused. He thought this illusion mist wasn't a negative status. After all, both he and the beast had been deceived into falling into the killing formation set by Chen Yongting. But now as he escaped, the collar suddenly absorbed this thing. Did this mean it wasn't targeting him before merely altering the vision to prevent other beings from perceiving the human race? And this time it aimed to trap him, surrounding him with the released illusion mist, thus being absorbed by the collar. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong's guess was indeed correct. Under the peach tree, Feng Qi stared incredulously in the direction Wang Yingxiong had fled, saying, "He actually dispelled my illusion mist directly. Are you sure it was aimed at him? Did you see what he was?" Chen Yongting asked. Feng Qi said seriously, "It was aimed at him. I saw a human figure. The illusion mist had begun altering the terrain, but it seemed like he had something on him that directly absorbed my illusion mist. That was half of my spiritual energy released in the illusion mist, enough to trap a peak 4th-tier divine, gifted individual for half a day." Hearing this from Feng Qi, everyone was taken aback. This thing was powerful, appearing and disappearing without a trace, and could evade the illusions. Only they didn't know if it was friend or foe. But these concerns were soon dissipated by the joy brought by the peaches. Aside from those picked by Wang Yingxiong, there were still 2,000 to 3,000 peaches on the tree, enough for everyone to have more than 4. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong happily walked along the path, cradling a large peach in both hands as he ate. Burp. After finishing one peach, Wang Yingxiong let out a satisfying burp, but found that his talents hadn't changed at all. Was this evolution power fake? However, the life essence within the peach made Wang Yingxiong feel warm, as if his entire body was soaking in a hot spring, feeling incredibly comfortable. Looking at the 1983 large peaches in his system backpack, Wang Yingxiong was very pleased. Even if he couldn't evolve his talents, eating one every day would still be delightful. The taste of this fruit was simply exquisite. Suddenly, a weak cry from a fox made Wang Yingxiong pause as he realized he was surrounded by several beasts. Upon closer inspection, ahead was a 9-tailed fox he had longed for, with a battle ape on the right, a blazing lion on the left, and a purple-winged crystal tiger behind him. 9-tailed spirit fox, 4th tier. Fate talent enchantment illusion. Attack power 999. 99. Defense power 799. 99. Speed 99. 99. Battle ape, 4th tier. Fate talent blood boil. Attack power 999. 99. Defense power 899. 99. Speed 89. 96. Blazing lion, 4th tier. Fate talent fireball. Attack power 999. 99. Defense power 896. 89. Speed 85. 56. Purple-winged crystal tiger, 4th tier. Fate talent thunder slash. Attack power 999. 99. Defense power 999. 99. Speed 99. 99. Looking at the attributes of the beasts and then at his own, Wang Yingxiong felt he had no need to fear them. Spit. Spitting out the peach pit, Wang Yingxiong drew his killing sword and shouted, "Come on, I just happen to need a pet. You 4 are perfect." Woo. The 9-tailed fox let out a sultry gasp, 2 pink mist clouds infiltrating Wang Yingxiong's body. Instantly, the absorption collar emitted 2 crisp sounds, adding 2 skills: enchantment and illusion. I will certainly perform to my fullest for this collaboration. Wang Yingxiong's eyes became dreamy, his steps unsteady, and his arms limply swayed, resembling a fool juggling, a silly grin spreading across his face, a look he mimicked from Ruaiji's state at that time. Seeing Wang Yingxiong fall for the trap, the 9-tailed fox wore a face of disdain, thinking he was supposed to be. The other beasts were equally disdainful. They had been lying in wait to ambush the humans, after all having been ambushed before they sought to turn the tables lest they suffer losses. Thus the 4 leading figures came together, ready to either fight or flee their setup, being reasonable. In the end, they indeed awaited their chance, although it was only Wang Yingxiong. Seeing him eat the peaches with such a foolish demeanor filled them with a desire to torment him. Hence they first let the 9-tailed fox control Wang Yingxiong before they trampled him to death. Under the effects of the illusion and enchantment, even if Wang Yingxiong was attacked, he wouldn't perceive it as such. Instead, he would think he was invincible, mercilessly slaughtering all his foes. And the more intense the pain inflicted, the more pleasurable the feedback would be. This is the so-called truth that the more severe the suffering, the more enjoyable it becomes. Bang! The blazing lion hurled a fireball directly at Wang Yingxiong, but it was deflected by the granite shield. Nonetheless, a smile appeared on Wang Yingxiong's face akin to that of slaying a beast race. Seeing that Wang Yingxiong had no reaction, the beasts relaxed their vigilance. Look, no other humans have come, and this human isn't reacting either. This time it must not be a trick. The beast race burst into laughter. Except for the nine-tailed spirit fox watching from the side, the plumed crystal tiger, blazing lion, and battle ape stepped forward wielding their claws and began to pound him. In the eyes of the beasts, Wang Yingxiong appeared extremely tragic. As his killer armor shattered and more wounds appeared on his body, the smile on his face only grew wider. Eventually, as his flesh was ripped apart, the smile on his face turned even more bizarre. In the end, Wang Yingxiong was torn in half by the battle ape. But then a strange scene unfolded. Another Wang Yingxiong suddenly appeared on the field. The three beasts showed no surprise, but instead grew even more excited, eagerly pounding on Wang Yingxiong again. The nine-tailed spirit fox watched this beautiful, yet bloody scene. Although it felt quite comfortable inside, it couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As the cold light flashed, the nine-tailed spirit fox suddenly realized why it felt something was wrong. But it was already. At this moment, the three beasts were still surrounding the constantly appearing Wang Yingxiong, while the real Wang Yingxiong had already severely injured the nine-tailed spirit fox with a few slashes. Although the nine-tailed spirit fox had nearly all four of its legs severed, and its abdomen was slashed open, it still continued to use its charm and illusion techniques against Wang Yingxiong. However, after a few attempts, although the nine-tailed spirit fox had nearly all four of its legs severed, and its abdomen was slashed open, it still continued to use its charm and illusion techniques against Wang Yingxiong. However, after a few attempts with its fate talents, it could no longer summon the strength to continue. Wang Yingxiong's eyes remained clear and focused. Wang Yingxiong showed a mocking smile, and without asking if it could understand, directly said, "Stop struggling, it's useless. Obey and do not resist, or you will die a miserable death." In fact, at this moment Wang Yingxiong was almost bursting with laughter, as the absorbing collar had already taken in 5 charms and 3 illusions. Wang Yingxiong took out a black spear and began to form a contract with the nine-tailed spirit fox. However, the nine-tailed spirit fox could clearly sense that this was not a good thing and struggled desperately, but Wang Yingxiong swiftly struck, nearly severing one of its tails. Wow! The nine-tailed spirit fox let out a heart-wrenching cry. Wang Yingxiong wore a cruel smile and said, "Stop resisting, otherwise you'll die right now." The nine-tailed spirit fox was filled with regret. Why was this human so strange? Not only did it not succumb to its charm and illusion control, but it could also reverse the control onto them, and now all 4 of its legs were crippled. It couldn't even run away, while the 3 useless beasts remained trapped in the illusion. Puff! Seeing that the nine-tailed spirit fox still refused to comply, Wang Yingxiong directly severed one of its tails. Wow! The nine-tailed spirit fox was now terrified because it saw Wang Yingxiong raise the knife toward its neck. It didn't want to die. Thus, under the shadow of death, the nine-tailed spirit fox compromised. Watching the black spear successfully bind a contract, Wang Yingxiong revealed a satisfied smile and said, "Isn't this strange?" Then he reached out to stroke the nine-tailed spirit fox, which was pale and covered in blood. Wow! The nine-tailed spirit fox let out a soft sound, quite delicate. Although it felt a bit odd, it also felt that Wang Yingxiong was its closest beast. How strange. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong could actually sense the thoughts of the nine-tailed spirit fox, and said directly, "Of course I am your dearest daddy. You must listen well from now on." The nine-tailed spirit fox understood Wang Yingxiong's meaning, but deep down another thought emerged. "But I am still a beast and my father is still in the beast plains. Why does my master want me to call it daddy? Why should I call him master? He is indeed my master. Whatever he says is true. He will be my daddy from now on." Then the nine-tailed spirit fox called out, Wang Yingxiong felt very pleased and rewarded it with a peach of immortality. The nine-tailed spirit fox was very happy, as this was what it had come for. Now being able to eat this made it extremely delighted. It chirped, "Thank you, Master Daddy." While the nine-tailed spirit fox ate the peach of immortality, using the life energy within it to recover its injuries, Wang Yingxiong went to slaughter the 3 foolish beasts. Wang Yingxiong was taken aback at the sight. He was dumbfounded because the 3 beasts had actually activated their respective fate talents and started fighting each other. The plumed crystal tiger was crackling with lightning, constantly striking the blazing lion and battle ape, while the blazing lion unleashed fireballs like a cannon, and the battle ape was soaked in blood, throwing punches that landed heavily. At this moment, the 3 beasts were drenched in blood. The magnificent scales of the plumed crystal tiger were shattered, and its fur was singed. The blazing lion and battle ape had their fur trembling from the strikes. Wang Yingxiong was quite puzzled. Was the illusion this powerful? In reality, it was just that the 3 beasts had never experienced such treachery from humans since they were young, and had never faced such a strong sense of defeat. After all, among the beast race, they were considered the pride of their kind, the elites of various clans, and the geniuses of their existence. Now being trapped in a battle array by humans while their kin were being slaughtered mercilessly, they could only watch helplessly. The former food and toys had now turned against them, and the sense of loss from falling from heaven to hell was overwhelmed. Thus, when they saw a human trapped, the feeling of being able to attack and ravage him was simply too exhilarating. So, guided by the illusion, their subconscious desires were magnified infinitely, and they became trapped within it, unable to extricate themselves. Each beast saw itself as a hero within its consciousness, wantonly slaughtering humans in an endless sea of beings. No human could withstand their attacks. They were the kings of the world. Why is the world becoming dim? Why is it spinning? Whose broken body is this? So red, whose blood is this? I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. This was the final consciousness of the three beasts as Wang Yingxiong ended their tragic beast lives. It was just a pity that such fine ingredients could not be consumed. They are so pitiful, the clans will be heartbroken now. The nine-tailed spirit fox exclaimed with glee. Wang Yingxiong rolled his eyes, but seeing that the nine-tailed spirit fox's injuries had stopped, he chose not to criticize it. It was just a pity that its furry tail would take a while to grow back. Do you know where the other beast races are? Wang Yingxiong asked, his eyes darting. The nine-tailed spirit fox subconsciously felt that something was off, but it still said, of course they are all resting in that valley. We came out to try and ambush humans, but it's not my master daddy's fault, it was a misunderstanding. Luckily you weren't hurt, or I would be sad. Wang Yingxiong chuckled mischievously, saying, lead the way, and collect the soul points to make up for your mistakes. With the nine-tailed spirit fox leading the way, Wang Yingxiong quickly found the hiding place of the fleeing beast tribe. These beast tribes were also pitiable. At this moment, over 300 of them were hiding in a small valley, each one injured, and lying on the ground licking their wounds. At this moment, they still did not know that after finding a hard-won place to hide and recuperate, they had caught the attention of Wang Yingxiong. Can you pull them all into your illusion? Wang Yingxiong's eyes twinkled as he thought of a clever method. The nine-tailed spirit fox said, it is possible, but master, I need to recover some spiritual power first. No problem. By the way, are you male or female? Wang Yingxiong suddenly thought of a serious question. He wouldn't have adopted a male fox as a pet, would he? Master, I am female. The nine-tailed spirit fox looked at Wang Yingxiong, suspiciously, feeling that this matter was strange, as if it concerned its own life and death. Cough, that's good. Wang Yingxiong breathed a sigh of relief, and said, from now on your surname will be Wang, and you shall be called Ali. Ali. The nine-tailed spirit fox was a bit puzzled, although it did not understand what this meant. It felt very happy since it was named by Wang Yingxiong. Thank you, Master. Ali likes it very much. Of course you would like it, because I like it. Wang Yingxiong chuckled inwardly. The leader of the purple-winged crystal tiger has returned with them. Why are only the purple-winged crystal tiger and the war ape leader back? Where are the nine-tailed spirit fox and the flame lion leader? The beast tribes in the valley were happy to see the return of the purple-winged crystal tiger and the war ape, but they were also somewhat puzzled. The purple-winged crystal tiger said, I have good news to share with everyone. The human race has been intercepted by us and is now under the control of the nine-tailed spirit fox. Now let's go slaughter them to vent our anger, and then we will share the peaches. As it spoke, the purple-winged crystal tiger tossed out dozens of peaches, and the beast tribes immediately scrambled for them. The purple-winged crystal tiger continued, no need to fight. There are plenty of peaches on those humans. We just need to go get them. Roar. The beast tribes instantly became excited, roaring as they charged forward. Before long they arrived at the place where the nine-tailed spirit fox was located, gazing at the peach mountain guarded by the humans. The beast tribes were thrilled and rushed forward without needing the purple-winged crystal tiger's command. Suddenly blood splattered everywhere, and a thick mist of blood filled the air. Outside the illusion and mist, the nine-tailed spirit fox watched Wang Yingxiong slaughter the beast tribe, trembling slightly. Although they were not its kin, being of the same beast tribe made it hard to accept. However, with the power of the Black Spear contract in place, it felt that everything Wang Yingxiong commanded was right, and it executed orders unwaveringly. Just like now, although it harbored some pity in its heart, it showed no mercy in its actions, working even harder to control the illusion, causing the beast tribes to become completely lost in the fantasy, each one like a lamb to the slaughter, automatically placing their heads under the guillotine for Wang Yingxiong to end their lives. The one-sided massacre quickly came to an end, with 325 fourth-tier beast tribes being effortlessly slaughtered by Wang Yingxiong, yielding 326,920 soul points, making him extraordinarily wealthy. This time he only spent the mist absorbed by the absorption collar. It was a blood profit. By a clear stream, Wang Yingxiong leisurely roasted beast meat, while the nine-tailed spirit fox was already drooling, staring motionlessly at the golden brown roasted meat. Come and eat. Before long the meat was ready. It was enough to roast a whole flame lion, and Wang Yingxiong thought it should. Upon hearing that it could eat, the nine-tailed spirit fox immediately pounced on the roasted meat, unconcerned about the heat, and started devouring it, as if it hadn't eaten for 3 days. Then, to Wang Yingxiong's astonishment, within a span of 10 minutes the flame lion was completely consumed, while Wang Yingxiong had only eaten less than 1/5. Whoa, master! The nine-tailed spirit fox kept rubbing its head against Wang Yingxiang's ankle. Seeing the nine-tailed spirit fox's humble appearance, Wang Yingxiang couldn't help but sigh. Great, I've got another glutton. Fortunately, there weren't many other items in the system backpack, but there was quite a bit of fresh meat. Every time he slaughtered a beast, Wang Yingxiang would carefully select the better quality meat to save for whenever he wanted to eat. Finally, after the nine-tailed spirit fox was stuffed, Wang Yingxiang happily took out a peach to taste, causing the nine-tailed spirit fox to widen its eyes internally, whining, I want to eat that too, but I feel so full, what should I do? Don't think too much about this, eating too much isn't good for your development. Wang Yingxiang could clearly see the nine-tailed spirit fox's thoughts. What a joke. Even if I eat one a day, it would only last me over 6 years. How could I share more with you? From now on, at most, I'll give you one to taste every week. Woo-woo. The nine-tailed spirit fox looked aggrieved, but it could not go against Wang Yingxiang's orders. Come on, you lead the way to your beast tribe's next location. From the nine-tailed spirit fox, Wang Yingxiang learned that they had a map of this secret realm, knowing well where the valuable spiritual herbs were located. Although it did not have the map on it, it had seen it and knew the approximate location. Moreover, with the existence of the spiritual compass, as long as there were height-years spiritual herbs, the spiritual energy, there would be absolutely rich. Therefore, Wang Yingxiang devised a plan, letting the nine-tailed spirit fox guide the general direction with the spiritual compass, making adjustments to hunt the beast tribes. This plan received Wang Yingxiang's absolute support, and the nine-tailed spirit fox had no major objections. After all, within the beast tribes there existed a food chain relationship among the different tribes, and it was common for them. Only among the royal families of the beast tribes, such as the nine-tailed spirit fox clan and the purple-winged crystal tiger clan, would they refrain from hunting one another. Below the royal families, it was quite brutal. They relied entirely on the natural laws to survive and grow strong. This situation would only cease when attacking the human race, and during battles their food would be either humans or the dead beast tribes, making them exceptionally ferocious. Thus, as long as the nine-tailed spirit fox clan was not slaughtered, Ali would not have any rebellious thoughts. Although Wang Yingxiang could completely disregard Alice's feelings as his pet, he felt it was better to have a harmonious relationship, especially since it was the only nine-tailed spirit fox clan that had entered this secret realm. At this moment, Wang Yingxiang was very pleased. He had already envisioned slaughtering the beast tribes in batches within the secret realm, completely wiping them out in the end. How many soul points would that yield? Just thinking about it made Wang Yingxiang unusually excited. Help! Is there anyone? Suddenly, while lost in thought, Wang Yingxiang heard someone calling for help, and it was a woman. His eyes brightened. Could he be about to make some profit again? Wang Yingxiang immediately became invisible, storing the nine-tailed spirit fox in the pet space within the black sphere, and quietly approached. He saw a young girl being surrounded and beaten by 3 burly long-armed apes. Lan Lingxin, 4th stage. Age 18. Fate talent, power of life and death. Cultivation talent, purple extreme. Cultivation method, spirit absorption technique. Skills, spirit shield, swift movement. Attack power 623. Defense power 483. 68. Speed 60. 25. These are the attributes of that girl which truly astonished Wang Yingxiang. Not only is her cultivation talent purple extreme, but her fate talent is also peculiar and formidable. Power of life and death mastery 30, able to control a small amount of the rules of life and death. If mastery reaches 100, one can transcend life and death. Hiss. Looking at this introduction, Wang Yingxiang couldn't help but gasp. This talent is too powerful. Moreover, the girl is wearing a golden silk armor boasting a defense of 300. At this moment, Wang Yingxiang regretted that if he hadn't taken the nine-tailed spirit fox as a pet, he could have contracted this girl now. Just thinking about it is a bit exciting. Long-armed ape, 4th stage. Fate talent, iron arm strength, increase 40. Attack power 723. 58. Defense power 603. Speed 61. 23. Among the 3 long-armed apes attacking Lan Lingxin, there is only this one at the 4th stage. Their long arms are about 2 meters long, almost rivaling their height, with gray-black spiritual energy flowing through them, resembling iron. Although Lan Lingxin has been calling for help, she is actually not in any danger at all. With a spirit shield enveloping her, Lan Lingxin moved gracefully, her fingers as clear as jade danced. She drew green energy from the bodies of the long-armed apes, then with a flick of her fingers the green energy transformed into gray energy, which was re-injected into the long-armed apes. In the three-dimensional image of the Qinyu seal, Wang Yingxiang clearly saw the attack and defense power of the long-armed apes weakening. The long-armed apes were furiously pounding on Lan Lingxin, but her movements were simply too adept. With the speed boost from swift movement, she could easily evade their attacks with slight shifts of her feet. Wang Yingxiang realized that Lan Lingxin was not afraid of these 3 long-armed apes at all. Oh no, if she exhausts the long-armed apes, how will I carry out my plan? Wang Yingxiang was startled and revealed himself, shouting, "Don't be afraid, miss. I'm coming." Those 3 beasts let go of this girl. Seeing someone actually come, Lan Lingxin was also taken aback. After being in the secret realm for more than half a month, she used this method every day to attract both humans and beast races, but it was always the beast that showed up, leading her to endlessly grind down the beasts. She thought today would be the same, but she didn't expect it to turn out differently. Wang Yingxiong, relying on the passive enhancement of the Night Hunter, quickly approached the long-armed apes. The long-armed apes were furious. Their brother had been toyed with by this girl for so long, and now he came. What was he here for? Did you also want to join the fun? Puff. The long-armed apes did not expect this human to play by different rules. Upon meeting, he directly severed the heads of 2 long-armed apes. The remaining one was taken aback, but just in the blink of an eye it followed its companions. Looking at Wang Yingxiong, who was clad in fearsome and ugly armor, Lan Lingxin searched her memory for a long time, but could not recall anyone from the Battle Dragon Academy with such a name. She then said, "Thank you. May I ask which senior brother you are?" Wang Yingxiong naturally extracted the crystal source from the long-armed ape and said boldly, "No need to be polite. Helping others is my pleasure. The payment is not high. You only need to pay all of your crystal sources." Ah. At this moment Lan Lingxin's face twitched. She suspected she had misheard. But as Wang Yingxiong repeated himself, Lan Lingxin was utterly in disbelief. "As a super beautiful girl, you actually did such a heroic deed to save me, and yet you still want payment. Are you Moreover, even without you, these 3 long-armed apes wouldn't last 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Lan Lingxin didn't. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, Lan Lingxin smiled sweetly and said softly, "Senior brother, I've been bullied by the beast race like this. Where would I find any crystal sources? How about you escort me to find Huang Qianhua? He will definitely give you 1,000 third-stage crystal sources." Lan Lingxin secretly laughed. 1,000 crystal sources. You won't be fooled. Wait until we find Huang Qianhua and let them kill you. Oh, what a coincidence. Wang Yingxiong said jokingly, "Isn't that Huang Qianhua with the fate talent of Sword Path?" "Yes, it's him. Since you know him, you know I'm not lying. I am his fiancé. If you save me, he will surely reward you." At this moment Lan Lingxin was very anxious in her heart. Quickly agree. What the heck? Wang Yingxiong's eyes widened. Is the world really this small? This beautiful girl is actually Huang Qianhua's cold-faced wife. This made Wang Yingxiong feel a bit embarrassed to bully her. Taking advantage of the situation is indeed a bit Seeing Wang Yingxiong not responding, Lan Lingxin was startled, thinking, is it because Huang Qianhua's fame is too great that it scared him? Then Lan Lingxin said, "Don't be afraid. I promised you that the reward will not be less. We will not repay kindness with enmity." Oh, sorry, I just zoned out. Let me clarify, I'm not afraid of you guys cheating me. I'm afraid he won't be able to come up with so many crystal sources. What? Lan Lingxin was taken aback. What does this mean? Wang Yingxiong directly said, "I rescued him last time too, and he only had about 100 crystal sources on him, very poor. If it weren't for seeing him pitiful, he would have offered me his sword as a reward. So don't try to fool me. If you also don't have crystal sources, just give me that golden silk armor. It looks pretty valuable." At this moment Lan Lingxin felt dizzy. It seemed that this world was not the world she knew. There were no such shameless people in the Battle Dragon Academy. Lan Lingxin's expression hardened with anger as she said, "You sure have a big mouth. I want to see what abilities you have to take away my golden silk armor." With Lan Lingxin's angry shout, Wang Yingxiong felt the surrounding environment change drastically. A wave of dark energy was eroding him, and something within him was flowing away, causing his cells to weaken and lose vitality, forcing his internal spiritual energy to quiet down. Wang Yingxiong was startled, realizing that Lan Lingxin had activated her talent. Indeed formidable. However, Wang Yingxiong was not the slightest bit anxious. With a thought, he released the 9-tailed spirit fox. Ali immediately used charm and illusion on Lan Lingxin. Caught completely off guard, Lan Lingxin fell into the trap in an instant, her eyes hazy, unaware of the illusion she was experiencing. Wang Yingxiong chuckled and moved forward to take off Lan Lingxin's spatial ring. Upon opening it, he found it contained 324 third-stage crystal sources and 34 fourth-stage crystal sources. What a little wealthy girl. After collecting the crystal sources, Wang Yingxiong placed the spatial ring back on her, and then used several instantaneous steps to leave the area. Moments later, Lan Lingxin regained consciousness. Looking at the real world, in an instant, she realized she had just fallen into an illusion. In the next moment, she hurriedly checked her body, seeing her clothes neat, the golden silk armor still on, and the spatial ring still in place, but she was missing her crystal sources. Pa! Shameless, beastly creature. As Chun Yongting and the others left the peach tree area and saw the corpses of the popluinged crystal tigers on the road, their expressions turned grave. Zi Xinyue raised her delicate brows in confusion and asked, "Are these beast clans killing each other?" Chun Yongting was also puzzled, as the wounds on these beasts seemed to have been inflicted by themselves. Their fatal injuries are knife wounds. At that moment, Huang Qianhua suddenly spoke up. The crowd turned to look at him. Huang Qianhua continued, "Although my fate talent is in the sword, I am also familiar with various weapons. Everyone take a close look. This popluinged crystal tiger was pierced through the heart, and the knife must have been inserted from the back and twisted around, making the wound very smooth, quite like it was hollowed out by a beast's claw. The battle ape and the flame lion are even more obvious. Their heads were severed. However, the knife was so swift that you only see blood on their necks without noticing the wounds." As he spoke, Huang Qianhua gently poked the heads of the battle ape and the flame lion, and instantly their heads separated from their bodies. The crowd was shocked, finding it hard to believe. They all knew how formidable the defenses of the purple-winged crystal tiger battle ape and flame lion were. To pierce through their crystal armor and sever their heads and bones with such ease, the knife must be incredibly sharp. None of the people present could accomplish such a feat. Huang Qianhua frowned slightly, thinking of a person whose knife was indeed very sharp. Moreover, the crowd turned to look as Feng Qi said, "I sense the presence of another fate talent around here. It resembles mine and should also be able to create illusions." The beast clans must have fallen into an illusion, attacking each other, and the one wielding the knife likely easily killed them. "Have we heard of such a person in our academy?" Chen Yongting questioned. The crowd shook their heads. Besides Feng Qi, there was no one in the Battle Dragon Academy capable of creating illusions. "Senior brother Chen, I smell a strong scent of blood from that mountain range. There must have been a large-scale battle," said one among them, who possessed a fate talent related to scent. "Let's go." Upon Chen Yongting's command, everyone followed the one with the keen sense of smell and advanced. When they arrived, they were all astonished by the scene before them. In a lowlying valley, countless beast clan corpses lay scattered, severed limbs, broken bodies, and internal organs strewn everywhere, with blood seeping into the ground, staining it crimson. "I sense the aura of illusion fog. This place has been shrouded in illusion fog." Feng Qi suddenly shouted in shock. "Illusion fog? Could there be someone else with a fate talent like yours?" The crowd was puzzled. "No, this is my illusion fog," Feng Qi said seriously. "Are you saying you used illusion fog here?" Chen Yongting looked at Feng Qi with a pained expression. Chen Yongting and Zi Xinyue also looked at Feng Qi with confusion. Feng Qi explained, "I didn't use it here, but this is indeed the illusion fog I released. I feel very familiar with it." The crowd looked even more bewildered. Feng Qi continued, "Do you all remember the figure that escaped from the peach tree?" The crowd nodded but remained puzzled. "At that time I released an illusion fog on him, but it dissipated immediately. I felt that he didn't break my illusion, but absorbed it instead. I thought I was overthinking it. How could anyone absorb another's fate talent? But here I sense that this is the illusion fog I released on him." "Are you saying he absorbed your fate talent and released it here?" Chen Yongting articulated each word clearly. "Yes," Feng Qi affirmed. "Hiss." The crowd gasped, having never heard of such a bizarre fate talent. At that moment, Zi Xinyue suddenly spoke. "I remember that the nine-tailed spirit fox has a fate talent that can only create illusions. If it was indeed a victim, that might explain how they managed to escape just now. Were those 3 beast clans affected by the nine-tailed spirit fox's illusion?" "You mean the nine-tailed spirit fox trapped them? How is that possible?" Chen Yongting instinctively rebutted. However, seeing Feng Qi and Zi Xinyue staring intently at him, he suddenly considered a possibility. The group exclaimed in unison. He absorbed the nine-tailed spirit fox's fate talent and then trapped those 3 beast clans. After saying this, the 3 felt incredulous. "I checked, all these beast clans died from knife wounds." At this moment, Huang Qianhua's inspection confirmed their thought. At this moment, the crowd was worried. Huang Qianhua suddenly wondered if this person was Wang Yingxiong, but he did not voice his suspicions. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yongting said, "Everyone has been overthinking. Although we don't know what this is, since he killed the beast clans without harming us, he is most likely one of our human race, so there's no need to worry. Let's proceed according to plan." As time passed, 6 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. During these days, Chen Yongting's group had grown to over 2,000 people, yet no one showed any signs of happiness. Instead, they appeared somewhat gloomy. Another pile of corpses. It must be that beast worse than animals," Lan Lingxin shouted. The crowd, hearing this voice, felt numb as they gazed at the hundreds of beast clan corpses before them without any— "Sister Lan, what did that person do to you? Why call him worse than an animal? Is he not capable?" Zi Xinyue teased from the side, occasionally winking at Huang Qianhua. "Pa, disgusting." Lan Lingxin's face darkened. She couldn't say that Wang Yingxiong had only taken the crystal source without even touching her. That would be too degrading. Huang Qianhua said, "Sister Yue, please stop teasing us." The crowd smiled in silence, already aware of the experiences they had of being robbed by the same person. "I am quite interested in this little brother." Chen Yongting's eyes sparkled with thought. The crowd also lowered their heads in silence, knowing that the figure they encountered after meeting Lan Lingxin was Wang Yingxiong, and they were all curious about what Wang Yingxiong's true fate talent was. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiong, whom everyone was concerned about, was in a cave meditating while the nine-tailed spirit fox stood guard outside. After a series of slaughters and consuming 6 peaches, Wang Yingxiong finally felt the evolutionary power of evolution. At this moment, a strand of colorless energy the size of a hair was constantly moving within Wang Yingxiong's body, continuously purging impurities and improving the 1,000 Jade Seal, directly enhancing the attributes against cellular damage. After circulating a few times, the white evolutionary power slowly integrated into Wang Yingxiong's cells, causing them to begin to undergo transformation. Initially, I thought the power of evolution was merely the evolution of cells, but after examining my various talents and skills, I discovered that what truly evolved was the talent of resilience. Resilience recovers 1,000th of life force per second. When injured in a stationary state, it restores 5 of life force every second. Wang Yingxiang's eyes lit up. Resilience had indeed fully evolved, no longer requiring spiritual energy. Moreover, even during battle, it could continuously restore life force, enhancing his ability to endure blows. However, after careful consideration, Wang Yingxiang realized that this resilience did not mean it required no spiritual energy. Rather, the black dots absorbed the qi, partially converting it into spiritual energy within the cells, while the other parts stimulated the cells to produce life energy that nourished his entire body. With a thought, Wang Yingxiang directly cut his finger. He stood still, watching as the black dots within the cells frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Instead of converting spiritual energy, they catalyzed it directly into life energy, which surged into his injured finger. In the blink of an eye, the wound healed completely, without a trace of a scar. Hiss! The recovery power was remarkably strong, and Wang Yingxiang was very pleased. He had deemed this enhancement to be quite satisfactory. During these past few days, Wang Yingxiang successfully broke through to the 4th tier and upgraded all his talents and skills to their current maximum level. Wang Yingxiang 4th tier. Age 12. Soul points 10761151. Fate talents: Qianyu Seal, Frost, Nirvana, Resilience, Night Hunter. Cultivation talent: Purple Extreme. Cultivation technique: Spirit Induction Technique. Cultivation speed increased by 28. Skills: Combat Technique, Demon Shadow, Master Craftsman, My Unique Insight. Xia Formation, Instant Step, Granite Shield, Ice, Shards, Little Chrysanthemum. Attack Power 661. 81, 710, 1371. Defense Power 619. 34, 710, 1329. 64. Speed 65. 08. The Killing Armor and Killing Sword also successfully leveled up to level 4, significantly enhancing their attributes. Looking at the soaring soul points reaching 1 million, Wang Yingxiang felt quite gratified. This was all thanks to the assistance of the nine-tailed spirit fox, who otherwise the gains would not have been so substantial. In his delight, he rewarded the nine-tailed spirit fox with a peach. Thank you, master. The nine-tailed spirit fox immediately joyfully began to eat. Wang Yingxiang really wanted to spend the 1 million soul points, especially since the Frost Nirvana had yet to be upgraded. However, recalling that each upgrade of a talent refreshed the cooldown time, he decided not to enhance it, yet saving it for a critical moment when it might yield exceptional results. Ali, you can move freely now and join your main forces. I will act alone. As Wang Yingxiang left the cave, he dispatched the nine-tailed spirit fox. At this moment, his combat power was terrifyingly high. In this secret realm, Wang Yingxiang wondered who could possibly harm him. It was better to send the nine-tailed spirit fox out to act as an inside informant within the Beast clan. Currently, Wang Yingxiang was in the area of the secret realm with the densest spiritual energy. In the distance, he could see a towering black, giant tree reaching into the clouds. However, despite this seemingly short distance, Wang Yingxiang had already walked for over a day, and the distance remained as it was when he first spotted it. This is what one means by the farther you try to reach, the more exhausting it becomes. Diamondwood 9th tier. Note its sap and fruit can enhance bone strength, increasing defense and attack power. The effects of this diamond wood were quite decent, but Wang Yingxiang always felt it paled in comparison to the peach tree, unable to understand why the densest spiritual energy in the secret realm was found here. Moreover, he learned from the nine-tailed spirit fox that their mission in the secret realm was also to deal with the ant queen that needed to break through to the 5th tier. However, they were not primarily after the life crystal of the ant queen, but aimed to slay her. In the Beast clan, there is a legend that states every time a secret realm opens, it is during a tribulation. This open secret realm must have a living being about to break through its tier limits. As long as this being can successfully break through the secret realm, will level up, and all beings within it will be able to cultivate to a higher realm. For instance, this current secret realm is capped at a maximum of 4th tier. If this ant queen can break through to the 5th tier, the tier cap of this secret realm will change to 5th tier, allowing all beings within to freely cultivate to the 5th tier until someone breaks the 5th tier shackles. After the secret realm levels up, its area will further expand. Unless there are external factors obstructing it, once the beings within the secret realm can reach the same tier as the Deep Blue Continent, it will become the 2nd Deep Blue Continent. At that point, there will inevitably be a battle between the two continents, and one of them will surely fall. Thus, many secret realms born from the Deep Blue Continent will appear a passage linked to it whenever there is a being that needs to break through its tier limits. The beings of the Deep Blue Continent will need to stop the secret realms level up. These secret realms will invariably appear in the territories of the Beast clan and other foreign tribes. Their highest beings will sense the emergence of the secret realm and send troops to impede its level up. Hence, the purpose of these beasts coming here is very clear. Wang Yingxiang pondered whether the powerful beings of the Beast clan were aware of the secrets of the secret realms, just as the Deep Blue Continent had been. Were they and those foreign races the aboriginals of the Deep Blue Continent? Yet there were no such legends among the humans, perhaps, because the humans back then were as weak and ignorant as the little insects in the current secret realm. They were not even entrusted with the task of blocking the secret realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yingxiang felt a sense of mission. He should slay the ant queen that was about to break through, not merely to see the difference in her life crystal, but to do something for the deep blue continent. With a sense of honor, Wang Yingxiong strode purposefully towards the diamond wood. Whoosh! Suddenly a pillar of fire descended from the heavens, as if justice itself had arrived. Boom! This pillar of fire acted as a signal, with various attacks following in quick succession. Wang Yingxiong, who initially intended to withstand it, immediately used instant step to evade. His current maximum distance for instant step was 500 meters. Reappearing, Wang Yingxiong looked back, and the land within nearly 500 meters had turned into a small pond. Seeing the dark clouds of red crows and a flock of flying beasts in the sky, Wang Yingxiong was furious. With a burst of instant step amidst the flashing blades of light, the red crows fell wailing. Caw! With a cry of an eagle, a large eagle soared over, its golden wings gleaming like two massive cleavers slashing down. Thud! Bang! Wang Yingxiong executed another instant step to remain airborne, instantly striking out multiple slashes, yet he did not manage to injure this large eagle. Sky Swallowing Eagle 4th tier. Fate Talent Spirit Swallowing. Attack Power 999. Defense Power 999. 99. Speed 99. 99. Wang Yingxiong focused his gaze. This Sky Swallowing Eagle was actually a mini-boss. Wang Yingxiong smiled slightly. Now, this was interesting, otherwise it would be too boring to just kill low-level monsters. Whoosh! The Sky-Swallowing Eagle opened its mouth wide and sucked in a rush. Spiritual energy violently surged into its mouth, and then it spewed forth numerous spiritual power bullets. Wang Yingxiong landed on the ground, easily dodging, but looking up at the swarm of flying beasts, he was enraged. Relying solely on the elevation from instant step was too exhausting. He needed a different combat method. Then Wang Yingxiong kept shifting his feet, evading attacks, while gathering ice shards in both hands. He also possessed ranged attack capabilities, eager to see whether aerial bombardment was more formidable or his ground-to-air missiles. Fireballs danced through the sky and wind blades thundered down, stirring up clouds of dust, yet they could not harm Wang Yingxiong in the slightest. Wang Yingxiong's figure was graceful as he stepped forward, already 100 meters away, with cold light flashing in his hands, launching shards of ice. The speed of the ice shards was so swift that the flying beasts could hardly evade them completely. Watching his subordinates being continually shot down while their side could not inflict any harm on Wang Yingxiong, the Sky-Eater Eagle was furious. It let out a furious cry, diving straight down from the sky, its wings turning into blades, continuously slashing at Wang Yingxiong. The Sky-Eater Eagle's wings sparkled with golden light, its spiritual power surging both its defense and offense elevated, facing Wang Yingxiong head-on without losing any ground. However, Wang Yingxiong would not foolishly engage in a life-and-death struggle with it. With a slight movement of his foot, he instantly stepped into the air, and in a flash of blade light, the unsuspecting Chiwu were slaughtered. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, not only did the Sky-Eater Eagle fail to contain Wang Yingxiong, but it was also slaughtered by him, losing dozens of its beast kin. Chirp! The Sky-Eater Eagle called out loudly, soaring into the air, leading its beast kin high into the sky to a distance unreachable by Wang Yingxiong's instant movement. Looking at the tiny black shadow in the sky, Wang Yingxiong was left speechless. Suddenly the ground trembled, and when he looked up he saw a dark swarm of ant soldiers charging towards him. This group of ants was different from other ants. They were pitch black, all over resembling a single piece of black crystal. Their pair of forelegs gleamed like long swords, radiating a sharp cold light. Moreover, these ants came in two sizes, one towering and powerful, the other relatively small and nimble. Black Obsidian Ant Bug Species. Rank 4th rank. Fate Talent 20-fold Strength Gold Element Affinity. Attack Power 876. 98. Defense Power 901. 35. Speed 82. 25. This is the attribute of the smaller ant, gathering gold element spiritual energy as it charged ready to deliver a crushing blow to Wang Yingxiong. Black Obsidian Ant Bug Species. Rank 4th rank. Fate Talent 30-fold Strength Sword Stab. Attack Power 951. 38. Defense Power 982. 68. Speed 89. 68. This is the attribute of the larger, more powerful ant. Wang Yingxiong saw their forelegs resembling twin swords glowing with golden light, clearly displaying extraordinary power. However, merely 30 black obsidian ants, 5 small mages, and 25 powerful swordsmen were not enough to instill fear in Wang Yingxiong. With a hum, Wang Yingxiong concentrated his spiritual power, and in a moment, he had gathered 2 fully charged shards of ice. Ice shard, when thrown, it becomes an ice spear. Upon hitting the enemy, it shatters, dealing 80 of base attack damage at a distance of 100 meters, and causing a certain slow effect. As the amount of spiritual power used increases, the damage and distance increase, with a maximum damage of 190 and a distance of 1,000 meters. This was the ice shard upgraded after Wang Yingxiong reached the 4th rank with a damage of 190 and an attack power already reaching 1255 points. Whoosh! The speed of the ice shards was so great that the black obsidian ants only saw a shadow. Crack! 2 black obsidian ants were directly pierced by the ice shards, both of which were small black obsidian ants. At the same time a chime echoed in Wang Yingxiang's mind, surprisingly 2 ancient coins popped out, both restoring spiritual power instantly, filling his spiritual energy to the brim. Chirp! The black obsidian ants were greatly angered but also shocked. This human was somewhat formidable, yet they felt no fear. In a flash the few hundred meters disappeared, not giving Wang Yingxiang the chance to unleash fully charged ice shards again. Wang Yingxiang was unfazed with the thought Xiao Ju was summoned directly. Xiao Ju summoning friend Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju's attributes enhance the master's base attributes by 30 defense and 20 attack. Attack power 793. Defense power 804. Xiao Ju now was no weaker than an ordinary 4th rank divine bestowed, and was capable of battling these black obsidian ants. Boom. After Xiao Ju appeared it immediately charged towards the black obsidian ants with Wang Yingxiang closely following behind, otherwise Xiao Ju would not withstand a round of assault from the black obsidian ants. Puff! Wang Yingxiang entered the midst of the black obsidian ants first, and the mist array was instantly activated. My flow of ultimate technique. Mist array consumes spiritual power to create a smoke screen that slowly spreads to cover a circular area. Within the smoke screen visibility is obscured and speed is enhanced. When attacking actively one becomes visible, but 1 second later they are obscured again. The smoke screen lasts for 10 minutes. Using the same amount of spiritual power the duration increases. Now Wang Yingxiang only needs to activate the mist array once for a direct battle. Seeing Wang Yingxiang suddenly disappear and a smoke screen rise, the black obsidian ants reacted quickly. The small black obsidian ant gathered gold element spiritual energy, bestowing a layer of golden shield around all the black obsidian ants. Then the black obsidian ants all retreated from the range of the mist array, beginning to attack the outside Xiao Ju. The powerful black obsidian ants raised their long swords, their golden light soaring, and suddenly lunged forward. They transformed into a beam of sword light, instantly arriving beside Xiao Ju, and their long swords easily pierced into Xiao Ju's body. With 30-fold strength enhancing their attack power, they easily broke through 1,000 points, and Xiao Ju could not withstand it. Seeing Xiao Ju nearly disintegrated, Wang Yingxiang felt no pity, for at that moment, he had already gathered 2 more shards of ice. Whoosh! Crack! Even with the existence of the golden spiritual energy shield, they still could not withstand the overwhelmingly powerful ice shards, easily claiming the lives of 2 more small black obsidian ants. At this moment, only 1 small black obsidian ant remained, and the powerful black obsidian ants quickly sheltered it in the center. The remaining small black obsidian ant was furious. With a sharp cry, the concentration of gold element spiritual energy above the mist array surged dramatically, and then it began to gather golden short blades. Whoosh! The short blades rained down thickly. Wang Yingxiang was startled, realizing they intended to turn him into a sieve. Since you want to die quickly, I will grant you your wish. Wang Yingxiang directly stepped into the midst of the black obsidian ants, the blade light, flashing, blood bursting forth. Chirp! The black obsidian ants raised their long swords to counterattack swiftly, but Wang Yingxiang moved his feet slightly, using the speed brought by the night hunter to dodge left and right, while the black obsidian ants could not touch his body, and Wang Yingxiang easily slaughtered the black obsidian ants who were enduring the same humiliation as the Sky Eater Eagle. Buzz! The golden spiritual power surged, and Wang Yingxiang noticed that the small black obsidian ants still wanted to cast spells to enhance their defense and attack. That could not be allowed. Boom! Xiao Ju appeared once more, indeed attracting the attention of the black obsidian ants. Seizing this moment, Wang Yingxiang instantly stepped close to the small black obsidian ant. The killing sword descended, making it panic and cry out, but it had no means to defend, only raising its forelegs to shield itself with golden spiritual energy, bursting forth, launching a fierce attack against Wang Yingxiang. Crack! The golden spiritual energy attack merely broke through the granite shield. After such a long battle, no one had been able to harm Wang Yingxiang, but it finally succeeded in cracking his shield. Puff! However, as Wang Yingxiang's great sword fell, its shield could not withstand it, and the killing sword directly severed its forelegs, splitting it in 2 from head to toe. As the small daisies scattered on the ground, they were horrified to discover that their own mage had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, Wang Yingxiang did not flee. With a sweeping motion of his large blade, 3 black obsidian ants were directly bisected. This further ignited the anger of the obsidian ants. They charged at Wang Yingxiang with a frenzied intensity, as if they had taken a stimulant, completely disregarding their fear. Wang Yingxiang was quite pleased with their performance. After all, if they had fled, chasing them would have wasted a significant amount. In just a few minutes the area fell quiet. This battle brought Wang Yingxiang 107660 soul points, bringing his total to an impressive 118311 soul points. After reserving 1000 soul points for the Frost Nirvana Refresh passive, he could now use 183811 points. Without further ado, Wang Yingxiang directly chose to draw a lottery. Congratulations on drawing a short sword. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on drawing a 3rd-tier iron potion. Congratulations on drawing the talent Rend. Rend, when attacking an enemy's body, inject a spear of spiritual power into them. When retracted, each spear deals 1% of attack power as damage. The talent Ren caught Wang Yingxiang's attention. This talent was powerful, and the damage output would be terrifying provided enough spears of spiritual power were inserted. Moreover, it would raise its base damage. To enhance the base damage, upgrading was the only option. With a wave of his hand, he consumed 110 soul points, directly upgrading Ren 4 levels. The damage of each spear of spiritual power reached 5% of his attack. Although the increase wasn't massive, the total attack with the same quantity would be significantly higher. Apart from the 1 million reserved soul points, Wang Yingxiang still had 43811 soul points left to use, allowing for another 10 draws. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on drawing Last Whisper. Congratulations on drawing a teleport pad. Teleport pad. Deploy a teleport pad at the target location, allowing you to teleport to the pad from anywhere. Last Whisper ignores 20 of defense. Although he didn't draw a talent this time, these two pieces of equipment were incredibly powerful. The teleport pad was a disc inscribed with intricate patterns exquisitely crafted, and its radiant glow captivated Wang Yingxiang. When he first saw the 3,000 pillars in Nanhuang City, Wang Yingxiang yearned for the ability to have a teleportation array to go wherever he wished. Now this teleport pad represented a step towards that dream. However, there was only one teleport pad, meaning Wang Yingxiang could only anchor to one fixed location, which was... However, Wang Yingxiang saw that the teleport pad could actually be upgraded in the Craftsman Master interface, requiring 100 soul points. Hiss. Wang Yingxiang inhaled sharply. That was quite the steep price. Never mind, let's look at Last Whisper first. Wang Yingxiang looked at Last Whisper in his hand. It was a bow entirely azure, made of an unknown material, with the bowstring formed from a beam of spiritual power. Wang Yingxiang gently pulled the bowstring, instantly absorbing some of his spiritual power and forming a blue arrow. Buzz. He released the bowstring, and the arrow shot forth like a streak of light already several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. Then Wang Yingxiang attempted to fully draw the bowstring. An arrow was shot out with a buzzing sound, instantly reaching a kilometer away. Wang Yingxiang nodded in satisfaction. If there were any flying beasts hovering above, it would be a one-way trip for them. In the Craftsman Master interface, upgrading Last Whisper required 100 soul points. Gazing at the vast secret realm, Wang Yingxiang realized that no living being could currently threaten him. Additionally, given a few days, acquiring another million soul points wouldn't be difficult, so he decided to upgrade the teleport pad. He wanted to see if this million soul points could provide him with a satisfactory answer. Ding! The teleport pad upgrade was successful. Wang Yingxiang eagerly examined its attributes. Mother teleport pad generates a new teleport pad for every 100 soul points consumed. Phew! Wang Yingxiang exhaled heavily. Although there were no special changes triggered, this million was worth it. Looking at the remaining 13811 soul points, he felt that everything had lost its flavor. Looking at the ironwood, Wang Yingxiang smiled wickedly. Experienced babies, here I come. After half an hour of travel, Wang Yingxiang thought the sky-devouring eagle had long since fled, but now he saw that it was actually blocked. In the distance, a black forest lay ahead filled with thorn-like plants. Iron Thorn Tree would clan rank 4 Fate Talent Iron Spike. The iron thorn trees are covered in iron spikes. When battling beast tribes, the iron spikes can be launched like hidden weapons, but soon after barbs will regrow. Moreover, black obsidian ants were also hiding among the iron thorn trees. While the iron thorn trees continuously shot out iron spikes that could injure flying beasts, the flames of the Chiwu were also a nemesis to the plants. Both sides engaged in ranged bombardment. Wang Yingxiang took out Last Whisper and stealthily unleashed arrows from behind. Whoosh! A spiritual arrow shot out, instantly hitting a Chiwu. The Chiwu's defenses were already low, and with the 20 defense ignored, even with Wang Yingxiang's current attack power of over 600, he could easily kill them. At this moment, Wang Yingxiang transformed into a god of arrows, continuously shooting arrows. Although his accuracy was slightly off, the beast tribes were too densely packed. The cold arrows raining down from behind inflicted heavy casualties on the beast tribes, simultaneously igniting their wrath. Instantly, a flock of flying beasts charged at Wang Yingxiang, unleashing fire pillars, wind blades, and meteorites upon him. But Wang Yingxiang remained unfazed, using instant step to create distance, then turning to shoot several arrows, followed by a graceful sidestep. In just a few minutes, more than 20 beast tribes had been shot down by him. At this moment, the sky-devouring eagle was furious. The iron thorn forest would have been easily breached, but now with Wang Yingxiang's interference, the iron thorn trees retaliated even more fiercely, and the black obsidian ants gathered in greater numbers, making it almost impossible to break through. Caw! The sky-devouring eagle let out a loud cry, and the flying beasts collectively retreated, charging at Wang Yingxiang. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yingxiang was shocked. It seemed he had stirred the hornet's nest, but that was exactly what he wanted. Wang Yingxiang continued to retreat, using instant step, shooting a few arrows, then suddenly dashing into the air at a specific moment. The beast tribes were thrown into disarray by this maneuver, flapping their wings to distance themselves from Wang Yingxiang, but it was too late. Switching his bow for a large blade, the fierce blade light surged and danced as Wang Yingxiang maneuvered through the air with the grace of a bird. Countless beast tribes, utterly powerless in battle, were slaughtered by Wang Yingxiang in an instant. Caw! At that moment the sky-devouring eagle also approached Wang Yingxiong, spreading its two sharp wings and aiming to strike him down. However, Wang Yingxiong was no longer the same as before. He was thrilled at the prospect of close combat. Last time he couldn't break through its defenses, but this time he was ready to see who would fall first after a few hundred exchanges. Excited, Wang Yingxiong landed, and the sky-devouring eagle eagerly cooperated, also landing to engage in close combat with him. Clang! Clang! The murder sword clashed against the sky-devouring eagle's wings with a metallic ring as the flock of birds dared not approach the battlefield. The more he fought, the more exhilarated Wang Yingxiong became. Lately his battles had been swift strikes and skill bursts devoid of the satisfying sensation of flesh-and-blood combat. Now in this frontal brawl, every move and stance brought him sheer delight. That pleasure made every cell in Wang Yingxiong's body tremble. At that moment he truly realized that his being was brimming with a love for battle. With each direct clash, a spear of spiritual energy slipped through the sky-devouring eagle's wings into its body, unnoticed by the beast. As Wang Yingxiong engaged in the frontal confrontation, he came to understand the importance of the art of combat that Lin Zhendong had spoken of. Now in this direct clash with the sky-devouring eagle, Wang Yingxiong gradually showed signs of fatigue. His techniques were too simplistic. If not for the murder armor, he would have been covered in wounds by now. With a reduction of 5,000 soul points, he directly upgraded his combat skills. A surge of battle memories flooded into Wang Yingxiong's mind. As he briefly absorbed them, he became deeply immersed. Outside, Wang Yingxiong, who was locked in combat with the sky-devouring eagle, reversed his decline. The blade in his hand suddenly became much lighter, like a slender sword. Light. Swift. Clang. 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 With a gentle twist of his wrist, the murder sword danced out 3 strikes, a chop, a jab, and a sweep. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sky-devouring eagle spat a spirit bullet, its wing blades following closely, slashing in from both sides to encircle him and cut off all escape routes. Wang Yingxiong lightly tapped his feet, his body soaring 3 zhang into the air, easily dodging the spirit bullet. Then with a horizontal slash left and right, he rendered the wing blades futile. A flicker of confusion passed through the sky-devouring eagle's eyes. It felt that Wang Yingxiong had changed. Earlier he would have relied on his powerful defense to withstand the spirit bullet, but now he dodged, showing no panic at all. He seemed stronger. As time passed, Wang Yingxiong's actions confirmed the sky-devouring eagle's suspicions. Though the experience was slowly integrating, his combat became more fierce and his movements more agile. In the end, the sky-devouring eagle could not even touch Wang Yingxiong's body, while Wang Yingxiong seized every tiny flaw on the eagle and struck swiftly. Struck repeatedly, the sky-devouring eagle's defense was finally breached. Its golden feathers were slashed and scattered in the air. With a roar, the sky-devouring eagle inhaled a massive amount of spiritual energy, then spat out a spirit bullet hurtling toward Wang Yingxiong. The moment the spirit bullet was launched, Wang Yingxiong sensed it. His experience triggered an instinctive physical reaction. A slight step, a twist of his body, opening a gap, and the spirit bullet grazed past him. Then Wang Yingxiong saw that the spears of spiritual energy had reached 425 in number, with a total damage of a staggering 14046 points. Pull the spears. Wang Yingxiong shouted. The sky-devouring eagle wondered if this human had gone mad. But in an instant it felt a tightness throughout its body and a violent tearing pain inside. The sky-devouring eagle let out a piercing cry of agony. With a squelch, the sound abruptly ceased as the eagle burst into a mist of blood. The beast horde, stunned by the sight, halted in mid-flight. None of them knew what had happened. Had their leader self-destructed? Exploded just from a human's shout? They couldn't comprehend it, but it didn't stop them from fleeing. The beast horde now wished they had more wings. They were flying too slowly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Wang Yingxiong drew his last whisper bow and began shooting down birds. However, within minutes the beast horde had fled far away. This battle had only killed 125 beasts, netting him 125720 soul points. After cleaning up the battlefield before Wang Yingxiong could deal with the iron thorn trees, a swarm of obsidian ants rushed over. The obsidian ants were somewhat surprised to see Wang Yingxiong, but without much thought they charged at him in excitement. In their simple minds, with millions of brothers, why fear a single human? But the results told them they should indeed be afraid. Wang Yingxiong, still not satisfied, charged into the ant swarm with his blade. Amidst the flash of steel and blood, the obsidian ants fell in droves. The slaughter of their kin only ignited the obsidian ants' battle fervor. They launched suicidal attacks at Wang Yingxiong without fear, but he moved as if through an empty land. With leisurely steps, any ant that came near him was slain with a single blow. Finally, after a third of the obsidian ants had been slaughtered, true terror set in. They realized that Wang Yingxiong was an existence they couldn't overwhelm even with numbers, and they began to flee. Yet even in retreat, they showed no panic. The last obsidian ants stopped running to cover the escape of those ahead. Seeing this, Wang Yingxiong felt a twinge of emotion. Perhaps only creatures like these ants would behave in such a way. Despite his feelings, Wang Yingxiong's strikes did not lessen, instead they grew faster. If he slowed down, as Wang Yingxiong pursued the obsidian ants, beast cries came from the sky. Turning his head, he saw a dark mass in the distance. He wondered, are the beasts coming back to die again? Before Wang Yingxiong could think further, a message appeared in his mind sent by the nine-tailed spirit fox. It was because of his telepathic connection with the nine-tailed spirit fox that he had let it return to the beast horde. Now that ability proved useful. The message from the nine-tailed spirit fox was simple: run. The Beast King's lineage has arrived. According to the fox, the beast hierarchy consisted of the royal clan, the noble clan, and the common beasts. The noble clan included the nine-tailed spirit fox and the purple-winged crystal tiger, but the royal clan had only one kind, the dragon clan. These dragons were the same as the legendary dragons from Wang Yingxiang's world before his transmigration. Though he didn't know what bizarre and powerful abilities the dragons of the deep blue continent possessed, Wang Yingxiong decided to avoid their edge. He used the demon's phantom to become invisible and hid himself. Having killed 254 obsidian ants, he gained 108560 soul points. Looking at the ant corpses on the ground, their crystal cores still unabsorbed, worth nearly 10 soul points, Wang Yingxiong felt a pang of regret. I want to see what kind of creature can make me abandon so many crystal cores. Wang Yingxiong retreated far from the battlefield, waiting for the dragon's arrival. After a moment, dark clouds approached from afar, and Wang Yingxiong finally saw the beast formation clearly. Flying at the front were the fleeing beasts, followed by 5 azure dragons. Azure Dragon Beast Clan. Rank 4th tier. Fate Talent 100, Wind Element Affinity. Attack 999. 99. Defense 999. 99. Speed 99. 99. Alongside the 5 azure dragons were 3 three-legged golden crows. Golden Crow Beast Clan. Rank 4th tier. Fate Talent 100, Fire Element Affinity. Attack 999. 99. Defense 799. 99. Speed 99. 99. Behind them were other flying beasts. Is that all? Wang Yingxiong sneered. He wondered if the nine-tailed spirit fox, having been under dragon rule for so long, naturally thought them invincible. That won't do. I'm its master now, or it should think I'm invincible. Wang Yingxiong felt the need to properly educate the nine-tailed spirit fox. Wang Yingxiong gazed upon the azure dragons before him, utterly untroubled by any sense of danger. He even contemplated capturing a few. Would they taste better roasted or steamed? He stepped forward, intending to catch them off guard, when suddenly he spotted the terrestrial beast clans surging. The spectacle grew even more magnificent. Following the common beast tribes came the noble clans, and among them the nine-tailed spirit fox occupied a conspicuously prominent position. Meanwhile, dozens of dragon clans soared low overhead. These dragons possessed innate affinities for elemental forces, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and required no wings to glide just above the ground. Yet none of this mattered most. What truly seized Wang Yingxiong's attention was an extraordinary dragon, drifting languidly midair, its entire body sheathed in shimmering black-purple scales that gleamed like crystalline facets beneath the sun, dazzlingly radiant. And its attributes were even more astonishing. 5-clawed Golden Dragon Beast Clan. Rank 4th tier. Fate Talent 100, Affinity with gold, water, wood, and fire elements. Attack 999. 99. Defense 999. 99. Speed 99. 99. At that moment, Wang Yingxiong stood utterly speechless, his foot recoiling instantly. The sheer magnitude of this fate talent left him thunderstruck. This was but a first-tier awakening, yet it manifested not 1, but 4 fate talents. And each reached absolute perfect affinity. Among the human clans, even cultivators who ascended to the 9th tier might never achieve full 100 affinity with a single element. Yet this 5-clawed golden dragon awakened 4 at once. It was simply terrifying. Wang Yingxiong did not retreat out of cowardice, rather he deemed it unnecessary to act. Letting the beast clans blaze the trail was far more prudent. As he pondered this, the beast clans paused briefly at the battlefield, where Wang Yingxiong had previously slaughtered beasts and black obsidian ants, then devoured every corpse without waste, leaving him awestruck by their ruthless efficiency and ecological austerity. The beast clans pressed onward, and soon arrived before the iron thorn trees. At that instant the air stilled. Black obsidian ants crouched low, their sword-like forelimbs glinting with cold light. Though trembling slightly, they stood fully prepared for battle. Likewise, the iron thorn trees pulsed with spiritual energy, their iron-hard thorns radiating a deep, ominous luster. So sharp, they could sever hair with a whisper. A resonant hum pierced the silence. No one knew who gave the order, yet the iron thorn trees unleashed all their thorns in unison. Whoosh, whoosh. A blizzard of iron thorns blotted out the sun itself. The sky darkened in an instant. No. The beast formation held firm. Not a single rank faltered, as thousands of elephant-like beasts roared in unison, sending concentric waves of luminous energy rippling outward, coalescing into a vast blackened yellow semicircular spirit shield hovering above their vanguard. Immediately thereafter, hundreds of deer-like beasts emitted emerald-hued spiritual light, channeling it into the elephants. Light Shield Elephant Beast Clan. Rank 4th tier. Fate Talent Light Shield. Attack 599. 99. Defense 999. 99. Speed 69. 99. Light Shield projects a barrier whose defensive strength equals 4 times the caster's own. Rue Deer Beast Clan. Rank 4th tier. Fate Talent Deer Spirit Blessing. Attack 999. 99. Defense 499. 99. Speed 99. 99. Deer Spirit Blessing bestows blessing upon living beings, doubling all attributes. These were the stats of a single Light Shield elephant and Rue deer. The Light Shield alone was formidable beyond measure. Combined with the Deer Spirit Blessing, they formed an unparalleled war defensive behemoth. Tink, tink. As expected, the torrent of iron thorns struck the thousands of Light Shield elephants' barriers, only rippling gently across their surface like raindrops dissolving into the ocean, failing even to stir a meaningful wave. The iron thorn barrage lasted mere minutes, exhausting their entire supply. The iron thorn trees could not regenerate such thorns swiftly. Yet in response, tens of thousands of black obsidian ants launched a suicidal charge. While the beast clans reacted with lightning swiftness, 10 fire dragons and 3 golden crows ascended simultaneously to the front lines. Without visible movement, Wang Yingxiong felt the surrounding air sear with sudden oppressive heat. The fire element surged violently, spiritual fire energy, thickening until the very sky turned crimson. Especially above the black obsidian ants and iron thorn trees, the fire energy condensed into liquid form, hovering as a vast incandescent sea suspended in the heavens. Mid-charge, the ants instinctively raised their heads and beheld a vision of utter despair. The molten sea of fire plummeted downward, fracturing into countless blazing fireballs that crashed upon the ant swarm, igniting cataclysmic detonations that shook the earth. The black obsidian ants had no time to react, consumed instantly within the infernal conflagration. Meanwhile, the remaining torrents of liquid fire cascaded into the iron thorn grove, transforming into searing lances of flame. Within moments, the trees ignited, writhing in agony, as the boundless blaze engulfed them, leaving them no chance to escape. HSSSS. Wang Yingxiong drew a sharp breath. Within mere minutes, the fortress guarding the adamantine wood had been shattered, and the beast clans hadn't even exerted themselves. Witnessing this, he silently mourned for humanity. For before overwhelming power, all schemes and stratagems crumbled into pathetic insignificance. Even if humanity deployed formations again to encircle these beasts, the outcome was self-evident: humanity would fall, no guessing required. The beast clans stretched endlessly, a host exceeding 100,000, while humanity mustered barely 4,000 warriors, excluding those already fallen. How vast a formation would be needed to contain such a horde? It was utterly futile. Recalling Huang Xianhua's claim that humanity's objective was the Queen Ant's crystal core, Wang Yingxiong almost laughed. While the beast safeguarded the continent's fate, humanity schemed only over scraps of resources, and even those were mere fantasy. How tragic. At that moment, a profound sense of duty, pride, and honor settled upon him. It seems humanity's final dignity rests solely upon my shoulders. The scorching air soon dissipated, the fiery sea vanished from the sky, leaving the world cool and serene. Yet the battlefield where the black obsidian ants had charged now resembled a living hellscape. Craters pockmarked the ground, charred earth exuding the scent of roasted flesh. Wang Yingxiong absurdly felt a pang of hunger. Ugh! He violently shook his head, banishing the vulgar thought. This was no time for appetite. Sorrow, not hunger, was the proper response. Among the beast clans, a water dragon gestured, and rain descended from the heavens, extinguishing the last embers of war. Once the downpour ceased, the beast legions marched forward, trampling over the blackened corpses of the ants. Before Wang Yingxiong could rejoice, a detachment broke away to gather crystal cores. Even from deep beneath hardened fire-baked earth, their claws easily unearthed the vital cores of the iron thorn trees, presenting them reverently to the royal and imperial clans. Watching them casually toss the cores into their mouths, crunching them like rock candy, crisp and crackling, Wang Yingxiong felt as though he'd lost over 100 million coins. No, I refuse. They're mine. I'm stronger than ever now. I won't truly back down. If I run, can they even stop me? His eyes darted rapidly as he schemed anew. How to acquire soul points. Wang Yingxiong looked at the soul points, which stood at 243091, and directly consumed 100 to exchange for a teleportation pad, which he then placed beneath his feet. With this item, Wang Yingxiong felt he could act without restraint. The Beastmen army was not advancing quickly. It would take a considerable amount of time for the hundreds of thousands of troops to move far. Taking advantage of this time, Wang Yingxiong planned to perform 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations. You have drawn a short sword. Congratulations. You have drawn chainmail. Congratulations. You have drawn the talent of mimicry. Congratulations. You have drawn the boots of speed. Mimicry: copy the fate talent of a living being for your own use for a period of time, enhancing it by 10. Chainmail 40 defense. Boots of speed 2. 5 speed can be infused with spiritual energy to increase speed by up to 10. Seeing the 3 newly drawn items, all of high quality, the chainmail was already a treasure in the deep blue continent, and the boots of speed were even more powerful, effective at every level with a 10 speed increase that was quite substantial. The talent of mimicry was even more terrifying as it could directly copy someone else's fate talent. Although it could only be used for a limited time, it could yield surprising results when used unexpectedly. With enough soul points, he could directly level up. Wang Yingxiong did not hesitate in the slightest. Such a powerful talent would be an insult, if not upgraded. Ding. 110000. Mimicry. Copy the fate talent of a living being for your own use for a period of time, enhancing it by 50. Having paid the necessary price, he could make that talent his own. At this moment Wang Yingxiong was very excited. With this talent in hand, what fate talent in the world could he still envy? They would all be his. The usage method of mimicry was very simple. Within a certain range, Wang Yingxiong could use his spiritual energy to extract the fate talent projection of the target, then use the target's fate talent. If he wanted to make it his own, the only cost would be soul points. At this moment Wang Yingxiong was eager to experiment. Meanwhile, the Beastmen army had passed through the Iron Thorn Wood, now just a few kilometers away from him, a distance that was about right. Wang Yingxiong immediately used his instant step and blended into the herd of beasts. The space among the beast herd was quite spacious, with large gaps between each beast, allowing Wang Yingxiong to walk among them without any obstruction. In no time Wang Yingxiong approached a light shield elephant, which piqued his interest in its talent, so he decided to test mimicry on it. Wang Yingxiong's hands moved, as if pulling something, and a shield projection merged into his body, while the light shield elephant felt nothing at all during this process. But the next second Wang Yingxiong felt something very wrong. The moment the shield projection entered his body, he was forced out of the demon shadow, and was directly exposed among the beasts. What terrified Wang Yingxiong the most was that the demon shadow did not disappear due to his active attack, but simply became unusable. Moreover, all his other talents became unusable as well. Now the only talent Wang Yingxiong could use was, hey! The sudden appearance of Wang Yingxiong startled the light shield elephant, which instinctively stomped its feet. As the light shield elephant made this sound, the other beastmen collectively halted their advance, and the world fell silent for a moment, while all Wang Yingxiong could see was the gradually enlarging paw. Swish! Just as the paw of the light shield elephant was about to fall, Wang Yingxiong vanished on the spot. Thud! The earth trembled as the light shield elephant lifted its paw and found nothing on the ground, uttering a confused sound. After a brief pause, the beastmen army set off again. Meanwhile, in the place where Wang Yingxiong had placed the teleportation pad, he appeared there. At this moment Wang Yingxiong was sweating profusely. Fortunately, he had left a retreat in advance, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Buzz! The spiritual energy activated and the light shield appeared, forming a semicircle around him, amplifying his defense by 50, able to withstand attacks with a defense value of 6. Moreover, if Wang Yingxiong wanted to turn the light shield into his own talent this time, he would need to spend 1000 soul points. However, now he only had 3091 soul points, so he couldn't convert it. As Wang Yingxiong calmed down, he discovered another operation for mimicry. He realized he could decide the duration. With a thought, the light shield talent disappeared, and all of Wang Yingxiong's other talents returned. Feeling the return of so many talents, he felt a surge of happiness, realizing how simple happiness could be. However, with the cessation of mimicry, the light shield talent vanished, and Wang Yingxiong could no longer spend soul points to turn it into his own talent. At this moment Wang Yingxiong finally recognized that mimicry was merely a contest of true and false, using the same talent to see who was stronger, even though he had stolen the talent and subtly enhanced it. It seems that fighting among the beastmen is not suitable for using mimicry. After all, a single talent is not as flexible and varied as my multitude of combined talents. Wang Yingxiong thought of a method for using mimicry to accumulate more soul points in preparation for directly converting a coveted fate talent, realizing that it would not be very useful in actual combat. Having devised a development plan, Wang Yingxiong set off again, this time ready to eliminate foes without any Among the beastmen, the nine-tailed spirit fox sensed something and looked back. It had felt Wang Yingxiong's arrival earlier, and now it sensed him again, feeling anxious. I clearly told the master that it was too dangerous with the five-claw golden dragon here. Why is he still taking risks? Master, it's dangerous. The nine-tailed spirit fox urgently shouted in its mind. Don't worry, you must believe that the master is invincible. Just watch the performance. Wang Yingxiong was quite displeased. This little thing actually doubted him. He had completely forgotten the scene of his earlier frantic escape. Puff! A burst of blood light erupted, officially marking the start of Wang Yingxiong's massacre. Roar! The beastmen roared in fury, all glaring at the constantly darting figure. However, among the beastmen, those with area attack talents were afraid to use their fate talents, fearing that they might accidentally harm their own kind if they missed Wang Yingxiong. Yet the beastmen with elemental affinity had no such concerns. They wielded flame, swords, water knives, golden spears, and earth hammers, each acting like a heroic master, controlling flying swords, relentlessly pursuing Wang Yingxiong's figure. Boom! The five-claw golden dragon moved in an instant, appearing directly above Wang Yingxiong, as he was ambushing the beastmen, making no overt actions. Yet the world suddenly changed. Swish swish. The area where Wang Yingxiong was located was immediately enveloped by pillars of spiritual energy composed of gold, wood, water, and fire, sealing off that region. The five-clawed golden dragon made a grand entrance, directly trapping Wang Yingxiong in a prison of spiritual power. The prison, formed by pillars of gold, wood, water, and fire spiritual energy, sealed off an entire space. Bang! Wang Yingxiong attempted to use his instant step to escape the prison, but instead crashed into a pillar of spiritual energy and was bounced back. Looking at the pillars of spiritual energy, the space rippled like water waves, but as the pillar glimmered, the space Wang Yingxiong frowned. Since the instant step, a spatial ability, couldn't be used, it indicated that this prison also sealed off space. Yet there were also hundreds of beast tribes trapped inside. Roar! With a loud roar, the five-clawed golden dragon commanded the beast tribes within the prison to collectively charge at Wang Yingxiong. Whoosh! Inside the prison, the spiritual energy controlled by the five-clawed golden dragon lashed out like iron whips, striking Wang Yingxiong together with the beast tribes. Although trapped in the prison, Wang Yingxiong showed no signs of panic, for the teleportation square was usable, indicating that the five-clawed golden dragon seal was not complete. With a way out, Wang Yingxiong was naturally unafraid. Wielding a sword of murder that transformed into a large blade, Wang Yingxiong moved gracefully, dodging the five-clawed golden dragon's attacks while slaying the beast tribes. None of the beast tribes inside the prison were stronger than Wang Yingxiong. As time passed, their numbers gradually dwindled, and with each kill, Wang Yingxiong directly stored their corpses in his system backpack, as he had no time to retrieve the crystal sources on-site, so he had to take the bodies with him. Watching Wang Yingxiong's provocative actions, the five-clawed golden dragon displayed no expression in its majestic eyes, as if it were not its own side that was being slaughtered. However, the five-clawed golden dragon was not idle. It was frantically consolidating the 4 types of spiritual energy to strengthen its prison. After about 10 minutes, no other attribute of spiritual energy was left inside the prison. Wang Yingxiong could no longer absorb any spiritual energy from heaven and earth, but with the existence of ancient coins, the spiritual energy coins that erupted kept his spiritual power abundant. Puff! As the last beast tribe fell into a pool of blood, only Wang Yingxiong remained inside the prison. Buzz! In an instant, the fire spiritual energy within the prison erupted violently, transforming into fiery red lightning, striking towards Wang Yingxiong. Ding ding! The fire lightning directly struck the murder armor, sparking a flurry of sparks. In a short moment, the murder armor turned bright red, and Wang Yingxiong felt the intense heat. At that moment, the fire lightning suddenly vanished, and the surroundings transformed into icy water swords. What the hell? Wang Yingxiong cursed. Are they trying to create a dual environment of ice and fire to make me explode instantly? Without further ado, Wang Yingxiong slipped away immediately. Buzz! Under the watchful eyes of the beast tribes, Wang Yingxiong vanished without a trace, leaving them bewildered. Especially the five-clawed golden dragon, which initially thought Wang Yingxiong couldn't escape and believed he was trapped to death, now saw him flee, realizing that its subordinates had sacrificed themselves for nothing. It had never seen such a bizarre human technique, and it was furious but could only endure. Meanwhile, among the beast tribes, only the nine-tailed spirit fox was secretly delighted. Although many beast tribes were lost, seeing its master safe made it very happy. The beast tribes, though angry, were helpless. The five-clawed golden dragon had failed, but what could they do? Thankfully, the authority of the five-clawed golden dragon was still intact, preventing chaos among the beasts, who obeyed its orders and continued forward. Wang Yingxiong absorbed the crystal sources and continued his pursuit. However, when Wang Yingxiong approached the beast army again, before he could strike, a peculiar beast tribe appeared directly before him. Its speed was so fast that Wang Yingxiong only caught a glimpse of an afterimage before the beast was right in front of him. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong was bewildered because he was still in the state of the devil's shadow. Logically, no living being should be able to see him. But the next moment, with a roar from this beast, Wang Yingxiong realized it had indeed discovered him. Listening beast, 4th tier destiny talent, listening to the world. Attack power 399. Defense 999. 99. Speed 99. 99. This listening beast was simply a super scout. With it around, Wang Yingxiong's stealth abilities would be rendered useless. Indeed, at the moment the five-clawed golden dragon heard the listening beast's voice, it flew over directly, and the prison stood tall. In an instant, the fiery purgatory reappeared. With no other choice, Wang Yingxiong could only teleport away again. Returning to the teleportation square, Wang Yingxiong grew increasingly frustrated and decided to try again. However, in the next few attempts, he was detected by the listening beast, causing his plans to fall through. Thus, Wang Yingxiong had to give up on this method of harvesting experience. Unfortunately, he only gained 239380 soul points this time. Looking towards the direction the beast tribes departed, Wang Yingxiong decided to keep his distance and walk sideways. Crossing over the iron thornwood forest defense line, he saw another defense line. This defense line was not specially arranged, but formed naturally. Where it met the iron thornwood was a series of low hills. The hills appeared black and red, and as Wang Yingxiong got closer, he felt a wave of heat. As he stepped onto one, Wang Yingxiong felt an incredibly soft sensation, but his foot sank in, and with remarkable speed he dodged away. The spot where he stepped had lava flowing beneath, only to return to its black-red rocky texture in a moment. Wang Yingxiong was shocked. These hills were actually made of lava. Continuing to walk along the edge of the lava hills for over 10 miles, the scenery remained the same. However, he could see that inside the hills were a dozen volcanoes, each over 100 meters tall. The volcanoes were steaming, and although no lava flowed out, it was likely filled with lava inside. Seeing the endless scene of lava, Wang Yingxiong, feeling helpless, returned to the teleportation square and walked in another direction. If this path didn't lead anywhere, he would have to follow the beast tribes and scavenge for scraps. After walking a few miles, he reached the end of the Iron Thornwood Forest, which was no longer a natural barrier, but this place was also a defense line constructed by the Wood Tribe, but the Wood Tribe was peculiar, resembling willow trees. There weren't many of them, and their branches and twigs were scattered all over the ground. The pits on the ground were where their roots had been, but they had all been hollowed out. Observing this scene, Wang Yingxiong realized it was likely done by the human tribe. After some thought, he quickly moved forward. He had witnessed the beast tribe's methods, and the human tribe had only revealed a fraction of their strength. This final battlefield must have gathered all their might. Moreover, now holding over 200,000 soul points, encountering a favorable destiny talent, how could he not replicate it? Especially with the life and death power destiny talent of Lan Lingxin, Huang Qianhua's sword path, Qin Yongting's battle formation, and Feng Qi's illusion mist. All those were treasures. Just thinking about them becoming his own made Wang Yingxiong feel a surge of excitement. Just the thought of gathering all the formidable destiny talents of the Deep Blue Continent made Wang Yingxiong want to laugh with excitement. Is this what they call the sorrow of invincibility? But why does it feel so exhilarating? With all his strength, Wang Yingxiong dashed forward like the wind, leaving others only able to see a fleeting shadow. As he hurried along, Wang Yingxiong noticed a strange phenomenon. There were no ant tribes in sight along the way. By nightfall, he finally caught up with the human race's pace, only to find himself in the realm of the Diamond Wood. At this moment, the sky had darkened, yet the Diamond Wood still shone brightly, as though it were day. Under the illumination of the Diamond Wood, the veins of each leaf were clearly visible, each vein glittering with fluorescence, with liquid flowing within, creating a breathtaking spectacle. On the Diamond Wood, the figures of the ant tribe were clearly visible, bustling about, covering the entire area. Various nests were built among the branches, indicating that the ant tribe had turned the Diamond Wood into their home. Far away from the Diamond Wood, on a small hill, the human race had set up camp, and Wang Yingxiong stealthily approached. In a certain area, several leaders of the human race gathered together, their voices occasionally rising in discussion. Wang Yingxiong hurried over. Qin Yongting asked Qin Yongting, "Brother, we are now approaching the ant tribe's stronghold. What should we do next?" Qin Yongting replied slowly, "The beast race's army has also arrived, and their numbers far exceed ours. It's not wise to act impulsively, but let's observe their movements first. If they seize the opportunity before us, won't our efforts be in vain?" Zhang Zhizhuang said gruffly, his bulging muscles displaying his dissatisfaction. "After all the hard work I put in to secure a spot, how can we not aim high? Our human race is inherently weak. With just a few hundred of us against over 100,000 beasts, it's simply unrealistic. If we only obtain the peach of immortality because of our proactive efforts. I think our human race is inherently weak. With just a few hundred of us against over 100,000 beasts, it's simply unrealistic. If we only obtain the peach of immortality because of our proactive efforts. I think you're just too timid." Zhang Zhizhuang expressed his discontent. Before he could say more, Zixinhua chuckled softly. "Haha, I think Huang Didi is right. How many beasts can a big guy like you really take down? Are you saying you can single-handedly defeat those few dragons?" "You..." Zhang Zhizhuang was enraged, his eyes blazing with fury. "All right." Qin Yongting quickly interjected. "No more arguing. I understand Zhang Zhizhuang's thoughts. I also want to take down more beasts with such a great opportunity. But as Huang Qianhua said, we are too few. There are only about 2,000 of us. How can we kill over 100,000 beasts? Furthermore, the ant tribe below is not a disorganized mob. As we wait for the beast tribe and ant tribe to engage in a fierce battle, we must set up our battle formation to have a chance to fight back." Upon hearing Qin Yongting's analysis, everyone's eyes lit up. Observing their discussion, Wang Yingxiong couldn't help but want to laugh. Did they still want to argue? It seemed they had never faced the wrath of a five-clawed golden dragon. At that moment, Wang Yingxiong focused on Lan Lingxin and directly utilized her path. Before a black and white shadow could enter Wang Yingxiong's body, he teleported away. "Who?" Everyone shouted in unison, having seen a fleeting shadow, but upon closer inspection, there was no sign of anything unusual. "It's him. It must be that shameless scoundrel, that beast of a person." Lan Lingxin cursed, directly recalling the person who had stolen her crystal source. There must have been a living being eavesdropping nearby. The skill he used when leaving had spatial fluctuations. One among them, who had an affinity for spatial elements, spoke up. "I've never heard of such a destiny talent among the beast tribe." Zi Sinyu's eyes shimmered with thought. "Wang," everyone exclaimed in unison. "What on earth is he doing? If he possesses such a mysterious ability, how much trouble could he cause for the beast tribe?" Qin Yongheng's eyes flashed with envy. "Hee, there's no rush. Once we go out, we will surely meet again, and then we will settle the score." Qin Yongting's gaze was profound. At the teleportation spot, Wang Yingxiong's figure emerged, feeling that his destiny talent had transformed into the power of life and death. As spiritual energy flowed within him, he had the illusion that he could control life and death. Looking at the surrounding flowers and plants, Wang Yingxiong subtly moved his spiritual energy. As the power of life and death activated, the surrounding flowers and plants wilted, and withered green threads condensing in Wang Yingxiang's palm. In just a moment, all living beings within 100 meters had withered. No trace of green remained, while Wang Yingxiang had already condensed a small green ball in his hand. The small ball emitted a rich life aura, the surging life force resonating with every cell in Wang Yingxiang's body, making them cheer with joy, as if they were starving and eager to devour this life force. Without any hesitation, Wang Yingxiang directly absorbed the green small ball. The life force fused into his body, and the refreshing sensation made him exclaim, it was simply too comfortable. Every cell in Wang Yingxiang was in a frenzy, the small black hole devouring wildly, strengthening Wang Yingxiang's cells. With a slight movement, he was already 100 meters away, and once again green appeared in his line of sight. Wang Yingxiang's fingertips moved slightly, releasing strands of grayish-white spiritual energy. Any green plant touched by it instantly turned pale and withered. As Wang Yingxiang's spiritual energy reversed, green threads emerged from his body, causing the withered plants to gradually regain their green, but the spiritual energy consumed in this process surged several times. Wang Yingxiang realized that this power of life and death was a weapon for killing, not an auxiliary function for healing. It was quite adept at absorbing the life force of living beings and cutting down the life force of enemies with death force, but extracting life force from thin air to heal beings was somewhat ineffective. The grass restored by Wang Yingxiang's life force only returned to about 80 to 90%. Suddenly Wang Yingxiang thought of another method. With a slight movement of his spiritual energy, a section of grass withered, and the life force small ball condensed in his hand. Then the small ball transformed into threads and scattered, falling onto the grass that had not fully recovered, and surprisingly those plants returned to their original state, even more vibrant than before, taking its life to replenish its deficiencies. Wang Yingxiang couldn't help but admire the domineering nature of this power of life and death. Just thinking that it would soon belong to him made him feel delighted. But when Wang Yingxiang glanced again, he realized that this power of life and death required 1 million soul points. A full million. For Wang Yingxiang, who currently only had 200,000 soul points, life was indeed so difficult. Truly there is no greater sorrow in life than this. Sleep. In a fit of anger, Wang Yingxiang found a spot and directly lay down to sleep. The night passed without incident, and the next day dawned with renewed vigor. As if the previous night had never occurred, Wang Yingxiang continued his journey toward the adamantine wood, this time taking the path of the beast tribes. After more than 2 hours of leisurely travel, by the time Wang Yingxiang arrived, the beast tribe and the ant tribe had already clashed in battle. The five-clawed golden dragon and the golden crow, along with other royal and noble clans, stood to one side, seemingly overseeing the conflict. On the battlefield, the two armies fought, each relying on their own strengths. The ant tribe's advantage lay in fighting on their home turf with abundant resources and supplies, as well as numerical superiority. Naturally, their morale was high, and they charged like a force of tigers and wolves. The beast tribe, on the other hand, relied on their bizarre and unpredictable destiny talents. Countless powerful talents intertwined in a manner the ant tribe had never encountered, naturally placing them at a disadvantage. Yet despite this, the ant tribe, relying on their vast numbers and fearless charges, made it difficult for the beast tribe to advance even an inch. The primary combatants of the ant tribe were the obsidian ants. The smaller obsidian ants manipulated metal-attributed spiritual energy from a distance, bombarding the beast army, while the larger obsidian ants transformed into warriors charging at the front. For a time, not a single beast could cross their line to threaten the smaller ants. Roar! The light shield elephants bellowed, and the auspicious deer chanted softly. Layers of light shields transformed into films of light adhering to the beasts' bodies, instantly enhancing their defenses. Wang Yingxiang's divine gaze sharpened. Could the light shields be used in such a way? Why hadn't he sensed such manipulative information when he used them? Wang Yingxiang did not know the answer, but it taught him one thing: destiny talents were not fixed in a single form. With the shield enhancement provided by the light shield elephants, the beasts' fighting spirit soared. Spiritual energy infused their bodies, making their attacks even more ferocious. The ant tribe was not far behind. The smaller obsidian ants, with their affinity for the metal element, summoned metal spiritual energy, turning it into beams of golden light that enveloped their kind, enhancing their defenses. The metal element possessed not only formidable offensive power, but also considerable defensive capabilities. For a time, the beasts, bolstered by the light shield elephant's protection, lost their initial overwhelming dominance. The obsidian ant's strength had increased by 30 to 40 times or more. When converted into attack power, it was terrifyingly potent. The beast tribe and the ant tribe reached a stalemate. Watching from a distance, Wang Yingxiang's eyes gleamed as he saw the fallen beasts and obsidian ants on the battlefield. In his eyes, they sparkled like gold. The bodies lying on the ground were nothing but soul points. Wang Yingxiang's eyes darted around cunningly. He wanted to scavenge the battlefield, even though the battle was not yet over. At that moment, ant figures were still bustling about on the adamantine wood. The leaves of the tree glistened under the sunlight, and the surrounding spiritual energy was slowly being absorbed by it. Wang Yingxiong was puzzled. He could understand why the ant army hadn't deployed in full force. They were stalling to allow the ant queen to break through successfully. But why wasn't the beast tribe anxious either? Could the five-clawed golden dragon truly bear to let its subjects die in vain? It could end this with a single powerful move, yet it chose to let its people sacrifice their lives. Besides, if they delayed any longer, the ant queen might successfully advance. Then a fifth-order existence would surely wreak havoc on everyone present. Still, this was fine. Without the five-clawed golden dragon joining the fight, Wang Yingxiong could fish in troubled waters. Activating Demon Shadow to become invisible, Wang Yingxiong infiltrated the battlefield. Amidst the rampant killing intent and rivers of blood, he dodged various attacks, while continuously collecting the corpses of beasts and ants. The battle raged on, and both sides were fully engrossed in their bloodlust. They paid no attention to the minor disturbances around them. The beast leaders were all at the rear, unable to see the subtle details within the battlefield. Bang! Just as Wang Yingxiong was about to pick up an obsidian ant corpse, he was suddenly struck by a flying beast revealing his figure. The beasts and ants on the battlefield were momentarily puzzled by the sudden appearance of a human. But now, with eyes red from slaughter, they cared not where he came from. If he wasn't one of their own, he was the enemy. Roar! Facing the roaring beasts and ants charging at him, Wang Yingxiong could only sigh. I really just wanted to pick up some scraps. Forced into battle, he showed no mercy. A flash of his blade, and an obsidian ant along with a long-armed ape were cleaved in two at the waist. Then the 1,000 jade seal flew out from the obsidian ant's body and merged into Wang Yingxiong. Simultaneously, the tiny black holes within each of his cells began frantically devouring spiritual energy. Along with the 1,000 jade seal, Wang Yingxiong's attributes were greatly enhanced. Having gained his first harvest of the day, Wang Yingxiong was delighted. With a slight movement of his feet, he executed a flash step, appearing elsewhere in the next instant. Now Wang Yingxiong stopped hiding. In full view of the obsidian ants and beasts, he began collecting corpses. This act greatly enraged both sides. To collect the corpses of their kin, possibly even their loved ones, right before their eyes. Who wouldn't be furious? Roar! Instantly both sides charged like enraged bulls in heat, determined to brutally destroy this sudden third party. Courting death, Wang Yingxiong showed no leniency. Amidst afterimages, blood splattered. Before the bodies could even hit the ground, he had already stored them in his backpack, then swiftly vanished to another location. Suddenly missing some of their kin, the obsidian ants and beasts in the rear were puzzled, but they clearly heard the ones ahead shouting, "He defiled our comrades' corpses." This was unacceptable. Killing was one thing, a matter of inferior skill. But to desecrate the dead in front of them was an outright insult. Thus it became a blood feud. Though it was already a blood feud, this crossed a line. Roar! Roars echoed one after another. Both sides, now seething with rage, fully unleashed all their spiritual energy, abandoning all restraint, to fight with abandon. Madness in battle is highly contagious. Though other beasts and ants didn't know what had happened, with eyes already red from slaughter, who had time to think? They simply charged in. Witnessing this from afar, Wang Yingxiong was somewhat shocked. What had happened to make both sides so frenzied? He decided to leave quickly and return when things had calmed down a bit. After all, such intense fighting was too disruptive to his collection of crystal essence. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yingxiong flickered away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the blaze of battle had in mere moments radiated across the entire field, escalating the conflict by several levels. The five-clawed golden dragon and the other beasts were greatly astonished. They had only ordered probing attacks to gauge each other's strength. How had it turned into a fight to the death? At this rate, all the beasts would die before even reaching the base of the adamantine wood. The ant tribe, however, reacted in the opposite manner. Believing the beast tribe had launched a full-scale assault, a massive number of ants swarmed down from the adamantine wood, with some special ants even flying in from the sky. A true great war was on the verge of erupting. The sudden increase in the ant tribe's troops made the beast tribe realize that if the ant tribe wanted to engage in a decisive battle, could it be that the ant queen was on the verge of a breakthrough? Yet the fluctuations of spiritual energy on the diamond wood were calm, not resembling the scene of an impending breakthrough. At this moment, no one was there to explain to the five-clawed golden dragon. Roar! The five-clawed golden dragon shouted, and a portion of the royal family also joined the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, the human race wore expressions of disbelief. Although one could only vaguely see the battle scene from here, the beast tribe and the ant tribe were clearly increasing their numbers, which was evident. Chen Yongheng said with some confusion, "Is the beast tribe planning to directly break through? That's not in line with strategy." This. Chen Yongting was momentarily speechless. He couldn't make sense of it either. It shouldn't be the case. The five-clawed golden dragon and some core royal members are still in the rear, not participating in the battle. They are likely just expanding the scale of the war to further force out the hidden strengths of the ant tribe. Huang Qianhua analyzed. Huang, your reasoning is sound, but we cannot rule out the possibility that the beast tribe might use unconventional means this time. Zi Xinyue lightly parted her lips. Everyone found this reasoning plausible. Zhang Zhizhuang boisterously stated, "If you ask me, we should join in amidst the chaos. A three-way melee would be quite advantageous." Looking at the burly Zhang Zhizhuang, everyone collectively rolled their eyes, not wanting to pay him any mind. You are all so late-alike, hesitating and fussing. If you don't hurry, the ant tribe will let the beast tribe finish them off, and then we'll get nothing. Zhang Zhizhuang, being a warlike individual, continued to incite the crowd, unfazed by the mockery from others. Only battle could unleash his passion. Can you stop stuffing your head with just muscles? Could you not have a little more brains? Zi Xinxiang scolded. Moreover, just now Huang said that the beast tribe hasn't deployed their whole army yet. If we all rush in at once, what if the beast tribe surrounds us? You can die alone, but we don't want to die in vain. You. Zhang Zhizhuang was momentarily at a loss for words, snorting coldly and no longer speaking. Everyone's eyes sparkled with amusement. It was rare to see Zhang Zhizhuang so quiet. Alright, I understand Zhang Zhizhuang's eagerness to slay the beast tribe, but there's no need to rush. We need to discuss this. Zi Xingyue quickly intervened to smooth things over so as not to let Zhang Zhizhuang lose face. Hearing this, Zhang Zhizhuang's expression softened slightly. Then let's discuss our next plan. Chen Yongting said with a smile. Seeing the violent individual tamed by these two was quite a relief. The battlefield was escalating, and as the instigator Wang Yingxiong was in a hidden location absorbing crystal 500, 300. After absorbing it all, a smile appeared in Wang Yingxiong's eyes. Feeling quite pleased at this time, it brought him a total of 47980 soul points. Once again he struck it rich. However, Wang Yingxiong was still unsatisfied. Looking at the countless corpses strewn about, there were thousands of them, and he hadn't even collected half. This was a disgrace for a professional corpse collector. But the battlefield was too fierce. Wang Yingxiong could only suppress the restlessness within him. After a moment, he turned his gaze and sent a message to the nine-tailed spirit fox. Among the beast tribe, the nine-tailed spirit fox suddenly perked up its ears, eyes filled with suspicion, and stealthily looked back, only to hurriedly turn back the next moment. Your Majesty, I see that the warriors are greatly exhausted, and the ant tribe has ample reinforcements. If this continues, we will suffer losses. Why not retreat first, rest, and recuperate before fighting again to alleviate our side's fatigue? The nine-tailed spirit fox spoke in beast language. The five-clawed golden dragon, upon hearing this, glanced at the battlefield. The ant tribe's army was arriving in waves, and the injured ants were retreating under the cover of reinforcements, refreshing the combat power on the battlefield. On the beast tribe's side, fatigue began to show. They had thrown all their forces into the battle at once, and now their spiritual energy was exhausted and their stamina depleted. Although some royal family members participated, their contribution was minimal. In just a short while, the momentum of the beast army was largely shattered. Once the beast tribe completely ran out of spiritual energy and strength, it would be a one-sided massacre by the ant tribe. Then let it be as the spirit fox said. Recall the troops. With a loud roar from the five-clawed golden dragon, several beams of spiritual light transformed into pillars of spiritual energy, dividing the most intense areas of the battlefield. Seeing the suddenly appeared pillars of spiritual energy, the ants sensed danger, immediately stopping the battle, cautiously watching the pillars and retreating to a distance they deemed safe. The beast tribe had already received the five-clawed golden dragon's orders, and seeing the arrival of the pillars of spiritual energy, began to retreat. At this moment, a special sound wave also emanated from the diamond wood, prompting the ant tribe to begin an orderly retreat. Both sides ceased fighting. Look, they have stopped fighting. A gasp arose among the human race, and everyone halted their discussions, looking towards the battlefield. It seems Huang Qianhua's analysis is sensible. The beast tribe is still employing siege tactics, first attempting a few waves of charges, then launching a general assault. In that case, we still have time to prepare, and everything will proceed according to the original plan. Chen Yongting issued orders. Yes. Everyone responded softly. On the battlefield, life was stripped away, leaving only a scene of devastation and corpses, and Wang Yingxiong's eyes sparkled at the sight of those bodies. For others, these were merely meat, but for Wang Yingxiong they represented something more. They were small amounts of currency. Among the beast tribe, the creatures returned, each bearing injuries and exuding a weak aura. However, the beast tribe was not lacking in those with healing abilities. Moonlight White Goat level 4. Destiny talent Moonlight Guidance. Attack power 999. Defense power 489. 80. Speed 63. 58. This was one of the Moonlight White Goat's attributes, and it was quite excellent. Several hundred Moonlight White Goats gathered together, operating their spiritual energy, doubling the attributes of the auspicious deer, and began to unleash their destiny talents. As the spiritual energy circulated, wisps of white spiritual clouds formed like moonlight, cascading down to create a misty atmosphere. The spiritual moonlight coalesced into clouds, descending fine threads that integrated into the bodies of the beast tribe, akin to rain falling from the sky. As the spiritual moonlight merged into the bodies of the beast tribe, they each appeared relaxed, closing their eyes and collapsing on the ground, wearing looks of enjoyment. With the infusion of spiritual moonlight, their wounds began to stop bleeding and scab over, and their own auras stabilized. Taking advantage of this moment, Wang Yingxiong could no longer hold back, quietly sneaking towards the human direction. Having just acquired the soul points, he had a new target. If this worked, he was confident he could collect all the crystal sources on the battlefield. At this moment among the human race except for a few on watch, everyone was diligently cultivating and adjusting their states to ensure they were in optimal condition at all times. Wang Yingxiong didn't expend much effort before he found this target Feng Qi. Feng Qi was cultivating in a corner where there were not many people. Wang Yingxiong directly took out the absorption collar, which contained several illusions and charms of the nine-tailed spirit fox, and directly used the illusions on all 4 people cultivating in this area. Indeed, without expending any effort, the group fell into an illusion while cultivating. The illusion was unleashed, and everyone fell into it unprepared and defenseless. Immediately Wang Yingxiong copied Feng Qi's fated talent and absorbed it into himself. Just as Wang Yingxiong was about to leave, Feng Qi suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment they stared at each other, and as Feng Qi was about to shout, Wang Yingxiong quickly pressed the blade against his throat. At the same time a mist rose, altering the surrounding scenery to prevent others from discovering the anomaly here. Shoo! Wang Yingxiong made a gesture for silence and said, "Don't speak, I won't kill you." Wang Yingxiong was not a person who killed recklessly. Having just stolen someone else's fated talent, it would be rather unscrupulous to kill the person without any enmity. At this moment the shock in Feng Qi's heart was beyond words. He had been diligently cultivating when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. After all, his fated talent was to create illusions. Being invaded by an illusion felt too familiar, prompting him to awaken quickly. Upon awakening, he saw a being clad in menacing armor with only 2 eyes visible, presumably human. This armored man then pressed a knife against his throat and utilized his own fated talent, the mist. To his astonishment, his own mist had no effect on the armored man, making him question his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? Whose fated talent is the mist? At that moment Feng Qi recalled the shadow from last time, who also possessed this peculiar ability to absorb his fated talent and had used it elsewhere. Now Feng Qi desperately wanted to ask the armored man if he was Wang Yingxiong, but as he opened his mouth his survival instinct told him not to inquire. Even if he was certain he shouldn't ask, if he were killed for such a reason it would be a huge loss. Seeing Feng Qi obediently nod, Wang Yingxiong felt gratified. Then while Feng Qi was distracted, he swiftly struck him on the neck, knocking him unconscious. Wang Yingxiong gently laid him down on the ground and began to check the soul points needed to transform the mist. To his surprise, it only required 500,000 soul points, and with over 700,000 soul points on hand, he smiled wickedly and proceeded to transform. 500,000. Mist alters vision and perception, creating an illusion. Wang Yingxiong felt elated. He had acquired the fated talent he desired. After the mist transformed into Wang Yingxiong's talent, he could once again use his other talents. He knocked out the other 3 to prevent them from going berserk in the illusion and directly vanished in an instant. Without the support of spiritual energy, the mist could only last a short time. Once it dissipated, the lookout discovered the 4 unconscious bodies on the ground. Something's wrong, the lookout shouted, startling everyone awake. Chen Yongting and the others quickly rushed over to awaken the unconscious 4. Wasn't I cultivating? What happened? Ouch, my neck hurts. What are you all doing? Besides Feng Qi, the other 3 looked at the crowd surrounding them in confusion. You all fainted. Do you know what happened? Chen Yongting inquired. Fainted? I have no idea, the 3 exclaimed in surprise. Feng Qi rubbed his sore neck and said, "It must have been Wang Yingxiong who came dressed in black menacing armor. He used a method similar to my mist to trap us. Because I am sensitive to this kind of aura, I awakened quickly and saw him. After realizing I was awake, he used the mist to alter the visuals and terrain here, making it seem as if we were quietly cultivating, and then knocked me unconscious." Mist? Isn't that your fated talent? How could that beast Wang Yingxiong use it? Lan Lingxin questioned. Chen Yongting and the others widened their eyes, and after receiving Feng Qi's affirmative nod they gasped in shock. Speculating was one thing, having it confirmed was another. The crowd's cryptic conversation left Lan Lingxin puzzled and angrily glancing at Huang Qianhua, who quickly explained the situation to her. Meanwhile, Wang Yingxiong unleashed the Devil's Shadow and rushed onto the battlefield without losing speed. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and swarming with flies, yet neither the Ant Clan nor the Beast Clan dared to step in. They were all adjusting and recovering their strength. This was a golden opportunity for Wang Yingxiong. The newly acquired mist now had a stage to showcase its power. The mist rose directly, altering the visibility within 100 meters. Outside, if one did not focus intently, they would not notice anything unusual. Wang Yingxiong grinned wickedly. This time, he didn't even need to store the bodies in the system backpack to extract the crystal source. He could extract directly while absorbing, humming a tune, relishing the feeling of no one competing with him. While extracting, Wang Yingxiong casually discarded the Beast Clan items he couldn't eat or didn't like from the system backpack, cleaning it out. In a moment this area was thoroughly looted, and Wang Yingxiong directed the mist to slowly advance, and thus the humans, beasts, and ants never imagined that someone was cleaning the battlefield right under their noses. 2 hours later, Wang Yingxiong returned comfortably to his original hiding spot, unable to conceal the smile on hee ha. His laughter was dazed, his expression blank, which was quite frightening. I've struck it rich. At a certain moment, Wang Yingxiong finally returned to his senses. Though his voice was suppressed, one could clearly feel his desire to roar out. This time Wang Yingxiong cleared the battlefield and gained a total of 4752600 soul points, 4,752,600 soul points. I've struck it rich. At this moment Wang Yingxiong wanted to howl at the sky, daring anyone to look down on a scavenger. Here he was just picking up a windfall and becoming wealthy. Over 4 million soul points. Wang Yingxiong had never possessed so many before, and for a moment he was at a loss as to how to use them. Looking at it now, apart from Frost Nirvana, there was nothing else that could be upgraded. Even the newly acquired Mist could not be enhanced for now. He decided not to rush upgrading Frost Nirvana. He regretted hurrying it last time. It was better to keep it for refresh. Now that he had absorbed the talents of others, Wang Yingxiong even dismissed the idea of drawing lots. It was much better to directly copy talents. Copy. Hey! Wang Yingxiong suddenly discovered the usage of soul points, his gaze drifting towards the human direction. But thinking that they had just gone there, they must be tense right now. There was no rush to go, let them have some calm time. Then he'll go to the Beast Clan. With so many fated talents from the five-clawed golden dragon, all being elemental affinities, Wang Yingxiong also possessed, that allowing him to count as having a magic-type profession. With a light chuckle, Wang Yingxiong stepped towards the Beast Clan. With the wind rushing beneath him, Wang Yingxiong quickly approached the territory of the Beast Clan. But before he could get closer, a familiar beast, the listening beast, dashed towards him. Overcome with pride, Wang Yingxiong suddenly remembered the presence of this creature among the Beast Clan, feeling a wave of regret. Yet he also felt fortunate that he was still a couple of miles away from the battlefield where it could not sense him. Seeing the five-clawed golden dragon and the royal family swiftly approaching, Wang Yingxiong initially thought to turn and leave. But in an instant he cast a strange glance at the listening beast. Under Wang Yingxiong's intense gaze, the listening beast suddenly felt a tightening sensation and whimpered softly as it retreated, realizing its combat power was too weak and it was better to maintain a safe distance. Buzz. At that moment the five-clawed golden dragon had also arrived and the spirit pillar prison had been deployed, followed by various attacks from the other beasts. In a critical moment, the man directly replicated the fate talent of the listening beast and then activated the teleportation array to leave. Next time I will seize your fate talent. Wang Yingxiong's arrogant words echoed through the land, soon to be drowned out by a barrage of flashy attacks. The five-clawed golden dragon let out an angry roar. This time it was truly furious, having been provoked by this human too many times, and each time he managed to escape with ease, which was a blow to its dignity. Nine-tailed spirit fox, why didn't you charm him and trap him in an illusion? The enraged five-clawed golden dragon questioned the nine-tailed spirit fox. Your Majesty, I tried, but I couldn't trap him. The nine-tailed spirit fox protested pitifully. Huh. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes widened like lanterns as if it wanted to see if the fox was lying. Your Majesty, the nine-tailed spirit fox did not deceive you. I saw it release its power, and that human showed no reaction. A golden crow defended the nine-tailed spirit fox. Humph! The five-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly and turned to leave, feeling quite displeased. It had originally intended to find an outlet to vent its frustration and maintain its dignity, but they had embarrassed it instead. Clear the battlefield and attack again. Not long after, the five-clawed golden dragon issued another command. Roar! 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 The Beast Clan roared their momentum grand. The sentinels of the Ant Clan noticed the movements of the Beast Clan and quickly rallied their forces, readying their formations. The Human Clan also observed, aiming to assess the situation. However, the Beast Clan entered the battlefield spreading out while not encroaching even half a step beyond the center of the battlefield, lowering their heads to begin feeding. The Ant Clan was taken aback by this maneuver from the Beast Clan, but the next moment they received orders to enter the battlefield using the center as a boundary to harvest the corpses. But moments later, both the Beast Clan and Ant Clan realized something was off. Oh, where were the crystal cores among the corpses? Without crystal cores, what was the point in eating the corpses? They were not crunchy at all. Roar! The beasts voiced their resentful dissatisfaction. The five-clawed golden dragon and others arrived at the battlefield, looking at the ground filled with corpses stripped of their crystal cores. Their anger intensified, instantly recalling that detestable human. Despite the anger boiling within, it was of no use. They could still fill their bellies without the crystal cores, and wasting them was not an option. On the other side, Wang Yingxiong reappeared at the teleportation array. Humph, if you think you can hold me back, you're still too naive. Wang Yingxiong said proudly, and with a thought he directly consumed 300 soul points to transform the listening beast's talent, listening to heaven and earth, into his own. Listening to heaven and earth, any anomalies within a radius of 1 mile cannot escape your perception. As the new talent fused into his body, Wang Yingxiong felt the world around him change immediately. His perception instantly multiplied, and with careful sensing, he could detect the slightest movement of the wind and grass around him. 100 meters away, a small bug was feeding on a wilted leaf. Wang Yingxiong's spiritual energy stirred, and his perception surged. Closing his eyes, in an instant it felt as if he was beside that bug, and he could clearly see its movements in his mind. Opening his eyes, Wang Yingxiong appeared before the bug in a flash, surprised to find it identical to the one in his mind. Wang Yingxiong felt delighted. The troublesome talents of his enemies would ultimately become his own. Using others' talents left them with no abilities to use. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Onward talents, I am coming. Wang Yingxiong transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping continuously toward the Beast Clan. In just over 10 minutes the Beast Clan finished feeding and rested for more than half an hour. As dusk approached they launched another fierce attack. The Ant Clan on high alert remained unfazed by this move from the Beast Clan, as they too were planning a surprise attack only to have the Beast Clan beat them to it. Look, the Beast Clan and Ant Clan are fighting again, a human sentinel exclaimed. It seems this should be the Beast Clan's last feint. Indeed, Qin Yongheng said. What are we waiting for? Let's get moving. Zhang Zhizhuang pounded his fist's excitement on his face. Qin Yongting didn't want to pay him any mind, and said, tomorrow they will launch their main attack. According to the original plan, we act tonight. Understood. Everyone responded affirmatively. On the battlefield, this time most of the royal family was mobilized with a golden crow joining the fray. In the sky flames soared, fireballs and fire lines fell like shooting stars, crashing down on the Ant Clan's rear and causing widespread devastation. The Air Force led by the sky-devouring eagle unleashed their fate talents, as if they cost nothing, not holding back any spiritual energy, eager to pour out all their power. Several dragons also drew upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and unleashed various attribute-based attacks, striking in unison with the Golden Crow. In an instant the Ant Clan, caught off guard, suffered heavy losses. However, the Ant Clan quickly recovered. The Beast Clan possessed ranged attack capabilities, and they too were not like. Although the small black obsidian ants had lower elemental affinity than the Golden Crows, their numbers compensated for the Meanwhile, over 1,000 new type ants flew in from the direction of the Diamond Wood. Flying Golden Ant Level 4 Fate Talent 50-fold Strength, Flying Golden Stinger Attack, Power 999. Defense 799. 99 Speed 99. These flying golden ants were different from other ant clans. Their bodies were entirely golden, their wings delicate, like cicada wings, and their tails bore stingers like bees. In a flash the flying golden ants reached the edge of the battlefield. Before they could officially join the fray, a buzzing sound was heard as the stingers at their backs condensed golden divine light, shooting into the beast horde like lasers. Swish, swish, puff. The golden divine light was incredibly fast and sharp, piercing through the Beast Clan even under the protection of their light shields. In an instant 500 to 600 beasts fell. The morale of the Ant Clan surged, and the small black obsidian ants simultaneously enveloped the flying golden ants with golden spiritual energy, enhancing their defense and attack. With the support of the aerial forces, the Ant Clan's combat power surged dramatically. However, the Beast Clan was not to be underestimated. Under the leadership of the devouring Sky Eagle, the air forces of both clans soon engaged in direct confrontation. As the battle erupted in the skies, the situation on the ground also escalated, with blood and roars filling the air. Make it fiercer, make it more intense. Wang Yingxiong thought to himself, the more fiercely they fought, the more lives would be lost, and that would create opportunities for him, the Scavenger King. Under the assault of tens of thousands of Beast Clan air forces, the 1,000 flying golden ants were unable to turn the tide. They could only endure the beating. In just over 10 minutes the flying golden ants suffered heavy losses, leaving barely a few dozen. Watching the flying golden ants being slaughtered, there was no further support from the King Kongwood side, as if this troop had been exhausted. Fortunately, the Ant Clan possessed a vast land army, with the black obsidian ants pouring into the battlefield in droves, as if they were free. Although the battlefield was grand in scale, without Wang Yingxiong as a catalyst, they were not desperate to fight immediately, resulting in a rare balance between the two sides. Wang Yingxiong watched this scene with gritted teeth, wishing he could rush in and display his skills. But it was uncertain whether the Beast Clan was aware of the previous battle, where someone caused chaos. The listening beast circled in the air, with a golden eagle observing the battle below. Even if Wang Yingxiong wanted to intervene again, he had no way. After all, the distance from the teleportation platform to here was too long. By the time he returned, the battle would have ended and the battlefield would have been cleaned up, which wasn't worth it. The battle continued until nightfall, and under the guidance of the 5-clawed golden dragon's spiritual energy pillar, both clans ceased hostilities. Wang Yingxiong quickly stood up, smiling, as it was now his moment to perform. However, before Wang Yingxiong could act, he witnessed a scene that made him furious. Shameless. That's mine. Wang Yingxiong let out a furious roar. He saw that during the ceasefire the Beast Clan was the first to retreat, taking the corpses around them. Then the Ant Clan. Just moments later both clans retreated, leaving nothing on the battlefield but the blood-soaked earth and the scars of war. Wang Yingxiong's coveted crystal source was gone. Wang Yingxiong was furious, but it was of no use. The Beast Clan had already begun to feast. I'll let you off this time. After all, opportunities for scavenging don't come by often. Wang Yingxiong consoled himself and turned to head towards the human clan's position, feeling dissatisfied. He decided to first secure the fate talent of Lan Lingxin. However, when Wang Yingxiong arrived at the human clan's position, he was taken aback. The human clan had vanished, leaving only devastation behind. Did they flee to avoid me? Wang Yingxiong seriously suspected they had run away to avoid him. Now his mood was even worse. With the human clan gone, how could he search for them? As Wang Yingxiong was troubled, he suddenly thought of the new talent he had just obtained which could come in handy. With spiritual energy flowing, he fully activated the listening of heaven and earth, and instantly Wang Yingxiong felt as if he had entered a god's perspective, sensing any movements within a mile radius. However, after searching for a long time, he still found no sign of the human clan. After a moment, Wang Yingxiong stopped searching and looked around at the traces, surprisingly, finding no indication of where the human clan had left, leaving him at a loss. Forget it, I'll just go mingle with the lovely beast clan. Wang Yingxiong had no choice but to return. He had hurried back from the teleportation platform, and he couldn't leave without any gains. Worst case, he would run a few more times. It wasn't like he hadn't done it before, and he boldly charged towards the beast clan. This time Wang Yingxiong swaggered into the beast clan, not bothering to hide, appearing directly. As expected, the listening beast was the first to sense Wang Yingxiong's approach, as it was too familiar with him. Similarly, Wang Yingxiong was also very clear about the movements of the listening beast. He knew that it had come directly from the center of the beast clan. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong realized that sharing the same fate talent with the enemy felt quite good. You can find me, and I can find you, neither side loses. Faced with Wang Yingxiong's swagger, the listening beast was a bit surprised, causing it not to call out immediately. However, with such a large figure as Wang Yingxiong, the beast clan could see him without any reminder from the listening beast. Especially the five-clawed golden dragon, seeing Wang Yingxiong was particularly exciting, like reuniting with a long-lost brother. It instantly lunged at Wang Yingxiong with a burst of flames, giving him a fiery embrace. Huh. Wang Yingxiong looked on with disdain. The reason he came out in the open this time was to wait for the five-clawed golden dragon. Watching it breathe fire, Wang Yingxiong did not dodge at all, because his goal this time was to replicate the fire element affinity of the five-clawed golden dragon. The essence of the other's path activated, and the fiery shadow entered Wang Yingxiong's body. In an instant, he felt many scorching particles appearing between heaven and earth, eager to return to his embrace, like children. Since you want to come, then come. Wang Yingxiong called out loudly, and with a thought, the spiritual energy within him instantly linked with the fire elements in the world. Under Wang Yingxiong's control, the fire elements danced out, forming a fiery barrier around him. The flames of the five-clawed golden dragon could not break through Wang Yingxiong's fiery barrier. The attack was ineffective against him. At this moment, a flicker of surprise passed through the five-clawed golden dragon's eyes. It could not believe that this adept at escaping human clan was actually controlling the power of fire. How many fate talents did he possess? Wasn't it said that the human clan only had one fate talent? The five-clawed golden dragon was somewhat confused, but this small confusion did not hinder its inner rage from being unleashed. This time the five-clawed golden dragon did not use the spiritual energy pillar again, as it knew it could not control him that way, and it would just make it flee. Instead, it decided to engage in a direct fight. Thus, the five-clawed golden dragon attacked Wang Yingxiong with fire water jets and golden blades. At the same time, Wang Yingxiong did not retreat immediately. He wanted to see how much power this fire element could unleash in his hands. Facing the attack of the five-clawed golden dragon, Wang Yingxiong condensed a long whip of elemental spiritual energy, continuously striking to deflect the attacks one by one. Then Wang Yingxiong continuously controlled the flames to condense various weapons to launch attacks against the five-clawed golden dragon. At this moment, he resembled a child with a new toy, playing with unimaginable and bizarre attacks. However, despite showcasing his skills, Wang Yingxiong's base damage was still too low. His combat power could not reach the same level as the five-clawed golden dragon, and he soon fell into a disadvantage. Boom. In an instant, Wang Yingxiong was caught off guard, and a golden blade struck directly at his chest, leaving a mark on his armor. Then an overwhelming barrage of attacks came at him. Wang Yingxiong's expression remained unchanged as he activated the teleportation platform to escape. During the battle with the five-clawed golden dragon, Wang Yingxiong had already consumed 1,000,000 soul points to convert the fire element affinity into his own talent. However, even with the ability to utilize other talents, Wang Yingxiong could not evade the pursuit of the five-clawed golden dragon with his instant step, so the quickest and safest way to leave was to activate the teleportation platform. Wang Yingxiong did just that. Returning to the location of the teleportation platform, he cursed under his breath, but as night fell, he had no desire to continue traveling and decided to rest here until tomorrow. With nothing to say throughout the night, early the next morning Wang Yingxiong hastily made his way towards the direction of the diamond wood after only eating a flat peach. By the time Wang Yingxiong arrived, the beast clan had already crossed yesterday's battlefield and advanced another 2 or 3 miles towards the diamond wood, nearly reaching its foot. It turned out that as soon as dawn broke, the beast clan launched another attack. This time the ant clan had thought the beast clan would just be playing around like yesterday. They never expected that although ordinary beasts were charging in the front, the dragon and royal clans would suddenly launch. Caught off guard, the ant clan was instantly slaughtered by more than half, and having lost the initiative, they could only be pursued and attacked by the beast clan until reinforcements from the ant clan arrived from the diamond wood, allowing them to catch their breath and preventing the beast clan from directly storming their stronghold. Watching the distant battle, the happiest one was undoubtedly Wang Yingxiong, as the beast clan focused solely on charging forward, leaving the ant corpses on the ground unattended. Haha, heaven is helping me. Wang Yingxiong laughed heartily and plunged into the chaos of gathering crystal sources. But just as Wang Yingxiong was enjoying himself, he suddenly sensed something approaching him, accompanied by the sounds of the... Looking up, Wang Yingxiong smirked. It turned out to be an old friend. He saw the Di-Ting beast charging towards him like an arrow released from a bow, and in the sky a golden dragon was following. Robbing food from the tiger's mouth is simply courting death. With the last whisper in hand, he pulled the bowstring, and a spiritual arrow was formed. At that moment, Wang Yingxiong had a sudden thought: can the fire element condense into an arrow? Without hesitation, Wang Yingxiong transformed the spiritual energy around him. The fire element spiritual energy rapidly condensed on the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, a flame arrow formed entirely from fire element spiritual energy. It was so close that Wang Yingxiong could feel its heat and the explosive power within it. The flame arrow shot forth, trailing a stream of fire like a meteor, and its speed was so fast that it reached the Di-Ting beast's front in an instant, 300 meters away. Boom. The Di-Ting beast couldn't dodge in time, and the flame arrow pierced through its defenses, entering its body. Then the flame arrow exploded inside it, blowing apart half of the Di-Ting beast. In that instant, the 1,000 Jade Seal returned to Wang Yingxiong's body, bringing an enhancement to his attributes. Roar. The golden dragon was furious. It had not expected that this human would be so rampant and violent as to slay the Di-Ting beast right in front of it. The gold element spiritual energy crazily condensed, and a series of attacks launched towards Wang Yingxiong. Wang Yingxiong's figure flickered with his instant step as he attempted to evade the golden dragon's attacks, but unexpectedly the dragon's control over its attacks was quite formidable. They relentlessly pursued Wang Yingxiong, as if equipped with a tracker. Crack! Helpless Wang Yingxiong defended himself with fire element spiritual energy, but it was still broken through by the gold element spiritual energy, indicating that the attack power of the gold element was indeed stronger than the defense of the fire element. Fortunately, he was still able to block it with his granite shield. Then Wang Yingxiong used an instant step to close in on the five-clawed golden dragon, and swung his killing sword, fiercely determined to shatter it. Dong dong. The golden dragon remained unfazed as various weapons and attacks formed from gold element spiritual energy swirled around it, like shooting stars, blocking Wang Yingxiong's attacks one by one, while also counterattacking and forcing Wang Yingxiong back. Boom boom. The sounds of battle between the man and the dragon echoed thunderously, but Wang Yingxiong felt miserable. His attacks could not touch the body of the golden dragon, and the tearing spiritual spear could not pierce it either, making it impossible to kill it by shredding. Moreover, the golden dragon floated in the air. Even if he summoned the little Jew, it couldn't reach it. For a time, many of Wang Yingxiong's talents became completely useless. Even after spending 1,000,000 soul points to convert the golden dragon's fire element affinity fate talent into his own, he still couldn't defeat the dragon. After all, most of Wang Yingxiong's combat power was provided by the killing sword. His base attack power was decent among third-tier fighters, but it was utterly insufficient in the fourth tier. At this moment, Wang Yingxiong felt somewhat flustered. Could it be that he, a mere hanger-in, couldn't even match a golden dragon? Wang Yingxiong forced himself to calm down. With so many talents and methods, he surely had something to counter the golden dragon. After a moment, Wang Yingxiong moved, and a smoke screen rose up, activating the illusory array. Instantly, his figure disappeared within it. The golden dragon flashed a hint of disdain in its eyes. It felt that Wang Yingxiong's move was somewhat foolish, as it could clearly see the range of the illusory array from the air. With the movement of its spiritual power, countless golden lights transformed into sharp swords or golden stones, all falling upon the smoke screen. But at that moment, if the Di-Ting beast were still alive, it would have sensed that Wang Yingxiong was no longer within the smoke screen. Instead, he had used the demon shadow to flee hundreds of meters away. 500 meters away, Wang Yingxiong's figure reappeared. At that moment, the golden dragon was still excitedly attacking the illusory array as it heard the sounds of screams coming from within, and thus did not notice Wang Yingxiong appearing 500 meters away. The screams coming from within the illusory array belonged to Little Jew. Wang Yingxiong held the last whisper, pulling the bowstring taut. This time what he condensed was no longer gold element spiritual energy or fire element spiritual energy, but shards of ice. This was also a sudden inspiration for Wang Yingxiong. He had originally wanted to test it out, but he did not expect it to act. The shards of ice transformed into a cold ice arrow with spiritual power continuously condensing within it until it reached its maximum power and attack power of 190. With an attack power exceeding 1300 along with 20 disregard for defense, this would be terrifying. Whoosh. The cold ice arrow shot through the air, and in the blink of an eye it reached within 100 meters of the golden dragon. The golden dragon was also startled by this arrow. The speed of the arrow was so fast that it could not evade, and could only gather gold element spiritual energy to shield itself. Crack. But contrary to expectations, the cold ice arrow easily broke through its defenses and directly embedded itself in its body with the arrowhead even shooting out from the other side. Boom. The cold ice arrow exploded inside it, causing a hole the size of a thigh. Roar. The golden dragon let out a wail, but surprisingly, it did not die. The intense deceleration and pain prevented it from flying in the air, and at that moment Wang Yingxiong had also arrived before it with an instant step. As the golden dragon writhed in pain, it only saw a flash of the blade, and before it could resist Wang Yingxiong, having slain the golden dragon, the area fell silent for a moment. Finally, no one can obstruct me anymore. Wang Yingxiong wore an innocent expression, as if he were merely trying to pick up some scraps. Did they really need to go this far? Yet they came over to deliver their heads. The golden dragon's body was enormous, and Wang Yingxiong unceremoniously stored it in his system backpack. After all, he had heard tales of the dragon meat being heavenly, while the donkey meat he had tried before was exquisite. The dragon meat, being equally renowned, must surely be extraordinary, as it belonged to the apex of the food chain in this world. In the distance, the listening beast was already in tatters, charred and ruined, so he decided against consuming it. For the remainder of the time, Wang Yingxiong hurriedly collected the crystal essence to prevent the beast clan from sending more beasts. He wondered if the war had been too fierce, or if they had too much faith in the golden dragon, as no beast clan had come. In just over an hour, Wang Yingxiong had cleared the battlefield. However, with the experience from the last time, he was no longer excited. It was merely 380,000 soul points. Although Wang Yingxiong's whole body trembled, and his face turned red, it was not from excitement, it was simply a bit cold. He looked up at the sun blazing in the sky, making it seem like in this deep blue continent, it was summer all year round. Watching the battle in the distance, Wang Yingxiong's eyes sparkled. There were still some crystal essences on the ground which he could collect along the way. However, before that, Wang Yingxiong casually performed a 10-time draw. After all, having gained so many soul points, spending 30,000 soul points for a 10-time draw was as easy as drinking water. Even if he didn't draw anything good, it didn't matter. Congratulations on drawing a short sword. Congratulations on drawing a witchcraft potion. Listening to the sound of the draws, Wang Yingxiong had long lost the joy and anticipation he once felt. After all, his means of acquiring fate talents were now too simple. He no longer needed to rely solely on luck. Thus, even if he only drew some useless items and did not get a talent, he felt no disappointment. Just as Wang Yingxiong was about to set off, he suddenly heard the last draw sound from the system, immediately halting his steps. Congratulations on drawing the talent Scorching Flame. Scorching Flame increases fire element affinity by 10. Each attack inflicts an additional 1 burn damage based on attack power, which ignores defenses. Every 10 layers of Scorching Flame will cause an explosion, dealing damage equal to 1 of the attack power. Wang Yingxiong stared at the talent description, momentarily at a loss for words. If he had copied the fire element affinity of the 5-clawed golden dragon before, he might have been very happy, but now he didn't know what to say. After all, the maximum element affinity can only reach 100%, making this additional 10% feel almost insignificant. However, Scorching Flame was not entirely without effect. At least the additional attack it provided was decent, though a bit low, at only 1/1000th of the attack power each time. Currently, Wang Yingxiong's attack power was 735, and each burn damage was merely 0.7. Although it ignores defenses, it was still too low to achieve the desired damage. He could only stack it through attack frequency, especially since the passive explosion every 10 layers was quite good. Moreover, besides that, Wang Yingxiong had another method to enhance its damage, which was to upgrade his fate talent. He could directly consume 1/1000 soul points to elevate Scorching Flame to its current highest level. Scorching Flame increases fire element affinity by 50. Each attack inflicts an additional 2 burn damage based on attack power, which ignores defenses. Every 10 layers of Scorching Flame will cause an explosion, dealing damage equal to 5 of the attack power. The enhanced Scorching Flame had become significantly stronger. In a good mood, Wang Yingxiong decided to upgrade his equipment. Since the last Whisper had not been upgraded for so long, this time he would level it up. Among the master craftsmen, upgrading the last Whisper required 100,000 soul points, which Wang Yingxiong did not mind and directly upgraded it. Last Whisper ignores 30 of defense. The upgrade was significant, and he still had plenty of soul points. He continued to enhance. 5-0-1-0. After consuming another 150,000 soul points, Wang Yingxiong dared not continue upgrading, because the next level required 500,000 soul points, which was terrifying. Last Whisper ignores 50 of defense. Sigh. Wang Yingxiong felt somewhat helpless. Although the item was excellent, it required significant investment, and for the time being he couldn't meet its demands for funding. It seemed challenging to upgrade to a level that ignores defense. In an instant, Wang Yingxiong found himself with just over 380,000 soul points, feeling suddenly impoverished. To enrich himself, he immediately rushed towards the distant battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, with the participation of the 5-clawed golden dragon and other beast clans, the ant tribe did not show any signs of defeat. Instead, some ant tribes managed to restrain the 5-clawed golden dragon. Black Gold Divine Ant 4th rank, Fate Talent 50-fold Strength, Black Gold Divine Armor Attack, Power 999. 99 Defense Power 999. 99 Speed 99. 99. The black gold divine ant, as its name suggests, appeared as if made entirely of black gold shimmering with a metallic luster. Moreover, their fate talent black gold divine armor directly manifested a suit of armor that enveloped their entire body, instantly tripling their defense. The most crucial aspect was that this black gold divine armor even had a pair of wings, allowing the black gold divine ant to soar through the air. On the battlefield, there were hundreds of black gold divine ants blocking the beast clans above the royal level, preventing them from slaughtering the ordinary ant tribe. Roar. The five-clawed golden dragon was extremely furious. A single black gold divine ant was hardly a threat to it, but being surrounded by dozens of them made it overwhelming even for it. Moreover, at this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon was also exceptionally anxious, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was frantically rushing towards the diamond, when it was evident that the ant queen was breaking through. Wang Yingxiong, arriving just in time, witnessed the tense scene on the battlefield, while the listening of heaven's talent allowed him to sense the extraordinary nature of the diamond wood. Roar. Without waiting for Wang Yingxiong to think further, the five-clawed golden dragon let out a furious roar, and a shadow darted into its body, followed by a wave of pink aura that caused all the black gold divine ants to stand still. Wang Yingxiong raised his eyebrows. The shadow turned out to be the nine-tailed spirit fox. Although the black gold divine ants had high defenses, the charm and illusion from the nine-tailed spirit fox only held them momentarily. But that moment was enough for the five-clawed golden dragon. With a swish of its tail, an attack combining the four elements of metal, wood, water, and fire followed closely behind. Crack! Under the overwhelming assault of the five-clawed golden dragon, the black gold divine ants suffered casualties, and the perfect encirclement was torn open. Roar! Within the range of the spiritual energy column, the black gold divine ants no longer held the advantage. The five-clawed golden dragon transformed, and the farmer turned into a singer. The nine-tailed spirit fox is considered a support-type beast race. Its actual combat power is not very strong, but it becomes a royal clan among the beast races due to its wisdom and fate talents that far exceed those of its peers. Wang Yingxiong learned from Ali that the true strong nine-tailed spirit fox possesses 3 types of fate talents. Only those who can awaken the third fate talent are the true royal clan. According to the nine-tailed spirit fox, this fate talent can devour the souls of living beings to enhance its own intelligence and the power of the first 2 fate talents. Although it is unknown when Ali will awaken this talent, Wang Yingxiong is already prepared to replicate it. As a support-type beast, once Ali joins the battle, the results are remarkable. The encirclement of the black gold divine ants was torn apart, and the five-clawed golden dragon moved freely, finally able to sweep away the gloom in its heart and display the strength befitting a royal beast. With the five-clawed golden dragon liberated, the beast race began to grow stronger, and the scales of victory. Just then a strange sound rippled from the diamond, which spreading through the air like waves sweeping across the battlefield. However, this sound, which seemed dull, was terrifying. All the beasts on the battlefield, including the five-clawed golden dragon, began to bleed from their 7 orifices, showing a momentary daze, with some of the weaker ones dying instantly. Although not on the battlefield, the sound wave was extensive enough that even Wang Yingxiong was affected. Fortunately, with the granite shield, the shattering of it absorbed most of the attack's power, leaving only a slight aftershock that made Wang Yingxiong feel a bit uncomfortable. After this single attack, as if it had exhausted all its energy, no more sound waves emanated from the diamond wood. However, this single sound wave caused the beast race to lose 20% of its ordinary members, with over 50% severely injured, and the rest also sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Yet this was not the most critical issue. The most tragic were the human race. Originally, nobody knew where the humans had gone, but they were directly exposed by the sound wave. The humans had initially planned to implement the previous plan involving the peach tree, relying on the night and the fate talent of Wind Rise's illusory mist to quietly bypass the ant race in front of the battlefield and reach the area around the diamond wood. The humans intended to use the same trick again, letting the beast race and ant race fight to the death while they Had the plot developed normally, they might have indeed waited for that moment, but who would have thought that the ant queen, in the midst of breaking through her state, still had the energy to launch a sound wave attack. Due to their physiological structure, the ant race was unafraid of such sound wave attacks, but the human race and beast race could not withstand them. As a result, dozens of humans died, and many more were severely injured. The sudden attack rendered Wind Rise unable to maintain the illusory mist, leaving the humans exposed directly behind the ant race. Without needing to say much, the ant race immediately surrounded the humans, and those who dared to ambush their rear must be prepared to be encircled. Form ranks, defend. Chun Yongting shouted loudly, and as the 6-pointed star formation radiated light, everyone joined the battle formation in an instant. At this moment, the human race was severely injured, their combat power significantly weakened, relying solely on the battle formation for defense. Those with healing talents among the humans began to channel their spiritual energy to heal their companions. Sisters Zxinu and Zxinxiang, I need support for my spiritual energy. Lan Lingxin called out, delicately channeling all her life force. The nearby ant race was madly drained of their life force, but in an instant her spiritual energy was exhausted. Fortunately Zxian Xiang and Zxian Yu reacted quickly, restoring her spiritual energy the moment Lan Lingxin cried out. In a short moment around Lan Lingxin dozens of ants were completely drained of their life force, and a large sphere filled with rich life energy appeared in her hand. With a slight movement of her fingertip the life sphere floated in the air, emitting strands of life energy that infused into each human's body, rapidly healing their injuries. At this moment, with the battle formation taking shape, and the support of Lu Changming's spirit-gathering array, everyone rapidly regained spiritual energy. Coupled with the quick recovery abilities of sisters Zxian Yu and Zxian Xiang, along with Lan Lingxin's life recovery, the human race resembled a perpetual motion machine operating at full capacity and rapidly strengthening. Within dozens of meters around Lan Lingxin, no ant dared to approach. They were truly afraid. Their kin had suddenly lost their life force, which was simply terrifying. In stark contrast to the favorable situation of the human race, the beast race was in dire straits. During the Soundwave attack, the Moonlight White Sheep suffered over half its losses, and with over 100,000 beasts, they simply could not recover, especially since they were also injured. The beast race instantly became precarious, but fortunately their numbers were large enough that even if they were outmatched, they could still battle the ant race for a day before being completely slaughtered. Just when Wang Yingxiong thought the beast race was finished, he did not expect them to have hidden cards as well. He saw the 5-clawed golden dragon and several wood dragons channeling their spiritual energy, manipulating the wood element's spiritual energy between heaven and earth, condensing strands of wood essence that dispersed into their bodies and those of some royal members. That wood essence surprisingly had the same glorious effect as life force. It could also heal injuries. However, unlike the humans, the 5-clawed golden dragon only healed its own injuries before charging out to slay the black gold divine ants. The few wood dragons merely healed the injuries of the royal members, while only the Moonlight White Sheep and a few others among the ordinary beasts were slowly healing. However, the liberation of the 5-clawed golden dragon had an immense impact on the battle situation. The black gold divine ants could withstand the royal members, even holding their own in unknown combat, but they were no match for the 5-clawed golden dragon, who possessed 4 fate talents. They could only rely on their numbers to suppress it. But since the 9-tailed spirit fox had used a charm and illusion on them, their numerical advantage had vanished, and they could no longer prevent the 5-clawed golden dragon from affecting the battle situation. At this moment, the human race and the beast race had become 2 great spikes thrust deep into the body of the ant race. The human spike was intact, while the beast race had only the tip left, having suffered catastrophic losses among the ordinary beasts. The timid starve, the bold get stuffed. On the battlefield, the fighting was extremely fierce, and Wang Yingxiong plunged into it, collecting crystal sources while muttering to himself, as if boosting his own courage. The royal clan, led by the 5-clawed golden dragon, was frantically hunting down the black gold divine ants, completely unaware of the presence of another person in the battlefield. Moreover, without the presence of the listening beast, no one could detect the hidden Wang Yingxiong. Wang Yingxiong moved like a fish in water, darting left and right, continuously flashing and striking, and as his proficiency increased, he did not stay in one spot for more than 10 seconds, and until now no living being had discovered his presence. On the battlefield, although the human race exudes a formidable aura, their formation fails to encircle the ant clan, rendering it impossible to inflict significant casualties. The ant clan also noticed this characteristic, so they merely surrounded the humans, freeing up a large number of troops to deal with the beast clan. Ordinary beasts were ruthlessly slaughtered, while the royal family, led by the 5-clawed golden dragon, mercilessly exterminated the black gold divine ants. In just the brief time of an incense stick burning, hundreds of black gold divine ants were completely wiped out, and the 5-clawed golden dragon led its team straight towards the diamond wood. "Master, we are about to breach the diamond wood, hurry up." The king hero, who was happily collecting crystal sources, suddenly received a transmission from Ali. Looking up, he saw that the 5-clawed golden dragon and its team had already reached the diamond wood. King Hero gazed at the battlefield with a complex expression, but the allure of the diamond wood was clearly greater, prompting him to follow closely behind. "Look, the beast clan has already breached the diamond wood." The human race also realized this and hurriedly shouted. Formation moved forward towards the diamond wood. Chun Yongting shouted loudly, then slowly maneuvered the formation in conjunction with Chun Yongheng. The humans clearly had practiced for a long time and were very familiar with the formation's movement. Thus they approached the diamond wood like a giant centipede, slowly drawing nearer. At the diamond wood, King Hero looked at it up close, finally understanding what it meant to feel small. Before it, he felt like an ant, though not the large ant from the secret realm. The diamond wood towered into the clouds, piercing the sky, its top completely out of sight. Beneath the dense golden leaves, one could hardly see where the ant queen was hiding. The beast clan members capable of flight continuously ascended, carefully searching every segment of the trunk, while those without flight capabilities began to climb up from the base of the tree. The only exception was the 9-tailed spirit fox, which lay on the back of the 5-clawed golden dragon. King Hero followed closely behind. However, he did not need to climb slowly like the beasts. With a single step, he could traverse hundreds of meters, and with the enhancement of the ability to perceive the world, he wouldn't miss any unusual movements. On the diamond wood there were many weak ant clan members, some of which had just emerged from their eggs, still covered in slime. Although they struggled to control their bodies, they exerted all their effort to prevent the beasts from climbing upwards. However, when faced with the royal members of the beast clan, they could only be slaughtered. At this moment, the ant clan on the battlefield seemed to hear the call of the ant queen and returned to the diamond wood. Moments later, they surrounded the area beneath the diamond wood, while some powerful ant clan members began to climb upwards to intercept the beast clan. Meanwhile, numerous ant clan members defended below, preventing the remaining humans and beasts from advancing. What should we do? The ant clan has blocked the way. The humans were both shocked and furious. They saw small black obsidian ants gathering vast amounts of gold attribute spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier. They did not attack, but merely defended, creating an insurmountable obstacle that left both the beast clan and human race unable to advance a single step. Boom. Roar. A rumble came from the diamond wood as the five-clawed golden dragon clashed with the ant clan. Master, there's a big guy among the ant clan, it's very powerful. Before reaching the battlefield, King Hero received a transmission from Ollie and hurriedly increased his speed. When King Hero arrived, he saw dozens of black gold divine ants battling the five-clawed golden dragon, and most astonishingly, only one black gold divine ant was fighting the five-clawed golden dragon. This black gold divine ant was unlike the others. Its two forelimbs were two gleaming golden blades. Black Gold Ant Emperor Level 4 Fate Talent 100-fold Strength Black Gold Divine Armor Diamond Twin Blades Attack Power 999. 99 Defense Power 999. 99 Speed 99. 99. A variant of the Black Gold Divine Ant. King Hero pondered, feeling puzzled. This creature's fate talent was excessively powerful, all of which were attack-oriented. Merely the Diamond Twin Blades enhanced its attack power by 60, coupled with the 100-fold strength. The combat power of the Black Gold Ant Emperor was absolutely off the charts, allowing it to contend against the five-clawed golden dragon without losing ground. The space sealed by the spiritual energy columns was scorched by endless flames, yet the Black Gold Divine Armor's defenses were too high, rendering the Black Gold Ant Emperor unafraid of the fiery assault. With a flash of its twin blades, the spiritual energy column was actually cut in half. King Hero was astonished. He had initially thought it could only teleport away when trapped, yet it could actually break free. Truly, strength can conquer skill. Bang! The Black Gold Ant Emperor slashed down on the five-clawed golden dragon, creating a deep gash, causing the five-clawed golden dragon's massive body to tremble, and Ollie was directly thrown off. Up! Ollie cried out, plummeting rapidly, but the five-clawed golden dragon paid no heed to her plight, focusing entirely on countering the Black Gold Ant Emperor. The five-clawed golden dragon could afford to ignore Ollie, but King Hero could not. Otherwise, if she fell from this height of several thousand meters, she would surely splatter into a pulp. He moved with a flash, rescuing Ollie. I sent you to gather information as an insider, and you nearly lost your life. King Hero was quite exasperated. Master, it's just that the Black Gold Ant Emperor is too strong. My fate talent was useless against it, provoking the Emperor's discontent, which is why it didn't save me. Thankfully, there was still you, Master. Ollie replied, feeling wronged. From now on, you shall not show any respect to the other Beast Clan members in front of me. You may only call me Emperor. King Hero was quite displeased that his pet had referred to something else as Emperor. Yes, Master, Ollie remembers. Ollie promptly nodded in agreement. King Hero then asked, by the way, have you found the Ant Queen yet? Master, not yet. We suddenly encountered this group of Ant Clan members. I heard from the five-clawed golden dragon that this Black Gold Ant Emperor was an ascender during the last secret realm breakthrough to level 4, very strong. He never expected it to still be alive. The last breakthrough. How many years ago was that? King Hero inquired curiously. Ollie thought for a moment and said, it should have been several hundred years ago. Several hundred years. King Hero exclaimed, suddenly asking, how long can the powerful members of the Beast Clan live? Upon arriving in this world, he was still unclear about the lifespans of various clans. My grandfather is over 1,000 years old. He is a level 9 powerhouse. Ollie said proudly. Then how many level 9 powerhouses are there in your clan? Ollie said boastfully. A lot, there are about 10 plus. There are many clan members I've never met. They should also be level. At this moment, King Hero suddenly wanted to slap himself to see if he was dreaming. He had enslaved a pet, which had over 10 known level 9 elders. This was so surreal. If Alice elders found out, he would probably die 1,000 times. You should rest inside the Black Spear for a while. I need to go check it out. Without waiting for Ollie to respond, King Hero directly returned her to the pet space within the Black Spear, and then swiftly moved past the battling beast and Ant Clan members. In just a few flashes, King Hero found the Ant Queens. At this height on the diamond, with several branches were surprisingly wide and flat, like solid ground together, spanning the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. What met the eye were only ant eggs and 5 plump ant queens, practically living embodiments of protein. Unfortunately, Wang Yingxiong had little appetite for such things, otherwise it would certainly be beneficial. Black Gold Ant Queen Stage 4. Fate Talents Reproduction Leadership Sonic Attack. Attack Power 999. 99. Defense Power 999. Speed 10. 00. The attributes of the 5 Ant Queens were identical almost as if they were At this moment 4 Ant Queens were channeling their spiritual power and unknown energy into one queen, while that queen consolidated the shared energy of the 5 into an ant egg within her abdomen. This ant egg was completely translucent white resembling mutton fat jade. Through its outer membrane one could see the ant inside had already taken shape. Black Gold Ant Emperor. Fate Talents. Attack Power. Defense Power. Under system investigation a series of question marks befuddled Wang Yingxiong, but there was one note left. Note the Black Gold Ant Emperor, nurtured by the 5 great ant queens, is their hope for breaking through stage 5. If there are no external interferences the success rate is extremely high. The Black Gold Ant Emperor born from the luck of the entire secret realm would be immensely powerful. Wang Yingxiong's heart was set at ease. Perhaps the Black Gold Ant Emperor that battled the 5-clawed golden dragon was birthed in this manner. From Ali, he learned that last time the royal family did not value the potential of the secret realm resulting in a small number of entrants, none of whom were royalty, which led to the successful advancement of the secret realm. This time having learned from the previous lesson the lineup of entrants was exceptionally powerful, but unexpectedly the Ant Clan was even better prepared. They had nurtured a number of stage 4 ants that was several times greater than the number of Beast Clan entrants along with the formidable variant Black Gold Divine Ant making what was supposed to be a simple task for the Beast Clan increasingly difficult. Most crucially the Black Gold Ant Emperor from last time was still alive, making even the preparations that were treated with greater seriousness this time seem so futile. Because according to their patterns of blocking other secret realm advancements the child of the secret realm that broke through last time hardly survived to the next breakthrough, so this time the Beast Clan faced another setback, a true case of misstep after misstep. The 5-clawed golden dragon was enraged, unable to contain its fury. As a prideful descendant of the heavenly lineage, it could not endure being bested by a mere native of the secret realm. This was the greatest insult. Though it was furious, it simply could not overcome the situation. The Black Gold Ant Emperor born from the luck of the secret realm was indeed terrifying. The various elemental attacks from the 5-clawed golden dragon barely inflicted any damage. However, if the Black Gold Ant Emperor were to strike the 5-clawed golden dragon, the damage would be catastrophic. Wang Yingxiong believed that at his current attributes he would not withstand a full-force strike from the Black Gold Ant Emperor. After all, 100 times the power was far too terrifying. Wang Yingxiong wondered what kind of fate talents and strength the stage 5 Black Gold Ant Emperor would possess once it was birthed. As the embodiment of justice, the hope of humanity, and an invincible existence, Wang Yingxiong will certainly not allow it to be born. With a dramatic shout, Wang Yingxiong swung his sword down. Puff! The crystalline egg in the Ant Queen's abdomen was sliced by Wang Yingxiong's sword, but to his astonishment the egg was merely scratched on the surface, leaking a bit of luminous liquid. Squeak! Upon hearing Wang Yingxiong's shout, the Ant Queen realized an enemy had arrived. However, Wang Yingxiong's rapid movement allowed him to strike first, but immediately after the sonic attack, nurturing the Black Gold Ant Emperor followed, as all the energy from the 4 queens was channeled into it, and only it could unleash an attack. Crack! The granite shield shattered first, and standing at the source of the sonic wave, Wang Yingxiong felt his head swell, with blood, his whole body trembling, as if every cell was about to explode. Wow! Puff! But the next moment Wang Yingxiong spat out a mouthful of blood, his skin ruptured instantly, turning him into a bloodied figure. At the source of the sonic wave the power was simply overwhelming, and the killing armor could not withstand this direct attack on the body. Wang Yingxiong's ordinary physique was defenseless. Whoosh! In the next moment Wang Yingxiong dared not linger, vanishing, with several instantaneous movements, landing on a secluded branch, where he activated Demon Shadow, standing still. Then the Resilience passive began to take effect. Resilience regenerates 0.1 of health per second. In a stationary state regenerates 5 of health per second. In an instant abundant life energy surged, and Wang Yingxiong's injuries rapidly healed. Meanwhile, the already disadvantaged 5-clawed golden dragon was severely wounded by the suddenly appearing sonic wave, momentarily stunned. However, seizing this excellent opportunity, the Black Gold Ant Emperor did not attack the 5-clawed golden dragon, but instead rushed directly toward the Ant Queen, with other Black Gold Divine Ants following suit. At the Ant Queen's nest, by the time the Black Gold Ant Emperor arrived, Wang Yingxiong had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind 5 extremely weakened queens. A group of Black Gold Divine Ants guarded beside the Ant Queens, while the Black Gold Ant Emperor cut into the adamantine wood, drawing out golden liquid for the 5 queens to drink. Having always depended on adamantine wood for sustenance, the Black Gold Ant Clan thrived on it, drinking its sap could enhance their physical constitution and even aid in their recovery. In the next moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon and its companions arrived, witnessing the 5 queens jointly nurturing a Black Gold Ant Emperor. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon was still injured, they charged toward the Ant Queens. Their purpose in coming here was to prevent the Ant Clan's advancement, and now the boss of this venture was right before them. how could they not act? Roar. The Beast Clan charged in, and the Ant Clan was equally furious. The Black Gold Ant Emperor, though unaware of which clan had ambushed them, knew it was crucial to eliminate these Beast Clan members first. This time the Black Gold Ant Emperor was enraged, wielding its dual blades radiating golden light and divine aura, resembling a dual-blade warrior. The already injured five-clawed golden dragon could not withstand the furious Black Gold Ant Emperor, only able to retreat continuously. As time passed, a group of small black obsidian ants began to crawl up from beneath the adamantine, with channeling the elemental gold of the heavens to assist their fighting kin while forming a shield to protect the queens. However, at this moment no one noticed that on a tree branch Wang Yingxiong had returned. In just a short while, under the powerful recovery of resilience, Wang Yingxiong was revitalized. Moreover, he was currently drawing a full bow. Last time the killing sword did not slay you, but now the final whisper, which ignores 50 of defense, was ready. Wang Yingxiong was eager to find out. So he concentrated all his energy to form ice shards as arrows. Hashaku, take an arrow from me, Wang Yingxiong shouted. Buzz. The icy arrow stirred the air, transforming into a beam of light, shooting toward the Black Gold Ant Emperor that was being nurtured.